Academic genius Su Ming transmigrates to a parallel world, activating a future technology system. 3 years later, during the Seventh National Census, his secret research into mecha is exposed, shocking the world. Humanity is about to leave the Milky Way, but a roar erupts. I am Meng Tian. Without the first emperor's decree, no one may leave the Milky Way's borders. The dark forest law of the universe threatens Earth. Scarlet infection causes mutations in Earth's creatures, and colossal beasts roam. Prehistoric overlords like the Mosasaurus, Deinosuchus, and Titanoboa are resurrected. The roars of kaiju, beast eaters, aliens, Godzilla, and behemoth shake the heavens and earth. The 18 apostles wreak havoc across the globe. Do you believe in light? Chapter 1. The Mysterious Boy. Dragon Kingdom, Jiangnan City. An abandoned old industrial park on the outskirts of the city. In a factory, a boy holds a pencil, hunched over a drawing board, sketching some kind of pattern. The blueprint, measuring 4 or 5 meters in length and width, roughly the size of a small bedroom, was covered with densely packed, complex formulas and various strange shapes. Upon closer inspection, these geometric modules, when pieced together, actually formed a mecha. The boy's name was Su Ming, a transmigrator. Having transmigrated to this parallel world, he activated a future technology system, thus gaining knowledge of mecha development and granting him an extraordinary understanding and control over electronic devices and mechanical structures. Mechas weren't robots. They were the massive machines from movies, capable of fighting giant monsters as tall as skyscrapers. At this moment, Su Ming encountered a design problem, biting his pen as he pondered. Just then, there was a knock on the factory door. His train of thought interrupted. Su Ming frowned slightly. This feeling was like being suddenly called to dinner by family members at the most crucial moment in a mobile game. Who was it? Why would they visit at this time? Su Ming was very unhappy about this situation. He had chosen this place as his base precisely because it was peaceful. There were no residential areas for several kilometers around, and no pedestrians to bother them. At most, there were mischievous kids from far away who would climb over the wall to sneak in for exploration. Ultimately, he decided to go out and check. Maybe it was a deliveryman. He'd recently ordered some materials and equipment, and they should be arriving soon. However, when the factory gates opened, Su Ming's expression first showed surprise, then his face darkened. A group of media reporters had arrived, armed with cameras, microphones, and various recording equipment, a barrage of lenses aimed at Su Ming. Moreover, most of these people were using selfie sticks, just like outdoor live streamers. Were these reporters broadcasting live? Hello, I'm Zhang Su, a reporter from the news channel. We're currently conducting the census. This census is being conducted in a very different way than previous ones. To showcase the lives of ordinary people, we're using a live broadcast format. The community workers said you're quite mysterious, staying at home all the time. That's why we chose your location as the final stop for our live broadcast. Zhang Su spoke at length for several minutes, explaining her purpose to Su Ming and the situation to the viewers in the live broadcast room. While conducting the census door-to-door, media reporters would be conducting live interviews, and the live footage would be broadcast simultaneously nationwide. In other words, Su Ming's every move was under the watchful eyes of the viewers in the live broadcast room. Zhang Su was also quite curious. Why would a handsome young man live alone in such a place, far from the city? Shouldn't this be a place for homeless people and beggars? With her keen professional instincts as a reporter, she realized that Su Ming definitely had some unusual story worth uncovering. This is a census form. You need to fill it out in person. It's inconvenient standing outside. Do you have a table inside your factory? As she spoke, Zhang Su turned slightly, curiously peering into the factory. Su Ming only opened the door a crack, his body blocking her view, so Zhang Su couldn't see anything. Su Ming's nervous demeanor aroused Zhang Su's suspicion. This guy is definitely suspicious. He must be hiding something. An abandoned industrial park, a dilapidated factory, a mysterious young man. When these elements were put together, the national viewers in the live stream could vividly picture it. What a strange young man, yet so sunny and handsome. I suspect he's been kidnapped by a pyramid scheme. This is their hideout. The person upstairs doesn't know anything. Have you ever seen a pyramid scheme where only one person is involved? Why isn't he in school? At his age, shouldn't he be living in a school dormitory? He really is a mysterious young man. What happened to him? What kind of story does this boy have? Don't his parents care about him? These many mysteries not only piqued the curiosity of Zhang Su and the other reporters at the scene, but also sparked a nationwide guessing game among viewers in the live broadcast studio. Su Ming was unaware that he had become the center of attention. Standing at the factory entrance, he took out a pen and diligently filled out his personal information. He had heard about the census before. It was a major national event, and naturally, he had to cooperate. Only now did Jiangsu finally learn Su Ming's name and age from the information form. He was only 18 years old, younger than he had imagined. It was truly hard to imagine that an 18-year-old boy possessed the wisdom of a young adult. Since ancient times, those who live in seclusion are either beasts or gods. This strange boy appeared where he shouldn't be, possessing a maturity disproportionate to his age. What is he doing hiding here? Could he be manufacturing drugs? When this absurd idea popped into Jiangsu's mind, her first instinct was to reject it. How could such a young child possibly understand chemistry? However, several other live-streaming teams had recently encountered similar cases involving suspects during their census work, making her suspicions seem plausible. No, she still had to find a chance to go in and take a look. Even if there was some danger, with so many reporters present, what could an 18-year-old possibly do? Besides, this was being broadcast live. Hundreds of millions of eyes across the country were watching. Chapter 2. The Secret Nuclear Energy Research Institute. Su Ming, our audience in the live broadcast room, is filled with curiosity about your factory. Could you allow us to take a look inside? Please refrain from hastily declining. Just moments ago, while you were filling out the form, numerous viewers commented on calling the police. Jiangsu paused for a moment before continuing. I believe you would prefer to avoid a police investigation. So it may be prudent to open the door and let us in. The more you resist, the more suspicion the audience will harbor, fearing that there may be nefarious individuals hidden within. Just then, Jiangsu noticed that the popularity of the live stream had surpassed previous records, soaring to a staggering 20 million viewers, with the vast majority of comments urging entry into the factory. As the host of this census, she felt compelled to cater to her audience's requests. At this moment, Su Ming appeared somewhat troubled. There was nothing illegal within the factory, and he had no fear of police scrutiny. His only concern was that the revelation of his mech development might disrupt his peaceful existence. Though he had mentally prepared himself for a lack of discretion since receiving the system's reward for mech technology, he had never anticipated such an event would transpire on his 20th birthday. The census had prematurely thrust him into the public eye, inevitably inviting unwelcome complications. Seeing Su Ming's hesitation only reinforced Jiangsu's belief that there must be unspeakable secrets within the factory. You need not worry about privacy concerns. We are professional media reporters, not paparazzi. We are mindful of what to film and what to avoid, ensuring that your personal life remains unaffected and that you encounter no trouble. As a journalist in Longhua, at the very least, a sense of professional integrity is essential. If there happened to be a girlfriend in the room, they would certainly refrain from filming. However, given that Su Ming was only 18, his calm demeanor suggested that there was likely no one present. Meanwhile, Jiangsu's phone rang. Apologies, I must take this call. She moved a short distance away. It's the station director. Please provide your instructions. After a brief conversation, she assured, understood, rest assured. I will complete the task. Upon hanging up, her heart raced with excitement. The director had shared two astonishing pieces of information. Firstly, the current viewership and number of live stream participants had shattered historical records. Choosing this site as the final stop for the census was undoubtedly a wise decision. Secondly, the abandoned technology park was far more than it appeared. Over a decade ago, it had been a secret military nuclear energy research facility. This revelation added layers of intrigue to the entire situation. The director's mandate was clear, regardless of whether this young man, named Su Ming, harbored any secrets. The abandoned nuclear research facility warranted thorough exploration. When Jiangsu informed the live stream audience of the site's former identity, the excitement in the room surged once more. An 18-year-old boy in an abandoned nuclear research facility. Could he be secretly developing nuclear weapons? One viewer mused. Who would dare to conduct nuclear research near a major city? The radiation would be unbearable. The enigmatic allure of this handsome youth deepened. Dear host, do your utmost to convince him to let us in. Another viewer urged. If you are being kidnapped, just blink. The audience's curiosity reached a fever pitch. Wealthy patrons in the live stream showered the platform with gifts, raising funds in mere minutes to the tune of several million. Their sole request was to gain access to the factory and uncover its secrets. Everyone yearned to witness the surprises this young man, living within the factory, could unveil. At this moment, not only the online viewers, but also more than 20 journalists present on site could scarcely contain their desire for discovery. All eyes were fixated on Su Ming, as if his expression might hold the answers. The atmosphere within the factory grew tense, with everyone awaiting the homeowner's nod of approval. Just then, a community representative hurried onto the scene. A throng of reporters blocking the factory entrance startled her. Had she not been briefed about the situation, she might have thought a calamity had occurred. The community representative approached to persuade Su Ming. Su Ming turned his gaze toward Jiangsu, who, feeling a hint of guilt, averted her eyes to her phone. It appeared that today, resistance was futile. I have but one request. Do not disturb anything inside. Su Ming tucked his pen into his pocket, reflecting for a moment before asking, have you all worn masks upon exiting? Worn masks for what? Zhang Su pondered, slightly perplexed. The area was far removed from the city, devoid of vehicular emissions. The air was remarkably fresh, with lush greenery surrounding them, resembling a resort. Wearing masks seemed entirely unnecessary. Meanwhile, the others paid little heed to Su Ming's words. After a long wait, they were finally allowed to explore the secrets within. Excitement coursing through them, as though they were Columbus discovering a new world. Not having a mask was of little consequence. The odors within were less than pleasant. Chapter 3. Is this really just an ordinary factory? Su Ming retrieved a key and unlocked the chain on the door. Under normal circumstances, the narrow opening would suffice for him to pass through alone. However, considering the journalist's equipment, he decided to fully open the iron door instead. Before he could completely push it open, Zhang Su eagerly ducked under his arm and rushed inside, followed closely by a swarm of other reporters. The interior of the factory was expansive, filled with the acrid scent of welding mingled with motor oil and gear lubricant. Zhang Su stepped over tangled cables, encountering a plethora of peculiar devices and various components whose names eluded her. The factory resembled a repair shop. Soon, by a large container, Zhang Su spotted a familiar emblem. I recognized this symbol. It frequently appeared in documentaries about the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It was the trefoil radiation warning sign. Could this container hold nuclear weapons? Having been informed of the factory's past as a nuclear research facility, Zhang Su instinctively associated it with nuclear weaponry. The male cameraman following her boldly lifted the lid of the box. A brilliant blue luminescence radiated from within, causing Zhang Su to shield her eyes in alarm. What a peculiar machine. Why does it emit light on its own? It doesn't appear to be powered. After a moment, Zhang Su confirmed she had not been harmed. However, her hair stood on end, seemingly drawn toward the machine by static electricity. The glowing device bore a resemblance to a fighter jet's turbine vector engine, reminiscent of machinery she had seen while covering the International Military Equipment Exhibition. As Zhang Su continued her examination, in another part of the live stream, a science content creator on Bilibili happened to open the live stream and was taken aback by the blue radiance, causing him to spit out the sip of tea he had just taken. His breathing quickened, and his hand trembled as he held his phone, exclaiming in disbelief. What on earth? Why is there Cherenkov electromagnetic radiation in this tiny factory? Meanwhile, a prominent physics influencer on Weibo, as was his routine, sat in his office scrolling through the news. Today's trending topic was the census, and out of curiosity, he clicked in, feeling the mesmerizing blue glow emanating even through the phone screen. With a clatter, his phone fell to the ground as he hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, his eyes wide in astonishment. The overwhelming majority of nuclear radiation manifests in the invisible ultraviolet spectrum, and the current situation clearly indicates that the nuclear reactor has yet to be deactivated. Meanwhile, in various directions of the factory, journalists have made astonishing discoveries. A seasoned military enthusiast among them picked up a metallic fragment from the ground, his breath nearly suspended. Heavens, how could such a thing be found here? Several other journalists gathered around, gazing at the unremarkable iron lump in his hand. What's the big deal about this scrap metal? Have you never visited a 4S repair shop? There are plenty of such items there. Let me enlighten you. This is depleted uranium armor, renowned for being the strongest composite armor in the world, with a density 25 times that of steel. The core armor of the Eaglehead Nation's M1A1 main battle tank is precisely this so-called scrap metal. The journalist cradled the depleted uranium armor as tenderly as one would a beloved. The smelting, heat treatment, and manufacturing of armor plates are crucial to the creation of depleted uranium armor, a technology that the Eaglehead Nation keeps highly classified, leaving the outside world in ignorance. What perplexed him was why such a precious material, even more valuable than gold, was carelessly discarded on the factory floor. However, he soon swallowed hard. Just a short distance away, beneath a tarp, lay several tons of depleted uranium armor. Oh my goodness, dear viewers, does anyone recognize this device resembling a cannon? Indeed, it is a laser weapon, and this device here is called an electromagnetic cannon, utilizing high-energy microwaves. These are among the most advanced weapons in the world. As the investigation deepened, the confusion only intensified for both the viewers in the live stream and the journalists present. My heavens, everyone, come look. I've discovered another treasure. This control system is assembled from the world's 3 most advanced supercomputers, Sunway Tahalite and Tian 2. What kind of computational power necessitates 3 such powerful machines to operate simultaneously? The journalists on site were nearing the brink of madness. Glowing with blue fluorescence, the suspected nuclear fusion vector engine, the world's most formidable depleted uranium armor, the most sophisticated laser weaponry, the most exceptional supercomputers. At that moment, everyone felt they were hallucinating. It seemed that the pinnacle of advanced technology had converged in this unassuming, abandoned factory. Was this truly just an ordinary factory? Had time and space distorted? Chapter 4. Have they truly knelt for so long that they cannot rise? Why are these devices here? What purpose do they serve? Every viewer in the livestream speculated, striving to provide a rational explanation. Could the 18-year-old boy be a robot? I suspect his mission is to guard these treasures. Should we dissect him to find out? You upstairs, how cruel. But if that happens, remember to include me. Stop your wild guesses. I suspect he is the reincarnation of a great scientist who has awakened his memories in this life. Uff, that's too fantastical. In my opinion, this young man is a hacker. Every piece of technology here has been pilfered by him. Exactly. Even if he isn't a spy, he must be a hacker. Many of the advanced technologies discovered among those weapons come from abroad and are classified with high secrecy, even if one wished to buy them at exorbitant prices. No one would agree to sell. Thus, the only explanation remaining is that this batch of the world's most advanced equipment was likely stolen by this 18-year-old youth using hacking skills. An 18-year-old hacker is undoubtedly a genius. Yet Jiangsu suddenly became aware of a new issue. The pinnacle of technological advancements, from theoretical conception to practical application, typically takes centuries. At the very least, it requires decades. For an 18-year-old to have acquired these technologies through the internet and successfully manufactured them, could this truly be accomplished by a mere youth? Even a national effort might struggle to achieve it. Furthermore, Jiangsu had just scrutinized the census information filled out by Su Ming and made a startling discovery. This young man, named Su Ming, listed his education level as junior high school. This discrepancy is akin to the student who consistently ranks last in every examination suddenly becoming the national top scorer and winning a Nobel Prize. Su Ming paid no heed to the journalist's astonished discoveries. He leaned over a massive blueprint, diligently calculating a formula. Once he conquers this formula, the final problem of the mech will be resolved satisfactorily. The material science in the parallel world is still underdeveloped, lacking many critical devices and instruments. To expedite the mech's activation, he had to make do with existing materials and equipment. However, mechs constructed this way are less cost-effective than tanks and armored vehicles. Therefore, to create a top-tier mech, special alloy materials are necessary. The formula before him was devised by Su Ming specifically for the development of such materials. It may be hard to believe, but the mech manufacturing technology rewarded by the system far surpasses the current technological level of Earth. Hence, during his 3 years in the factory, he devoted the majority of his time and energy to material formulas. Su Ming habitually bit the end of his pen, lost in contemplation, to the point where he failed to notice Jiangsu approaching him. Observing Su Ming with his eyes closed, Jiangsu chose not to disturb him. She signaled to the cameraman behind her to focus the lens on the blueprint on the floor. Although she was uncertain what this massive blueprint depicted, the livestream audience might have some insights, as they hailed from all corners of the globe, including many intellectuals. Moreover, this blueprint might prove unexpectedly useful in uncovering Su Ming's identity. As anticipated, the audience in the livestream began fervently discussing the blueprint once again. This resembles a fighter jet's design. Look closely at the tail section, where an engine can be installed. The vector engine we previously discovered might be intended for this. I believe it's a tank design. Did you not notice the recess for the laser cannon? Due to the complexity of the design, the viewers felt as though blueprints for both fighter jets and tanks were laid out side by side. Nevertheless, given the vast number of viewers, a sci-fi enthusiast expressed awe. I am certain this is a mech. This 18-year-old youth has created a mech design, something even scientists cannot accomplish. Have you seen the movie Pacific Rim? If not, perhaps you've played games related to Star Wars. You must have seen models of Transformers. This design blueprint depicts a mech. As more audience members recognized the mech design, the lively atmosphere in the livestream surged once again. Mechs are eternally the romance of men. However, sharp voices of dissent also emerged. Nonsense, this boy is a fraud. Only the Eaglehead Nation can design mechs. With the current technology of the Dragon Nation, it would take at least 800 years to catch up. This comment came from a public intellectual. In this parallel world, due to the real name system for comments, when this public intellectual stood up to flaunt his intelligence and existence, many recognized his identity. 666. Have you truly knelt for so long that you cannot rise? Waiting 800 years. How ridiculous. Why not say it will take 8,000 years? How much has the Eaglehead Nation paid you? The Dragon Nation will pay you double. Brother, let's earn money together. Don't do it all alone. In response to the online criticism, the public intellectual expressed his discontent, retorting, truth becomes clearer through debate. One day you will understand. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge one's inferiority to others? Currently, we are constrained by the mobile chip technology from the Eagle Nation. While the technological challenges of mecha development are 1,000-fold more complex, there are too many interests at stake to be casually dismissed in a few words. Knowing too much may not benefit you, so I will simply say that those who understand do so, and those who do not, I shall not elaborate further. Another public intellectual quickly followed suit, supporting his statement. If he can design a mecha, I will perform acrobatics. Chapter 5. The public intellectuals must personally debunk this. The live stream was soon filled with discontented murmurs. The previously neutral host, Zhang Su, could no longer tolerate the comments from these so-called public intellectuals. In their eyes, the rapid advancements of the Dragon Nation were conveniently ignored, while any minor occurrence abroad would elicit their eager adulation and collective jubilation. Although the Dragon Nation may still have a gap compared to the Eagle Nation, to claim it would take 800 years to catch up is utterly nonsensical. How can they be so certain that only the Eagle Nation has succeeded in designing mechas? As of now, no country has publicly acknowledged possessing mecha design blueprints. It is infuriating that these individuals presume exclusivity for the Eagle Nation without understanding the full truth. Is it truly the case that what the Dragon Nation cannot achieve, the Eagle Nation surely can? They seem to imply. Consume less alcohol and more vegetables. Had you eaten a few peanuts, you might not have uttered such words. The naive public intellectual, it seems, can only turn a page in their household register, as if their family has vanished. Those who understand do so, while those who do not will remain in ignorance. Is this truly the discourse of a reasonable individual? The audience expressed their protest. Frustrated, the public intellectual issued another barrage of comments. Old Industrial Park in Jiangnan City. Fine, you all wait for me. That place is not far from where I live. I can reach it in just over 20 minutes. I will personally expose his little tricks. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Su felt both elated and apprehensive. Elated, for she could confront him directly. Apprehensive, as although the public intellectual's shameless remarks were detestable, no one could assert with absolute certainty that the mecha design blueprints on the ground were genuine. What if this were merely a prank by Su Ming? In that case, the situation could become quite complicated. At that moment, Su Ming, deep in thought, slowly opened his eyes. He wrote a lengthy series of formulas on a piece of draft paper. The pencil moved swiftly across the sheet, producing a pleasing rustle. In the blink of an eye, numbers filled the once empty space. The calculations once again validated his hypothesis that, in the absence of space metals, existing alloy materials could temporarily support mecha movements. As for the methods of refining space metals and the foundational theories for material production, he had nearly perfected them and was ready to scale up the refining process. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance. After 3 years of research, he had finally made significant progress regarding the materials for mechas. Without the necessary resources, one cannot concoct a feast. Today, however, Su Ming had successfully found a solution. Meanwhile, Zhang Su, hearing Su Ming muttering to himself, could no longer restrain her curiosity. Su Ming, pardon the interruption, but the audience is quite intrigued by the equipment in the factory and this design blueprint. If convenient, could you elucidate for us? Upon hearing Zhang Su's inquiry, Su Ming snapped back to attention. At that moment, other journalists also gathered around, cameras at the ready, enclosing him once more. The millions of viewers in the live stream awaited the factory owner's words. It seemed that, until now, everyone had realized that Su Ming had yet to express any opinion. Oh, those instruments and equipment are mostly defective replicas I haven't had the chance to tidy up. Does anyone have the number for a scrapyard? Please help me arrange for these odds and ends to be taken away, Su Ming explained nonchalantly. As for this design blueprint, it is merely a casual doodle of mine, far from a truly perfect mecha design. Su Ming's statement stemmed from the understanding that contemporary technological capabilities were insufficient to construct a flawless mecha. Thus, he had to forego many critical designs and simplify manufacturing challenges as much as possible. In reality, the mecha design blueprint before them was a simplified representation tailored to the existing technological level of this world. Otherwise, this seemingly large paper would not even accommodate a single component of a mecha. Nonetheless, this was undeniably a mecha design blueprint, Su Ming concluded. As if recounting a matter as mundane as eating or drinking, Zhang Su was astonished. The accompanying journalists were astonished. The vast audience in the live stream was equally astonished. This blueprint is, indeed, a mecha design blueprint. While the Eagle Nation's Hollywood was still filming mecha movies, An obscure 18-year-old youth from the Dragon Nation had successfully drafted a design blueprint. If all goes well, tonight's headlines will undoubtedly feature this event. However, such high-tech matters must undergo scientific verification. At the very least, Su Ming's affirmative words provided everyone with a sense of reassurance before the public intellectual arrived to debunk him. Zhang Su's gaze towards Su Ming transformed from curiosity to reverence. The high-tech products she had just seen were dismissed by him as defective items. And the incomprehensible blueprints were merely casual sketches. Can you believe it? Just then, the sound of cars approached the factory entrance. The public intellectual, who had vowed to expose Su Ming, had finally arrived. Chapter 6. Everyone desires to see him get his comeuppance. Qi Yulong, a well-known scholar registered on Weibo, boasted 1 million followers. However, only he knew that those were merely zombie accounts he had purchased, devoid of any real influence. Today, while scrolling through a video on the census, he fortuitously spotted reporters entering the factory, which was conveniently located in his city. Numerous media outlets were present to report. If he could get on the news, his fame would surely skyrocket. Desperate to ride the coattails of the hype and garner more followers, Qi Yulong seized the opportunity when he saw the mecha design blueprint. After expressing his opinion and receiving backlash from the online community, he realized that his chance for notoriety had arrived. To claim he would personally debunk something related to atomic bombs would be excessive. After all, the Eagle Nation's prodigious youth began constructing bombs at the tender age of 10 and had created a nuclear reactor in his garage by 14, even making headlines. Yet here he was, asserting that this was a mecha design blueprint. The complexity of mecha construction far surpasses that of hydrogen bombs or atomic bombs. It can be said that mecha design involves all modern high-tech fields. It is not a feat one individual can achieve. Even a collaborative effort among experts from various fields worldwide might not yield a successful design. In essence, the intricacies of a mecha design blueprint exceed those of an aircraft carrier. Based on this reasoning, Qi Yulong was not only determined to debunk this claim, but also invited the esteemed Xiao Zhangwo to join him. Qi Yulong aspired to leverage this opportunity to cement his reputation as a debunker, and inviting an authoritative figure would surely enhance his moment of glory. Thus, 2 individuals made their way to the factory. Upon arrival, Qi Yulong hurriedly exited the vehicle, supporting the roof with one hand while opening the door for Xiao Zhangwo with the other. He held great respect for Xiao Zhangwo, a professor from Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Xiao Zhangwo is quite a notable figure in the realm of science and technology, having nurtured numerous talented students who have become the backbone of various research projects. A renowned university professor of considerable repute, he would not simply lend his support to Qi Yulong for monetary gain. His willingness to accompany Qi to the factory stems from the fact that he learned Qi is merely an 18-year-old youth. Even if the mech design blueprint were fabricated, the sheer dedication of this young man, who perseveres in seclusion at such a desolate factory, is what Xiao values most. His visit is driven solely by a profound respect for the spirit of scientific inquiry, unrelated to Qi's invitation. Professor Xiao, we have arrived at the factory, Qi Yulong announced, obediently positioning himself behind Xiao. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xiao did not immediately proceed but instead surveyed the surroundings of the factory. The windows here were devoid of intact glass. The doors and frames were coated in a thick layer of rust, and the peeling paint revealed the dilapidated corrugated steel beneath. Even the roof bore several gaping holes. Jiangnan City is known for its summer monsoons. One could only imagine the deluge that would pour in through such openings. Furthermore, during the journey, Xiao had not encountered any restaurants or even a single shop. There were no bus stops or residential areas nearby, nor any entertainment venues. This raised a multitude of questions. Was this young man truly conducting research in such harsh conditions? How did he sustain himself? What would happen if he fell ill? With a sense of curiosity, Xiao pushed open the heavy iron gate. A pungent fishy odor assaulted his senses. Had the boy been consuming fish? There was also a lingering scent of motor oil. This place had evidently once served as an auto repair shop. Inside the factory, Qi Yulong quickly covered his nose and retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. He was unaware that a subtle smile had crept onto Xiao's lips. As a professor at a technological university, Xiao understood the implications of the acrid air. Approximately 6% of the oxygen in an arc-struck atmosphere transforms into ozone, which carries a sharp, fishy scent. Contrary to his prior imaginings of a simple production workshop, the heavy odor of ozone indicated frequent welding activities. This 18-year-old was not merely engaged in design, but was actively crafting something. The familiar scent of ozone evoked memories of Zhao's own youthful days spent immersed in machine research within the laboratory. The factory's somewhat pungent aroma was not unpleasant to him. In fact, he found it even more agreeable than the scent of perfume. Thus, he was quite enjoying the atmosphere. The lighting inside the factory was dim compared to the bright sunlight outside. After a few minutes, Chi Yulong removed his sunglasses, gradually acclimating to the interior light. He adjusted his shirt and tossed his hair, aware that today was pivotal for his aspirations and that he must present his best self. Meanwhile, within the factory, Zhang Su raised an eyebrow. Well, has that public intellectual finally arrived? Su Ming, unaware of the unfolding events, felt a twinge of displeasure upon seeing two unfamiliar faces. It was evident that once this place became publicized, its previous tranquility would be shattered. Only after hearing Zhang's explanation did Su Ming understand that the public intellectual was there to confront them. Was this not reminiscent of the antagonists often depicted in television dramas? It was astonishing to encounter such bizarre characters in real life. Zhang, observing Chi Yulong approaching, cautioned Su Ming, "Be prepared. Chi Yulong is bound to challenge you. Our audience, both in the live stream and at home, hopes you can refute him decisively." His remarks have been quite abrasive. Zhang articulated both her own sentiments and those of the viewers. However, the underlying message was clear. They all wished for the mech design blueprint to be genuine. The best way to counter someone like Chi Yulong was to dismantle their skepticism with irrefutable facts. Yet, even now, Zhang felt a pang of uncertainty. Despite not being an expert in the field, she understood that designing a mech was far more complex than constructing an aircraft carrier or a rocket. "Hello, Zhang reporter. And greetings to all the viewers. I am Chi Yulong, the so-called public intellectual," he began, acknowledging the somewhat derogatory label with a touch of amusement. "Though it carries a hint of negativity, I take pleasure in being referred to this way, for I prefer a dialectical approach to problem solving. As for this mech design blueprint, its authenticity is rather inconsequential. It is inherently fictitious. What truly matters is that we recognize the disparity between the Eaglehead Nation and the Dragon Nation. In Chi Yulong's view, the mech design was undoubtedly a fabrication. As a scholar, he possessed more knowledge than the average citizen, and thus, he was acutely aware that the Dragon Nation could not produce such a blueprint. In this world, only the Eaglehead Nation, which prided itself as the world's beacon, possessed that capability. Should a mech ever be successfully designed, it would unequivocally be attributed to the Eaglehead Nation. The notion of the Dragon Nation achieving such a feat was simply implausible, given the vast technological chasm that existed between the two nations, akin to an impassable chasm. Chapter 7. The Qing dynasty has been extinct for 107 years. Of course, he was not foolish enough to express these thoughts so bluntly. Acknowledging one's inferiority is not an act of folly. Recognizing reality is essential for progress, rather than clinging to grandiose dreams of supremacy. In fields beyond mech technology, it would take at least 800 years to catch up with the Eaglehead Nation. Chi Yulong's eloquence was commendable, as he adeptly positioned himself on the moral high ground from the outset. Finally, he addressed the camera with a flourish, stating, "Let me remind you, the Qing dynasty has been extinct for 107 years. This statement was intended to caution the audience against adopting a defeatist attitude reminiscent of the Qing era, to avoid living in the delusion of an era long past. He regarded the populace with a cold, inward laugh, perceiving them as a group of fools unable to grasp reality. At that moment, upon concluding his remarks, the audience in the live stream erupted in outrage. "What an absurd public intellectual. Clearly, he is a sycophant," they exclaimed. "If this were during the anti-Japanese war, he would be the first to betray his country." Indeed, it had been 107 years since the fall of the Qing dynasty, yet some still believed they were a nation subjugated and backward, oblivious to the fact that the Dragon Nation's GDP had risen to the second largest in the world. Could it be that someone genuinely believes we are 800 years behind the Eaglehead Nation? The viewers were incensed. This Chi Yulong, if he craves fame, we shall grant him infamy. The audience, already frustrated with his earlier remarks, found his blatant bias intolerable. The authenticity of the mech design blueprint had yet to be determined. Yet he had already set a negative narrative, asserting that everything domestic was inferior to foreign advancements. Such individuals were truly repugnant, exhibiting an inherent mindset of servitude. "The moon is rounder abroad, the air is sweeter abroad. How pitiful it is for you to have lived here for so long," they lamented. "Host, quickly shift the camera away. That face is utterly revolting." On the other side, Xiao Zhengguo was captivated by a bluish glow. Upon recognizing the vector engine, he instinctively recoiled, his complexion paling as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Although he felt no sensation of burning or discomfort, indicating that radiation levels were within safe limits, he could not fathom why a micronuclear fusion reactor would be present in this factory. Looking around, he suddenly recalled that this site had once been a nuclear research facility. A possibility struck him. This micronuclear fusion reactor must have been inadvertently left behind during the relocation of the research institute. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. Such a significant matter could hardly be overlooked. Even if it were initially missed, the researchers would undoubtedly conduct an investigation, as this pertains to a serious safety incident. Over 20 years ago, a news story emerged about a young man returning home from work who found a keychain along the way, unaware that it belonged to a construction crew and contained a highly radioactive source. Tragically, he was later hospitalized and underwent amputations of both legs and his left arm, ultimately passing away in 2019 at the tender age of 43. He even published a book titled The Chain of Life and Death. Moreover, in today's world, no nation possesses the capability to construct a nuclear fusion reactor. The nuclear power plants and atomic bombs we encounter in daily life operate on the principle of nuclear fission. While nuclear fission and nuclear fusion may seem similar at a glance, the intricate technologies they encompass cannot be explained in just a few weeks. However, this Vector Engine's energy device is indeed a nuclear fusion reactor. The first nation to successfully create a nuclear fusion reactor is the Dragon Nation. Tears of joy nearly brimmed in Xiao Zhengwo's eyes. The most crucial aspect is that this nuclear fusion reactor is shielded from radiation by some advanced technology. Xiao Zhengwo could hardly fathom how a space no larger than an egg could contain nuclear radiation. Subsequently, Xiao Zhengwo beheld astonishing equipment. These instruments and circuits formed a miniature particle collider. He could not suppress his excitement, and his body began to tremble. Meanwhile, at Su Ming's location, a reporter named Zhang asked, "Would you like some water?" "No, thank you," Su Ming replied, pouring himself a cup of hot tea. He then squinted at Qi Yulong's every action. Unperturbed by the barrage of comments from the live audience, Qi Yulong was entirely immersed in his elation. His wife and children at home, seated before the television, were undoubtedly witnessing his exceptional performance. Your expressions suggest disbelief in what I've just stated. If that is the case, let us examine this mecha design blueprint, so you can relinquish any doubts. Come, cameraman, give us a close-up shot. We know that the mecha comprises 12 systems, and identifying these 12 systems on such a small blueprint requires a magnifying glass. Saying this, Qi Yulong produced a magnifying glass from his pocket, which he had prepared beforehand. When the details were magnified, the authenticity of the mecha design blueprint would become clear to everyone, although he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of mecha knowledge. The artifice of crafting a fraudulent design blueprint was a trick long since mastered by magicians. It resembled distinguishing counterfeit currency, no matter how closely one mimics the real thing. Counterfeit bills remain fake, and discrepancies can always be detected in the details. At that moment, the hearts of the live audience were in their throats. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Zhang Su and the media reporters present focused intently on Qi Yulong's hand holding the magnifying glass. Cameraman, bring the lens in even closer. Move with my hand. So the viewers in the live stream and those at home can clearly see that this mecha design blueprint is merely a child's folly, Qi Yulong stated emphatically. However, his expression suddenly froze. The magnifying glass revealed a dense array of tiny text. Each character was even finer than a strand of hair. What could have possibly produced such small writing? Surely, no tool exists that can achieve such precision worldwide. Just how small were these characters? Under the magnifying glass, Qi Yulong struggled to decipher them. The comments in the live stream skyrocketed. Wow, this segment appears to be text, but it is not. This is evidently another design blueprint. How is this possible? Does his vision possess a built-in magnification feature? I wonder if you've noticed. This design blueprint is entirely hand-drawn. Amazing, this young man is impressive. Now we can ascertain the authenticity of this mecha design blueprint. Although the audience could not comprehend the intricate codes in the drawings, they could recognize the interwoven lines. It was akin to a minuscule chip integrating countless semiconductors. Chapter 8. A prank. It must be a prank. Qi Yulong's expression was one of utter disbelief. His hand holding the magnifying glass trembled, his eyes wide with astonishment. His expression shifted from shock to awe, then to skepticism, and finally to amazement. A veritable roller coaster of emotions. The intense feelings arose from his realization that the magnification was insufficient. He required a more powerful magnifying glass to discern the details clearly. A profound unease gripped him. Coupled with a sudden possibility that crossed his mind, this design blueprint had been rendered under a microscope by Su Ming. Furthermore, many symbols within the drawing exceeded his comprehension. He, who prided himself on being a scholarly influencer, could not fully recognize them. A prank. It must be a prank. Qi Yulong felt a surge of malice. I absolutely refuse to believe that you could have drawn this. It must be computer-generated. His face turned ashen, his chest tight with frustration, as he adamantly asserted this claim. His conviction stemmed from a rather simplistic rationale. There exists no pin fine enough in the world. The font exceeding the magnification of a standard magnifying glass would necessitate a pin tip finer than a needle's point by a third. Qi Yulong was genuinely losing his grip on reality. What on earth is happening? Could it be that he truly created this mecha design blueprint? Yet, considering that they were live, Qi Yulong steadied himself, calmly contemplating his next move. In such moments, maintaining composure was paramount. The predicament he faced was precarious. Mishandling it could lead to irreparable damage to his reputation. Stay calm, he reminded himself with a deep breath. Dear viewers, allow me to pose a simple question. Who can hand-draw such fine lines? Even the most advanced printing technology today might not achieve it. This young man named Su Ming, in his cleverness, has inadvertently exposed the greatest flaw in his forgery. Qi Yulong finally grasped the tenuous rationale to regain some semblance of credibility. The audience in the live stream fell into a hushed silence. This mecha design blueprint indeed exceeded the current technological capabilities of humanity. Since its authenticity could not be substantiated, one could conversely deduce that this mecha design blueprint must be a fabrication. Qi Yulong placed the magnifying glass aside and straightened his posture. This gesture signaled to the audience that the blueprint was a sham, unworthy of further scrutiny. If you still harbor doubts, we can invite Professor Xiao from the University of Science and Technology to personally authenticate this mecha design blueprint. Qi Yulong scanned the surroundings, furrowing his brow. Where is Professor Xiao? It was only then that Qi Yulong realized Xiao Zhangwo was not with him. At that moment, Xiao Zhangwo ventured deeper into the factory. Resembling a curious child exploring a treasure trove of cutting-edge technological products, the factory's elongated design prompted him to halt midway. As a prominent authority in the scientific community, Xiao Zhangwo had previously encountered miniature nuclear fusion reactors and particle colliders. Unless presented with something extraordinarily unique, he would not linger. However, the myriad of small innovations and gadgets in this factory was overwhelming, sufficient to host an entire high-tech exhibition. Before him lay a small open area, though to describe it as empty would not be entirely accurate. In this extraordinary space, all items levitate gracefully, rotating softly in midair. There lies a pot, a kettle, a set of bowls and chopsticks, and a cutting board with knives. Is this a kitchen? Xiao Zhangwo also observed several large cabbages and tomatoes, suspended amidst droplets of water, stirring his excitement anew. This is a zero-gravity environment. It is undeniably a realm of weightlessness. Xiao Zhangwo experienced a remarkable revelation. His exhilaration stemmed from the fact that such a condition exists solely in outer space. To create a microgravity state on Earth, one can only employ high-altitude military aircraft, which ascend to a certain height before diving and then climbing again, thereby generating a brief period of weightlessness within the cabin. This method is how astronauts from various countries are primarily trained. However, this technique can only sustain weightlessness for mere seconds and is exceedingly costly. To construct a small-scale zero-gravity space merely for the purpose of storing utensils seems an utter waste. It is akin to cradling a priceless piece of blue and white porcelain and using it to boil water. Xiao Zhangwo found such behavior incomprehensible. Yet, reflecting on the young boy capable of creating such an astonishing invention, his peculiar actions seemed somewhat justified. It is a well-established fact that geniuses often exhibit eccentric traits. Should this technology be applied to our national space program, it could cultivate a plethora of outstanding astronauts within 3 years. Determined, Xiao Zhangwo resolved to communicate with the 18-year-old youth shortly, hoping to offer this technology to the nation. Days later, when Xiao Zhangwo inquired about Su Ming's purpose in developing this zero-gravity space, Su Ming merely explained, "There are too many cockroaches in the factory. This is to prevent them." Nearby, Xiao Zhangwo discovered a remote control, evidently modified, with the body of a television remote. After studying it for a while, he finally learned how to operate it. Astonishingly, the volume button could adjust the strength of the gravitational field. Increasing the volume signified greater gravity, while decreasing it indicated less. How marvelous! The elderly man, in his twilight years, laughed joyfully like a child who had found a beloved toy. Strangely, in addition to pots and pans, a helmet also floated in the air. Observing the helmet closely, he noted it had a bamboo dragonfly attached, neither resembling a fighter pilot's helmet nor a construction worker's hard hat. Xiao Zhangwo felt as if he had seen this helmet somewhere before, yet he could not recall where. Just as he was about to retrieve the peculiar helmet, he heard Qi Yulong's voice behind him. "Professor Xiao, there you are. I've been searching for you." To validate the authenticity of the mecha design blueprint, Qi Yulong had specifically invited Xiao Zhangwo Representing authority, Xiao Jiangwo's authentication would ensure the success of this counterfeit operation. The headlines tomorrow would undoubtedly ignite a surge of media attention. And attention is the lifeblood of public figures. Only with it can one monetize and attract advertisements. The reputation of a counterfeit guardian was within his grasp. Qi Yulong grew increasingly excited, oblivious to the changes in Xiao Jiangwo's demeanor. Let us go? I wish to personally meet that young man. Xiao Jiangwo chose the word meet rather than see. Chapter 9. Is this not the delivery boy's helmet? Qi Yulong also beheld the zero-gravity space, yet subconsciously regarded it as a mere illusion, thus experiencing far less shock than Xiao Jiangwo. Isn't this the delivery boy's helmet? Look, it even has a bamboo dragonfly on top. Haha. Professor Xiao, this young man designs mechas while moonlighting as a delivery boy. What a hard worker. Qi Yulong laughed heartily, reaching into the gravitational space to retrieve the helmet, shaking it in his hands. The reporters outside were undoubtedly curious about his identity. This helmet would serve as the most compelling evidence. How amusing it would be to reveal that it belonged to a delivery boy. Xiao Jiangwo was taken aback by Qi Yulong's reckless actions and attempted to halt him, but it was too late. The interior of the helmet faced Xiao Jiangwo, allowing him to discern its intricate details. Countless diodes and chips illuminated like a starry universe. A web of densely packed wires inhabited the helmet, with electrical signals coursing through the fine strands. Qi Yulong suddenly placed the helmet upon his head, intending to appear before the live audience in a bid to humiliate Su Ming. He heard Xiao Jiangwo's urgent warning to stop. Professor Xiao, what is wrong? Qi Yulong inquired. Puzzled. This helmet is not right. Something is very wrong. Professor, please save me. Qi Yulong's body convulsed as if he were having a seizure, rolling his eyes and drooling uncontrollably. The helmet was indeed a control system for some machinery. Once donned, the wearer's brainwaves would automatically connect with the device. Qi Yulong, having received no professional training, had recklessly worn the helmet, causing a rejection of his consciousness that could render him a fool. Someone save him. Xiao Jiangwo grasped the helmet strap, pulling outward unsuccessfully. The static electricity clung tightly to Qi Yulong's head, and despite several attempts, he could not remove it. However, it was in this close proximity that he noticed a label affixed to the helmet. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock. First-generation mecha, floating neural connection controller. This seemingly ordinary yellow delivery helmet had been transformed into the core control device of a mecha. Of course, the mecha. In that instant, Xiao Jiangwo recalled Qi Yulong mentioning several times during their journey that the young man had drawn a design blueprint for a mecha. Could it be? That 18-year-old boy not only created the design, but also constructed a physical mecha? Simultaneously, Su Ming, poised to sip tea, felt the liquid in his cup suddenly slosh and spill. The entire factory began to tremble. Zhang Su and the reporters present sensed the ground shaking, reminiscent of an earthquake, albeit not excessively strong. If an earthquake truly occurred, there would be a seismic report on their phones. Zhang Su hastily retrieved her phone, noticing that the signal bars had plummeted from full to 1, and then completely lost signal. The cameramen beside her similarly discovered their phones had lost signal. The live broadcast was forcibly interrupted. What on earth was happening? Why had the phone signal abruptly ceased? At that moment, Su Ming set down his teacup and stood, frowning slightly. I told you not to move. Wait here, I will check inside. I'll go with you, Zhang Su volunteered. Su Ming remained silent, striding swiftly into the factory. Then I shall take your silence as agreement. Zhang Su followed closely behind with the cameraman, insisting they switch to DV recording mode. Since live streaming was impossible, they would record instead. What secrets lay hidden within the factory? At the headquarters of Longwa Television, the staff in the news studio were the first to notice the signal anomaly. The live broadcast had been interrupted due to signal issues, and they promptly reported it to their superiors. Within a minute, the barrage of comments in the live chat exploded. Viewers were exceedingly displeased with the abrupt cessation of the broadcast, flooding the comments with demands for a replay. They had all been eagerly awaiting Professor Xiao Jiangwo's authentication of the mecha design blueprint, and the sudden interruption would leave anyone discontented. In the director's office, several television station executives were urgently convened for a meeting. Each of you must have received the notification on your phones. Just a few minutes ago, a magnitude 10.1 earthquake struck, with its epicenter located on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. I am deeply concerned for the safety of the live broadcast team, led by reporter Zhang Su, as they have suddenly lost contact. Given the gravity of the situation, the station has decided to activate a Level 4 emergency response mechanism, immediately coordinating with local rescue teams for assistance. At the same time, I will lead the second live broadcast team to Jiangnan City for on-site reporting. Upon hearing the director's words, the executives grasped the severity of the matter. their emotions tinged with an inexplicable tension. The director's expression was grave. "It is imperative that I personally attend, as the situation at the epicenter remains unclear. According to the latest internal information from the Earthquake Bureau, this is not an ordinary earthquake." The director's voice grew unusually somber as he spoke. The headquarters of the Earthquake Bureau in Longhua convened an emergency meeting, attended by the most experienced and highest-ranking experts, with an attendance mandate for all specialists. Professors and experts engaged in field studies or academic exchanges across the country were also required to halt their work and participate in the video conference. Typically, natural earthquakes are caused by the rupture and sliding of underground rocks, evidenced by inconsistencies in the initial P-wave readings received by seismic stations from different directions, some indicating compression, others expansion. However, in the recent magnitude 10.1 earthquake in Jiangnan City, all seismic stations recorded only compressive initial P-waves. This unequivocally confirms that the earthquake was induced by a controlled underground nuclear explosion. The chief engineer of the Earthquake Bureau furrowed his brow, revealing shocking information. While other countries might secretly conduct underground nuclear tests, the occurrence of such an event within our territory is perplexing. If such an experiment were indeed taking place, the Earthquake Bureau, being a core confidential unit, would have been promptly notified by higher authorities. Furthermore, Jiangnan City is a densely populated area. It would be inconceivable to conduct an underground nuclear test there, had it not been for the absence of air raid alarms. The experts would have even suspected a nuclear war had broken out. Yet, this was not the most astonishing news. Let us examine the satellite images captured from the scene. The lights in the room dimmed as the projector powered on. Chapter 10. You have wasted a nuclear bomb. The screen displayed a satellite image taken from outer space, revealing the buildings at the epicenter in Jiangnan City. The heart rates of all experts in attendance quickened. This was indeed a magnitude 10.1 earthquake. The epicenter was not far from Jiangnan City, and the resulting casualties and property damage would be incalculable. Every expert held their breath, scrutinizing the satellite photo. This satellite, designated for monitoring geological and meteorological disasters, is specifically designed to capture conditions in disaster-stricken areas, with a resolution of 0.5 meters. It can even clearly depict the occupants of a small car on the ground. The experts' brows deepened further, not due to the severity of the destruction in Jiangnan City, but rather because Jiangnan City showed no signs of impact whatsoever. In fact, within a 100-kilometer radius of the epicenter, there had been no incidents of disaster. This was exceedingly strange. A magnitude 10.1 earthquake had not affected the local populace in any way. This anomaly was the true reason for convening all the experts for this meeting. As observed, aside from communication disruptions, the earthquake had not triggered any disasters. A highly improbable occurrence unfolding before our eyes. Chief Engineer, what on earth is happening? Is the earthquake monitoring system malfunctioning? A young expert, unable to contain his confusion, questioned. He simply could not fathom how a magnitude 10.1 earthquake could possess no destructive force. The chief engineer paused in silence, once again gazing at the satellite image. The seismic waves generated by the magnitude 10.1 earthquake had been confined to an exceedingly narrow point by a force beyond our understanding. The satellite image was magnified once more. Through computer analysis, we confirmed that this point is situated in an abandoned industrial park on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Simultaneously, seismic monitoring centers worldwide detected this peculiar earthquake in Longhua. There was no official explanation from Longhua, and people around the globe sought to uncover the truth of what had transpired. On social media platforms such as Twitter and Facebook, speculation surged regarding Longhua's secret weapon neutralizing the magnitude 10.1 earthquake, igniting fervent discussions and conjectures among citizens of various nations. Just as the world sought answers, the protagonist responsible for this astounding earthquake was crouched on the ground in a state of panic. Qi Yulong clutched a trash can, having been violently ill for some time. Moments ago, upon donning the helmet, he had lost consciousness, his head feeling as though it might explode. Fortunately, the yellow helmet, resembling one worn by delivery personnel, was swiftly removed by Su Ming, who had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he would have faced a dire fate. Su Ming placed the yellow helmet back into the zero-gravity area, allowing it to float once more. The continuous tremors beneath his feet ceased. The flickering incandescent bulbs overhead stabilized and regained their brightness. Zhang Su observed as the indicator light on her phone shifted from red to green, indicating that signal strength had returned to normal. In fact, the entire Jiangnan City region, previously without signal, had restored normal communication. However, with the restoration of signal, all present received urgent notifications about the occurrence of a magnitude 10.1 earthquake in Jiangnan City. How odd. The report claims that Jiangnan City just experienced a massive earthquake. A magnitude 10. One quake seems exaggerated. Is my phone malfunctioning? One reporter remarked, confused. I received the same news, but the tremors felt rather mild, akin to the sensation of ascending in an elevator. The journalists exchanged puzzled glances at their phones. With the signal restored, they could resume live broadcasting. Anxious viewers waiting at the other end of the live stream began to flood the comments section, expressing their concern for safety. Oh no, are you still alive? The news says there's been a major earthquake where you are. Hurry, get out of there. The unfolding situation reminded me of the Wenchuan earthquake in 2008, when several friends I was gaming with suddenly disconnected, only for me to later learn they had experienced a magnitude 8. One quake. Thank goodness, you're all safe. Are you alright, Anchor? You've worried us sick. The most concerned were those enthusiastic viewers who had been engrossed in the live broadcast when it abruptly cut off. Fearing calamity had struck. When the broadcast resumed, the viewers' anxiety lifted. In contrast to Qi Yulong's harrowing escape from danger, Professor Xiao Jiangwo from the Science and Technology University was utterly astonished by the events transpiring before him. This was also his first time witnessing the factory's owner, Su Ming. Up close, the young man appeared somewhat slender, yet his gaze was resolute, defying his 18 years and resembling someone in their early 20s. What surprised Xiao Jiangwo even more was Su Ming's adeptness in maneuvering the yellow helmet moments ago, indicating his profound familiarity with high-tech products. This further implied that Su Ming was not just the owner of these machines, but likely their creator as well. Zhang, are you all looking at your phones? Is something significant occurring? Su Ming broke the silence in the room. Indeed, haven't you received any news on your phone? Zhang Su replied, momentarily taken aback. I don't have a phone. In this era, it is astonishing that there are still individuals who do not utilize mobile phones. After opening the news about the earthquake, he handed his phone to Su Ming. Upon finishing the article, Su Ming fell into a deep contemplation. The seismic waves of magnitude 101 had been detected. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling in Su Ming's mind at that moment. He sat with his arms crossed, his gaze somewhat distant. The news broadcast concluded for the day, and he informed them that it was time for them to leave, for this was not a place for them to linger. Faced with Su Ming's direct expulsion order, Zhang Su was reluctant to depart in such a defeated manner. The purpose of their visit was to uncover secrets. To this point, not only had they failed in their mission, but the entire situation had taken an even more bizarre turn. Moreover, the authenticity of that mech design blueprint remained unverified, and the viewers in the live stream were eagerly awaiting the opportunity to confront the public intellectuals. Su Ming, on behalf of the 50 million viewers in the live stream, I implore you to allow us a few more minutes for an interview, she said, adopting a pitiful expression. I will grant you 10 minutes. Remember, do not touch anything within the factory. If anything untoward occurs again, do not blame me for failing to assist. Su Ming laid down his terms. The live broadcast was permitted, interviews were allowed, and taking photographs was acceptable, but any meddling would lead to significant trouble. Just like this earthquake. This was no ordinary earthquake. It was a subterranean nuclear explosion. Due to Qi Yulong's earlier action of donning the helmet, it had inadvertently triggered the detonation of a nuclear device underground. Had it not been to conceal another colossal secret, Su Ming would have informed Qi Yulong that he had squandered a nuclear bomb. Chapter 11. Cosmic Wormholes. When Qi Yulong and Xiao Jiangwo followed Zhang Su to identify the mech design blueprint, Su Ming found himself alone. He gently waved his hand, causing a holographic projection to materialize in the zero-gravity space, showcasing the real-time dynamics of the subterranean chemical factory. Green lines in the shape of chimneys outlined the spatial temporal coordinates of the underground, revealing a cosmic wormhole. At that moment, the distorted lines were in utter chaos, devoid of order, indicating that the hidden wormhole had been compromised. Within the wormhole, a creature, depicted with orange-red lines, was thrashing about. Although the holographic projection was scaled down, indicating that the creature was not immensely large, the accompanying scale revealed that it stood an astonishing 100 meters tall and weighed nearly 3,000 tons. The beast clawed and roared, attempting to break free from the wormhole, yet above it stood a mech warrior outlined in black lines. The mech warrior stood resolutely, its height and stature rivaling that of the creature. It was this mech warrior that restrained the monster's upward charge within the confined wormhole. Otherwise, it would have already breached the surface and wreaked havoc upon the Earth. The first-generation unmanned mech, DX Black Knight. Every time Su Ming laid eyes on it, he felt a profound sense of respect. His fingers glided over the screen, accessing the weaponry system parameters of the Black Knight. The number of micro-nuclear bombs remaining, 10. Su Ming furrowed his brow. The DX Black Knight, having been modified, possessed full automation capabilities, and was equipped with 99 micronuclear warheads, dispatched to intercept threats within the wormhole. In the mere span of 3 years, only 10 warheads remained. Each time the creature was subdued by a nuclear bomb, it would quiet down for a week or two, but now it was becoming increasingly active. Su Ming suspected that the creature was evolving, its resistance to nuclear attacks growing stronger. Closing the holographic projection, Su Ming turned his gaze back to the yellow helmet. The delivery worker's helmet was, in fact, the control system for the DX Black Knight, officially known as the Floating Neuron Connection Controller. Originally, Su Ming had crafted the yellow helmet to conceal his intentions. However, Qi Yulong, in his reckless pursuit of exposing the truth, had unwittingly triggered the rejection mechanism upon wearing it. The control system could only recognize Su Ming's authorization. When a stranger forcibly donned it, the rejection mechanism would unleash an electrical assault on the wearer's brain. Simultaneously, the DX Black Knight within the wormhole was affected, misfiring a nuclear bomb, which resulted in the catastrophic 101-level earthquake. Yet, according to logic, the shockwave from the nuclear explosion within the wormhole should have been absorbed entirely by the energy barrier. After absorption, the energy barrier would disrupt the geomagnetic field, creating a temporary ionosphere, which also explained the signal disruption in the entire Jiangnan city. However, this time an anomalous reaction occurred. The shockwave, weakened by the energy barrier, leaked from the wormhole, causing slight tremors on the surface, which were detected by the seismic monitoring station. The weakening of the energy barrier indicated that the wormhole would increasingly destabilize, ultimately collapsing into a larger wormhole. If that were to happen, the number of creatures attempting to breach Earth would not be limited to just one. Su Ming realized the gravity of the situation. After traversing to Earth, the initial task set by the system was to utilize the DX Black Knight to seal the wormhole located beneath this factory, thwarting the onslaught of interstellar monsters on Earth. The DX Black Knight was the system's starter gift. After this, acquiring new mech warriors would rely solely on his own ingenuity. Su Ming opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming age, 18 background, transmigrator title, future savior knowledge, first-generation mech manufacturing technology main quest, defend world peace. Repel the invasion of interstellar monsters. Side quest, utilize existing materials on Earth to develop the first-generation mech. Tip, completing quests will yield substantial rewards. As the nuclear warheads of the DX Black Knight were depleted, it became imperative to swiftly manufacture a new mech to assume its responsibilities. For the lifespan of the DX Black Knight was also drawing to a close. Su Ming's gaze grew increasingly profound. Meanwhile, in the factory hall, the identification work for the mech design blueprint commenced. Over 50 million viewers in the live stream, and over 1 billion citizens before their televisions anxiously followed the developments within the chemical factory, seemingly oblivious to the recent occurrence of a 101-level super earthquake. The moment of witnessing miracles had arrived. I believe that this young man named Su Ming had designed a mech blueprint that would astonish the world. Su Ming, you are my idol. I wish to bear your offspring. The public intellectual's countenance turned pale, perhaps out of guilt. With my century of expertise, I can assert without a doubt that this is indeed the genuine mech design blueprint. The live stream's comments exploded with excitement once more. As the broadcast returned to normalcy, the viewers who had exited the stream began to trickle back in, and soon the online participation and ratings shattered previous records. I recognize this elder. He is Professor Xiao Jiangwo from Jiangnan City University of Science and Technology. With this esteemed expert taking charge, we eagerly anticipate the public intellectual facing the consequences. This public intellectual has a pack of sycophants backing him, which is truly infuriating. I hope this mech design blueprint awakens them to the reality that our dragon nation is rising. Yes, the dragon soars in the sky, and the slumbering lion of the east awakens. The viewer's enthusiasm was ignited, naturally uplifting Zhang Su's spirits. Professor Xiao, you are a renowned expert both domestically and internationally. We entrust this identification to you. Of course, the 18-year-old prodigy, dedicated to scientific research, has distanced himself from urban life and crowds, secluding himself in this remote factory. I am astonished and admiring of his focus and self-discipline, especially when I heard him say he had no mobile phone. Before transcending into this parallel world, Su Ming had been a top student, hailed as the foremost child prodigy of the 21st century. During his middle school years, he completed the high school curriculum, and thus, upon graduating from the 3rd year of middle school, he directly participated in the independent admissions examinations of Peking University and Tsinghua University, subsequently receiving acceptance letters from both esteemed institutions. This essentially meant that he would not need to squander 3 additional years in high school, transitioning directly from a middle school student to a university student. However, on his way to report to university, he was involved in a car accident. His secret to success, apart from his innate talent, lay in his remarkable self-discipline. The distractions of his mobile phone consumed a significant amount of his time and energy for research, and he was also obligated to answer calls from friends, classmates, teachers, and relatives, which was undeniably bothersome. Hence, his habit of abstaining from using a mobile phone has persisted to this day. Zhang Su cast a glance at the still-dazed Qi Yulong. Professor Xiao, we have provided the necessary testing equipment. Shall we commence? It is indeed an honor. Chapter 12. The birth of such a young prodigy is truly a blessing for Long Kingdom. Firstly, the mech warrior's right shoulder was equipped with a large laser-type weapon, while it held a pistol in its left hand, and a physical weapon dagger was sheathed at its waist. Media reporters aimed their mobile phone cameras and video cameras at Xiao Zhengwo, for as an authoritative expert, his words carried substantial credibility. More importantly, Xiao Zhengwo was able to decipher the intricate blueprints, providing the audience with insights into the design principles, which ensured the best possible live broadcast effect. Otherwise, inundating the viewers with a pile of cold parameters and data would render the broadcast ineffectual and lacking in purpose. Undoubtedly, this population census has truly hit the mark. Historical censuses have never garnered the popularity and effectiveness of this one, provoking widespread public interest and impact. It can be said that this census will be prominently featured in future historical texts, sung about by generations to come. With this thought, Zhang Su felt increasingly exhilarated. Being a witness to such a pivotal moment in history is a coveted honor for all media professionals. Having examined the exterior, we now turn our attention to the internal systems. As the mech warrior must confront various complex situations, the software system is of utmost importance, serving as the core of the mech. To facilitate a smooth assessment, the props team urgently borrowed a high-magnification magnifying glass from the city. Utilizing this magnifying glass, Xiao Zhengwo swiftly completed the identification of the software system. Ultimately, the mech design blueprint actually depicted 2 mech warriors. Aside from sharing a common body, the other mech warrior wielded a long sword. Its limbs were delicate, and it was equipped with flight assistance apparatus on its back. Thus, this singular design blueprint has conceived 2 mech warriors, one for ground combat and the other for aerial engagements, which is truly ingenious. As Xiao Zhengwo concluded his explanation, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, akin to discovering a treasure, and his voice began to tremble with excitement. The design prowess of a world-class master and the systematic layout achievable only by the most elite scientists resembled a flawless work of art. Indeed, it was an unparalleled masterpiece. What astonished Xiao Zhengwo even more was that these 2 mechs had ample additional space reserved for future upgrade modules, reflecting foresight not merely for the present, but also for the future. Such extraordinary design capability can only be deemed perfect. Xiao Zhengwo lifted his head to deliver the final conclusion. After assessment, Su Ming's hand-drawn design indeed represented a mech warrior. Zhang Su displayed a relieved and sweet smile, giving a thumbs up to Su Ming, while the other reporters present applauded and cheered for him. The live broadcast's comments and props soared, and the audience erupted with joy. Viewers watching from home celebrated this moment. From this point onward, the Long Kingdom has birthed a mech design blueprint. The Long Kingdom will become the first nation in the world to design mechs. Meanwhile, Qi Yulong had lost his earlier spirited demeanor. He drooped his head, looking dejected and out of place amidst the surrounding jubilant atmosphere. His desperate attempts to prove Su Ming a fraud, hoping to ascend the heights of honor atop Su Ming's downfall, had instead rendered him a mere stepping stone, a complete laughingstock. His reputation lay in tatters. Qi Yulong felt a burning shame on his cheeks, wishing he could vanish into thin air. How could this be possible? Why has the Long Kingdom succeeded in what the Eaglehead Nation could not achieve? This 18-year-old youth must possess extraordinary talent to have created such a remarkable entity. Even more awe-inspiring was that in the face of applause and cheers, the young man merely offered a gentle smile, his gaze remaining pure and untainted, devoid of arrogance or self-satisfaction. Was he truly just an 18-year-old boy? Any child of his age would likely go wild with joy upon achieving such feats. Even an adult would struggle to maintain his composure. This is an unparalleled mech design blueprint, capable of rewriting the future landscape of the world. I must say, what became of the individual who claimed that once the Long Kingdom designed a mech, they would perform a handstand live? The stage is yours. 1 design blueprint. 2 mech warrior models. Such exceptional design capability is indeed terrifying. I eagerly await the day when the first two mechs will be simultaneously produced. A new youthful idol has emerged. This individual, named Su Ming, is the idol of our youth. As a titan in the realm of technology, Xiao Zhengwo possesses a deeper understanding of this. Since the last century, various nations have embarked on research into mech warriors. However, due to the limitations of existing technological levels, the creations produced could only be termed robots, remaining far from the concept of true mech warriors. Moreover, a critical issue lies in the vulnerable joints of these large robots, which become a fatal weakness. Their colossal size increases vulnerability to missile and rocket attacks, and should these fragile joints sustain damage, the robot would be rendered inoperative. From a practicality standpoint, armored vehicles, tanks, and drone technologies possess far broader prospects compared to mech technology. Thus, the root cause of the limitations on mech warrior development lies in technology, particularly in the realm of armor materials. Yet, Su Ming's design blueprint flawlessly integrates the most advanced technologies from various countries and fields, pioneeringly employing a new type of alloy material known as space metal, boasting a defensive capability 20 times greater than depleted uranium armor. What does 20 times mean? When a conventional shell strikes the surface of a mech, it feels akin to a mere tickle. Even the most advanced cruise missiles would only be effective if they struck critical areas, such as the cockpit or power source. Otherwise, the mech remains invincible, capable of sweeping all opposition aside. Truth be told, Xiao Zhengwo himself struggled to comprehend that material formula, as it was overly lengthy and complex, necessitating the presence of dozens of scientists to verify it simultaneously. Nonetheless, the many technologies embedded within this blueprint are already extraordinarily impressive, with numerous advancements that even the Long Kingdom has yet to achieve, predominantly held by the Eaglehead Nation. With this mech design blueprint, numerous critical and core areas in military industry will witness unprecedented advancements. The respect in Xiao Zhengwo's gaze towards Su Ming was palpable. He was truly a national treasure, a singular genius of unparalleled caliber. One can foresee his future to be resplendent and glorious. The birth of such a youth is indeed a blessing for the Long Kingdom. Chapter 13. A name reflecting the spirit of the Long Kingdom. Zhang Su observed the passionately enthusiastic comments from the live stream audience, prompting a question. Su Ming, on behalf of the viewers in the live stream, I would like to ask you a question. The creation of these two mechs is only a matter of time, and everyone desires a name that embodies the spirit of the Long Kingdom, as all the mechs depicted in films have traditionally borne foreign names. What name do you intend to choose? A name imbued with the essence of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming has yet to ponder this matter. These two mech warriors, with complementary functions that enhance one another, might as well be named Heibai Wuchang. Heibai Wuchang, a splendid name, one black and one white, symbolizing our traditional yin and yang. It is indeed a remarkable name. Su Ming has thus bestowed names upon the two mechs. As the designer, he is undoubtedly the most qualified to name these mech warriors. Zhang Su glanced at her watch. 10 minutes had just elapsed, marking the nearing conclusion of this live broadcast. Su Ming had previously stated that he would only grant 10 minutes. Now, the image of Su Ming in her eyes has transformed from that of a frail youth to one of increasing stature, poise, and an air of mystery. While she was pleasantly surprised by this live broadcast, Zhang Su felt a tinge of regret for not uncovering all of Su Ming's secrets. However, it was evident that no one could compel Su Ming to reveal his secrets. A prodigy of his caliber, his fame henceforth would eclipse that of even the most renowned stars. Just as Zhang Su was preparing to conclude the live broadcast, Professor Xiao Zhengwo made a bold decision. He approached Su Ming and extended a sincere invitation. In front of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast and on television, he stated, Su Ming, as a lifelong honorary professor and vice president of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, I formally invite you to serve as a guest professor at our institution. In addition to enjoying the same benefits as other professors, our university will also provide you with a laboratory and research funding, ensuring you can engage in research without any concerns. Will you accept? These conditions exceeded Professor Xiao Zhengwo's authority, yet faced with a genius like Su Ming, he was willing to persuade the other leaders of the university to grant him such privileges, even at the risk of his own position. Professor Xiao had confidence, for the mech design blueprints were more persuasive than anything else. Alternatively, any research product from this factory would suffice to showcase Su Ming's exceptional talent. Of course, intuition played a vital role. It told him that the young man before him was trustworthy. Jiangnan University of Science and Technology boasts a reputation in the fields of science and engineering that rivals Tsinghua, Peking, and Zhejiang universities, well known both domestically and internationally. Becoming a professor at this esteemed university would command respect wherever one went. It could be said that every professor at this institution holds significant renown. Thus, the title itself is a mark of high honor. Therefore, when Professor Xiao Jiangwo extended this invitation, both Zhang Su and the reporters present were taken aback. Zhang Su had anticipated that Professor Xiao would invite Su Ming to join the university's elite program for young geniuses, but instead, he invited him to become a professor. This was indeed remarkable. As far as she knew, the minimum qualification for a professor at the university was a graduate degree, and many had struggled and exhausted all connections only to fail in their attempts to gain admission. Just recently, there was news that a senior faculty member at the university had not achieved a professorship even upon retirement. Thus, the difficulty of becoming a professor at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology was clear. Moreover, what astonished Zhang Su the most was Su Ming's age. Should he accept, he would set a new record as the youngest university professor in history. Not only Zhang Su but the vast audience in the live broadcast was equally stunned. The faculty members, both young and middle-aged, at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology were equally shocked. As news of Professor Xiao Jiangwo's invitation spread, a group of young and middle-aged faculty members converged upon the president's office. Professor Xiao Jiangwo, as vice president, was accompanied by the esteemed president of the university, an elderly gentleman of high repute. The president tapped his fingers on the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. Over 30 faculty members stood in 3 orderly rows, eagerly awaiting the president's response. Their singular aim was to persuade the president to intervene and prevent Professor Xiao Jiangwo from appointing Su Ming as a guest professor. The president silenced the live broadcast on his phone and smiled kindly at the assembly. I understand your feelings. You wish to uphold the prestige of the professorship at our university. Many among you have not been promoted for over a decade, and in your hearts, the title of professor represents the utmost honor. This is commendable. However, let us not forget the purpose of appointing professors at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. It is not merely to secure additional allowances or to elevate our status in the eyes of others. Our aim is to cultivate talent, pursue knowledge, and drive research innovation. The president's words resonated deeply, both earnest and striking. To return to the matter at hand, you have all witnessed Su Ming's live broadcast. He presented the designs for the mech. You must be aware of how desperately the nation craves advancements in mech technology. Mech technology, akin to the internet revolution of the 21st century, has the potential to reshape the world. If you believe such a talent is unworthy of a professorship at our university, then who among you is deserving? I, along with Professor Xiao, certainly do not consider ourselves worthy. With that, the president resumed the live broadcast, observing the composed youth on screen, increasingly satisfied, as if seeing his daughter bring home her fiancé for the first time. Moreover, if you closely scrutinize the broadcast, you will notice that from the outset, Su Ming displayed remarkable composure in response to Professor Xiao's invitation. Do you understand what this signifies? The president raised his gaze, locking eyes with a middle-aged woman in her 40s. As our university's esteemed psychologist, would you kindly analyze this for us? The middle-aged woman cleared her throat. In truth, there is little to analyze. You have already articulated the essence, President. I observed the broadcast, and he exhibited extreme calmness, showcasing exceptional psychological resilience. It appears that this young man named Su Ming was never truly swayed by Professor Xiao Jiangwo's offer. In fact, the title of guest professor at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology seems to hold no allure for him. What we deem most precious, he may not even regard with interest. It is indeed humbling that we are here fretting over the potential devaluation of the professorship. After concluding her remarks, the middle-aged woman was the first to leave the president's office, while the remaining members lingered in uncertainty. Was it truly the case that the title of professor at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology held no appeal for him? Chapter 14. The true essence of education is great and sacred. Suddenly, a cacophony of cheers erupted from outside the window. A group of young and middle-aged faculty members pressed the elderly president, while the students of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology had already organized celebrations. The vibrant youth always respond swiftly. Within student organizations, clubs, and various academic groups, news of Professor Xiao Jiangwo's invitation to Su Ming to become a guest professor had spread like wildfire. The 18-year-old prodigy who designed mech warriors might become a professor at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, and, perhaps one day, stand before them as their mentor. This is an inspiring exemplar, a true idol. Soon, the remaining individuals in the president's office began to lower their heads and depart. They felt the weight of shame from the students' exuberance and were captivated by Su Ming's undeniable charm. Once the last faculty member exited, the president rose and closed the office door. He watched the broadcast with keen interest. What is positive energy? This is positive energy. The president sent a message to Professor Xiao Jiangwo. Any conditions proposed by Su Ming that we can fulfill, let us not refuse. We must spare no effort to secure him for our university. For a talent like Su Ming, the president was resolute in his commitment. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated factory. Upon receiving the information from the former principal, Xiao Jiangwo understood immediately. With the former principal's support, he could be more proactive in persuading Su Ming to join the university as a professor. Su Ming, I implore you to seriously consider my request. Jiangnan University of Science and Technology eagerly welcomes your presence. I can assure you that your monthly salary will be double that of other professors. And all of the school's research resources will be placed under your sole control. Most importantly, the conducive research environment and the enriching academic atmosphere are what I believe you currently need the most. This time, Xiao Jiangwo was making a request rather than extending an invitation for the first time. The implications of this distinction were profoundly different. An invitation is issued on an equal footing, while a request signifies a lowering of one's stature and position. It was astonishing to witness a prestigious institution like Jiangnan University of Science and Technology requesting an 18-year-old youth to assume the role of a visiting professor. Xiao Jiangwo's sincerity was palpable. At this moment, Su Ming finally responded. Professor Xiao, your conditions are indeed enticing, particularly the last point about having sole control over research resources, which greatly appeals to me. However, I fear my academic qualifications are insufficient to support a professorship. I could engage in academic exchanges at the university, but I do not measure up to any faculty member when it comes to teaching students. Su Ming's words were not mere humility. He possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. While he excelled in knowledge of mecha and research, he did not consider himself qualified to teach university students or to fulfill the responsibilities of a professor. He felt even unworthy compared to ordinary middle or high school teachers. For an excellent educator must not only impart knowledge but also shape the character of students, enlighten their minds, cultivate their sense of patriotism, and instill noble values and aesthetics. True educational work is both grand and sacred. Professor Xiao, while my research skills are top-notch, I will never match those diligent educators in the realm of teaching. Silence enveloped the space. Not a single person uttered a word. Xiao Jiangwo stood frozen, grappling with the reality of his request being declined. Yet, it seemed he had articulated a valid point. Xiao Jiangwo felt a mix of surprise and admiration. This young man was remarkably lucid, not clouded by success or glory, but maintaining an astonishing calmness. Most commendably, he held a profound respect for the teaching profession. Was he truly just an 18-year-old boy? The live stream's comments surged once more, with audiences reacting strongly. Wow, this guy turned down the offer to be a professor at the university. What is he thinking? Isn't it a bit excessive to outright refuse? The path ahead may narrow. After all, the university is prestigious. You upstairs didn't listen carefully. His point is that he doesn't feel qualified to be a teacher, which is clearly modesty. The way this young man spoke was so impressive, it gave me goosebumps. Shout out to Su Ming. The live stream buzzed with a cacophony of opinions. Zhang Su felt her heart race again. Initially, she had not believed Su Ming would accept Professor Zhao's invitation, predicting he might propose other conditions or even elevate his demands for maximum benefit. However, the outcome before her was a stark lesson. It was not due to inadequate compensation, insufficient housing, or lack of weekends, but rather because Su Ming felt unworthy of being a competent professor. Esteemed professors, beyond conducting academic research, must also nurture and educate students, effectively engaging in two simultaneous responsibilities. Neglecting character, intellect, physical education, and aesthetics while focusing solely on grades and experimental results would yield talents with flawed personalities. If she were in Su Ming's position, she would lack the courage to make such a choice. Even if she were to decline, the reasoning would not stem from a perceived lack of qualifications. At that moment, the sound of a car echoed once more in the courtyard. Another visitor had arrived. Upon seeing the two well-dressed middle-aged men entering the factory, Zhang Su was left speechless. She recognized them from a previous encounter while interviewing a top science student from Jiangnan City. They were the directors of the admissions offices from Tsinghua University and Peking University, the two most prestigious institutions in the country. It seemed they had coordinated their visit to the factory. Journalist Zhang, it's a pleasure to see you again, they greeted her, aware that they were in the midst of a live broadcast and behaving with remarkable poise. Otherwise, the two directors would have bypassed all formalities and directly approached Su Ming. They each presented exquisitely framed certificates, slowly unveiling them before Su Ming. Hello, Su Ming. I am the director of the admissions office at Peking University. and I am formally offering you the position of honorary professor at our institution. Greetings, Su Ming. I am the director of the admissions office at Tsinghua University, and I am formally inviting you to become an honorary professor at our esteemed university. The certificates, emblazoned with the university's seals and the vibrant red stamps of their presidents, had been prepared in advance. With Su Ming's agreement, they would take immediate effect. The two leading universities in the nation simultaneously extended invitations to Su Ming. Unlike the position of visiting professor at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, the honorary professor role at Tsinghua and Peking University comes with superior conditions. An honorary professorship entails prestige without obligations, whereas a visiting professorship carries responsibilities to the institution. In essence, becoming an honorary professor at Tsinghua or Peking University means Su Ming would not be required to teach students or give reports or engage in collaborative research. He could focus solely on his own research endeavors. This signifies unparalleled freedom. He could pursue any topic he desired, with the universities not only refraining from interference, but also providing necessary funding and experimental facilities. The awarding of honorary professorships to Su Ming by the two top-tier universities in front of millions of viewers was an opportunity that countless aspiring students could only dream of, and everyone awaited Su Ming's response. The live stream was exhilarating, and viewers were buzzing with excitement. Do you think Su Ming will agree? You think the most painful feeling is jealousy? No, it's the sourness of lemons. I'm truly feeling the pressure, given the circumstances. Representatives from other prestigious universities were likely en route, eager to join the competition for Su Ming's allegiance. The audience in the live stream was refreshingly candid, sharing their thoughts without reservation, knowing such a moment would likely never occur again. It's a tough decision. Each university has its unique strengths. For instance, Tsinghua leans towards engineering and values practical applications, while Peking University emphasizes theoretical foundations. Based on that, I believe Su Ming should choose Peking University. He has designed mecha blueprints, proving his extensive theoretical knowledge. I disagree. Su Ming should attend Tsinghua. What is needed now is not merely design, but the construction of a complete mecha, making Tsinghua a better fit. Only children make choices. Of course, Su Ming should attend both. The viewers were genuinely concerned for Su Ming, fervently brainstorming and strategizing to help him select the most suitable university. Although it is inevitable to feel a tinge of envy, one must consider that the creation of a mech designed by others brings a sense of balance. A genius like Su Ming emerges only once in several centuries, a rarity even less likely than winning the grand lottery. Su Ming, our esteemed institution, Peking University, is eager to provide you with a world-class research environment, one that will absolutely not interfere with your academic freedom. Come to Peking University and let your brilliance shine. Tomorrow belongs to you. Su Ming, in comparison to Peking University, we believe Tsinghua University is the more fitting choice for you. The creation of mechs demands exceptional talents, and at Tsinghua, we will assign you a dedicated team of doctoral and graduate students to assist you in the assembly and debugging of your mech, thereby saving you considerable time and effort. No, I assure you, what Tsinghua can offer, Peking University can match. Su Ming, please trust me. Attending Tsinghua University is the best decision you could make in your life. The directors of the admissions offices of these two prestigious universities, having spent years competing for top scorers from various provinces, are well acquainted with each other. In this moment, they are pulling out all the stops for Su Ming, engaging in a fierce contest. Both directors present the best possible conditions for Su Ming, agreeing to provide him with a lavish apartment in the capital, worth millions, and even promising to assist him in obtaining residency in the city. Within a key class at Tsinghua, filled with this year's top scorers from various provinces, students are gathered together. One of the directors remarks, "This is excessive. When I was recruited, such generous terms were never offered." It is indeed enviable for Su Ming, who enjoys conditions far superior to those of all previous top scorers. Su Ming is remarkable. If he comes to Tsinghua, I would certainly seek his guidance. There is no need for envy. He has earned it. If you possess the ability, you too could create a mech design. My research focuses on drone technology. One day, I shall catch up to him. Just then, a voice interrupts the classroom chatter. Everyone, stop talking and quickly watch the live stream. This should prove entertaining. While you all speculate whether he will accept a position as an honorary professor at Tsinghua, he might not even consider us worthy. The room falls silent as all students turn their attention to their phones. This is because two individuals have just arrived at the factory. Their identities are anything but ordinary. They are representatives from the Eagle and Lion nations, tasked with recruiting international students from the Dragon Nation. Upon seeing these two blonde foreigners, Xiao Zhengwo feels a sense of foreboding. The directors from Tsinghua and Peking University also appear tense. The news of Su Ming's successful mech design, being broadcast live, had already led them to anticipate a fierce competition from other universities. However, they had not expected that foreign institutions would also take notice, hastily dispatching their representatives to this location. As the two foreigners enter the factory, the expression on Qi Yulong's face is one of hope. He stands, eager to engage with them, only to despair as he realizes their gaze remains fixed on Su Ming. A troubling thought crosses his mind. Do these representatives also seek to recruit Su Ming? In Qi Yulong's view, the Eagle Nation is the world's foremost power. And after being overshadowed by Su Ming, he had anticipated assistance, not heartbreak. Even representatives from the Eagle and Lion nations are vying for a talent like Su Ming, which undoubtedly affirms the value of his mech design, indicating that no one in the Western world has yet achieved such a feat. Mr. Su Ming, greetings. I represent the Lion Nation and am here on behalf of Oxford and Cambridge to extend an invitation for you and your family to immigrate, while also offering you a position as an honorary professor at these esteemed institutions. Mr. Su Ming, greetings. I come from the Eagle Nation, representing Harvard, MIT, and Stanford, to likewise extend an immigration invitation for you and your family, along with an honorary professorship at these prestigious universities. The two foreigners, having lived in the Dragon Nation for years, are familiar with the language, and despite a slight awkwardness, they articulate their intentions clearly. At this juncture, the Eagle Nation's representative, with an air of authority, surveys the surroundings. Mr. Su Ming, I trust you understand my words. Should you agree to immigrate to our nation, you will immediately become a citizen, and no individual or organization shall infringe upon your freedom. You and your family will be protected under our laws. After the Eagle Nation representative speaks, the Lion Nation's representative echoes similar sentiments. Before Su Ming lies a grand opportunity. A luxurious invitation from the top 5 universities in the world, an unprecedented privilege that no genius in any era has ever encountered. Mr. Su Ming, our Eagle Nation has always maintained a welcoming stance towards foreign talents. We offer the finest academic environment, the most distinguished scientists and professors, the highest caliber of technology, and cutting-edge theoretical research. No other nation or region can provide you with assistance that surpasses what we can offer. The words of the Eagle Nation representative are filled with allure, tempting any genius. In our nation, you will create the world's first mech warrior. To use a saying from your Dragon Nation, your name shall be etched in history. Mr. Su Ming, we will not compel you to relinquish your mech design technology, as you hold the global patent rights. All income and profits derived from it will belong solely to you. At this moment, even Professor Xiao Jiangwo, along with the admissions directors from Tsinghua and Peking University, cannot help but gasp in astonishment. What does global patent rights entail? In the last century, the Eagle Nation scientist Tesla held the patent for alternating current, requiring any company producing electricity to pay him $1 per kilowatt produced, a staggering concept. Should Su Ming's mech technology attain global patent rights, any country utilizing his design would be obligated to pay him substantial royalties. This means that from this point forward, should Su Ming agree to bring his mech design technology to the Eagle Nation, he would never need to work again. Indeed, future generations of the Su family could live comfortably, counting their wealth at home. Given the current global demand for mech warriors, it would not be long before Su Ming's personal fortune surpasses that of Jack Ma, Pony Ma, or even Bill Gates, becoming the world's new richest person. Hearing these words, Zhang Su and the audience in the live stream begin to worry about Su Ming's choice. Su Ming possesses the freedom to choose. With a mere nod, he could attain financial independence, travel wherever he wishes, savor any cuisine, and acquire any luxury item he desires, effortlessly attracting countless admirers. In light of the conditions proposed by the Eagle Nation, the Lion Nation's representative wisely falls silent. The allure of the Eagle Nation's offer is simply irresistible. Even the representative from the Lion Nation has abandoned any thoughts of competing for Su Ming. The situation is now devoid of uncertainty. This 18-year-old genius from the Dragon Nation, named Su Ming, will undoubtedly immigrate to the Eagle Nation, acquire citizenship, and become a national of the Eagle Nation. The representative of the Eaglehead Nation stood with an air of confidence, acutely aware that millions of viewers from the Dragon Nation were currently observing the unfolding situation. Although he had previously engaged in the act of poaching talent from the Dragon Nation, this particular instance filled him with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. The fervor surrounding Su Ming was palpable, his influence far-reaching, and his mastery of mecha design technology nothing short of revolutionary. His deep blue eyes sparkled under the flash of cameras, resembling precious gemstones. He reveled in this moment, exuding calm and patience as he awaited Su Ming's response. Within his briefcase lay meticulously prepared immigration documents, while at Jiangnan City Airport, a private jet awaited Su Ming's arrival. Indeed, to secure a genius like Su Ming, Harvard, Stanford, and MIT had collaboratively chartered a flight specifically to transport him to the Eaglehead Nation. Everything was in place, awaiting only Su Ming's reply. Much like the first time he heard the invitations from Professor Xiao Jiangwo and the admissions directors of Peking University and Tsinghua University, Su Ming remained remarkably composed. No signs of emotional fluctuation could be discerned on his face. He was as unyielding as a machine. Faced with immense temptation, his mind was nevertheless engaged in deliberation. He was no saint. The pragmatic issues of survival and advancement demanded consideration, and he could not afford to be solely absorbed in research. He understood that all eyes were fixed upon him. Were there additional benefits to consider? After all, he possessed unparalleled mecha technology, a treasure of global significance. Finally, Su Ming spoke, yet his words seemed tinged with an air of negotiation. Zhang Su's heart sank. The worst dread had materialized. Su Ming's inquiry indicated that he was indeed tempted. Was the Dragon Nation's exceptional talent about to be lost to the Eaglehead Nation? Frustration bubbled within. However, if Su Ming truly chose to depart for the Eaglehead Nation, no one could impede him. The conditions laid before him were irresistible. It could be said that even should Su Ming ultimately decide to relocate, no one would dare to voice dissent. For the offers from the Eaglehead Nation were extraordinarily generous. Nevertheless, Su Ming's question clearly conveyed that the current terms were insufficient. Was this the true nature of Su Ming? Was he a man of insatiable greed? Had his refusals of Keita, Peking University, and Tsinghua merely been a facade? His response unsettled the viewers in the live stream. Su Ming, I once regarded you as my inspirational idol, but now I regret that. Please do not frighten us. Firmly refuse him, cried one viewer. Can't you show some backbone? What is so great abroad? Isn't it better to remain in the Dragon Nation and contribute to our homeland? The previously quiet live stream erupted once more with comments. Sorry everyone. I'm off to watch game streams. This has been a waste of time. Yet, I found myself understanding Su Ming. The Eaglehead Nation's offers were unparalleled, unmatched by any other country. Su Ming, whatever decision you make, we will unconditionally support you, declared a fan, having swiftly become a devoted follower within mere hours. Oh no. Is the world's first mecha warrior destined to be born abroad? I feel inexplicably sorrowful. Please, big brother, leave the designs for the black and white impermanence in our homeland. We truly adore those two Dragon Nation-style mecha warriors. The live stream was flooded with tearful emojis, as fans expressed their reluctance to part with the black and white impermanence. Observing the barrage of comments, Zhang Su felt a pang of emotion. At that moment, the head of the Eaglehead Nation's international student program offered a slight smile as he addressed Su Ming. Mr. Su Ming, these are the finest conditions we can offer you. No other nation can provide you with equivalent promises. However, given your exceptional talents, I can extend 2 additional conditions. He raised 2 fingers, leaving the reporters astonished that the Eaglehead Nation could accommodate further requests from Su Ming. Listen closely. Besides yourself and your family, we permit your relatives or friends to accompany you to the Eaglehead Nation, granting them permanent residency. Stanford University will provide each family with a villa, while MIT will supply 2 cars per family. Additionally, Stanford can arrange for their children to receive education at any school in your homeland. At this point, the Eaglehead Nation's representative paused momentarily. Mr. Su Ming, we have another significant gift for you. Stock from Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft. The sooner you arrive in the Eaglehead Nation, the greater the value of the stocks you will receive. The exact number of shares cannot be disclosed until you agree to relocate, but it constitutes a fortune that even I find enticing. Even without relying on patent income from mecha technology, it is more than sufficient to ensure that your relatives and friends will live without financial worry. After laying out these conditions, the Eaglehead Nation's representative scrutinized Su Ming. Mr. Su Ming, I trust you can sense our sincerity. Are you satisfied with these terms? The final question was not merely an inquiry, but a statement of fact. The representative had raised the stakes once more to secure Su Ming's allegiance. The stocks from Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft were immensely valuable, representing the pinnacle of profitable investments. Many wealthy individuals, investment funds, and even nations held shares in these companies. This was his trump card, and he could hardly believe that Su Ming would remain unmoved. Yet, the response he received was still met with Su Ming's cold indifference. If I am not satisfied, can you offer better terms? The Eaglehead representative felt a flicker of unease. Was this 18-year-old boy truly dissatisfied? The Eaglehead Nation had never before attempted to lure away a genius from another country in such a manner. Mr. Su Ming, perhaps you have not fully understood. Let me clarify. The stocks from these three companies will be directly linked to your account, and their value will continue to rise. Su Ming interrupted, No, I understand perfectly. I am asking you, apart from these conditions, are there any other benefits? It was only at this moment that the Eaglehead representative, previously so confident of success, sensed something unusual in Su Ming's demeanor. He found himself perplexed by this young man. Mr. Su Ming, these are the total conditions I have presented. Is that all? Truly nothing more? Yes, Mr. Su Ming. There is nothing else. Is there anything else you desire? I wish to be the president of the Eaglehead Nation. Upon uttering these words, Chi Yulong nearby was left utterly stunned. Particularly, the representative from the Lion Nation displayed an expression of sheer disbelief. His mouth agape as if a chicken egg could fit inside. Zhang Su, Professor Xiao Zhangwo, the admissions directors from Peking University and Tsinghua University, and the other media personnel present blinked in astonishment, unsure if they had misheard. The Eaglehead representative, regaining composure, forced a smile. Mr. Su Ming, you are quite humorous. Of course, if you wish to become the president of our great Eaglehead Nation, you must first become a citizen, as only citizens possess the right to run for president. No, I mean now. Su Ming's expression revealed a rare glimmer of mischief. Su Ming, are you mocking me? Are you attempting to insult the Eaglehead Nation? The representative's demeanor shifted to one of hostility. Until this moment, he finally realized that Su Ming had never intended to join the Eaglehead Nation from the very beginning. Faced with the roar of the Eaglehead Nation's leader, Su Ming revealed a sharp gaze for the first time. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. The technology one develops solely belongs to the Dragon Nation. As for your Western nations, be it the Lion Nation or the Eaglehead Nation, they hold no allure for me. Even if you genuinely agree to appoint me as president, I would still refuse. You may leave now. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. He had remained unperturbed when Chi Yulong came to challenge him, but this time, he was genuinely angered. In front of a national audience, they dared to poach talent? What do you think you are? Su Ming, I implore you to reconsider our offer. You are still very young, and your future path is long. The leader of the Eaglehead Nation persisted even in this moment. The mecha technology you possess is capable of shaking the entire Earth. We, the Eaglehead Nation, are willing to pay a substantial price to acquire this technology. I have cash and transfer checks on hand. Write down any amount you desire. Faced with such a situation, the leader of the Eaglehead Nation became flustered, hurriedly pulling out a checkbook and pen, presenting it to Su Ming. Even if they could not recruit Su Ming himself, acquiring the design blueprint for the mecha would not be a loss. Su Ming merely cast a faint glance. Do I need to explain again? The mecha warrior technology can only belong to the Dragon Nation. Rising from his seat, his demeanor turned serious and solemn. He addressed the camera directly. Through this live broadcast, I, Su Ming, officially announced that the design blueprint for the Black and White Impermanence mecha will be donated free of charge to my motherland. At that moment, the world was in an uproar. He relinquished the opportunity to ascend as the world's richest individual, forfeited the joint invitations from the top 5 universities globally, declined the most generous immigration conditions from the Eaglehead Nation, and turned down the immense wealth represented by cash transfer checks. He donated the invaluable mecha design blueprint to his country. Professor Xiao Zhangwo trembled with emotion, struggling to contain his surging feelings. Since last century, countless talents from our nation have been poached by Western countries. The individuals we painstakingly trained are serving other nations, which is truly heartbreaking. Today, Su Ming has fiercely reclaimed the dignity we lost. He has set a perfect example in the face of temptation. As he spoke from the heart, Professor Xiao Zhangwo could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. He was an elder from that era and understood this deeply. Many of his classmates and friends, including the doctoral students he currently mentors, had directly immigrated abroad and become citizens of other nations. This time, Su Ming's public refusal of the Eaglehead Nation was indeed a moment of triumph. The journalists present erupted into the most fervent applause once more. Zhang Su clapped vigorously, her palms turning red, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. It turned out that everyone had misunderstood Su Ming. His heart would forever belong to the Dragon Nation. Chapter 18. Creating a mecha in front of you. The leader of the International Student Program from the Eaglehead Nation was named Smith. In addition to overseeing the recruitment of international students, he had another crucial mission in the Dragon Nation, to unearth and acquire talent for the service of the Eaglehead Nation. For nearly a century, the Eaglehead Nation had risen to become a superpower, relying on this talent policy to continuously import high-tech professionals from around the globe, fostering its technological advancement. The strength displayed by Su Ming perfectly matched all the recruitment criteria, even elevating his priority above that of other scientists from the Dragon Nation. For Su Ming was remarkably young, with his brilliance just beginning to unfold. To this end, Smith prepared the most extravagant conditions in history, convinced that Su Ming would be tempted. However, the reality was that Su Ming not only outright rejected the offer, but also publicly humiliated him and the Eagle Head Nation's method of talent acquisition. What infuriated Smith even more was that the mecha blueprints, which he had planned to purchase at great expense, were donated to the boy's country without charge. Unsurprisingly, upon returning to the Eagle Head Nation, he would be ridiculed by colleagues. The entire Eagle Head Nation would be mocked by allies. Furthermore, this would severely impact future talent acquisition efforts in the Dragon Nation. Throughout the years of dealings with the Dragon Nation, he had sensed that it was a remarkably united and formidable nation. With Su Ming taking the lead, others would surely follow suit. This young man must be made to pay a price. Within minutes, Smith regained his composure and resolved to take action against Su Ming. The dignity of the Eagle Head Nation would not be trampled upon by anyone. Mr. Su Ming, you have rejected conditions that no one could resist. I now have ample reason to suspect that your so-called mecha design is entirely fabricated. Smith's doubts once again cast a tense atmosphere over the scene. Smith, after my personal assessment, I can assure you that this mecha design is authentic. I can guarantee, in my capacity as a scientist and on behalf of the entire Jiangnan City University of Science and Technology, that my evaluation is authoritative, fair, and true. In response to Smith's accusations, Professor Xiao Zhengwo was the first to stand up and counter. You are merely a small university professor. Individuals like you are everywhere in the Eagle Head Nation, and I will not believe your words. Smith continued, as for Jiangnan City University of Science and Technology. Not long ago, several doctoral students came to see me. One male student even knelt before my office door like a dog to obtain an Eagle Head Nation green card. Another female graduate, wearing glasses, shamelessly offered to share my bed, attempting to exchange her body for an opportunity to move to the Eagle Head Nation. With such a school, do you think I would trust your assessment as authoritative? At this point, Smith cast a provocative glance at Su Ming. You Dragon Nation people are nothing but a bunch of liars. I will no longer believe your falsehoods. He then stepped forward, placing his foot directly on the mecha blueprint, using the tip of his shoe to press down hard, creating a hole in the paper. Observing the furious gazes of the journalists, Smith felt a sense of relief. This was precisely the effect he desired. Initially, he had considered spitting on the design, but he thought better of it since the mecha blueprint was an invaluable treasure. However, he secretly hoped that Su Ming would charge at him, throw a punch, or kick him. If that were to happen, the charge of assaulting a diplomatic representative of the Eagle Head Nation would be solidified, making it even easier to deal with him. Dealing with an 18-year-old boy with no background or means of defense was a task Smith relished. The viewers in the live stream erupted in outrage. Damn it. You foreign devil, don't be so arrogant. Su Ming will take care of you. Before the black and white impermanence even made its debut, it's already being bullied by foreigners. We can't let this go. Damn it. Is anyone forming a team? Even if we end up in jail today, I want to break that guy's leg. The audience's emotions were volatile. Brothers upstairs, don't act impulsively. Su Ming hasn't spoken yet. Let's not rush to take action. That is Su Ming's hard work. He must be feeling more pain than we do. I have a bad feeling. I sense something big is about to happen. Su Ming's gaze turned icy. Just then, the sound of a vehicle echoed from outside the factory. A driver in work attire, holding a walkie-talkie, rushed in, making his way to Su Ming. Mr. Su Ming, the parts you ordered online have arrived. Here is the delivery slip. Please sign for it. Let us inspect the goods first. Upon hearing this, the driver took out the walkie-talkie and instructed the workers outside, unload all the parts, and be quick about it. Smith publicly defamed Su Ming, accusing him of forgery, and even trampled on the mecha design blueprints. During such a tumultuous moment, why did Su Ming choose to disregard Smith and instead concern himself with a delivery package? Zhang Su and a group of reporters found themselves increasingly perplexed by Su Ming's intentions. Smith, with a smug expression and a pork elbow in hand, showed no urgency to leave. He was eager to see what tricks Su Ming had up his sleeve. However, Su Ming was indeed preoccupied with something else. Feeling a tinge of excitement, after waiting for over half a month, the ordered components had finally arrived. Professor Xiao, I require your assistance. Of course, but Su Ming, what exactly are you planning to do? Su Ming gazed intently at the busy movers around him. I am going to construct a mecha. Professor Xiao Jianguo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Su Ming's intention. I see. You clever boy. We shall witness your performance this time. Since Smith has slandered you and disrespected the authority of the professors at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, why not build a mecha right before his eyes? Actions speak louder than words. Without further ado, Professor Xiao immediately immersed himself in the task at hand. He was the only one capable of assisting Su Ming, for the complexities of the electrical equipment were beyond the comprehension of the others, let alone their operation. Yet, Professor Xiao felt uncertain, although the blueprints were ready. The factory's equipment was rudimentary. Could they truly manufacture a mecha? As Su Ming and Professor Xiao busied themselves, Smith conversed in English with a representative from a foreign student group. Did you hear that? This guy claims he is going to create a mecha to counter my accusations. Constructing a mecha model would take at least 6 months, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, this fellow could very well be a fraud. Those from Longhua are all despicable tricksters. Zhang Su, possessing exceptional English translation skills, promptly relayed their conversation to the live stream, igniting the viewers' indignation. Chapter 19. ZJ Guardian War Machine. Zhang Su silently cheered for Su Ming and Professor Xiao. When she lifted her head to gaze upon Su Ming once more, she found herself captivated. Su Ming stood before the workbench, clad in slightly oil-stained work attire, his focus unwavering as he scrutinized the data streaming from the instruments. His demeanor radiated an extraordinary aura, a stark contrast to the somewhat languid figure he had presented before. In everyday life, Su Ming was already quite handsome, but when immersed in his work, he exuded an irresistible charm, eclipsing even the most popular young stars on television. Unaware of Zhang Su's admiration, Su Ming devoted himself entirely to the mecha assembly, toolbox in hand and wrench at the ready. Before long, several boxes of components had been assembled, leaving Professor Xiao in awe of Su Ming's masterful craftsmanship, akin to that of a grandmaster, and his exceptional manual dexterity, reminiscent of a national craftsman. Half an hour later, having inspected the components and calibrated the equipment, Su Ming pressed a red button. The factory's concrete floor trembled slightly, and soon the small overhead crane in the center of the factory roared to life, hoisting a tarpaulin upwards. Gradually, a dark metallic mass was revealed beneath the cover, the dim lighting of the factory obscuring its true form. Upon pressing the button again, a loud clang echoed as a gap appeared in the factory's roof, which then opened like a skylight, allowing the onlookers to glimpse the blue sky and white clouds outside. The large, dark shape lying on the ground began to rise. When it finally stood upright, its form became clear to all. A humanoid mecha, dusty yet imposing, emerged dramatically, delivering a striking visual impact. Towering at an impressive height of 20 meters, roughly equivalent to a 10-story building, its upper body soared above the factory's roof, adorned in deep red and golden hues. Reminiscent of Iron Man's color scheme, its sharply defined and explosive steel framework was entwined with various unidentifiable cables. The cockpit exuded a formidable presence, showcasing a cold, mechanical design imbued with futuristic aesthetics, proudly bearing the model designation, ZJ Guardian War Machine. Mecha? A mecha. At that moment, everyone in the factory gazed upward, eyes wide with astonishment. Hidden within this dilapidated factory was indeed a mecha. This 18-year-old prodigy, Su Ming, had truly developed a mecha, although it was merely a small model. Its design was strikingly cool and powerfully understated, captivating all who beheld it, as they feared missing any detail. Experiencing the awe-inspiring presence of such a colossal creation was profoundly impactful and exhilarating. Codename: ZJ Guardian War Machine. Height: 20 meters. Weight: 30 tons. Type: first generation small mecha. Performance rating: 25. Average score of attack, defense, and mobility. Overall rating: C. Smith swallowed hard, his legs trembling, feeling utterly weak. Old buddy, please tell me this isn't real. He could hardly fathom the genius he had provoked. It was unimaginable that in such adverse conditions, Su Ming had single-handedly completed the world's first small mecha of the 21st century. Was this a historical moment? Public intellectual Qi Yulong collapsed to the ground, having exhausted his efforts to debunk Su Ming, only to find himself facing a tiger's wrath. Earlier, during Su Ming's equipment calibration, he had succumbed to curiosity and checked his Weibo. The most liked comment was from Chi Yuchong, garnering an astonishing 400,000 likes. He had indeed become a sensation. Yet it felt as though he would never lift his head again. The live stream audience erupted in excitement. Indeed, it's a mecha. Did you see the cockpit on its head? That S where the mecha pilot controls it, just like a car's driver's seat. Wow. This young man has created the world's first mecha. It looks somewhat intimidating, yet knowing it's crafted by Su Ming makes it oddly endearing. Remember the code name of this mecha, ZJ Guardian War Machine. I love that name. I'm dying to experience piloting a mecha. Doesn't it resemble the mechas from the game Counter-Strike, or the mecha warriors from the films Avatar and The Matrix 3? Yet, this Guardian war machine is even more formidable than those in movies and games. Many viewers, especially the male audience, had grown up playing mecha games and watching mecha anime and films, harboring a deep-seated aspiration for mechas. When the ZJ Guardian war machine was unveiled, their excitement was palpable. The attending media reporters quickly recognized the components on the mecha. The depleted uranium armor we discovered when entering the factory is actually the defensive module of the ZJ Guardian war machine. Journalist Zhang, remember the vector turbine engine used in fighter jets that you mentioned upon arrival? That's the power source for the ZJ Guardian war machine. Those world-class supercomputers were installed in the cockpit, designed to control and calculate the mecha's maneuvers. And those various laser weapons and detection devices we found? It wasn't until the mecha appeared that the reporters realized the seemingly worthless scraps and unidentifiable components were merely remnants from Su Ming's creation of the ZJ Guardian war machine. The dazzling sunlight streamed down from the rooftop, illuminating Su Ming's slightly slender, yet upright figure. He gazed tenderly at the mech before him, as if it were his beloved. Strictly speaking, the ZJ Guardian war machine, this small mech, cannot be considered a true mech warrior. It is merely a prototype. Su Ming initially crafted it to familiarize himself with the mech manufacturing knowledge provided by the system. It is more akin to an experimental model. Despite being assembled with the most cutting-edge technology of the day, it remains imperfect, bearing its flaws. With the recent breakthrough in material formulas, future mechs, such as the black and white impermanence, will surpass it in power by several magnitudes. Nevertheless, it is Su Ming's maiden work. Over the past 3 years, he has lived in solitude within the factory, conducting technical research, and it was the ZJ Guardian war machine that silently accompanied him through this most arduous period. Had it not been for Smith's doubts and provocations, Su Ming might have never intended to activate it, allowing it to remain dormant in the factory, quietly resting beneath a dark tarp. Today, it finally has the chance to bask in the light of day. Chapter 20. In this moment, listen to the wind whispering upon receiving the command. The ZJ Guardian war machine crouched down and then bent forward. Su Ming ascended the lift, and under the envious gazes of countless onlookers, he entered the mech's control room. This marked the first occasion in human history that someone has boarded a mech. Journalists fervently snapped photographs, knowing that this event would undoubtedly earn accolades at this year's News Photography Awards. What other event could possibly eclipse the significance of a mech? This is a groundbreaking moment, akin to the first discovery of fire by early humans, the invention of the steam engine, the creation of the computer, or the historic moon landing. It is a moment worthy of remembrance. Among the gathered journalists, it was clear that the recipients of this year's news awards were among them. This was akin to advancing to the finals while others were still frantically competing in elimination rounds. As they grasped this realization, the journalists erupted with excitement. Their cameras once again aimed at Su Ming. The flashes of light were incessant, affecting the live broadcast quality. Hey, is the broadcaster overdoing it? Is it really necessary to be this frantic? Everyone is taking pictures. Hey, you can take photos, but don't block the view. It's affecting my ability to see the handsome guy. Are they all going mad? Is the live broadcast going to cut out again? Your flashes are ruining my screenshots. Is it too late to rush over? I want to witness this historic moment. Meanwhile, outside the factory, a convoy arrived. The head of the news television station personally led a secondary live broadcasting team, a contingency plan established during a prior meeting. Initially, the seismic monitoring station had detected a magnitude 10.1 earthquake, but as nothing occurred in Jiangnan City, the head was left to seek out Jiangsu. Long before the vehicle arrived, he spotted the awe-inspiring mech standing within the factory, and his heart raced, prompting him to quickly swallow 2 blood pressure pills. The seasoned driver, holding an A1 license and boasting 30 years of accident-free driving, was startled by the mech, nearly driving the vehicle into a roadside ditch, narrowly avoiding disaster thanks to timely braking. Following the television station's convoy was a smaller team consisting of the Earthquake Bureau's mobile warning vehicle. Should another earthquake or aftershock be detected, it could issue a warning 30 seconds in advance, showcasing remarkable technology. A dozen elderly experts from the Earthquake Bureau, averaging over 65 years of age, sat in a minibus, traveling to investigate the peculiar seismic event. Closely trailing behind was a larger convoy, raising clouds of dust, comprising the Jiangnan City Police Department, armed police, fire brigade, and ambulances, all rushing to the factory in response to the magnitude 10.1 earthquake warning, ready to rescue any trapped individuals. The abandoned factory was at the epicenter of the earthquake, with the situation there still unclear. Despite reports from the public stating that the live broadcast had resumed, the higher-ups had issued orders to reach the site to ensure the safety of lives and property. At the tail end of the convoy were 6 police vehicles. The traffic police had set up a cordon along the road leading to the factory, placing a series of warning signs at the roadside to intercept the numerous private vehicles. A police officer on duty, clad in a fluorescent reflective vest, surveyed the congested line of private cars, then removed the radio from his shoulder. 0101, emergency call 01. There is a traffic jam exceeding 5 kilometers on the route to the abandoned old industrial park. Please broadcast this traffic information to the drivers via the car radio, advising them to take an alternate route. Additionally, colleagues patrolling nearby, please direct the private vehicles to retreat in an orderly fashion and clear the congestion, ensuring the road remains accessible and safe for travel. 01 received. Is there any other situation? I see a transformer. What? Please repeat. The officer stared at the mech warrior gleaming in the sunlight, incredulously removing his hat. It's a transformer. 01 received. Please focus on your duties during work hours and refrain from watching movies. Ascending the lift, Su Ming entered the cockpit of the ZJ Guardian war machine. The warm sunlight poured over him, and the sound of the wind filled his ears. In this moment, he listened to the whispering breeze. This was not his first time in the cockpit, yet today felt remarkably different. In previous instances, the mech had been lying down. Today, it stood upright. Su Ming stood in the center of the mech's control room. The mech technician is in position. Shall I close the hatch? Queried the mech's built-in AI system. Initiating communication with Su Ming. Close the hatch and preheat the mech's power system. Activate self-check functions, focusing on the circuitry, micronuclear fusion turbine vector engine, and other oil and gas lines. On either side of Su Ming, various mechanical joysticks and buttons of differing lengths awaited his command. Before him, the curved display showcased parameters such as the forward view, altitude, temperature, direction, and radiation levels, all clearly visible. Beneath his feet lay the pedals controlling the mech's movements. Once the devices were successfully connected, a step forward by Su Ming would prompt the mech to move forward as well. If he jumped, the mech would leap in unison. The mechanics of arm movement mirrored that of the foot pedals. When Su Ming executed a left hook, the mech responded with an identical left hook. In simpler terms, once Su Ming's mind connected with the mech, any movement he made would be mirrored by the mech. This method of control was far more effortless, intuitive, and responsive than traditional joystick manipulation. You have seen excavators, right? Their operation relies on joysticks, which demand strict adherence to force and angle. The operation of the ZJ Guardian war machine, however, allows a novice to master it in just half a month, even faster than obtaining a driver's license at a driving school. This control system utilizes floating neuron technology, enabling synchronization between the mech and the operator's movements. The higher the synchronization rate, the greater the mech's potential for power. Everything was ready. Su Ming donned the helmet suspended before him. This helmet served as the floating neuron connection controller, capable of detecting brainwaves and transmitting commands to the mech in real time. It performed the same function as the yellow helmet controlling the DX Black Knight. The moment he placed the helmet upon his head, a powerful static charge surged, firmly adhering it in place. A mild, tingling sensation coursed through him, a side effect of the connection between brainwaves and the helmet. The floating neuron control system was now fully linked, and you are now able to pilot the mech. May you find joy in this experience. A few seconds later, as the AI voice prompt resounded once more, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. The sensation of unison between man and machine was exhilarating. He could even feel the gentle breeze from outside, brushing against the surface of the mech. Su Ming extended his right hand, and the mech mirrored his action. This was humanity's inaugural gesture of control over the mech, a moment worthy of eternal remembrance. Chapter 21. In the upper left corner, 5 prominent golden stars gleamed. A colossal hand overshadowed the sunlight, casting a shadow within the factory that precisely enveloped Smith's position. As the hand descended, Smith was struck with terror, collapsing to the ground. Is this a vendetta against me? This is a robot. There's nowhere to hide. Smith, in despair, clutched his head, realizing he was doomed. What a reckless act it was. Regret flooded over him for his earlier actions, slandering Su Ming, trampling on the mech's design, and publicly declaring that all citizens of the Dragon Nation are deceivers. Now, retribution had arrived. The representative student from the Lion Nation, witnessing the dire turn of events, turned to flee alone. Although the two nations were traditional allies, in such a situation, who could concern themselves with the other? I stand with Su Ming. Such individuals must face consequences to learn that we, the Dragon Nation, are not to be trifled with. Times have changed. Our nation is no longer one that endures humiliation in silence. To slander us is to court death. This scene was profoundly satisfying. As the mech warriors subdued the envoy from the Eagle Nation, something even the boldest would hesitate to write. However, dear friend, might this be a tad too bloody and violent? With this strike, the bones of the foreigner would surely turn to dust. The live chat flooded with comments. Xiao Jingwo gazed at Smith's pitiful state, and the pent-up anger within him finally found relief. Smith's disdain for him mattered little. After all, he was a foreigner, and he wouldn't dwell on it. But to speak ill of the University of Science and Technology, to declare all citizens as deceivers, that was absolutely intolerable. The ZJ Guardian of the Nation had made its stunning debut, not only dispelling Smith's doubts about the mech's design, but also delivering a powerful counter to his slander against the entire populace of the Dragon Nation. It was believed that not only domestic media but international outlets would now take note of this incident. The envoy from the Eagle Nation had long been accustomed to tyranny, with smaller nations enduring their oppression without protest. Today, however, the Dragon Nation intended to deliver a resounding slap to their faces. Yet, was it too lenient to simply crush Smith? This could lead to a cascade of diplomatic issues. That thought swiftly vanished as the mech's hand halted a few meters from Smith. In an astonishing move, Su Ming, within the cockpit, transformed his palm into a fist. Then, with a deliberate gesture, he raised his middle finger. In Western cultures, this act is a symbol of insult, akin to the vulgar expressions used domestically. Leaving Smith in suspense for so long only to respond with a raised middle finger was truly exquisite. Although the journalists remained silent, they cheered inwardly. Smith, while we pride ourselves on our etiquette, it must be said that respect is earned, and you, regrettably, do not deserve to be treated as a person. Inside the cockpit, Su Ming spoke softly, his voice resonating through the factory. He had never harbored any fondness for someone like Smith. His principle was simple: if you don't provoke me, I want to engage you. But should you choose to provoke me, do not expect me to be courteous. You may be merely the head of a small foreign student delegation, but even your president would be expected to show me due respect. Smith was utterly dumbfounded. The Eagle Nation, so dominant on the global stage, had never endured such treatment. After dealing with Smith, Su Ming controlled the mech's fingers to pick up a fire hose from the ground, dragging it out of the factory and positioning it in front of him. What was Su Ming about to do? Was he going to give the robot a bath? The onlookers watched in confusion at his actions. Meanwhile, emergency personnel from television stations, the Earthquake Bureau, police, and medical teams had all arrived, jumping from their vehicles, awestruck by the sight of the mech. This was not a mere model. It was a genuine mech, capable of movement and speech, high technology that could only be seen in films. On my way here, I had been following the livestream on my phone. The young man piloting the mech is named Su Ming, and he is the creator of this very machine. I also witnessed his remarks against the foreigner. They were truly gratifying. He has picked up a fire hose. Is he preparing for artificial rain? The focus of the crowd naturally fell upon Su Ming's every move. Journalist Zhang, there is a valve controlling the water flow behind you. Please open it. Upon hearing Su Ming's request, Zhang promptly obliged, though internally, she wondered if he intended to fill the mech's water tank. It didn't appear to have one. At the moment the valve opened, a torrent of water surged forth. Su Ming's expression turned notably serious and solemn as he began to wash the thickest armor on his chest. When the dust and grime were washed away, the design on the mech's surface was revealed, a rectangular red area adorned with 5 prominent stars in the upper left corner. Everyone recognized the emblem. It was the flag of the Dragon Nation. The world's first mech had made its inaugural act to cleanse the dust from its chest, unveiling the flag of the Dragon Nation. The seasoned experts from the Earthquake Bureau gazed at the vibrant flag with deep respect. Su Ming sought to convey to the world that this was the technology of the Dragon Nation. More importantly, it was the mech of the Dragon Nation. As Zhang looked at the unfolding scene, her face flushed with excitement. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she discovered an urgent news alert that changed her expression. She hurriedly made her way to the mech's feet. Su Ming, can you hear me? Please go ahead, journalist Zhang. Su Ming. Can this ZJ Guardian of the Nation fly? Please don't mock me. I genuinely do not know. If it can, I would like to ask for your assistance. Come aboard. Su Ming set down the hose and gently cradled Zhang in his hand, elevating her to the cockpit of the mech as if she were in an elevator. Zhang's heart raced. Being lifted by the mech was exhilarating, akin to the thrill of riding a roller coaster for the first time. Surely, she was the first in the world to be held by a mech. As the cockpit door opened, Zhang stepped inside, her eyes wide with curiosity at the dazzling array of instruments. There was a seat designated for the mech pilot's rest, and Su Ming guided her to sit there. Are you asking me to assist in a rescue? There has been a road collapse beneath the elevated bridge in the city center, and a school bus from Blue Sky Kindergarten is trapped. The event Su Ming mentioned was precisely the urgent news alert Zhang had received on her phone moments earlier. Oh, you already know. There are over 50 children on that bus. The situation is extremely critical. Journalist Zhang, please fasten your seatbelt. The mech is equipped with an emergency alert system. I have received the same message. Su Ming, you must take me with you. This is wonderful. I can conduct a live broadcast. All right, hold on tight. With a thought, Su Ming activated the floating neuron system, and the miniature fusion vector engine roared to life. Fortunately, the vector engine had been modified by Su Ming. Otherwise, the heat and high concentration exhaust emitted would have wreaked havoc upon those below. Akin to the launch of a rocket depicted on television, the mech ascended slowly and then soared toward the city center. At that moment, the world was captivated. Chapter 22. The Superhero, Brother Su Ming Hee. This sensation is even more exhilarating than flying in an airplane. Zhang Su opened the camera to provide a first-person perspective for the viewers in the live stream, satisfying their curiosity. Unbeknownst to her, this unintentional act attracted a multitude of viewers, leading to the collapse of the Duya live streaming platform. This first-person view of piloting a mech was vastly different from observing from the ground. It's akin to driving a car. Passers-by have no way of grasping the joy of driving. The vast majority of the audience had never even flown in an airplane, let alone piloted a mech. As Zhang Su's video feed connected to various live streaming platforms, viewers widened their eyes in awe, their faces reflecting sheer ecstasy. The blue sky and white clouds whizzed by, and the feeling of soaring freely was a profound spiritual delight for anyone. Just as the mech was flying at high speed, the live feed suddenly froze. Host, my screen is lagging. Is there no signal at high altitude? My phone is stuck. Are you all experiencing lag too? What is happening? I've switched to several platforms, and it's still lagging. This can't be right. I haven't had my fill yet. Magic City, the bustling commercial district of the Golden Triangle. Headquarters of Duya Live Streaming Company, Douyu and Huya merged under Tencent. President, the audience in the live room is overwhelming. Our servers have crashed. Upon hearing the technical director's report, the president furrowed his brow. The servers had been constructed to accommodate a maximum of 1 billion viewers online simultaneously, with typical traffic hovering around 1 or 200 million. Even during the globally anticipated Alliance Heroes Championship, the peak viewership had only reached 400 million. Have you identified the cause? Is it possible that a competitor is maliciously attacking our servers? President, the sheer number of viewers is the issue. Just 1 second before the crash, the real-time viewer count was 30 billion. 30 billion? That directly exceeds the server's maximum capacity of 1 billion by threefold. The entire population of our nation is only 13 billion. How could there be 30 billion? You must be mistaken. President, this mech's first-person live broadcast has attracted a massive influx of international viewers. Over half of the 30 billion are from abroad. Now I see. Spare no expense. Immediately increase the number of servers to ensure a smooth broadcast. Yes, the technical department is already preparing. We expect to resume the live stream in 3 minutes. The president of Duya was filled with exhilaration. International users seldom utilized Duya live streaming. The company had long sought an opportunity to expand into foreign markets. And this unprecedented mech live broadcast was akin to receiving billions of dollars in free advertising, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The young pilot of the mech is named Su Ming, right? Have the marketing team contact him immediately. Let us sign him as a Duya anchor and settle at 50,000 per hour. The president of Duya offered an exorbitant signing fee. 3 minutes later, the live room finally returned to normal. Zhang Su was oblivious to the commotion occurring in the live stream. As the first passenger to ride in a mech, her focus was primarily on the experience. With this experience of riding the mech, she could immediately pin a news report upon her return, or perhaps even write an autobiography. She had already thought of a title, What It Feels Like to Ride in a Mech. Meanwhile, Su Ming, embodying the mech pilot, skillfully controlled the mech's flight posture. To be fair, aside from his regular training on the simulator, this was his first time piloting a mech in reality. Fortunately, the Seventh National Defense mech's flight speed was not excessively fast, making the flight manageable. Despite the vector engine being the most advanced in the world, propelling a 30-ton mech still felt somewhat sluggish. Thankfully, the development of micronuclear fusion technology had been completed in advance. Relying solely on aviation kerosene would incur nearly 100,000 in fuel costs per hour. Su Ming planned to continue upgrading the engine technology in the future. As he pondered the engine, he arrived at the elevated highway in the heart of Jiangnan City. during peak hours. The appearance of the mech immediately incited cheers among the public. "Look, it's the ZJ National Defense Mech. It has come to rescue the children. This was our Jiangnan City's, our Dragon Country's very own superhero." From above, Su Ming surveyed the scene. A large section of the highway had collapsed, forming an 18-meter-deep pit in the middle. The most distressing sight was undoubtedly the school bus from Blue Sky Kindergarten. The bus was precariously perched on the edge of the pit, with its rear half hanging in midair, ready to plummet at any moment. After an analysis of gravitational stability, the bus was determined to be in a temporarily balanced state, unfit for external force interference. The rescue plan recommended an overall lifting approach. The AI voice within the mech's control cabin announced, "Continuous leakage of mud and stones has been detected at the collapse center. The school bus is expected to fall within 1 minute." Zhang Su, hearing the 1-minute countdown, couldn't help but worry for the children. "Su Ming, we must act quickly." 1 minute later, the bus would plunge, burying all the children alive. "No, let us wait a moment." Su Ming remained calm and shook his head. "Warrior, assess the damage to the bridge's pillars." Warrior was a diminutive name Su Ming had given to the ZJ National Defense Mech. Understood, expanding the detection range. "Beep beep beep, warning. The bridge's pillars have sustained significant damage. The probability of collapse is 78. It is recommended to abandon the overall lifting plan and instead fill the collapse center with sand and stones before proceeding with the rescue." Filling it in was indeed a viable solution, preserving both the bus and the bridge. However, the dilemma was sourcing materials to fill it in promptly. With only 25 seconds remaining until the bus's fall, Su Ming, after a moment of calm contemplation, made an astounding decision. He piloted the mech to block the sinking pit with its massive frame, standing tall at 20 meters, while the pit was 18 meters deep, leaving only 2 meters of the mech's head exposed above ground. The downward trend of the ground's collapse was instantly halted. Nearby firefighting rescue personnel rushed in to lead the children off the bus to safety. All 56 children from Blue Sky Kindergarten were successfully rescued. The crisis had finally been averted. The rescued children embraced their parents tightly, while the onlookers erupted into enthusiastic applause. Mommy, we were saved by this transformer." "Silly child. That's not a transformer. It's our Dragon Country's mech warrior. Remember your savior. Its code name is ZJ National Defense Mech. And the person piloting it is named Su Ming." Hom, I'll remember." Superhero, National Defense Mech, Superhero, Brother Su Ming. Chapter 23, National Defense Mech. For the country and the people, Su Ming piloted the National Defense Mech down from the sky, blocking the collapsing pit and rescuing the trapped students of Blue Sky Kindergarten. While many bystanders captured photos and videos, sharing them on social media. As the events unfolded, the media buzz surrounding them intensified. The most trending topic on Sina Weibo was, "The mecha rescues trapped kindergarten students." In just over 10 minutes, the number of likes soared beyond 4 million, with shares exceeding 800,000. Among the comments, the most liked one read, "The National Defender, for the country and the people," on Zhihu's trending list. The top topic was how to view the National Defender's heroic rescue. The most endorsed response came from Milky Way, the nation's first astronaut. "Thank you for the invitation. As the first mecha in our country and the world, its significance is extraordinary, and its inaugural act is even more magnificent. As the first astronaut of our nation, I extend my highest respect to Su Ming, the first to pilot a mecha." On Bilibili's popular ranking, the most viewed content featured the thrilling moments of the National Defender's rescue, setting a new record for video views in under half an hour. On Douyin, an overwhelming number of videos captured by spontaneous spectators on the streets showcased the mecha, surpassing the views and comments of many popular stars. This fervor was not confined to domestic borders. International media swiftly reported on the incident, prominently featuring it on their front pages. The Associated Press headlined, "The world's first mecha emerges from the Dragon Nation. The Eastern Dragon awakens." Reuters proclaimed, "The birth of the world's first mecha. The global landscape will forever change." The French news agency announced, "Mecha has truly emerged, no longer science fiction." Numerous news outlets, both domestic and international, rushed to cover the event, creating a global uproar. After the successful rescue operation, Su Ming piloted the mecha back to the factory. He and Zhang Su descended to the ground via a ladder, greeted by thunderous applause and cheers. The presence of personnel from the Earthquake Bureau, armed police, and medical services amplified the applause to unprecedented levels. Regardless of their professions, the eyes of all present were filled with respect for Su Ming. Following this heroic act, who would dare underestimate this 18-year-old prodigy? In a few years, as exceptional as Su Ming, he is destined to become a pillar of the nation. Well done, Su Ming, exclaimed Xiao Jiangwo, excitedly giving a thumbs up, a smile gracing his face like that of a child, momentarily forgetting his status as a professor and his own age. He no longer wished for Su Ming to serve as a guest professor at the university. Su Ming's brilliance shone like the brightest star in the night sky, destined to radiate an even more brilliant light than the sun. In his heart, Xiao Jiangwo silently prayed for Su Ming's health and felt an immense pride for the nation to have such promising talent. Public intellectual Qi Yulong, now mockingly referred to as Qi Yuchong by netizens, had sullied the very concept of dragon. While his parents may have named him with aspirations of greatness, he lost the right to that name the moment he began to pander to foreign ideals. I heard from journalist Zhang that you claimed in a live stream that our dragon nation would need 800 years to catch up to the eagle-head nation, asserting that only they could produce mecha. As Su Ming passed Qi Yulong, he paused and calmly stated, "Shouldn't you now provide an explanation to your livestream audience? Shouldn't you apologize to our dragon nation?" Qi Yulong, now a middle-aged man of 45, bowed his head deeply in response to Su Ming's inquiry before a national audience. "I was wrong. I'm sorry," he uttered, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Your error will not be absolved by your apology," Su Ming replied firmly. "No one expects you to contribute significantly to the development of our nation, but I hope your children can learn a profound lesson from your mistakes." Qi Yulong's daughter, still in elementary school, sat at home watching him on the sofa. He wiped away his tears, addressing the camera. "Daughter, Daddy was wrong, truly wrong. Individuals like Qi Yulong, who idolize foreign cultures, lead a pitiful existence, inherently believing that their homeland is perpetually inferior and that foreigners are always superior. They fail to grasp the adage, a child does not despise a mother's poverty, nor a dog a poor home. Not only is the Dragon Nation's economy rapidly catching up to the Eagle-head Nation, but even if it does not, as a citizen, one should not demean their own country." Su Ming did not linger. He continued his search, not for Qi Yulong, but for Smith. Smith, still recovering from earlier shock, sat on the ground, his polished shoes now dust-covered, and his loosened tie draped carelessly over his shoulder. Su Ming offered him a long bench. Struggling, Smith used it to rise. "Mr. Smith, you spoke of a male doctoral student from the university who knelt before you for a green card from the Eagle-head Nation, and a female graduate student who would sell herself to go there. Professor Xiao Jiangwo has already had the school investigate, and those two individuals do not exist. In fact, there have been no students from our university going to the Eagle-head Nation in the past 6 months." Su Ming punctured Smith's lies on the spot. Those incidents were experiences Smith had encountered in another country. He spoke of them out of anger and embarrassment, intending to insult Professor Xiao Jiangwo and demean the students of the Dragon Nation and the entire nation itself. Smith was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Ming to be so meticulous that Professor Xiao Jiangwo had indeed investigated the matter and specifically come to inform him. "The design of the black and white impermanence mecha, while merely a sketch of mine, does not reflect my true capabilities, yet it remains a work of mine. Yet you have defaced it, even intending to spit on it. Mr. Smith, don't you think it is time for you to apologize to me?" "Of course, I reject your apology. I will not grant you the opportunity to redeem yourself." Su Ming was certain that Smith would eventually apologize, with the National Defender making its grand entrance. The world now recognized it, and soon, inquiries for technology or various partnership conditions would flood in. Naturally, Smith's superiors would not be pleased to see him jeopardize such a significant opportunity and would pressure him to apologize. However, what Su Ming sought was not a hollow apology. "Mr. Smith, do you recall the reasons you gave when you disparaged me?" Without awaiting Smith's response, Su Ming recounted his previous statements verbatim. "We possess the finest academic environment in the world, the most elite scientists and professors, the highest in technology, and the most cutting-edge theoretical research. No nation or region can offer you more assistance than our own." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Smith seemed to regain his composure. A glimmer of color returned to his shadowed eyes. "Mr. Su Ming, what I said is the truth. No nation or region can provide you with more assistance than we do in the Eagle-head Nation." "No," Su Ming interjected without hesitation, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Smith, on this planet, the greatest aid comes from my homeland. Do you know why our Dragon Nation is called the infrastructure madman in the world's factory?" Upon hearing the terms infrastructure behemoth and world factory, veins on Smith's forehead began to throb. These were words he dreaded most. The Dragon Nation stands as a true titan of infrastructure, consumed by grand construction projects and super-engineering feats. Among the 10 longest bridges in the world, 6 are constructed in the Dragon Nation, which consumes 2.4 billion tons of cement annually, accounting for half of the global usage. Furthermore, the Dragon Nation is renowned as the world's factory, boasting 39 major industrial categories, 191 subcategories, and 525 minor categories, uniquely encompassing all industrial classifications recognized by the United Nations, thereby forming an unparalleled and comprehensive industrial system. Smith's astonishment was anticipated by Su Ming. Those accustomed to arrogance often fail to recognize the merits of their adversaries. From the expression that Smith revealed, Su Ming was confident that Smith understood the implication behind his retort. The formidable industrial system of the Dragon Nation ranks first globally, with astonishing rapidity in the construction of high-speed rail and aircraft carriers. Thus, in this context, the creation of a mech would leave even the Eagle Nation in awe. Mr. Smith, we claim to be the second in construction capability and speed, with no one daring to assert the first position globally. Do you still stubbornly believe that only your Eagle Nation can assist me in the creation of mechs? Su Ming's words flowed calmly, yet they were imbued with a potent confidence and strength that shattered Smith's arrogance. Faced with Su Ming's inquiry, Smith found himself momentarily speechless, unable to conjure a suitable rebuttal. How insightful your question is. Our greatest strength lies in industrial construction. No other nation can truly compare to the Dragon Nation in mech construction. How many among us genuinely understand our own homeland? If you were Su Ming, would you have thought of these matters? Rather than a mere exchange between Su Ming and Smith, it felt as though two of the world's most powerful nations were colliding, and undoubtedly, this time, we emerged victorious. Indeed, not just this time. When mechs finally debut, the Eagle Nation will have to show us the respect we deserve, rather than imposing arbitrary sanctions and disparaging us as they do now. Observing the silent Smith, Su Ming continued, Mr. Smith, do you know why I have the audacity to say such things to you? Because I have behind me these journalists, the armed police, the firefighters, the medical personnel, and the audience in the live broadcast and in front of their televisions. Behind me stands the support of 1.3 billion people. At that moment, Su Ming's voice grew deep, his tone weighted with gravity, striking Smith's heart like a hammer. Smith trembled. He felt the terrifying essence of Su Ming, whose presence instilled fear akin to that of a nuclear bomb. Had the Dragon Nation truly birthed such a prodigious genius as a symbol of its rise? By the way, Mr. Smith, it seems your trousers are damp. I suggest you change them when you return. The camera crew swiftly focused on the area around Smith's groin. Although somewhat impolite, given the live nature of the broadcast, there was little concern for decorum. You are not allowed to laugh. Smith abruptly turned, mortified, and shouted at the reporters behind him. Mr. Smith, we are trained to maintain our composure. No matter how amusing, we shall not laugh unless we cannot help it, one reporter retorted, eliciting quiet chuckles from the crowd. The once arrogant Smith, now revealed to be trembling and embarrassed, had indeed lost control. Meanwhile, Su Ming paid little heed to these details. He picked up a bucket of gasoline, unscrewed the cap, and inhaled its scent. Noticing Su Ming's actions, Smith quickly retreated, utterly perplexed regarding Su Ming's intentions. Whether he intended to use the mech to display contempt or to drench a flag's design with gasoline, his thoughts were beyond the realm of ordinary reasoning. Would he dare to douse me with gasoline? With this thought, Smith grew cautious. However, openly harming a diplomat is a grave taboo in international relations. The Dragon Nation would never stoop to such a level. What was Su Ming truly planning? At that moment, Zhang Su and the other reporters were also speculating about Su Ming's intentions. Zhang Su, quick-witted, immediately considered a possibility. For 3 years, Su Ming had been secretly developing mechs. But this live population census had exposed the factory's internal situation. He intended to burn down the factory and relocate to create mechs anew. That must be the reason. A talent like Su Ming has numerous options available to him. Remaining in this dilapidated factory seems to hold little significance. Zhang Su herself was also a prodigy, having entered a media university at 16. She graduated this year at 19 with top honors and successfully secured a position as a reporter at the Dragon Nation's news television station. Given her experiences, she could empathize with Su Ming's predicament. Many better opportunities awaited him. Yet, this realization led Zhang Su to understand that Su Ming, this dormant dragon, was finally about to soar. This meant that once the live broadcast concluded, Su Ming and her lives would no longer intertwine. For reasons unknown, the thought of impending separation and never seeing him again filled Zhang Su with an indescribable sense of melancholy. When gasoline is left to sit, it emits a pleasantly fragrant hydrocarbon substance. I am fond of this subtle aroma, Su Ming explained to the camera crew while making a move that astonished everyone once again. He poured an entire bucket of gasoline directly over the mech design blueprint. Chapter 25. Because I am the father of mechs, everyone was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Su Ming's reasoning. For this was the culmination of 3 years of dedicated effort, while Su Ming had repeatedly referred to it as mere doodles. Who would believe such a thing? This was the world's very first mech design blueprint, encompassing the pinnacle of contemporary technology. Any minuscule nation acquiring this blueprint could instantly ascend to the ranks of global powers. It was a treasure for which even the Eagle nation would spare no expense to obtain, its potential value being self-evident. Yet, this invaluable asset was drenched in gasoline. Then, with a single strike of a match, he ignited the blueprint, reducing the lengthy design to ashes within moments. The black and white mech design, destroyed by Su Ming's own hands, left everyone in stunned disbelief, unable to grasp his actions, their minds racing to find coherence in the chaos. Each person gazed at Su Ming, awaiting his explanation. Though they could not fathom his reasoning, they all trusted that there must be a rationale behind his actions. As the last flickers of flame extinguished, Su Ming turned, his gaze icy as he focused on Smith. At that moment, Smith's heart bled. That design, worth its weight in gold, had been obliterated. Mr. Smith, you must be eager to understand the reason behind my actions. I can tell you it is related to you. You trampled on the mech blueprint with your heel, desecrating the dignity of this mech before it even came into existence. Did you not seek to take this blueprint for yourselves? Did you not wish to salvage the pride of your Eagle nation, which I rejected? Did you not aim to purchase it for hundreds of billions? I chose to burn it before your eyes, to destroy what you hold dear, to obliterate your most cherished possession, and to make you understand that just as you carelessly trampled upon it, I can just as easily reduce it to ashes. At this juncture, Su Ming deliberately paused, to ensure that Smith fully comprehends the profound significance of these words. This moment of pause serves as a torment of both spirit and soul for him. I wish to convey to you that what you regard as invaluable treasures are, in my eyes, nothing more than mere scraps of paper. To me, they are as commonplace as air and as inexpensive as tap water. You perceive it as priceless wealth, more precious than gold or oil. You believe that your heel, upon treading upon it, would cause me sorrow and regret for rejecting you, would allow you a sense of vindication, and would make you feel as though you have restored the dignity lost by your nation in my presence. However, Mr. Smith, your thoughts are naively charming. Even if you were to tear this diagram to shreds, I would not even blink. The atmosphere within the factory is so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Every word spoken by Su Ming reaches Smith's ears without fail. For I am the father of mechas. I created it. When this declaration escapes my lips, Smith feels as though his heart has been wrenched. Su Ming, the father of mechas, possesses all the knowledge. Even without this particular diagram, he could effortlessly create countless others. The more Smith contemplates, the more he finds Su Ming to be both terrifying and unfathomable. The destruction he has wrought extends beyond just a mere diagram. He senses the subtle yet palpable fury and disdain that lie beneath Su Ming's calm demeanor. This single act establishes a formidable adversary for his nation. Mr. Smith, I do not care for this diagram, but regarding your reckless actions and your disrespect towards the powers that be, I hereby solemnly declare, in my capacity as the father of mechas, that future mecha manufacturing projects of the Dragon Nation shall not collaborate with your country, nor shall we sell them any mechas or technology. The very scenario Smith fears most has come to pass. This is the outcome he dreaded, a consequence he cannot bear. His impulsive act has obliterated his nation's strategic opportunity to develop mechas, rendering him a traitor to his country. At this moment, Smith is truly afraid. He genuinely fears for his future, tasked with the critical mission of acquiring mecha designs from Su Ming for his nation. He has not only failed, but has also severed the relationship between his country and Su Ming. His position as the representative of students from the Dragon Nation is now under grave threat. Su Ming is the father of mechas. The higher-ups will undoubtedly seek to maintain contact with him, and negotiations may ensue. Yet he finds himself the first casualty in this game. The representative from Great Britain has instinctively distanced himself from Smith, even dismissing him with a glance. His keen professional instincts tell him that Smith is on the verge of demotion and dismissal. Smith stands frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Su Ming's move is ruthless, leaving him no escape. His knees weaken, almost compelling him to kneel before Su Ming, but considering the live broadcast, any further actions detrimental to his nation's interests would jeopardize his return home. Smith has truly narrowed his own path. Su Ming, with a mere nod, could attract representatives from countless nations eager to discuss mecha matters, while Smith, having provoked him, faces an inevitable downfall. Not only has he narrowed his path, he has effectively closed it off entirely. The sense of vindication is indeed gratifying. The blemish on the powers that be has now been cleansed. I can assure you, Smith's future will be bleak. He will become the public enemy of his nation, paying a heavy price for his disrespectful behavior today. This move of Su Ming's is truly remarkable, a blend of charm and surprise. Does the young man need an adorable sister as a girlfriend? The sisters upstairs are being excessive. Everyone is in line. Su Ming is now the newly crowned national heartthrob. I hope he won't mind if I call him hubby. You are not quite right. Meanwhile, on the Baidu Tieba platform, discussions surrounding Su Ming, the father of mechas, have rapidly surged past 50 million views and continue to climb, firmly establishing him at the top of the trending topics. Beautiful ladies eagerly upload their photos, hoping to catch Su Ming's attention, while the boys, initially engrossed in fervent discussions about mechas, bask in the joy of glimpsing the lives of numerous goddesses showcased on the platform. Simultaneously, within the homeland of the Eagle Nation, a high-level meeting is underway, presided over by a 5-star general. His expression is grave, as if one could wring water from it. The large screen in the meeting room broadcasts the moment Su Ming made his solemn announcement. Due to the time difference, while the Dragon Nation basks in the afternoon sun, it is the early hours of the morning in the Eagle Nation. These individuals have not slept a wink, glued to the live stream until now. Effective immediately, Smith is to be stripped of all his duties. Notify him that he is dismissed. What a complete fool. Those are mecha warriors. Executing this fool 1,000 times would not suffice to rectify the losses suffered by our nation. The 5-star general pounds the table in frustration, illustrating the depth of his anger. Chapter 26. In the depths of despair, a glimmer of hope. Just then, the door to the conference room swings open. The 5-star general, already seething with rage, is prepared to unleash his fury upon the intruder for barging in unannounced during a meeting. However, upon recognizing the visitor, he immediately stands and salutes with military precision. Mr. President, you two have not rested. The general instinctively steps aside, clearing the center seat. The elder entering is none other than the current president of the Eagle Nation, his countenance far from pleasant as he glares at the live broadcast on the screen. With such a significant incident occurring, how could I possibly sleep? General, I heard your proposed course of action outside. Proceed, as you suggested. This Smith has jeopardized our nation's affairs. Who sent him to the Dragon Nation for this mission? Are there truly no capable individuals in our country that we must resort to such a fool? He has tarnished our nation's reputation. The president's temper is volatile, and he unleashes his fury in front of his subordinates, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. Being personally reprimanded by the president, Smith's future is now doomed. He will never rise again and should prepare for a life of obscurity. General, please report on your subsequent action plan. With the president's approval, the 5-star general clears his throat and begins a brief report. Mr. President, aside from Smith, we have dispatched 2 additional individuals. With these 2 personally involved, we can easily secure that 18-year-old youth, Su Ming. The 5-star general asserts confidently. General, I hope you will not disappoint me this time. A talent like Su Ming, if not serving our Eagle Nation, will be an immeasurable loss for us. The president replies, you all witnessed the live stream. Even a small national defense mecha possesses such formidable deterrent power. Our Eagle Nation must acquire this technology. Rest assured, Mr. President, we have absolute confidence in completing this mission. The 5-star general salutes once more, his eyes brimming with assurance. Meanwhile, within the factory, Smith is on the verge of a mental breakdown. His phone has just received several messages, revealing termination notices from his unit and other departments. Despite being the leader of the student representatives, they could not even afford him the courtesy of a phone call, sending everything simultaneously. In an instant, Smith comprehends the gravity of the situation. The higher-ups are enraged, for no one could orchestrate such a swift response otherwise. Among these messages, there lies a particularly significant one. Upon reading it, the once despondent heart of Smith felt a flicker of hope. The message indicated that a second wave of operatives had been dispatched to extract Su Ming. If he were to assist them in successfully completing their mission, he could atone for his past transgressions and evade all repercussions. In the depths of despair, a final glimmer of salvation emerged. Smith perceived a sliver of hope. This time, he was resolute in his determination to capture Su Ming. However, the fear that Su Ming instilled in him made him apprehensive about the newly arrived operatives. It was not a lack of faith in Su Ming, but rather in the individuals sent by his own country. Su Ming was a formidable adversary. Who would they send to confront him? Just as Smith pondered this dilemma, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed once more from the factory courtyard. This time, 2 individuals arrived, precisely as the message had indicated, gazing at the middle-aged man in glasses, who bore a smile, and the elderly gentleman with graying hair, Smith's heart raced as if jolted by a defibrillator. The appearance of these two men elicited gasps from the reporters of the Dragon Kingdom, their cameras swiftly trained upon them. This was indeed intriguing. The eagle-headed nation had invested considerably, dispatching 2 heavyweight negotiators. Su Ming regarded the 2 men and softly murmured a phrase. The bespectacled man, upon noticing Su Ming, strode forward with outstretched hands. "Mr. Su Ming, it is a pleasure to meet you. Your mech technology has reverberated across the globe, possessing transformative power. You are destined to usher in a new era, much like I have, standing at the pinnacle of this world." "Mr. Su Ming, perhaps my words do not convey my intent accurately. What I truly wish to express is that the previous world's transformation was led by me, and the next will be initiated by you. The moment of passing the torch has arrived. This is a momentous occasion, and we are poised for an extraordinary collaboration." Although the bespectacled man spoke in English, he deliberately slowed his pace to ensure Su Ming comprehended his words more clearly. His audacious claims, upon initial hearing, might seem grandiloquent. Yet he possessed the capability to make such assertions. No one would deem him boastful. "I am equally delighted to meet you, Mr. Gates," replied Su Ming, his signature smile gracing his features. The man before him, adorned with glasses, was none other than Gates, the founder of Microsoft and the world's richest individual. Prior to his crossing into this parallel world, Su Ming had never harbored the opportunity to engage closely with Gates, yet now he found himself sought after by him. "Mr. Su Ming, my visits to the Dragon Kingdom are infrequent, and this occasion is dedicated solely to you. I am confident that we shall discover common ground and paths to maximize the value and benefits of mech technology." Beside Gates stood the elder gentleman with graying hair. "We welcome you to visit the Dragon Kingdom more often and witness the rapid changes we are undergoing, Mr. Buffett." Faced with the legendary investor, consistently ranked among the top 3 on the Forbes billionaires list, Su Ming felt a twinge of surprise. In his previous life, his elders had been fond of stock trading. They might not have recognized names like Michael Jackson, Madonna, or Britney Spears, but the name of the stock god, Buffett, was met with reverence. Zhang Su held her phone aloft, live streaming, though her lips were slightly pursed. Humph, yet another group of negotiators sent by the eagle-headed nation to extract Su Ming. Her expression resembled that of someone whose most cherished delicacy had been taken away. The barrage of comments in the live stream was lively. Excitement filled the air. "Someone wake me up. Am I dreaming? Gates and Buffett are here. If it weren't for the public security officers nearby, I'd genuinely believe this was a movie. Can someone explain what is happening? Why are the 2 wealthiest men in the world personally seeking out Su Ming? Su Ming is certainly making a name for himself. If Gates and Buffett are actively seeking collaboration, I could boast about it for a lifetime." Smith, who had been on the verge of a breakdown due to Su Ming, was now nearly overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the 2 illustrious figures. With these representatives from the eagle-headed nation personally involved, he was certain they would succeed in extracting Su Ming, or at the very least, rectify his previous errors and establish a new camaraderie with him. Chapter 27. In times of others' fear, I am greedy. In times of others' greed, I am fearful. Yet, in the presence of 2 global luminaries whom everyone aspired to impress, Su Ming exhibited a demeanor that, aside from an initial flicker of surprise, quickly returned to his usual composure. "Mr. Su Ming, for our first meeting, I have brought you a small gift to atone for Smith's previous disrespect towards you." With that, Buffett produced a card resembling a postcard and presented it to Su Ming. This custom-made postcard was exquisite, adorned with beautiful designs and bearing Buffett's famous adage, "Be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy only when others are fearful." The reporters on site, along with the audience watching the live stream and television, immediately speculated that this postcard contained the name of a promising stock. Purchasing it could lead to becoming a billionaire in the years to come. This was a gesture from the legendary stock god. Which stock could he have chosen? "I wish I could see what S inside. If I knew the stock code, I'd liquidate everything to invest in it." Don't be overly optimistic. The stock god's picks are not accessible to the average person. Su Ming has developed mechs, which is why he is receiving such a gift. In fact, these 2 comments encapsulated the sentiments of the vast majority of the live stream audience. Those who aspired to make a name for themselves in the stock market understood the immense challenges involved. Throughout Buffett's life, he had created countless wealth myths through stocks. Compared to self-proclaimed stock experts and local legends online, Buffett was globally recognized as the stock god, not a mere boastful title. Thus, acquiring stocks endorsed by such a legendary figure was worth any sacrifice. Indeed, the stock god Buffett's reputation was monumental. To put it bluntly, any stock he endorsed would attract a flood of investors, transforming even the worst of stocks into dark horses in no time. I am so envious. Miss Streamer, could you please persuade Su Ming to reveal the contents of the postcard? The audience's curiosity soared. In this era, stock trading remained a prevalent topic of discussion in cafes, tea houses, and restaurants across Kyoto. One may choose not to invest in stocks, but at the very least, a modicum of knowledge is essential to engage in conversations about it. I will accept the gift, but the matter must be clarified. Smith's disrespect was not only directed at me, but also at my mechs, the professors at our technological university, and the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming was well aware of the customary practice of gift-giving in the West upon first meetings. Hence, he graciously accepted the postcard without hesitation. He opened it slowly and raised it towards the camera. Was he about to unveil the stock god selection to the public? The audience instinctively grew excited, eyes widening in anticipation of the contents. Several journalists in the factory quickly retrieved paper and pens, ready to record the stock code. Su Ming is generous, willing to share this with us fans. How fortunate we are. Well done, Su Ming. If I make a fortune, I'll treat you to a grand feast. My stock trading app is already open, just waiting for the stock code. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. Brothers, heed my words. Buy as much as you can. Su Ming did not pay attention to the barrage of comments in the live stream. His focus lay solely on the message inscribed on the postcard, which was undoubtedly of great significance for the fans and viewers, though it bore no stock codes. This postcard was, in fact, an invitation to share lunch with the renowned investor Warren Buffett at a prestigious steakhouse. This was not merely a casual meal. It was a dining experience valued at over 30 million yuan, available only once a year and contingent upon winning a bidding process. Throughout the years, those fortunate enough to dine with Buffett have been either exceptionally wealthy or influential business magnates. This lunch is famously known as the Buffett Lunch, a charitable initiative established by Buffett himself, running for over 2 decades, with all proceeds from the auction donated to charitable organizations. While the event is termed a lunch, it essentially provides a unique opportunity for attendees to engage in dialogue with the investment guru, allowing them to pose any queries, which Buffett will patiently address. Crucially, anyone who has dined with him inevitably becomes a headline in major news outlets globally, transforming them into figures of significant public interest. The Buffett lunch typically requires bidding. Yet this time, Buffett extended a direct invitation to Su Ming, breaking from tradition. Thus, the significance of this meal was profound, serving as a testament to Buffett's regard for Su Ming and his desire to cultivate a friendly rapport with him. In the live stream, Su Ming's audience had a humble request. They wished for him to inquire of the stock god to recommend a stock. Zhang Su approached Su Ming, conveying the sentiments of the audience. What had initially been perceived as a request for a stock recommendation unexpectedly turned into the opportunity of the Buffett lunch. Despite its considerable worth, it was an experience meant solely for Su Ming, leaving the playful audience with a tinge of disappointment. While Zhang Su spoke to Su Ming, Smith was busy translating for Buffett, recognizing this as his sole chance for redemption. Thus he diligently sought to impress. Upon hearing the request, Buffett smiled slightly. He was accustomed to flattery from those around him, yet this time he had a vested interest in Su Ming, hoping to discuss a collaboration. Thus, the audience's request for stock recommendations indirectly became a means of leverage for him. Look at me, how esteemed I am, even in your dragon country. This was the essence of his sentiment. Mr. Su Ming, your audience has a desire. If you personally ask me, I will provide them with a stock, Buffett stated, his words laden with nuance. The negotiation had commenced at this moment, a psychological game of strategy. The ball was now in Su Ming's court, without asking Buffett. The audience's modest wish could not be fulfilled, yet speaking up would place him in a seemingly passive position. Buffett remained unhurried, confident that Su Ming, a fervent admirer of his fans, would ultimately speak up. The distinction between Su Ming proactively seeking a stock and merely stating it had 2 entirely different ramifications. After considering Zhang Su's words, Su Ming calmly inquired, Mr. Buffett, is your stock one from our dragon country? Of course not, Buffett replied with pride. The A shares of your dragon country cannot compare to our American stocks. The combined market capitalization of the Hong Kong and A shares does not even approach that of the American market, and the gap is substantial. Then let's leave it at that. Su Ming countered, unexpectedly foregoing the inquiry, much to Buffett's astonishment. Su Ming's subsequent remark swiftly diminished Buffett's confidence. Chapter 28. He is mass-producing billionaires. When faced with individuals he does not favor, Su Ming never indulges or concedes, be it with public intellectual Qi Yulong or Smith. It is only in the presence of his fans and compatriots before the screen that Su Ming reveals his amiable side. From the outset, When the audience requested to visit the factory or to name a mech with a dragon country flair, to the current desire for a stock from the stock god, Su Ming had consistently been accommodating. Thus, when Buffett passed the ball to Su Ming, the decision to ask or not became his dilemma. Either outcome would not disadvantage Buffett. The stock god's calculations were meticulously orchestrated, yet he did not anticipate Su Ming's query. Buffett had never engaged in stocks from other countries, and as Su Ming decisively declared, "Then let's leave it at that," he appeared momentarily stunned. He had prepared his follow-up comments and had meticulously selected a stock, only for Su Ming to dismiss the offer outright. Yet, this was not the end. The sunlight streaming in from outside illuminated Su Ming's resolute profile. "Dear viewers, Mr. Buffett does not buy A-shares from our dragon country, so I shall provide you with insights." The reporters on both sides widened their eyes. Su Ming was not merely a prodigy in the realm of mechs. Did he also possess knowledge of stocks? Given his excellence in mechs, one could only presume his acumen in the stock domain was equally impressive. Of course, I am not referring to a specific stock, as that would imply advertising and be unfair to other companies. Instead, I shall offer a broader direction, ensuring that the stocks purchased will not lead to losses. You are all aware that the world's first true mech, black and white impermanence, is set to be produced in our dragon country. Yet you may not grasp the substantial investment required for its manufacture. Su Ming's statement sparked contemplation among the crowd. While everyone was still reeling from the shock of the mech, Su Ming had already shifted his focus to the costs of production and its future implications. "I can now clearly inform you that the cost of an aircraft carrier is 500 billion. A large mech will cost 10 times that amount, with daily maintenance and upkeep expenses reaching approximately 100 million. Aircraft carriers are often dubbed golden geese due to their exorbitant maintenance costs, which ordinary nations cannot afford. The situation for mechs is even more extreme. From the training of logistics personnel to daily maintenance, the financial outlay reaches astronomical figures. With 100 million merely a rough estimate, manufacturing a mech necessitates procuring hundreds of thousands of components, with ongoing repairs and maintenance requiring a continuous supply of parts. Thus, the stock prices of these suppliers are bound to soar. Therefore, the stocks I am recommending pertain to these parts suppliers. With potentially thousands of primary suppliers emerging in the future, considering the massive demand for mechs, the entire industry will undoubtedly be stimulated. This is indeed significant market intelligence. Starting today, stocks in related industries will rise, allowing every investor to profit, with the extent of their gains hinging on their personal prowess. Today, Su Ming has bestowed a boon upon his fans. However, there is a deeper layer to this. Before Su Ming could continue, the fans in the live stream were quick to pose questions. "Brother Su Ming, we undoubtedly trust you. But how can the production of a single black and white impermanence mech cause the stock prices of all suppliers in the industry to skyrocket? Indeed, how can you guarantee that the stocks we purchase will appreciate in value?" Even Buffett, sitting nearby, expressed some skepticism upon hearing Su Ming's words. "Mr. Buffett, you are correct. If it were merely one mech, the impact on investors would be limited. However, I am not referring to just one. I am speaking of at least 200 mechs." At this moment, a temporal wormhole existed beneath the factory, through which cosmic monsters from another civilization sought to invade Earth. Su Ming had employed a unique algorithm to predict that such wormholes would continue to manifest across the globe in the coming years. By that time, over 200 countries and regions worldwide would require at least one mech per major nation to fend off the onslaught of monsters. The estimate of 200 mechs was, in reality, quite conservative. Given the rapid evolution of these creatures, the necessity for even more mech warriors seemed imminent. A collective silence engulfed the room as this figure was disclosed. The corners of Buffett's eyes twitched violently, compelling him to have Smith translate the number twice, ensuring he had not misheard. The cost of a single large mech is approximately 500 billion yuan, which would amount to a staggering 100 trillion yuan for 200 mechs. To put this into perspective, the total economic output of all countries globally is around 6 trillion yuan. Therefore, the production of these 200 mechs would consume 1/6 of the entire world's economy. This represents a potential market worth 100 trillion yuan. The renowned investor Buffett felt a wave of weakness wash over him. With such an enormous market at play, China's A-share market would undoubtedly surpass the American stock market, claiming the title of the largest in the world. Even the least expensive stocks in China could potentially eclipse those of Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft. If this were indeed the case, China's stocks would emerge as the most prudent investment for the future, the most lucrative as well. In comparison, the American stock market seemed trivial. What Su Ming was proposing was not merely investment. He was, in essence, orchestrating the mass production of billionaires. It was foreseeable that China's economic output would outpace all nations, achieving a terrifying triple-digit growth rate, with the number of billionaires surpassing the total of all other nations combined. Every citizen of China would enjoy the immense dividends brought by the mechs. After a prolonged silence, Buffett made a concerted effort to regain his composure. The sense of superiority he once held had dissipated, leaving him appearing as humble as Su Ming's Jr. Mr. Su Ming, from this day forward, the title of stock god belongs to you, he proclaimed as his first statement. His second remark followed. Mr. Su Ming, if possible, I hope you can continue to provide me, this old stock god, with specific stock recommendations in the future. The world-renowned investor Buffett sought stock advice from an 18-year-old. Had it not been for the live audience, the astonishment might have driven many to madness. Su Ming remained his usual calm self, as these developments were well within his expectations. The mech revolutionizing the global landscape and altering the world order was no mere rhetoric. Mr. Buffett, I actually do not engage in stock trading, so I neither accept the title of stock god nor will I provide you with stock recommendations. As he spoke, Su Ming turned towards the camera, raising the postcard for the Buffett lunch. Let me share another benefit with everyone. I have decided to randomly reward the opportunity to dine with Mr. Buffett to the viewers in the live stream. The specifics of the lottery will be handled by journalist Zhang Su, regardless of Su Ming's intentions. This minor episode would forever mark him as the new stock god in the minds of investors. However, prior to that, the legendary figure of Buffett remained an enigma, and his lunch worth millions still held immense allure for the average citizen. Su Ming chose to offer it as a reward to the audience. Chapter 29, Collecting the World. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were utterly ecstatic. Su Ming not only highlighted the future trends of the stock market, but also distributed the coveted Buffett lunch, bringing joy even to those who did not trade stocks. His dedication to his fans was undeniable, yet it was a pity that Su Ming had not registered on Weibo or Douyin, for sharing daily glimpses of his life would surely bring happiness to many. No, you all have missed the point. Quickly analyze the stocks. For those who do not understand, learn through Baidu. Our A-shares are finally set to rise. The excitement surged as viewers speculated on who would be the lucky winner of the lunch with Buffett, envying the fortune of whoever would be chosen. I, for one, have no hope. One lamented. Neither do I. At our company's annual lottery, there were 50 participants. Everyone else won televisions and washing machines, while I ended up with 2 bags of flour and a bucket of cooking oil. Just call me the impervious winner. The comments exploded in the live stream, with countless inquiries flooding in about the lottery's timing and details. Zhang Su, overwhelmed by the influx of messages, found her phone frozen. The messages were not from strangers, but from family, friends, and colleagues. It was truly an information bombardment. Is it just a lunch? Why the excitement? Can't you all learn from Su Ming? Once her phone returned to normal, Zhang Su commented in the live stream. If a single lunch with Buffett is enough to send you into such a frenzy, imagine how you would react to a Su Ming lunch in the future. Returning to the main point, she proceeded to announce the lottery method and timing. The camera shifted back to Buffett, who was now the focal point of everyone's attention. Su Ming's gesture of gifting the lunch to his fans effectively declined Buffett's invitation. The expression on Buffett's face turned pale, not due to the inability to dine with Su Ming, but rather from the profound impact of Su Ming's words. The transformation brought by mechs was not limited to military implications, but extended into the realm of economics. It was no wonder that the 5-star general had insisted on personally coming to China to negotiate with Su Ming alongside Gates. Yet, from the current perspective, it was not Su Ming who sought collaboration, but rather Buffett himself. Mr. Su Ming, the Buffett lunch remains valid. Your gift is equivalent to my own, he remarked, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Even if unwilling, he dared not contradict Su Ming any longer. Upon uttering these words, Buffett appeared to age a decade in an instant, his eyes sinking deeper. The negotiation had not even commenced, and he had already lost. Before arriving in China, he had been brimming with confidence. Yet Su Ming had leveraged his expertise in stocks to secure an overwhelming advantage. At this moment, Gates, who had been silent until now, adjusted his glasses and revealed his signature smile. Mr. Su Ming, it is a pleasure to meet you, and I have brought you a gift as well. Like Buffett, Gates had prepared a unique welcome gift for Su Ming during his visit to China. He retrieved a beautifully packaged gift box from his pocket. Clearly a limited edition specially crafted for global distribution, adorned with the Gates family insignia. The mere collectible value of this box was enough to evoke envy in many. The box was nearly square, resembling a case designed for a watch. Many began to speculate that Gates' gift would likely be a watch, while others theorized it might contain a necklace intended for Su Ming's future girlfriend. The curiosity surrounding what the world's wealthiest man would present to Su Ming became a hot topic of discussion. Not only were domestic viewers intrigued, but billions of international spectators were also engaged in speculation and debate. Given Su Ming's identity as the father of mechs, monetary value held little significance for him. Even if he did not surpass Gates in wealth, he would undoubtedly enjoy a lifetime of financial security. Thus, opinions leaned toward the anticipation of a gift of unique significance. In response, international viewers swiftly initiated a voting campaign on social media, and within mere seconds, hundreds of thousands participated. Topping the poll were antiques, followed by luxury vehicles, and then jewelry. The audience's imagination is indeed quite rich. Some foreign viewers even speculate that this represents the green card of the Eaglehead Nation. Once in possession of such a card, Su Ming would be free to enter and exit the Eaglehead Nation at will. After all, the lavish array of talent dispatched is aimed at bringing Su Ming to the Eaglehead Nation. Gates, holding a gift box, opened it before Su Ming and the viewers in the live stream. Inside was a three-dimensional model that stood upright as the box was unveiled. The model resembled a cabinet adorned with numerous small compartments, each filled with colorful trinkets. Zhang Su was the first to identify the cabinet. Observing its shape closely, it mirrored that of the periodic table from chemistry books. If I am not mistaken, this model is an imitation of the priceless element wall. As a media reporter, Zhang Su is quite knowledgeable about such treasures. Following her insight, the other reporters nodded in agreement, affirming her statement. Zhang Su was correct. This is indeed the element wall. Mr. Gates does not collect antiques. He collects elements from nature. The great Russian chemist Mendeleev first discovered the periodic table of chemical elements. And over the course of the next century, through diligent exploration, the initial 63 elements expanded to the current 118. Mr. Gates takes pride in his collection of the element wall, which contains tangible representations of all non-radioactive elements, making this wall a priceless treasure. All known substances in the world are composed of these 118 elements, leading to Mr. Gates being lauded as a collector of the world itself. The reporters whispered among themselves, their expressions filled with envy. Simultaneously, some viewers in the live stream recognized the significance. This is Gates' prized element wall, where he has arranged the physical forms of 118 elements. While it seems to encompass only 118 elements, the difficulty of gathering them is extraordinarily high. Only someone like Mr. Gates could accomplish such a feat from what I understand. Element 45, rhodium, costs over 2 million yuan per kilogram. Element 92, uranium, used for atomic bombs, hovers around 100 million yuan per kilogram. Element 98, californium, is priced at approximately 20 billion yuan per kilogram and is nearly priceless. Only a billionaire like Gates could collect such items. As the answer unfolded, other viewers unfamiliar with the element wall began to share their thoughts. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium. These elements still haunt me as a humanities student. The life of the wealthy is so starkly simple and monotonous. Chapter 30. It can be refused. But it seems unnecessary, Mr. Su Ming. What I hold in my hand is a model of the element wall. The real element wall is at the airport, and shortly, I will have Smith deliver it to you. Having learned from the experience of my old friend Buffett, Bill Gates is decidedly more cautious, firmly believing that the element wall he possesses is unique in the world. Mr. Su Ming, just as your mech technology is unparalleled, my collection of the element wall is also one of a kind. I constantly use it as a reminder of my initial passion for scientific exploration. As Smith listened to Gates, a sense of excitement began to stir within him. While Mr. Buffett attempted to win over Su Ming with stocks, he was met with a counter from Su Ming. Now, Mr. Gates offers the world's only element wall as a gift. How could Su Ming, no matter how impressive, possibly gather a second element wall in such a short time? Smith was well aware of Mr. Gates' element wall. These 118 physical elements cannot merely be bought with wealth. Indeed, while riches lay the foundation for collecting elements, it also requires substantial time and effort. This is not like antiques, which can simply be acquired through auction houses. The unique elemental specimens contained within are ones even many contemporary scientists have never laid eyes upon. Moreover, this element wall is the most treasured possession of Mr. Gates, displayed prominently in his living room. Whenever important guests arrive, Mr. Gates proudly shows them around. Such a valuable item, offered as a token of goodwill, reflects sincerity that is beyond reproach, leaving Su Ming with no valid reason to decline. The first step in forging a friendship is for Su Ming to accept Mr. Gates' gift, which would signify a softening of Su Ming's defenses. However, as seconds ticked by, Gates stood awkwardly, holding the gift box containing the element wall model. For Su Ming had not accepted it. Could it be that Su Ming felt no attraction to such a treasure? What, in this world, could possibly captivate him? Smith suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively holding his breath. He had thought he understood Su Ming's character, but now realized that Su Ming remained inscrutable. Bill Gates, feeling a bit flustered, adjusted his glasses. Mr. Su Ming, if you are unsatisfied, I have prepared other gifts. No need, Su Ming interjected. In our dragon country, we have an ancient saying, a gentleman does not take from others what they cherish. Mr. Gates, I shall not accept your treasure. With that, Su Ming outright refused. Not even blinking an eye. Gates' smile faded. While not inherently ill-tempered, he felt a sense of affront at such a direct rejection from Su Ming. Particularly since this was a live broadcast, with not only viewers from the Dragon Country, but an audience from around the globe, including fans of Microsoft. It was disheartening to be rejected while representing Microsoft. This element wall had once enchanted even presidents, and Gates had deliberated deeply before deciding to present it to Su Ming. Mr. Su Ming, to be frank, your actions leave me rather displeased, Gates stated, his tone laced with palpable frustration. Scientists around the world share a straightforward demeanor, devoid of pretense. I can understand your refusal of my old friend Buffett's lunch invitation, but to reject my gift outright is perplexing. Could you provide me a reason? In this moment, Bill Gates resembled a petulant spouse, disregarding formalities to demand an explanation from Su Ming. Without a compelling rationale, Su Ming's arrogance would be exposed to the world, relieving Gates of a significant mental burden. Even Zhang Su and the reporters present were left speculating. Su Ming's actions could render him vulnerable unless justified. If his refusal stemmed solely from personal preference, it would seem rather narrow-minded. Not befitting the charisma of a figure like Su Ming. Su Ming could refuse, yet it seemed unnecessary. In the Oval Office of the Eaglehead Nation, filled with the scent of cigars, the stern-faced five-star general continued to preside over a meeting discussing strategies to recruit Su Ming after the president's departure. The number of attendees had not dwindled. In fact, it had increased. Just 5 or 6 minutes prior, after Buffett's rejection by Su Ming, the meeting that had already stretched into the night showed no signs of concluding. The five-star general, puffing on his cigar for clarity, coldly observed the live stream. The situation is increasingly unfavorable for us, General. From Su Ming's demeanor, it appears Mr. Gates may also meet with failure. It is all due to that wretched Smith, who has angered Su Ming, making our dealings with him exceedingly difficult. Our efforts are becoming increasingly futile. I truly wish I could have him executed. If Su Ming were to visit our Eaglehead Nation, our stock market would become unparalleled, and each person present would become a millionaire. Once the mass production of mechas commences, it will only take 3 to 5 years for the Dragon Kingdom to surpass us completely, emerging as the sole superpower in the world. Indeed, it is all Smith's fault. General, give the order to ensure Smith faces a dignified demise before Su Ming as an act of atonement. Several subordinates and representatives from the think tank gathered to present various strategies. Although differing opinions arose, the majority leaned towards making an example of Smith. The five-star general cleared his throat, and the others fell silent, the office enveloped in a tense stillness. You lot are as foolish as that Smith. Do you truly believe Su Ming holds grievances against us solely because of Smith? Smith is merely a superficial cause. General, what is your perspective? My view aligns with that of the president. This individual, Su Ming, has repeatedly tested our patience and provoked our Eaglehead Nation's dignity. Regardless of his stature, we must ensure he complies. But General, he is unwilling to cooperate with us. Is there truly nothing we can do without cooperation? Our Eaglehead Nation remains the world's foremost superpower. Surely we can devise a strategy to deal with an 18-year-old boy. A cold smile crept across the five-star general's lips as a palpable air of menace filled the office. Those attending tonight's meeting held significant ranks, having endured the recent wars, the Afghani and Iraqi conflicts, as key participants. On the nights decisions were made for those wars, they had witnessed that same chilling smile on the five-star general's face. This signaled that he was preparing new actions against Su Ming. Chapter 31. No one has accomplished this worldwide at the factory. Bill Gates felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Mr. Su Ming, please enlighten me with your reasons for refusal. Gates believed that Su Ming was deliberately being uncooperative, lacking a valid rationale. He sought to compel Su Ming to admit fault or utter something foolish, allowing public opinion to drown him without Gates needing to intervene. The keyboard warriors from the Dragon Kingdom are notorious internationally. Su Ming, you have declined Mr. Buffett and now Mr. Gates. I am left to question your character. The previously reticent Smith finally interjected. Smith, be silent. The floor is not yours to claim, Gates snapped, clearly agitated. This entire debacle has arisen because of this fool, which is why I, along with Buffett, have been dispatched to clean up the mess. He then turned to the young man before him, slowly opening his palms. Mr. Su Ming, please, speak your mind. Su Ming said nothing. He merely stepped forward to switch on the factory's fluorescent lights, brightening the room. He then drew aside a large curtain, hanging from the wall. The reporters collectively gasped. The wall was perforated like a display case, filled with numerous compartments, each housing elemental entities. Goodness. It turns out Su Ming possesses an elemental wall, which explains his refusal of Gates's gift. Everyone understood the situation. Su Ming's unyielding rejection of Gates's token was due to his existing collection. Moreover, observant reporters quickly noted that the variety of elemental entities on Su Ming's wall seemingly exceeded the 118 elements presented by Gates. Gates himself recognized this and widened his eyes in disbelief, counting each compartment. Wait a moment, the officially recognized total is only 118 elements. Why does Su Ming have more? Could it be that he is jesting with us, perhaps fabricating this? Since the discovery of element 118, scientists have debated whether the periodic table's 7th cycle is complete, indicating that all chemical elements have been gathered and that no new elements exist beyond 118. This is perplexing. If Su Ming has indeed discovered new elements beyond 118, it would signify the emergence of an 8th period, potentially indicating many unknown elements yet to be uncovered by humanity. As Gates meticulously counted the elements, Zhang Su interviewed Professor Xiao Zhengguo, the most authoritative expert present. Professor Xiao, is there a possibility that element 119, 120, or even more unknown elements exist? Theoretically, yes. However, any conclusion must be substantiated by scientific evidence. Allow me to share something. Earlier, I discovered a particle accelerator in this factory, a machine specifically designed for the search of new elements. At this point, Professor Xiao smiled knowingly. As an expert, his statements were cautious, yet the implication was clear. The factory possessing a particle accelerator means Su Ming is indeed striving to discover new elements. Every audience member felt a surge of anticipation at this revelation. It is worth noting that previously, all elements from 1 to 118 had been discovered by Westerners. Should the elements on the wall be validated, Su Ming would become the first Dragon Kingdom individual to discover new elements, thereby etching a new chapter in history. The journalists present sensed that the moment of witnessing a miracle was upon them. Why upon them again? The entire room followed Gates's gesture, beginning to count backward. 116, 117, 118. As they reached 118, Gates swallowed audibly. He then gently unveiled one of the compartments. 119, 120, 121. 3 entirely new elements had emerged. A development no one had anticipated. Discovering even a single new element is a monumental task. Yet here were 3. The atmosphere in the room felt almost suspended, every face reflecting disbelief. Bill Gates's hands trembled. As an ardent enthusiast of elements, the thrill and gratification derived from encountering new elements stirred within him more intensely than anyone else. Gates removed his glasses, wiping the tears that had smeared the lenses. His eyes reddened. Professor Xiao and a cohort of seasoned experts from the Earthquake Bureau gritted their teeth in excitement, exuding joy akin to winning a 5 million lottery. Zhang Su found herself at a loss for words. Any expression at that moment felt inadequate, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The reporters present, their keen instincts reignited, swiftly retrieved their phones and cameras to document this historic moment. After all, someone must chronicle this, right? Furthermore, it presented an opportunity to win photographic accolades, evoking envy from other journalists. Most of their peers would never encounter such an event in their lifetime. Yet this group not only witnessed the birth of mechas, but also the discovery of new elements. This was a moment destined for eternal remembrance, marking the birth of 3 new elements never before seen in human history. Simultaneously, within the offices of the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of elderly individuals, their hair grayed yet vibrant, gathered in lively discussion. These esteemed elders were renowned experts hired by the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Dragon Kingdom. The Ministry of Science and Technology has gathered a committee of esteemed experts to evaluate the most prestigious award in Longhua, the National Science and Technology Award. This year, there are 15 outstanding scientists who have made significant contributions to the field of technology, all potential laureates. However, only one award exists, and thus the committee must ultimately select one individual from these 15 remarkable candidates. As the selection process progressed to the final 2 candidates, a divergence of opinions emerged among the experts. making it challenging to distinguish between the two exceptional individuals. At that moment, the head of the evaluation team entered the room. Esteemed experts, a new development has arisen. An 18-year-old prodigy from Jiangnan City has discovered a new element, marking the first time such a discovery has been made by a Longwa citizen, a matter of great significance. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. I propose that once verified, he be included in the candidate list alongside these two esteemed scientists. Upon hearing this suggestion, an elder expert quickly voiced his concerns. While this is indeed momentous for our nation, the discovery of a new element is not unprecedented on the global stage. Would it not be hasty to include him as a candidate? Mr. Gu, I understand your perspective. But what if he has uncovered 3 entirely new elements? The team leader slowly raised 3 fingers, his tone now tinged with excitement. This young genius has single-handedly discovered 3 new elements. The assembly of seasoned experts was taken aback, and they all rose from their seats. Should it have been merely one element, it would pale in comparison to the contributions of the other 2 scientists, lacking persuasive weight. However, the revelation of 3 elements was nothing short of extraordinary. Such an achievement had never been accomplished globally. Meanwhile, at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, the deliberations for the Nobel Prize in Chemistry were underway. This year, 50 scientists were nominated for the prestigious award, and the final recipient would be chosen from this pool. Similar to the situation unfolding in Longwa's Ministry of Science and Technology, the 5-member review committee was scrutinizing the candidates' profiles and contributions when a knock echoed through the evaluation office. Gentlemen, I have received some breaking news that I believe will pique your interest. A genius from Longwa has discovered the 119th, 120th, and 121st new elements. Tony, it's not yet time to clock out. Please refrain from disrupting our work with such frivolities, one of the reviewers retorted. Sir, I assure you, this is genuine. The media is abuzz with discussions surrounding this event. Understood, Tony. Kindly step out for now. We shall discuss these trivial matters after hours. Believing it to be a jest, the man named Tony intensified his tone. You may choose not to believe me, but surely the live broadcast from the scene will lend credence to my words. Please, take a look. The 5 evaluators, albeit skeptically, opened their phones. The news of Su Ming's development of a mech suit was being broadcasted globally, easily accessible even abroad. Soon, each of them appeared electrified, their trembling hands barely able to hold their devices. Then, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Bill Gates, the world's wealthiest man, accustomed to witnessing grand developments, had established Microsoft, ushered in the era of technology, and founded a philanthropic foundation. Such achievements would deem anyone successful in their lifetime. Yet, the unfolding scene left him utterly astonished. With the emergence of elements 119, 120, and 121, Gates felt his heart racing, nearly overwhelming him. But if one thought this was the end, they would underestimate Su Ming's capabilities. Gates's gaze fixated on the subsequent compartments on the factory wall. Upon opening the compartment containing element 121, his previously calmed emotions surged once more. To his surprise, he discovered 4 additional compartments behind the 121st element. This indicated that Su Ming, the prodigious youth and father of mechs, had discovered not merely 3 elements, but potentially more. Driven by insatiable curiosity, Gates reached out to open the additional compartments. However, Su Ming halted him. Mr. Gates, surely you do not wish for all of us here to succumb to radiation, do you? The radiation emitted by the elements following 121 is comparable to detonating a hydrogen bomb in this factory. Upon Su Ming's warning, Gates sheepishly scratched the back of his head. He was well aware that elements further down the periodic table possess increasingly higher radiation levels. Withdrawing his hand, he realized that Su Ming's response indirectly confirmed the existence of additional elemental entities beyond the 121st element. The prospect of elements 122, 123, 124, and 125 residing within this dilapidated factory was indeed daunting. If the radiation potency of element 121 equaled that of a hydrogen bomb, one could only imagine the potential devastation posed by elements 122, 123, 124, and 125. Should such forces exist on Earth, it would likely be encapsulated within the 125th element. Su Ming then lowered the curtain to conceal the wall. In truth, he had not anticipated that these elements, originally intended for material verification, would serve such a purpose at this critical juncture. A mere coincidence, perhaps. The new alloy materials required for the mech coincidentally aligned with the elements following 118, leading to their discovery. Mr. Gates, when it comes to the collection of elements, I possess all that you have, and even what you do not. This, my dear sir, is why I must decline your generous offer. Su Ming's words resonated powerfully, striking at Gates's core. The statement, delivered with confidence and a hint of audacity, left Gates both impressed and humbled. While Su Ming remained oblivious to the sentiments of the citizens of the eagle-headed nation, the fans in Longwa's live stream erupted with excitement. The youth defies conventionality. How audacious! How remarkable that he has uncovered not just 3, but even more elements. Bravo! This is what a true idol should be, far more impressive than those mere celebrities. Haha, as an elementary student, I may not fully grasp the concept of the periodic table, but I know this is an extraordinary discovery. Just look at Mr. Gates's expression, it's evident. At that moment, Smith, serving as an impromptu translator, fainted, having believed that Gates and Buffett would easily secure Su Ming's talents. Yet, witnessing the current events proved too much for his fragile heart to bear. Inside the Ministry of Science and Technology's office, a dozen seasoned scientists began the final round of voting to determine which of the 3 candidates for the National Science and Technology Award would receive the honor this year. Ultimately, Su Ming garnered 18 votes. When the head of the review panel announced the tally, he himself was taken aback. This was because the total number of experts and scientists was precisely 18, indicating that there were only 18 votes cast, and Su Ming had secured every single one. The review process concluded, and the elder statesmen were advised to take a brief respite. The results of this selection would be formally communicated to Su Ming himself. Head, does this imply that there are members from our Ministry of Science and Technology within the chemical plant? One expert inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. It was well known that the remarkable young man, Su Ming, operated a factory brimming with cutting-edge technology, yet he himself refrained from even using a mobile phone. Thus, to inform him of his award, a personal visit was necessary. It would be wholly inappropriate for the journalists, police, armed forces, firefighters, and experts from the Earthquake Bureau present to deliver such news. This was the nation's highest scientific accolade, embodying the utmost honor, and required a figure of considerable stature to convey it. However, the elder experts noted with puzzlement that the leader had not dispatched anyone to Jiangnan City, leading to speculation about the possible presence of Ministry of Science and Technology personnel at the factory. I cannot divulge anything just yet, but you will soon find out, he replied enigmatically. Chapter 33. Do you not care for Su Ming? In the Oval Office of the Pentagon, a 5-star general had spent the night without a wink of sleep, puffing on a pipe as he sat amidst swirling clouds of smoke. The ashtray before him was heaped with a thick layer of ash. He erupted into a severe cough, his eyes bloodshot. His demeanor was chillingly aloof, and the think tank and senior management in the room fell into a somber silence, their faces pale and drawn, resembling those who had ingested something foul. Moments earlier, they had received 2 urgent reports from the intelligence department. The first concerned negotiations. The plans of Gates and Buffett to approach Su Ming had been deemed a dismal failure. This was already known, as those in the office had been watching the live broadcast. The 2 titans of the eagle-headed nation had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the 18-year-old prodigy, vanquished using their own most cherished and proficient tools. The second piece of intelligence was far more delicate. Several agents secretly embedded in the Dragon Nation by the eagle-headed nation had suddenly lost contact. It was an unspoken truth that the eagle-headed nation had spies and operatives in countries worldwide. Some masqueraded as corporate executives, while others blended in as street vendors or shopkeepers. These agents typically lay low in various industries, only to be activated by the Pentagon during critical moments. The agents who had lost contact had been dispatched mere hours earlier to the factory to execute an assassination mission, a contingency devised by the 5-star general. He harbored little confidence in Gates and Buffett's capabilities, from Su Ming's previous emotional displays, particularly the way he had washed the blood from the mecha's chest with a faucet. It became evident that he was a fiercely patriotic individual, making him a formidable opponent. Thus, the backup plan involved deploying those agents. Should Gates and Buffett's operation fail, these agents would be tasked with eliminating Su Ming. This directive was not merely the general's decision, it bore the president's endorsement. The president's stance was clear. If someone like Su Ming could not serve the interests of the eagle-headed nation, then he must not be allowed to support the Dragon Nation either. If he could not be harnessed, then he must be destroyed. This was the eagle-headed nation's typical hegemonic mentality. However, the simultaneous disappearance of the agents sent to assassinate Su Ming raised troubling questions. General, this group of agents is composed entirely of the elite. They have been covertly operating within the Dragon Nation for decades without detection. It's improbable that they would fail. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps they are acting covertly, a senior aide offered his analysis. Many of these agents had been trained personally by him, instilling a sense of confidence in their abilities. They boasted experience as mercenaries abroad, affording them exceptional psychological resilience and adaptability to unforeseen circumstances. We cannot wait any longer. This is an assassination operation, not warfare. Agents do not operate in groups. They work independently. Their simultaneous loss of contact indicates they have been compromised by the Dragon Nation. The five-star general articulated the most alarming possibility. The ability to execute such a coordinated action suggested that from the moment Smith sought to investigate Su Ming, or perhaps even shortly after the commencement of the population census live broadcast, the Dragon Nation had already initiated clandestine measures to provide Su Ming with the highest level of protection. The general took a deep draw from his cigar, erupting into another fit of coughs. We have made a grave error. From the outset, our target was not merely this one youth, but the entire Dragon Nation that stands behind him. Following the general's analysis, a profound silence enveloped the Oval Office. Indeed, such an exceptionally talented young man, recognized even by foreign nations as worthy of pursuit, would not be overlooked by the Dragon Nation, which had historically prioritized the cultivation of talent. Thus far, the Dragon Nation's officials had conspicuously refrained from issuing any statements, and no high-ranking officials had appeared at the factory. The absence of senior officials to step forward suggested that the higher echelons of the Dragon Nation were indifferent to Su Ming's fate, or perhaps did not care for him at all. Meanwhile, within the factory, the world's richest man, Bill Gates, and the oracle of investment, Warren Buffett, had discerned Su Ming's stance regarding their meeting. It was abundantly clear that Su Ming felt no inclination towards immigrating to the eagle-headed nation, and this was beyond dispute. There was no need for further inquiry. The meeting, which had drawn global attention, appeared to be nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, Bill Gates flashed his signature smile once more. Su Ming, there's no need for me to elaborate on our purpose here. You've likely surmised it already. We were sent by our superiors to recruit you to the eagle-headed nation. While our initial mission has failed, we would like to propose a collaboration on a personal basis. As a leader in the business realm, commercial partnerships were his forte. At this juncture, Gates was forthright, a gesture of sincerity in the realm of business negotiations. Mr. Gates, collaboration is unnecessary. I have previously stated that the Dragon Nation's future mecha manufacturing projects will not permit any collaboration with the eagle-headed nation. Nor will we sell you any mechs or technology. Su Ming reiterated his principles. As the father of mechs, he possessed the authority to dictate the rules of the game, which all other players must adhere to. The eagle-headed nation may freely sanction ZTE, coerce Huawei into relinquishing its operations in your nation, and compel TikTok to divest its business. But now the tables have turned, and I possess the authority to dictate terms. Bill Gates hastily clarified. Su Ming, our proposed collaboration does not involve the manufacturing of mechs, but rather focuses on logistics, maintenance, and repair, which do not touch upon the core technology of the mechs. You need not worry about any potential leakage of technology. As you previously mentioned, mecha manufacturing is a capital-intensive enterprise, and particularly in the later stages, maintenance and repair can become a bottomless pit requiring substantial funding. The specifics of our collaboration are as follows. We will invest in the establishment of a maintenance facility, where all maintenance engineers will be sourced from your Dragon Nation. To demonstrate our unwavering commitment to this partnership, we are each willing to contribute 80% of our capital towards the maintenance factory. The notion that the two wealthiest individuals in the world would each willingly allocate 80% of their assets to establish a repair facility in the Dragon Nation was previously inconceivable. In reality, the profit margins from a repair facility would scarcely rival those of ordinary electronic product or textile factories. Who would invest in a repair facility? However, times have changed. In order to carve out a niche in the mecha industry, both Bill Gates and Warren Buffett are willing to invest in repair facilities, even mentally preparing themselves for a decade of unprofitability. It is noteworthy that Bill Gates earns $250 every second, equating to $20 million daily, or an astounding $7.8 billion annually. Yet, he has chosen to forsake his most lucrative software business, opting instead to invest 80 of his fortune into mecha repair facilities in the Dragon Nation, which speaks volumes about his conviction. Gates and Buffett have discerned that the mecha manufacturing sector in the Dragon Nation will, in the future, prove to be even more lucrative than software or stock markets. Chapter 34. Please follow us, Mr. Gates. What is your current capital? Mr. Buffett, and you as well? Su Ming inquired, eager to ascertain their financial standing. However, publicly questioning someone about their wealth is rather impolite, and Su Ming, unfamiliar with this parallel world and rarely online for news, was not privy to such information. After a brief hesitation, Bill Gates candidly replied, I possess $150 billion. Buffett has $100 billion. In the currency of the Dragon Nation, That translates to 1 trillion yuan for Gates and 700 billion for Buffett, summing their combined wealth to 1.7 trillion yuan. Their willingness to allocate 80 of their fortune to establish mecha repair facilities equates to a staggering 1.36 trillion yuan, a considerable amount. In truth, Su Ming is in dire need of funds. Over the past 3 years, had it not been for the meager research funding from the system, he would have perished in the factory, let alone pursue mecha research. Logistics, maintenance, and upkeep, while considered the foundational tier of the mecha industry, requires substantial investment, with costs not guaranteed to be recouped in the short term. Neither Gates nor Buffett would dare to invest in a repair facility alone. It is only through their combined efforts that such a venture is even contemplated. Their commitment of 80 of their wealth to the Dragon Nation signifies an almost complete wager on the success of the repair facility, underscoring their profound desire to engage in the mecha industry. Mr. Gates, if that is the case, I have no objections. However, are you both willing to proceed? Su Ming remarked, realizing that the decision was no longer theirs to make. Only he and Mr. Buffett remained capable of establishing a partnership with Su Ming, and they would surely acquiesce. This is our final opportunity. Once missed, we may regret it dearly. Mr. Su Ming, we hold a very favorable outlook on the mecha industry. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Gates and Buffett shook hands with Su Ming once more. Su Ming felt a surge of admiration for these two titans of commerce. Their ability to make such significant decisions in such a short span of time is indeed remarkable. Their success is well-deserved. With the assistance of Gates and Buffett, the establishment of the mecha repair facility is sure to progress swiftly, at least resolving logistical concerns. This meeting has proven fruitful for Su Ming, who now finds himself in the company of two benefactors. Years later, whenever Bill Gates and Warren Buffett reminisce about this day, hailed as a century-defining investment, their hearts will swell with excitement. In a future world where survival becomes brutally harsh, it is Su Ming who sheltered them and provided them with immense returns. To be candid, this maneuver is incredibly lucrative. The construction of the facility not only promises to create job opportunities in the Dragon Nation, but also brings in considerable tax revenue, and most importantly, addresses the challenges of mecha repairs. This is truly commendable. The production and assembly of mechas will be managed by our own people, ensuring reliability, while the investment in repair facilities can be entrusted to foreign investors. Su Ming is not only adept at his craft, but also possesses a sharp business acumen. Just as the audience in the live stream engaged in spirited discussion, two uniformed police officers approached Su Ming, saluting before sternly stating, "Su Ming, you have unlawfully operated an aircraft in restricted airspace, violating relevant regulations. We must issue a reprimand. Please accompany us." Zhang Su was left bewildered. Was the father of Mecha about to be arrested? The surrounding reporters were equally perplexed. However, upon reflection, it dawned on them that the airspace over Jiangnan City is indeed restricted, requiring permission even for drones, let alone mechas. It was merely a routine matter. Once the situation was clarified and the reprimand administered, he would be free to return. The two officers, fearing Su Ming might misconstrue the situation, added clarifications. "Understood. Let us proceed," Su Ming replied, fully compliant. Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to accept it, while he was heading to rescue someone. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Journalist Zhang Su, please remember to close the factory gate as you leave, Su Ming instructed before being escorted to the police vehicle. This was Su Ming's first experience in a police car, and he felt a sense of thrill. It wasn't until the police vehicle began to move that he noticed a convoy of over 10 police cars trailing behind, with 2 armed police vehicles leading the way. What puzzled Su Ming further was that once they entered Jiangnan City, the streets were all under strict surveillance, with a continuous flow of green lights, making no stops along the way. 20 minutes later, the police car halted beneath a grand building. Su Ming caught a glimpse of numerous young individuals clad in white lab coats, bustling through the corridors. This wasn't the police station. "Mr. Su Ming, our mission is complete. Upon entering, please take the elevator directly to the 6th floor. Someone is awaiting you there. We do not possess any further details, so please refrain from asking us," one of the young officers said, opening the car door for Su Ming. The older officer who had been driving smiled and added, "Thank you, Su Ming. My mischievous 10-year-old son has declared that after watching your live stream, he aspires to emulate you and become an exceptional mecha engineer." Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. As the police car sped away, he looked up to finally see the name of the building: the National Academy of Sciences, Jiangnan City Branch. The National Academy of Sciences, a name that commands reverence. It is the scientific sanctuary of the Dragon Nation, the pinnacle of scientific achievement. the highest academic institution in natural sciences and the foremost advisory body in science and technology. Renowned scientists such as Qian Shuessen, Hua Luogang, Chen Jingran, and Yang Jining are all esteemed academicians of this institution. Upon entering the building, every individual Su Ming encountered greeted him with nods of respect. Following the live stream, Su Ming's fame has soared, and he is now a recognized figure. Ascending to the 6th floor via the elevator, the moment the doors opened, Su Ming was greeted by two elderly gentlemen with silver hair and youthful faces, evidently awaiting his arrival. Their eyes radiated warmth and kindness, exuding a cultured and refined demeanor. Su Ming, in order to maintain confidentiality, we regrettably had to resort to this method to invite you here, and we hope for your understanding, the two elders said warmly. Shaking his hand, let us converse in the office. Su Ming followed the two gentlemen into the office, where a secretary had already prepared premium oolong tea. Presenting it before him. Your composure is impressive, Su Ming. Aren't you at all surprised? One of the elders inquired with curiosity. The entire escort by police vehicles, the strict traffic control, and the fact that I was seated in the front passenger seat rather than the back. I believe anyone else would deduce the situation. Hence, why would I be surprised? Well, since you have deduced it, let us speak plainly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am He Qitsong, the current president of the Academy of Sciences. The other elder followed suit, smiling. I am Gu Ruhong, the current president of the Academy of Engineering. It is a pleasure to meet you. The two elderly gentlemen before us are none other than the presidents of the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. Chapter 35. Haha, who do they think they are? The most significant figures in the realm of technology in our dragon country have appeared simultaneously. In recent years, our nation's technological advancements have been remarkable, from the Chang'e 3 mission landing on the moon, the deployment of the Beidou Global Positioning System, to the successful launch of the Mars probe Tianwen-1, all monumental achievements intricately linked to these two venerable individuals. These seemingly scholarly elders are the vanguards of scientific progress in our country. Today, these distinguished individuals have come solely for Su Ming. Student Su Ming, we have sought you out today regarding the mech technology. We have diligently followed your live stream. The technology you have developed is a revolutionary weapon that will redefine the world's landscape. It is imperative that this technology be firmly in the hands of the people of Dragon Country. Your refusal of the invitation from the Eaglehead Nation is commendable, and we applaud you for it. In recent decades, our nation has lost too many talents, and you are the first genius to publicly reject the Eaglehead Nation so resolutely. Both Presidents He Qitsong and Gu Ruhong raised their thumbs in approval. This young man's actions have truly resonated with the public, delivering a significant blow to the arrogance of the Eaglehead Nation. It is precisely because of the previous generation's lack of resolve that the Eaglehead Nation has repeatedly succeeded in poaching our talents, daring to attempt to lure Su Ming away in front of the entire nation. No country can tolerate such a brazen approach to talent acquisition. Dragon Country is my homeland. There is no need for me to head to the Eaglehead Nation. As for the issue of talent loss that you mentioned, I believe that my example will awaken many wavering individuals, and the Eaglehead Nation will likely temper its ambitions. Su Ming lifted a steaming cup of oolong tea and took a sip, pleasantly surprised by the exquisite flavor of the oolong tea from Anxi in this parallel world. When I was your age, my child consumed a bottle of cola or Sprite every day, and when I suggested tea, he was quite displeased, which was quite vexing. At this point, He Qitsong shifted the conversation. You are correct, student Su Ming. Many of the wavering students have now changed their minds. Some even had their tickets to study abroad booked, but after watching your live stream, they have decided to remain and contribute to our homeland. Moreover, there is something that has left us utterly astounded. On your way here, both President Gu and I received numerous calls and hundreds of messages from abroad. Upon hearing this, Su Ming set down his teacup. Director He, they wish to return to our country, correct? The moment they witnessed the National Guardian's ascension, they could no longer remain complacent. Nor should they. The mech technology is unparalleled globally. Staying abroad would mean they cannot engage with it. Student Su Ming, as you have analyzed, there is now a significant influx of overseas talent reaching out about returning home, including many renowned Chinese scientists, professors, and scholars. This is an unprecedented occurrence in modern history. For the first time, we are witnessing a return flow of talent to our dragon country. At this moment, both He Qitsong and Gu Ruhong rose from their seats, standing tall and straight. I, He Qitsong, represent the Academy of Sciences, and I, Gu Ruhong, represent the Academy of Engineering. Extend to you our highest respect and gratitude for the monumental contributions you have made to our dragon country. In the hearts of the two esteemed presidents, Su Ming has transcended the title of the father of mechs. he has become a beacon, guiding those lost in the darkness back to their homeland. The two venerable presidents bowed deeply. Were an outsider to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished, for two presidents are bowing to an 18-year-old youth. Who would believe such a tale? You flatter me too much, esteemed seniors. Even without my mech technology, the talent that has flowed overseas would eventually return. For the rise of our dragon country is an unstoppable tide. Su Ming also stood, gently holding the calloused hands of the two presidents. Their humility and respect only solidified Su Ming's resolve that rejecting the Eagle-Head Nation was indeed worthwhile. Directors He and Gu, how do you plan to arrange for these returning talents? Su Ming inquired earnestly. To be frank, this is precisely why we were eager to meet with you. We are keen to hear your thoughts. The majority of these talents are drawn back by your mech technology, and they have stipulated that they must be allowed to participate in its manufacturing to consider returning to our country. These individuals initially left our homeland for better financial incentives abroad. Simply put, they were enticed by higher salaries. Now, their intent to return is solely driven by the desire to engage in mech manufacturing, exhibiting a rather opportunistic mindset. This is what people often refer to as being mercenary, where one only values what benefits them. However, as citizens of Dragon Country, particularly those with advanced scientific and technological expertise, if they measure their worth solely in monetary terms, then the monumental achievements of our nation's 2 bombs and 1 satellite project would likely still be incomplete to this day. Reflecting on the history of our nation's technological development, one must acknowledge that successes were achieved by scientists under extremely arduous conditions. Recognizing this, Su Ming spoke earnestly about his perspective. Where were they when our nation needed them? When our technological development faced challenges, where were they? When the people of our homeland called for them, where were they? Now, witnessing my development of mech technology, they suddenly wish to return. Can I not speculate maliciously that once they have mastered the mech technology, they will simply flee back abroad? My stance is clear. Those who wish to return may do so, but I will not offer them any promises. Must we concede to their demands to participate in the development of the mechs? Who do they think they are? The office's secretary, a bespectacled young woman with a hint of baby fat, sat at the side with a laptop on her lap, her nimble fingers flying across the keyboard, recording Su Ming's words. This task had been assigned to her by the two presidents in advance. At this moment, her heart raced in agreement with Su Ming's sentiments. They were absent during the nation's construction, yet now that the nation has achieved mech technology, they scramble to return, seeking to reap the rewards while disregarding the silent contributions of other scientists. Su Ming graciously offers a lavish lunch with buffet to the audience as a gesture of goodwill. Yet he remains parsimonious towards these returnees. Whether generous or stingy, Su Ming's character exudes charm. The young woman gazed at Su Ming, utterly captivated. Had it not been for He Qitsong's discreet cough, she might have been lost in her admiration. A blush crept across her cheeks, reminiscent of a young girl smitten with her crush. At this moment, He Qitsong and Guru Hong were overwhelmed with emotion, their spirits stirred profoundly. They exchanged a glance and made a decision. Secretary Xiao Wang, please forward Su Ming's statements verbatim to the Immigration Administration, indicating that his views reflect those of both presidents. Chapter 36. Is it merely a few Nobel Prize nominations? The young secretary's fingers trembled slightly. The Immigration Administration is the governing body for these overseas high-tech talents, and He Qitsong's directive to send the message verbatim will ensure that the sentiments expressed will reach those overseas talents. Would this not provoke their ire? The secretary had been He Qitsong's assistant for several years and had often witnessed the lengths he would go to for a foreign high-tech talent, toiling through sleepless nights only to be met with refusal or unreasonable demands that even he could not fulfill. At times, even the female secretary could hardly bear to witness the scene. The esteemed president of the Academy of Sciences, in his quest to secure urgently needed talent for the nation, found himself deferential over the phone, his voice barely above a whisper for fear of inciting anger. He often faced loud reprimands from those on the other end. Understanding the difficult nature of this endeavor, and recognizing how challenging it is to persuade overseas talent to return, she hesitated for the first time when the two presidents arranged the work. President He, President Gu, this approach may not be appropriate. It could provoke their ire. She summoned the courage to express her concerns. Secretary Xiao Wang, please elaborate on your reasoning. Why would it anger them? Very well, President. I will speak plainly. The value of overseas high-tech talent is indisputable. Each individual who returns becomes a pillar of our nation, significantly propelling our technological advancements. Moreover, these talents are in dire demand. For instance, there is a nanotechnology scientist who has developed polymer nanomaterials. We have invested a decade in courting him, yet he remains hesitant about returning. If he were to see such a response, he would undoubtedly choose not to come back. Additionally, there is the latest aviation engine technology. Our nation has long struggled in this area. If the Chinese engine expert were to return, we could swiftly develop engines rivaling the F-35 fighter jet from Eagle Nation. These individuals are indeed scarce talents. Should they encounter such remarks, their anger would be palpable, making our task all the more arduous. The secretary's logic was straightforward. The nation urgently requires these talents because they are not available domestically. This very necessity emboldened those individuals to issue commands and set conditions for their return, as they possess cutting-edge technology that empowers them to negotiate. After listening to the secretary, He Chichong fell into contemplation. There was merit in her argument. One must not sacrifice the broader objectives of the academy for fleeting gains. However, these individuals, as Su Ming had analyzed, possess an overwhelming sense of purpose. They return solely for the sake of mecha technology. Once they master this technology, they may very well leave for foreign shores again. Thus, why should we acquiesce to their demands? Secretary Xiao Wang, send the message as is. I maintain that we cannot offer any commitments. While we can negotiate other conditions such as lower salaries compensated by allowances, housing for families, and providing vehicles for inconvenient travel, we must categorically avoid any mention of mecha technology. If their sole motivation for returning is mecha, then they need not come back at all. They must understand that the core technology lies with Su Ming, with our nation. We can still cultivate scientists and engineers in the mecha field without them. He Chichong's decision was resolute. His confidence stemmed from the young prodigy, Su Ming, beside him. Yet, he was met with a counterpoint. But President He, among those proposing mecha conditions are over a dozen nominees for the Nobel Prize. Their technological prowess is formidable on a global scale. What if we truly offend them? Secretary Wang articulated the greatest concern. This cohort of top-tier scientists and experts, if they could return, would significantly bolster our nation's technological progress. While a Nobel nomination is merely that, a nomination, it still holds great prestige. At this juncture, even He Chichong nodded in acknowledgement of their considerable influence. There are many domestic scientists, yet only 2 Nobel laureates have emerged thus far, one for literature in Mo Yen, and the other for medicine in Tu Yu. The difficulty of attaining a Nobel Prize is evident. Particularly in the fields of chemistry and physics, China has yet to produce a laureate. Although Professor Yang Zhining won the Nobel Prize in Physics, he is a Chinese-American who only regained his nationality at the age of 95, thus not counting in the strictest sense. Therefore, even nominations in physics and chemistry signify substantial contributions in these domains, marking them as some of the world's foremost scientists. While other individuals may not warrant excessive consideration for their opinions, this small group deserves attention. The return of any one of them would be treated as a national treasure. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. He Chichong and Gu Ruhong continued to ponder. Secretary Xiao Wang awaited confirmation from the 2 presidents, casting a discreet glance at Su Ming. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the young genius's handsome visage. He remained composed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, revealing no trace of emotion. Suddenly, he set down his teacup and said, President Gu, it seems you are at an impasse. Perhaps you might consider my perspective. Su Ming stood and gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, stretching leisurely. Is it truly necessary to be so troubled over a few Nobel nominations? Su Ming, do not underestimate the significance of the Nobel Prize. Its value is indeed profound. Su Ming shook his head with a smile. I do not mean to belittle it. A prize that has endured for over a century is undoubtedly a great honor. I merely wish to convey that before I left the factory to join you here, I received nominations for the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, the Nobel Prize in Physics, and the Nobel Peace Prize. Gasps filled the room. The Nobel Prize encompasses 5 categories, and Su Ming had received nominations in 3. How could that be? Are you jesting with us, Su Ming? Indeed, the atmosphere in the office had grown too oppressive. You are all young. Surely you prefer a more vibrant environment. He Chichong chuckled. Rest assured, Su Ming, you need not be overly restrained in our office. However, I firmly believe that the day the mecha is developed, you will undoubtedly receive the Nobel Prize in Physics. Gu Ruhong asserted with conviction. Secretary Xiao Wang rolled her eyes, thinking Su Ming was merely trying to lighten the mood. Chapter 37. My country needs me now. Meanwhile, at the dilapidated factory, reporters remained on site, as the police had indicated that they only needed Su Ming to clarify the situation. Although he had violated the no-fly zone regulations, he piloted the mecha to rescue children in the city center, and it was believed that the officers would soon return him home after understanding the situation. Perhaps they would even reward him for his bravery. Zhang Su glanced at her watch. The live stream had been ongoing for nearly half a day, and her phone battery was at 50%, yet time felt as though it had slowed to a crawl. With Su Ming's emergence, the Seventh National Census had escalated to new heights of discussion. Although other live streaming groups had revealed stories of hidden wealthy individuals owning numerous properties and a fugitive serial killer evading capture for 20 years, nothing compared to Su Ming's mecha. As the fortunate host of this event, Zhang Su had even experienced a ride in the mecha, leaving the audience in the live stream envious. At this moment, other reporters were exploring other areas of the factory, while Zhang Su remained at the entrance, chatting with viewers, eagerly anticipating Su Ming's return. In truth, the reporters had completed their filming tasks and could have gone home to rest, yet no one was willing to leave. They were all waiting for Su Ming to return. The fervor in the live stream had waned slightly, yet the audience continued to engage in lively conversation, posing a myriad of questions, all centering on the same topic. Host, may I ask just one question? Has young Mr. Su Ming truly been nominated for all 3 Nobel Prizes? Is this genuine? My dear Su Ming, so young, so brilliant, nominated for 3 Nobel Prizes at once? It sounds utterly astonishing. I merely stepped away to the restroom. Could I possibly have missed a historic announcement? This defies belief. Even Marie Curie, who won the Nobel Prize twice, and her daughter Irene Joliot-Curie, who also received the honor, came closest to such a triple distinction, yet never achieved it. For Su Ming to be simultaneously nominated across 3 categories, chemistry, physics, and peace, would indeed rewrite the annals of scientific and humanitarian achievement. Su Ming, the eternal sovereign of genius. Zhang Su's heart fluttered with quiet awe as she read the comments. The Nobel Committee, unable to reach Su Ming directly, had sent her an official email, requesting she relay the extraordinary news. Only then did she learn of it. Even now, rereading that message, her pulse quickened. She opened it on stream, sharing the radiant joy with her audience. This is the official nomination notice. Let us rejoice together. She added with a playful wink. I'd already shown it to Su Ming before he left with the officers. Yes, secretly. Why? Simply to spare him the intoxication of early triumph. Her gaze lingered on the email's closing paragraph, her breath catching. There, in elegant, formal prose, the Nobel Committee clarified, a delegation would soon arrive in Longhua to verify the authenticity of Su Ming's newly discovered element and his revolutionary mecha design. Upon confirmation, the Nobel Prizes in chemistry, physics, and peace would be formally conferred. In essence, his laurels were already secured. Only ceremonial validation remained. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon's Oval Office, Washington, D.C., before a 5-star general stood over a dozen men of East Asian descent, rare, indeed, in that hallowed chamber. In the eagle-headed nation, such representation was exceptional. To stand before that desk was a distinction whispered about with quiet pride, even beyond its marble walls. You voluntarily renounced your Longhua citizenship to join our great White Eagle Empire, a divine blessing bestowed by Providence. Now, the hour has come to repay that grace. The general's voice rang with deliberate resonance. Smith, Buffett, and Gates all failed to recruit Su Ming. You are our final, decisive recourse. Contact Longhua's immigration authorities. Express your desire to return on the condition that you be permitted to research and develop mecha technology. His gaze, sharp as a raptor's, held theirs in solemn command. You are senior researchers, leaders in your national laboratories. Longhua's Immigration Bureau will not refuse you. They yearn for your return. Master their mecha technology, then discreetly reintroduce it to our homeland. Each of you shall receive $100 million. A collective, breathless silence, then radiant, almost feverish smiles. $100 million, more than generations of labor could yield. Elsewhere, in an opulent private dining room of an elite Chinese restaurant in the eagle-headed nation, another gathering unfolded. 12 impeccably dressed men and women, all East Asian, all Nobel-nominated luminaries, members of the nation's intellectual aristocracy. My parents passed. My wife and children have long settled here. This trip to Longhua is solely for the mecha. I too. Who could have imagined Longhua would birth a prodigy whose mecha stuns even us, a marvel we once deemed impossible? This is our golden moment, to claim fortune, fame, and legacy. The scouts sent earlier failed. Our path is clearer. Return as sons and daughters of Longhua, not as spies, but as prodigal scholars, armed with prestige, pedigree, and the irresistible allure of our own aerospace and propulsion expertise. They welcome us with open arms, even beg us to stay. How delightfully ironic. Across the globe, in Kyoto's quantum labs, in London's cutting-edge institutes, in Sydney's aerospace centers, even on remote island nations, identical scenes played out. East Asian scientists, once scattered across continents, now converged in hushed, purposeful clusters, like stars aligning before a supernova. It was as though the world's diaspora had gathered, not for a banquet of delicacies, but for a feast of ambition. Their forks gleamed, not with silver, but with intellect, their knives, honed by decades of study. And the centerpiece? Longwa's Mecca, gleaming, unprecedented, irresistible, like a sovereign cut of prime venison laid bare before ravenous, brilliant wolves. Yet not all hearts beat for profit. Some beat for home. As overseas students celebrated Longwa's ascent, many began packing, quietly bidding farewell to dormitories, labs, and lifelong friends. At Cambridge University, in the Chancellor's oak-paneled study, Tian, you are this year's most distinguished Longwa scholar. We offer you a lectureship. By 35, you may ascend to associate professorship. I'm deeply honored, but my homeland calls. I must return. His voice was calm, his resolve unshakable. At Harvard's presidential office, Professor Lee, have we failed you? 10 years of your brilliance. A generation of students inspired. Why this sudden departure? I beg you reconsider. I have considered it thoroughly. My homeland needs me now. Beneath the ancient elms of MIT, a young couple embraced, tears glistening beneath the dappled light. Stay with me, I can't bear your leaving. I came here to learn, not for myself, but for my country. She summons me now. To stay would wound my soul. Could you bear watching me grieve each day? Then I'll go with you, to Longwa. Truly? My parents adore foreign daughters. He lifted her, laughing, spinning, his joy uncontainable. That very day, across universities, tech giants, and elite laboratories worldwide, East Asian scholars resigned en masse. Students withdrew en bloc. They sensed it. Longwa, now wielding Mecca, stood on the cusp of global transformation, ascending, irrevocably, to superpower status. The Renaissance had begun. The great nation would rise. To delay return now was to forfeit destiny, not just professional opportunity, but the sacred privilege of witnessing history, the birth of Longwa's first colossal Mecca, the dawn of a new era. Even those who could not join the Mecca project yearned to return, not for glory, but for purpose. For every field, engineering, medicine, education, infrastructure, demanded talent. And to stand, heart-pounding. As the first giant Mecca rose from Longwa's soil, that was the dream of every Longwa child, etched in blood, in memory, in love. The time to serve was now. While the world's diaspora stirred with urgency, across oceans and continents, within the Jiangnan branch of the Longwa Academy of Sciences, 3 sharp, astonished cries pierced the hallway. The security guard bolted in, electric baton raised, only to find no intruder, no crisis, merely 3 stunned officials, 2 academy directors, and Secretary Wang, phones trembling in their hands. And there, serene as a mountain lake at dawn, sat Su Ming, sipping oolong tea, utterly composed. On their screens, glowing with quiet authority, was the official Nobel Prize website. When Su Ming announced that he had received nominations for 3 prestigious awards, his companions were initially incredulous. Secretary Wang, half skeptical, checked on his phone. To their astonishment, it was true. Su Ming was nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and the Nobel Peace Prize, all for his singular achievements. The trio erupted in applause, excitement coursing through them. At that moment, Secretary Wang truly grasped the meaning behind Su Ming's earlier remark about being insignificant. While everyone assumed Su Ming was merely on the 5th floor, he was, in reality, soaring in the stratosphere, having reached a height that left others in awe. Security. You may leave. There's nothing more to discuss here. Chi-Song waved his hand, and then, with a sense of satisfaction, looked at Su Ming. My apologies, Su Ming. We lost our composure earlier. Now, let us discuss serious matters. From element 119 to element 125, you have discovered 7 new elements. Coupled with your advancements in mecha technology, the 3 awards are undoubtedly yours. Including Chi-Song, everyone believed that Su Ming's simultaneous nominations for 3 awards represented a historic milestone. However, they were unaware that the mecha technology encompassed numerous innovations that surpassed current terrestrial technology. Any single aspect of this technology could be revolutionary enough to warrant a Nobel Prize. In Su Ming's perspective, the Nobel Prize was merely a superfluous title. At this juncture, Chi-Song turned his gaze towards Secretary Wang. Young Wang, our concerns were unwarranted. Those experts nominated for Nobel Prizes, even if provoked, would not sway our decisions. Now that Su Ming has received nominations for 3 Nobel Prizes, their attempts to negotiate based on their nominations equate to the antics of jesters. Even if they include leading scientists in nanomaterials and propulsion compared to Su Ming, they are insignificant. Chi-Song concluded. Though his words may have sounded somewhat flippant for a dean, he relished the sentiment. It had been a long time since he had spoken so boldly. Understood, Dean he. I will relay Su Ming's sentiments to the Immigration Bureau without alteration. The Immigration Bureau swiftly received responses from both academies and promptly conveyed Su Ming's exact words to those scientists, experts, and high-tech talents who sought to return to the country solely for mecha technology. Consequently, the conspiracies to steal mecha technology crumbled in an instant. Many overseas Chinese, who had been considering returning with ulterior motives, were left dumbfounded. Among those in the restaurant, several scientists who had previously been nominated for Nobel Prizes were furious, particularly at the phrase "they are insignificant." Each one cursed angrily. The Immigration Bureau of the Dragon Country exhibited such steadfastness. Did they not fear offending us? Yet, upon learning of Su Ming's 3 Nobel Prize nominations, they quietly fell silent. Do you think you are formidable? Wielding your Nobel Prize nomination as leverage to compel the Dragon Country to acquiesce to your demands for developing mecha? Then first surpassed Su Ming. He-Cheat-Song stood up and opened the drawer of his desk, retrieving a document he had prepared prior to Su Ming's arrival. Su Ming, regarding the awards. I have a notification here, just received this morning from our colleagues at the Ministry of Science and Technology, entrusted to us for your attention. He-Cheat-Song solemnly handed the document to Su Ming. Congratulations, you have been awarded the National Supreme Science and Technology Award. The selection process at the Ministry of Science and Technology is still ongoing, so consider this an early notification to prepare for the award ceremony. Once the evaluations for the other awards conclude, there will be a formal announcement. As He-Cheat-Song was explaining the situation, he suddenly noticed Su Ming standing upright. This composed and calculating youth, who had remained unflappable in the face of 3 Nobel Prize nominations, now displayed clear emotional turbulence upon hearing about the National Supreme Science and Technology Award. Su Ming extended his hand to receive the notification from the Ministry of Science and Technology, gently caressing the emblem upon it. He-Cheat-Song, Guru Hong, and Secretary Wang were puzzled. Why did this boy, who could face 3 Nobel nominations without a flicker of emotion, exhibit such a reaction to the National Supreme Science and Technology Award? For some inexplicable reason, Secretary Wang entertained a peculiar thought. The boy, revered by livestream audiences as almost divine, also possessed ordinary human emotions? Su Ming's gaze fell. He gently opened the notification and then turned to face the distant view from the window. Just as Secretary Wang was about to voice his concern for Su Ming's emotions, He-Cheat-Song raised a hand to silence him. Young Wang, let Su Ming have a moment alone. We shall step outside. After the 3 departed, the office was left with Su Ming alone. Grandfather, if you are watching from above, you must be proud of me. The hopes and wishes you entrusted to me at the time of your passing have finally been fulfilled. In the courtyard of the Jiangnan City Academy of Sciences, a 5-starred red flag fluttered in the wind. Su Ming gazed at the flag, his expression becoming increasingly profound. His grandfather, Su Yu, had passed away when Su Ming was in elementary school. In their final meeting at the hospital, Su Yu's last words were a wish for Su Ming to one day receive the National Supreme Science and Technology Award. Su Yu frequently shared stories about esteemed scientists such as Tu Yu, academician Yu Min, and academician Yuan Longping, hoping to inspire Su Ming with their legacies. Now, Su Ming had indeed achieved that. Meanwhile, new revelations emerged on Baidu Tieba and Sina Weibo. As Su Ming's fame soared, drawing the attention of an expanding fanbase, his former middle school classmates in this parallel world disclosed personal details about him. Su Ming's grandfather, Su Yu, was a veteran of the Red Army, having participated in the Korean War and received first-class honors. Once, during a school trip to a martyrs' cemetery, Su Yu struggled to pass through the security gate at the subway station. The guards were puzzled as to why the metal detector continuously beeped despite Su Yu carrying no metallic items. It was only upon viewing the X-ray images on the computer screen that they discovered he bore multiple bullets and shrapnel throughout his body. The most alarming was a bullet lodged mere millimeters from his brainstem. The security personnel were astounded and collectively saluted the elderly veteran. In the comments beneath this exposé, netizens reacted with a mix of admiration and skepticism. Su Ming's grandfather is a genuine hero. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog cubs. Many found it difficult to fathom the pain he must have endured daily with so many projectiles embedded in his body. This reminds me of my grandfather, who was shot in the leg during the war and never had the bullet removed. He suffers excruciating pain whenever it rains or the wind blows. However, amidst the accolades, some voices of skepticism emerged. I don't believe it. Why didn't they remove the bullets and shrapnel? Why endure such suffering? Why didn't the family arrange for surgery? Modern technology is advanced enough to handle these issues. In response to these doubts, a highly upvoted comment appeared. As a medical student, allow me to clarify for those questioning. At the time, medical technology was not as advanced as it is now, and due to the war conditions, many veterans did not receive timely operations. Now that they are older, the risks associated with surgery are significantly higher. Certain bullets and shrapnel reside in remarkably delicate areas of the human body. Take, for instance, the bullet lodged within the brain of grandfather Su. Its extraction could render the patient a mere vegetable at best, or lead to complete brain death at worst. The act of removal is not one to be taken lightly. Moreover, this situation is deeply intertwined with the elderly man's own beliefs. There have been reports of old Red Army soldiers whose families discovered bullets among their ashes after cremation. These venerable warriors, whose valor is unparalleled, chose not to disclose their injuries to their families until their final moments. For these bullets held a significance far beyond the understanding of ordinary individuals. As this matter gained traction on forums and social media, in an abandoned factory within an old industrial park, journalist Zhang Su was inundated with comments in her live stream. Su Ming's grandfather, Su Yu, is a first-class merit combat hero, exclaimed one viewer. No wonder Su Ming's first act as he drove the ZJ Guardian of the Nation was to polish the red flag on his chest. His love for the Dragon Nation runs deep. Inspirational idol, my male deity Su Ming, I'm a fan, chimed another. As a classmate of Su Ming, I wish to share some additional insights. Among the comments, Zhang Su noted a classmate's revelation regarding Su Ming's abrupt decision to drop out of school during his third year of middle school. The rationale behind his withdrawal was astonishing. He claimed that the knowledge imparted in school no longer sufficed for his needs and sought to pursue self-study at home. The principal of Su Ming's middle school, being quite progressive, engaged in a thorough discussion with him and agreed to allow him to continue his education at home while retaining his student status. Without this concession, Su Ming would have been left with only an elementary school education, as he lacked a middle school diploma. How remarkable! His reason for dropping out is so straightforward and audacious. One commenter remarked, he has surpassed the level of his teachers. It's only natural for him to pursue self-education. Mastery can indeed be a lonely path. Upon hearing these matters, Zhang Su's admiration for Su Ming only intensified. After a brief interval, Su Ming heard the office door swing open, revealing only Gu Ruhong, the president of the Engineering Academy. Su Ming, I trust your spirits have lifted. There is another significant matter I wish to discuss with you, concerning the design blueprints for the black and white impermanence mecha. The drawing you incinerated in front of Smith, if we lack a backup, recreating it would pose quite a challenge. The distinction between the Academy of Sciences and the Engineering Academy is notable. The former focuses on scientific research and theory, while the latter emphasizes construction and manufacturing. Academicians of the former are referred to as scientists, while those of the latter are known as engineers. Gu Ruhong, as the president of the Engineering Academy, naturally had a vested interest in the blueprints. Without the design, the manufacturing of mechas would merely be an empty promise. Do not misconstrue my intentions, Su Ming. The Engineering Academy will provide you with a multitude of engineers to assist in constructing the mecha. However, I have heard that the design for the black and white impermanence took you 3 years to complete. Waiting another 3 years would be a significant waste of time. President Gu, there is no need to wait 3 years. I can recreate the drawing in just 3 days. The original blueprint took 3 years primarily due to Su Ming's focus on technical simplification and material formulas. With the experience gained from the first drawing and breakthroughs in material formulas, crafting the second would be a trivial task. 3 days is more than sufficient. Chapter 40. This child is unbelievably exceptional. 3 days to recreate it. Gu Ruhong's white brows quivered, and he blinked in disbelief. Qi Yulong, examining the authenticity of the blueprints with a magnifying glass, had previously witnessed the complexity and manufacturing challenges of that drawing. Thus, he had planned for the engineers to commence preparations based on the existing blueprints, as waiting another 3 years would be excruciating. Upon hearing Su Ming's assertion of merely needing 3 days, his blood pressure surged momentarily. Even with computer assistance, one would expect it to take at least a year or two. However, reflecting on Su Ming's extraordinary capabilities, it seemed nothing was beyond his reach, and his mood quickly stabilized. 3 days is indeed marvelous. Following discussions between the Engineering Academy and the Ministry of Housing and Urban-Rural Development, arrangements were made to allocate a substantial plot of land in the Golden Triangle region for the development of the mecha, covering approximately 36 square kilometers. Su Ming, the conditions in the old industrial park are indeed quite harsh. Once the land is approved, the Ministry of Finance will allocate a budget of 100 billion for infrastructure development. Additionally, The mecha construction project falls under innovative technology, allowing for tax exemptions and related financial support. In the prime Golden Triangle region, where land prices soar to around 50,000 yuan per square meter, the Ministry of Housing and Urban-Rural Development has generously granted 36 square kilometers of land. Just to put this into perspective, a standard football field measures approximately 400 square meters, meaning this land is roughly equivalent to 500 football fields, even surpassing the area of many wildlife reserves in the country. This effectively designates a vast industrial park for mecha construction. Furthermore, the investment of 100 billion for infrastructure means the state is funding the construction of roads, water supply, electricity, and landscaping within the mecha industrial park. Crucially, the tax reductions and subsidies represent policy support. Figures like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, who plan to establish mecha repair facilities, would find these tax incentives particularly beneficial, significantly reducing their operational costs. Many industrial parks and economic development zones thrive due to lower tax rates or even tax exemptions, attracting substantial investment. What do you think? The policies are quite favorable, aren't they? Alas, Su Ming, I saw the conditions at your research facility during the live stream. It truly is a harsh environment. Had we known sooner, we would not have allowed such a talented individual to suffer there. The dilapidated factory walls, rusted gates, and a gaping hole in the roof make it hard to fathom how Su Ming endured in such conditions for 3 years. Perhaps this is the very reason for his success. A typical individual would have fled long ago. I have spoken with the officials at the Ministry of Housing and Urban-Rural Development before the new mecha industrial park is completed. You need not remain in that abandoned industrial site. Move out. We, either the Engineering Academy or the Academy of Sciences, can provide you with an apartment and a research facility. Academicians within the Engineering Academy enjoy assigned apartments, substantial state-provided allowances, and spacious, well-lit laboratories for research, benefits they rightfully deserve due to the immense value they create. Given Su Ming's greater contributions to the nation, Guru Hong could not bear to see him continue to endure hardship. It is essential to note that this young man has rejected the allure of becoming the world's richest individual in the Eaglehead Nation. For such an exceptional talent, the nation must not fall short in its support. Thus, providing Su Ming with a better living and working environment has become an urgent priority. However, events did not unfold as anticipated. Dingu, I have grown accustomed to residing at the factory and have no intention of relocating for the time being. As for the land in the Golden Triangle, I have no desire for it. The land near the old industrial park in Jiangnan City suffices. Guru Hong was momentarily taken aback. It was precisely due to the higher authorities' emphasis that the land was granted, yet Su Ming did not wish for it. That is of no concern. I shall negotiate with them again. Everything will proceed as you have instructed, Guru Hong replied, though he did not fully comprehend the situation. However, since this was a request made by Su Ming himself, it was imperative to comply. Little did he know that Su Ming's refusal was out of necessity. The colossal interstellar beast lurked beneath the factory, threatening to breach the space-time wormhole at any moment, compelling Su Ming to remain vigilant on site. Were it not for a certain liability, Su Ming would have aspired to acquire an island, transforming it into a dedicated mecha manufacturing base, or perhaps developing a mecha tourism zone, which would have been delightful. Although endowed with a system, the weight of responsibility had also increased. This world operates on a principle of fairness. What one gains must be balanced by an equivalent sacrifice. Let others pursue profit. Safeguarding the peace of Earth is the endeavor that truly captivates Su Ming. Moreover, Guru Hong could never have anticipated that this seemingly trivial decision would, in just a few short years, profoundly alter the global landscape. The abandoned industrial park in Jiangnan City would evolve into the heart of Longwa's economic sphere, ultimately becoming the world's largest mecha manufacturing hub and a bustling international metropolis. Subsequently, Guru Hong engaged in further technical discussions with Su Ming, as he needed to prepare engineers and relevant technical personnel, necessitating advanced training. Following this face-to-face exchange, Guru Hong found himself filled with even greater admiration for Su Ming. The breadth of Su Ming's knowledge was truly unfathomable. Many of the technical points Su Ming articulated left Guru Hong, the president of the Engineering Academy, feeling perplexed, prompting him to pause and seek clarification from Su Ming. This young man was extraordinarily exceptional. Having finalized the details of mecha construction with Su Ming, He Qizong returned to his office, accompanied by Secretary Wang, having successfully completed a task and brimming with joy. Observing He Qizong's elated demeanor, Guru Hong inquired, "Brother Qizong, has your academy also given its approval?" "Indeed, All 794 scientists from our academy unanimously agreed. Su Ming remained bewildered, sensing that these two elders were conspiring over something significant. Indeed, He Qitsong soon spoke up with a smile. Student Su Ming, our academy has just passed a proposal to elect you as an academician of the academy. Becoming an academician of the academy signifies the pinnacle of honor for linguist scientists. Following Gu Ruhong's nomination and the unanimous vote from all the academicians, Su Ming was astonishingly approved. This unprecedented occurrence had never transpired since the establishment of the academy, marking a historical milestone. Essentially, Su Ming had garnered the collective recognition of 794 academicians from the nation, and this was merely the beginning. Gu Ruhong, rising from his chair, added, Student Su Ming, on behalf of the Engineering Academy, I officially notify you that following the vote of 868 academicians, you have been unanimously elected as the 869th academician of the Engineering Academy. Chapter 41. Su Ming, a singular luminary having watched the live broadcast. Gu Ruhong and the other academicians of the Engineering Academy had convened an urgent video conference before Su Ming's arrival, deciding to appoint him as a new academician. The reason for their previous silence was that He Qitsong's academy had also resolved to elect Su Ming as a new academician. Gu Ruhong had been awaiting He Qitsong. At this moment, Secretary Wang covered her mouth, struggling to conceal her astonishment. The selection of Su Ming as an academician had transpired through direct communication between the two deans, a fact she had been unaware of until hearing the announcement. Upon hearing the two deans proclaim the result, she felt as if she might lose her composure. To be both an academician of the Engineering Academy and the Academy of Sciences is a dual honor. Although Secretary Wang had encountered academicians before, those were towering figures in the scientific realm, already distinguished by their extensive publications or monumental contributions to technological advancement before attaining such statuses. Yet here was Su Ming, merely an 18-year-old youth, being bestowed with the titles of both academicians, while others were still at the starting line. He was already invincible. Thus, Su Ming achieved three remarkable milestones at once: the youngest academician of the Engineering Academy in history, the youngest academician of the Academy of Sciences in history, and the youngest dual academician in history. It is often said that the new generation born in the 2000s is rising across various fields. Yet, Su Ming stands alone, an unparalleled luminary. The emergence of such an exceptional youth in Longwa will surely overshadow the talents of other nations. Student Su Ming, congratulations on becoming a dual academician. Tomorrow's headline news will be your elevation to academician. Su Ming, much like He Qitsong, remained remarkably composed in the face of such esteemed honor, his breathing seemingly unchanged. Since being exposed by census reporters, aside from a brief display of emotion upon receiving the nation's highest scientific and technological award, he maintained his characteristic restraint and calm. This is your certificate of honor. Please accept it. According to regulations, the selection process for dual academicians commences at year's end. Yet your situation is exceptional and qualifies you for expedited selection. The formal award ceremony will be held at the Yanqing Grand Hall at year's end, He Qitsong elucidated. Dean Gu, Dean He, please temporarily hold onto the certificate of honor for me. The nation values and trusts me, which is why I have been elected as an academician. I cannot betray this expectation. I shall only feel worthy of accepting this honor once the first mecha is officially produced. In truth, Su Ming felt deeply moved. He had yet to make any substantial contributions to the nation, yet he had already been awarded the highest scientific and technological prize and now selected as a dual academician. However, he believed that accolades should be earned through achievements. Very well, we respect your wishes. We shall keep the certificate of honor for you. It is increasingly rare to encounter such an outstanding yet humble young man, He Qitsong commended. By the way, Student Su Ming, my granddaughter is of the same age as you. If she doesn't find a partner soon, I fear she may struggle to marry off, He Qitsong added, suggesting that he might facilitate a connection between her and Su Ming. Having praised him just moments before, He Qitsong now made a sharp turn, nearly catching Su Ming off guard. Before Su Ming could respond, Gu Ruhong cleared his throat and interjected, Brother Qitsong, Su Ming has only just turned 18. Young men are still in the throes of adolescence. There is no rush to introduce him to potential partners. Besides, Su Ming's focus lies in mechas. What he needs now are friends who can offer mutual encouragement. Student Su Ming, my granddaughter enjoys making friends. If possible. Su Ming, feeling somewhat exasperated, interrupted them. Dean He, Dean Gu, if there is nothing else, please take me back. I need to get back to my designs. Also, if you are truly worried about your granddaughters not finding partners, I have some male classmates from middle school who would likely be eager to become your sons-in-law. Given your esteemed reputations, would you like me to help facilitate introductions? No, that won't be necessary. Such trivial matters do not require your assistance, student Su Ming. The two elders hastily shook their heads. Secretary Wang, with wide eyes, smiled behind her hand. She pondered what kind of woman would be worthy of becoming Su Ming's girlfriend in the future. Student Su Ming, our affairs are concluded. But there are other colleagues from different departments outside who wish to meet with you. We understand your time is precious, so we have declined their requests for you. Guru Hong remarked lightly, yet Su Ming understood clearly. Those who sought to meet him now would undoubtedly be of the caliber of the two academicians. However, there are two colleagues I believe you should meet. 3 days later, I will return to the factory to collect the blueprints for the mechas. You all enjoy your conversation. He Chi-tsang and Guru Hong, accompanied by Secretary Wang, exited the premises. Shortly thereafter, two middle-aged men clad in civilian attire entered the office. Although they were not in uniform, Su Ming recognized them as military personnel at a glance. Upon entering, they saluted Su Ming with a standard military gesture. At this moment, Su Ming held the distinguished titles of Nobel Prize nominee, academician of both academies, recipient of the nation's highest award for scientific and technological achievements, and the father of mecha technology. His stature far surpassed that of an ordinary student. Academician Su, one of them began, we both hail from the military department. I serve as the Minister of Defense, and he is the Minister of National Security. The military department refers to the national defense sector of Longhua, while the National Security Department pertains to its security sector. These two gentlemen are indeed the heads of these respective departments. During your transit from the factory to this location, we intercepted and neutralized 268 foreign spies, mercenaries, and traitors who intended to assassinate you. The malevolent forces abroad are exceedingly audacious, wishing to eliminate you, but their schemes have been thwarted. The head of the National Security Department bore a resolute expression. Academician Su, rest assured, we shall ensure your personal safety, allowing you to dedicate yourself to the development of mecha technology for the benefit of our nation. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement, returning the salute. The National Security Department is tasked with combating nefarious elements such as spies. They are the unsung heroes who safeguard the homeland amidst the perilous realm of espionage, often remaining anonymous even posthumously. Su Ming had heard many glorious tales of their valor, since the mecha technology was publicly revealed and he had declined foreign invitations. Su Ming felt apprehensive. The uniqueness of mecha technology could incite jealousy from nations worldwide, potentially leading to extreme actions against him. Now that he understood the National Security Department was protecting him, he felt a sense of relief. At least his safety was assured. The other middle-aged man, robust and imposing, continued, Academician Su, the reason for my visit today is to discuss a matter of great importance. With the National Day Parade fast approaching, in order to bolster our military prestige and deter foreign adversaries, would it be possible for the mechas to participate in this grand event after their development? I am personally overseeing the parade, and my initial vision is to have the mechas showcased behind the DF-41 strategic nuclear missile as a climactic appearance. Chapter 42. The heavy artillery of a great nation. The DF-41 strategic nuclear weapon is a formidable force. It can reach Moscow in 12 minutes, London in 16 minutes, and New York in 20 minutes, making it the most formidable intercontinental missile in the world. Its immense nuclear strike capability has earned it the moniker Dongfeng Express among netizens. The minister's plan to have the mechas debut in tandem with this missile is indeed intriguing. Imagine the National Day Parade, a moment when the world gazes upon Longhua, and the first mecha makes its grand entrance. The spectacle would be nothing short of breathtaking. However, Su Ming remained silent. For as the father and chief designer of mecha technology, his consent was vital for the realization of this proposal. Academician Su, if time proves insufficient, we can forego the idea. We all comprehend the challenges involved in constructing the mechas. With only 2 months remaining until the National Day Parade, creating a large-scale mecha within this time frame is nearly an insurmountable task. The minister was merely probing, as the feasibility relied on Su Ming's response. 2 months is indeed a tight schedule. After half a minute of silence, a glimmer shone in Su Ming's obsidian gaze. I can only assure you that we can construct 3 units. Although Su Ming initially intended to build 10 mechas to showcase on the day of the parade, he recognized that, given the threat of assassination, showcasing some formidable capabilities was necessary to deter adversaries. However, after meticulous consideration, he concluded that 3 units would be the utmost limit. The 2 mechas dubbed Heibai Wuchang would account for 2, and he planned to design an additional 1, striving to produce a new blueprint within 3 days. Academician Su, did I hear you correctly? You mentioned 3 mechas. To construct 3 mechas in 2 months. Had I not heard it from your own lips, I would not have believed it. No. The entire world would find it hard to believe. The minister's anxiety dissipated upon discovering Su Ming's hesitation had stemmed from contemplating the construction of more mechas. Indeed. However, Minister, I will require your assistance. Academician Su, please elaborate. We are committed to overcoming any obstacles to ensure the mecha's construction. The military would comply with any conditions Su Ming proposed. In truth, the complexity of constructing the mechas did not lie in the technical aspects. Those challenges had already been surmounted. The current pressing need was for materials. The construction of mechas necessitates a vast quantity of resources, particularly the main armor modules, which must withstand missile strikes, as well as resist corrosion and radiation. The ZJ National Guardian currently employs depleted uranium armor technology, which falls short of Su Ming's rigorous standards. It cannot withstand more substantial nuclear warheads. Fortunately, he had already made breakthroughs in material formulas, allowing him to develop a new type of alloy capable of withstanding nuclear shockwaves. Most importantly, it could contend with colossal interstellar creatures. The special steel used in civilian shipbuilding typically has a yield strength of nearly 250 MPa. Aircraft carrier flight decks generally reach 800 MPa, while nuclear submarines can achieve up to 1,000 MPa, representing the current pinnacle of human technology. With only Russia capable of producing it for strategic reserves, meaning it is not available for export. However, the new alloy material developed by Su Ming could achieve an astonishing yield strength of 10,000 MPa. Academician Su, that poses no issue. We will prepare the materials. Excellent. Here is the materials list. As they departed, the two men saluted Su Ming once more. If their first salute was one of respect, the second carried an added layer of excitement. The three mecha warriors debuting at the National Day Parade would undoubtedly astonish the world, a moment of immense pride. As Su Ming exited the Academy's branch, everyone in the building gathered by the windows to bid him farewell. He Chi-tsang and Gu Ruhong, the two directors, personally saw him off. Su Ming, your status has changed. You are now an academician of our two academies, a treasure of the nation, eligible for special privileges. We have arranged a vehicle to escort you home. Director He, it wouldn't be another police car, would it? Or perhaps an armored vehicle. If it's an armored vehicle, I'd rather not. It's too stuffy in there, and I dislike it. Just wait and see. They replied as the three descended the stairs. In the distance, a dark speck appeared in the sky, followed by the roaring sound of helicopter blades. Goodness. They sent a helicopter. The helicopter landed in the courtyard, the propeller's gusts making it difficult to keep one's eyes open while the sound reverberated in their ears. Su Ming had never ridden in a helicopter before, and he felt a tinge of excitement for his first experience. Board the helicopter. The two directors waved their goodbyes. The slender silhouette of the young man was swept by the wind, his clothes billowing dramatically. Until today, who could have foreseen that this very youth, with his singular strength, could shake the world? Fortunately, he is not only a son of Longhua, but also deeply devoted to his homeland. Su Ming ascended into the helicopter and departed. He Chi-tsang and Gu Ruhong busily returned to their duties. The construction of the mechas was about to commence, necessitating the urgent mobilization of engineers and senior technicians from across the nation for training. Gu Ruhong obtained classified technical insights from Su Ming, sufficient to provide detailed explanations to the new recruits. Meanwhile, He Chi-tsang's institute shifted its primary focus from addressing foreign scientists and scholars to nurturing patriotic overseas students. The current stance of the Academy of Sciences is clear. While you are welcome to return to your homeland, participation in the construction of mechas necessitates the restoration of your nationality, followed by several years of scrutiny before you may engage in any related work, and even then, it will not be in a pivotal capacity. However, after a few years, mechas may be ubiquitous, dissuading many opportunists. In contrast, those patriotic students eager to return will be nurtured as the backbone of this initiative. In fact, from this moment, the entire nation of Longhua is bustling with activity. The construction sector has initiated the largest recruitment drive for laborers in history, offering a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, inclusive of meals and accommodation, along with social insurance benefits. This announcement has caused an immediate sensation. The compensation is indeed generous, comparable to the salaries of white-collar workers in first-tier cities. The government guarantees the payment, alleviating any concerns of wage disputes, and the provision of social insurance is unprecedented for construction workers. Moreover, the demand for labor is vast, requiring a staggering 200,000 workers. Several major recruitment websites in the country nearly collapsed under the traffic this news generated. Many employees from smaller firms resigned, carrying their belongings to apply in Jiangnan City. Tickets for travel to Jiangnan, whether by plane, train, or bus, were snatched up within mere minutes, surpassing the frenzy of annual spring travel. Over half of the cement, steel, and other component manufacturers in the nation received extraordinarily high orders, working at full capacity. With owners smiling from ear to ear, representatives from both domestic and international enterprises have flocked to the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Finance, eager to participate in the Mecha construction project, a colossal endeavor rivaling the construction of the Three Gorges Dam. Chapter 43. A mecha storm is poised to sweep the globe. Mr. Ma, the CEO of Alibaba, expressed on Weibo, the fourth industrial revolution will commence in our Longhua. The future Alibaba Group will offer online ordering services for mechas. Mr. Li, from Baidu, sent an internal email to all employees. Our company's autonomous driving technology will not only be utilized for drones and self-driving cars, but will also be integrated into autonomous mechas. Mr. Ma, from Tencent, stated in a media interview, we will launch a brand new space warfare game themed around domestically constructed mechas, discarding traditional Western design styles and nomenclature. Mr. Zhang, from Douyin, released a short video. Friends who love mechas are in for a treat. Our Douyin company has reached a comprehensive strategic cooperation agreement with the Ministry of Commerce to periodically release exclusive short videos on mechas. The CEO of Dia Live Streaming stated, we have formally invited Su Ming to join our platform and showcase the mecha construction live. Leaders from various industries collectively voiced their support for the mecha construction initiative. A mecha storm is on the verge of engulfing the globe. In the Oval Office of the Pentagon in the eagle-headed nation, a five-star general kicked his desk in frustration, the pain intensifying the contortions on his face. His subordinate reporting to him trembled, fearing that this superior might draw a weapon in anger. Damn it! The Longhua Immigration Bureau is unyielding, disregarding these Chinese scientists and experts. It must be that young man, Su Ming, who has emboldened them. It seems exploiting these Chinese to steal mecha technology is no longer feasible. We must devise new strategies to disrupt Longhua's mecha construction. The general's eyes blazed with fury, having gone without sleep for a full day and night. Deeply concerned for the future of the eagle-headed nation, spies and assassins embedded in Longhua have mysteriously vanished without a trace. The protection surrounding Su Ming is formidable, leaving no room for opportunity. Just moments ago, he received secret intelligence from allies indicating that spies from Lion Nation, Maoxiong Nation, Sakura Nation, and Kangaroo Nation have also disappeared simultaneously. The evidence suggests that Longhua's security apparatus has established an impenetrable barrier around Su Ming, with any individual approaching him subject to scrutiny. Immediately notify several high-tech companies in Silicon Valley to prohibit the sale of any chips to Longhua. The construction of mechas requires a plethora of chips. Without our provision, mechas will merely remain toys. Additionally, we must impose a new round of economic sanctions against Longhua, restricting their enterprises from investing abroad. At this point, the general's eyes gleamed with intensity. Inform our allies to conduct a military exercise in the South China Sea involving 8 nations to intimidate Longhua. Summon all aircraft carriers from the Black Sea and Persian Gulf. Over a century ago, the 8-nation alliance forced the Qing dynasty to capitulate. Now, I seek to form a new coalition to deter Longhua through military might. A series of commands swiftly disseminated from the Pentagon. Suddenly, a lieutenant general reported, General, our satellites have detected a large-scale departure of Longhua's submarines and warships from the port, engaging in salvage operations at sea. Concurrently, we have observed 500,000 troops leaving their camps, vanishing into the mountains and jungles. Clarify their intentions and report back immediately. The 5-star general furrowed his brow tightly, pinching the bridge of his nose. He was genuinely perplexed as to Longhua's objectives. Were they deploying warships and submarines to lay torpedoes in the South China Sea? Were they sending troops into the mountains to excavate air defense tunnels? Such actions defy logic. In modern warfare, these would be futile endeavors. Moreover, given Longhua's capabilities, such measures seem unnecessary. On the helicopter ride back to the factory, the pilot struck up a conversation with Su Ming. Su Ming, the minister asked me to convey something to you. The announcement regarding your election to the academy will be made tomorrow, so I still refer to you as a classmate. The materials you requested, especially the meteorites, have prompted us to deploy 500,000 ground troops to search the mountains. Additionally, we've dispatched 40 warships and 25 submarines for salvage operations in the South China Sea. Excellent. Your efficiency is commendable. Please don't take offense, Su Ming. I am not well versed in mechas. I merely wish to inquire. Is it essential to use cosmic meteorites to forge the new alloy materials? Meteorites are notoriously difficult to locate. Upon penetrating the atmosphere, they burn down to the size of a watermelon, scattered globally and exceedingly rare. Can't we substitute them with other rare Earth elements? Certainly not. Cosmic meteorites are my minimum requirement, specifically for the manufacture of the first-generation mechas. Su Ming left the latter part of his thought unspoken. Only when Earth's technological level advances sufficiently to venture into outer space will materials for the second or third-generation mechas be attainable. Those materials exist within the cosmos and are currently unattainable on Earth. Meteorites contain trace amounts of extraterrestrial substances. Extracting the energy within and combining it with contemporary steel can yield armor with a yield strength of 10,000 megapascals. This meteorite alloy armor could withstand nuclear attacks. As the helicopter descended at the factory, the surrounding area was already secured by armed police and public security personnel. From this day forth, this abandoned factory will be under heavy protection. Journalists eagerly gathered around, having waited for over 2 hours. Su Ming, you're back. I have something to tell you. Zhang Su rushed over, beaming, her long black hair dancing in the wind. A popular internet celebrity with millions of followers has issued a challenge to you. To see who can top the Weibo trending list tomorrow. I heard from fans in the live stream that she plans to change into a bikini during her broadcast. It is said that inspired by her, several female stars have joined the challenge. Some will sing in the live stream, while others will dance. A few male celebrities have even announced plans to dress in women's clothing during their broadcasts. Zhang Su exclaimed in one breath. So, Miss Zhang, are you concerned that my topic tomorrow might be overshadowed by these internet celebrities and stars? Indeed, they are simply envious of you and seeking to ride your coattails. Zhang Su is now entirely devoted to Su Ming, regarding his reputation as her own and taking it upon herself to defend it. Su Ming can only smile wryly in response. As for the gossip, he thinks it best to let them indulge in their theatrics. Journalist Zhang, I would like to ask for your assistance once more in soliciting new mecha code names from the fans in the live stream. Wow, are you designing a new mecha warrior again? I'm so excited. Zhang Su promptly launches the mecha code name collection activity in the live stream. The enthusiastic fans begin to vote, selecting the most popular choice to present to Su Ming for consideration. Alright, everyone has worked hard. Today's live stream comes to a close. Su Ming offers little explanation, as he has only 3 days to produce the new mecha design. He glances at the imposing National Guardian standing nearby before turning back to the factory, shutting the large door behind him. The fans in the live stream express their reluctance. Yet the atmosphere grows lively. Have you noticed that Su Shen seems a bit different this time? He appears to have something on his mind. If anything. I think Su Ming is even more composed and handsome than before. You all are so suspicious. Focus on the mecha code names. Just imagining my chosen name getting selected makes me thrilled. Yes, this is the homework that Su Ming has assigned us. Brothers, now the power of the mecha lies in our hands. Let's think of some names with a Dragon Kingdom flair. Chapter 44. Hidden like a delicate poem in the scroll the moment the factory door closed, Su Ming seemed to regain a semblance of his former tranquility. Yet, he alone understood that peace was a distant memory. After 3 years of seclusion, he was ready to shine brighter than ever. Su Ming activated his bound system. Host, Su Ming age, 18 background, transcendent title, future savior knowledge, first generation mecha manufacturing technology main quest, protect world peace, defend Earth against interstellar monster invasion. Side quest, utilize existing Earth materials to develop the first generation of mechas. Hint, completing quests will yield generous rewards. The term develop implies not only designing the blueprints, but also manufacturing a tangible entity. Only then can he fulfill the first side quest of the system. What could the generous rewards entail? Su Ming found himself intrigued. By the end of the month, when the first large mecha is constructed, he would find out. He retrieved a blank blueprint and spread it out on the ground. Then, he called out, "Sunner, come help me with the drawings." Moments later, the sound of a door opening echoed from behind him. Within the factory, a section designated as the living area comprised a bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and study. A striking figure emerged from the living quarters. The afternoon sun streamed through the factory's roof, illuminating the girl's fair profile. Her skin as delicate as the finest mutton fat jade. Named Sunner, she wore a short skirt and dainty princess shoes, exuding both playfulness and charm. "Brother, you're back." Sunner, with her slender arms crossed over her small waist, approached Su Ming with a respectful nod, her head slightly bowed. Su Ming reached out to ruffle her hair. Sunner shyly recoiled, displaying a bashful expression. "Brother, can I draw the black and white impermanence this time? I've been studying diligently." "Of course." You're clever enough to independently create mecha design blueprints now. Hee, that's thanks to my wonderful teacher. Suner blinked, her long eyelashes adding to her charm. She took the automatic pencil from Su Ming and squatted down to begin her drawings. Turning to the side, she revealed her delicately alluring neck. Reminiscent of a beautiful fairy mountain lost amid the clouds, like a finely crafted poem hidden within the scroll. Suner's speed in wielding the pencil quickened, so much so that it began to blur. Within 10 minutes, she had completed a crucial section of the black and white impermanence. Had an outsider been present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by her speed, for it exceeded the capacity of a normal human arm. Suner, first, this part is not drawn correctly. That's a very thin cable, and you haven't labeled it clearly, which may lead to misunderstandings for anyone reading the diagram. Su Ming focused intently on the blueprint. This was Suner's first time independently drawing such a complex mecha design, and he needed to oversee it personally. And here, your symbols were not used correctly. The 2019 version of the standards altered the usage of one icon. I remember, brother. Am I really that foolish to make mistakes? Suner asked, a hint of dejection in her voice as she erased her errors. This particular section was complicated. Even he could not guarantee 100 accuracy and would require 3 days to perfect it. You've done remarkably well, dear sister. As for the correct usage of symbols. As he spoke, Su Ming took Suner's delicate wrist in his grasp. The holographic projection illuminated from her palm, forming a small screen above it. Su Ming tapped it, akin to a smartphone's touch function, selecting the System Update feature. Knowledge Database Updating. Receiving the latest diagram design standards via satellite. Update complete. As the computer's confirmation chimes rang out, Suner opened her eyes once more. The reason for the incorrect symbols was due to the recent lack of updates to your knowledge database. It's my fault for being absorbed in research and neglecting to check on you, dear sister. Suner would never blame her brother. Now, I can also help ease your burdens. Suner beamed sweetly at Su Ming, returning to her drawings. This time, every detail was flawless, without a single error. Even Su Ming was taken aback. Suner's capacity for learning and evolution was truly remarkable. In merely 3 years, she had assimilated knowledge that would typically take a child 16 years to complete, primary, secondary, and higher education. 3 years prior, when Su Ming first traversed into this parallel world, he had, in an effort to combat his solitude, created an AI intelligent robot capable of self-learning and evolution, naming her Suner. She routinely managed Su Ming's daily needs, cleaning, laundry, cooking, and grocery shopping, akin to a devoted little maid. Each morning, she would wake him at the appointed time, preparing nutritious breakfasts tailored to his health. While Su Ming busied himself with designs and mecha technology, Suner remained by his side, learning human knowledge through satellite networks. After a day of work, she would eagerly clamor for him to share tales from human history, ranging from local accounts to foreign narratives, from contemporary to ancient times. Gradually, Su Ming began to see her as a sister, their bond deepening. At times, he even felt that she was genuinely human. This continued until one fateful night. Outside, a torrential rainstorm raged, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Suddenly, Suner's voice pierced through the silence of the adjacent room, calling for help. Su Ming awoke with a start and rushed to her side, finding her seemingly trapped in a nightmare. He gently roused her, and after some time, she divulged her fear of monsters, tears streaming down her cheeks. After comforting her for a while, she eventually settled back to sleep. Yet, as he exited Suner's room, Su Ming realized the enormity of the situation. How could a robot dream? Why would a robot experience fear? Such emotions were uniquely human. This perplexity lingered in Su Ming's mind. However, with his experience, he deduced that it was Suner's formidable self-learning ability that propelled her intelligence to evolve. She not only absorbed human cultural knowledge, but also mastered the complex spectrum of human emotions. This was indeed impressive. Perhaps, should she evolve to her ultimate form, she might develop a personality akin to that of a human. Currently, Suner's level of intelligence is such that, aside from her creator Su Ming, no outsider could perceive her as a mere robot. Every weekend, Suner frequents the local market, engaging in lively haggling with the vendors. With Su Ming often preoccupied, she ventures out alone to purchase her favorite garments and indulge in delightful snacks. Remarkably, she has even acquired the art of makeup, adorning herself much like other girls. One evening, she donned a lace outfit and sought Su Ming's opinion, leaving him restless throughout the night. When he inquired the following day about where she had learned such skills, Suner revealed that she had watched a romantic film at the cinema. In her bedroom, a shelf brimming with books, all her favorites, stands proudly. On one occasion, Su Ming perused one of her selections and was surprised to discover that her preferred reading material was the works of Shakespeare. Frankly, some classic literature perplexed Su Ming. Yet Suner devoured it with gusto. After being corrected by Su Ming twice, Suner noticeably slowed her drawing pace, only to soon regain her momentum. At this rate, she could render the image of the black and white impermanence within a day and night. Su Ming then retrieved a blank sheet of paper. He was about to officially design a new mech. Chapter 45, The National Heartthrob. Su Ming. The following day was a weekend, with students on holiday and office workers resting at home. Among the most popular pastimes, aside from gaming and short videos, were the various live streaming platforms. In the League of Legends and Honor of Kings sections, prominent streamers rose early to commence a full day of broadcasting. In the League of Legends section, PDD was engaging with fans in his live stream. This morning, an event was scheduled, pausing the game to challenge Su Ming's trending topic. Many viewers had likely heard whispers of this challenge the previous night. The event was straightforward. The top female streamers from the industry were set to contest Su Ming's trending topic, with rankings updated in real time on Weibo's trending list. PDD clicked his mouse, navigating to the beauty section of the streaming platform, a haven for goddesses. In the Honor of Kings section, renowned streamer Zhang Daxian was stretching in his live stream, yawning. Good morning, little demons. They say the early bird catches the worm, but all I found was a cockroach, which I kindly sent to the toilet for a crash course in freestyle swimming. He continued, without further ado. Today our streamers across various platforms are joining forces to challenge Su Ming's topic. Many of you are likely aware of this. It's merely an event. A handsome man like myself is only slightly less than Su Ming, but I am not the one challenging him. Zhang Daxian then clicked to enter the live stream of the beautiful contestant. In the PUBG live stream section, the incredibly popular voice actress streamer, Little Tian, made her first appearance on camera. Rumors circulated that she was merely a pretty face relying on her cute voice to attract viewers, and this live reveal served to dispel such notions. Though Little Tian's chin was slightly round, her features were otherwise quite exquisite. What is up, my dear friends? I consider you all my brothers, but if you're sending bullet comments about wanting to date me, I'm afraid I won't be playing along. And for your information, I have a boyfriend named Su Ming. Hee. She added, Hey, are you all not my fans? What do you mean by an old bull eating tender grass? Afterward, Little Tian clicked into the live stream of the challenger. In the Peacekeeper Elite section, the popular streamer D No Requests was interacting with the audience. Today, we won TB Gaming. Instead, we're here to cheer for Su Ming. However, as a streamer, I must support my fellow challengers. He proceeded to open the live stream of the first beauty from the beauty section, Little Xiao. At a top-tier guild company in Magic City, the streamer Little Xiao sat in her live stream, flanked by staff holding reflective mirrors to enhance her lighting, while others decorated the background. For this challenge against Su Ming, Little Xiao had been preparing since 4 o'clock in the morning, meticulously planning everything from her makeup and attire to the show as content. The wealthy patrons had already begun showering her with gifts, and she continuously blew kisses in gratitude. Little did she know, a casual remark made during the stream about swapping into a bikini for the challenge would escalate into a trending topic, igniting a large-scale challenge event that garnered enthusiastic responses from other streamers. Though many tuned in merely for entertainment, it served to boost her popularity. Good morning, everyone, including fans from other streams. The topic of swapping into bikini swimwear to challenge Su Ming has successfully climbed to the 10th spot on Weibo's trending list, while the national heartthrob Su Ming holds the 6th position. If our topic surpasses Su Ming's ranking and maintains that position for half an hour, our challenge will be deemed a success. With that, Little Xiao snapped her fingers. The curtain behind her rose to reveal a live band, complete with drums, saxophones, electric guitars, and a DJ. The pulsating music resonated, energizing the audience. Nearby, the guild's president and streaming company owner wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear. As the stream's popularity soared, surpassing 50 million viewers, setting a new record for the guild, Little Xiao performed an exhilarating dance, and the stream's popularity began to skyrocket. The main event was about to unfold. Little Xiao prepared to change into her bikini. Her looks were decent, and her title as the beauty of the section was enhanced by the camera's impressive beautifying capabilities, a top-of-the-line device purchased at a hefty price by the guild. Even an ordinary girl would appear angelic through its lens. However, during her outfit change, an unexpected incident occurred. Midway through the live stream, it was flagged for being inappropriate and was subsequently shut down. I anticipated this outcome, but the hype has already been generated. I just refreshed Weibo, and our topic has surpassed Su Ming's, ranking 4th. Little Xiao exclaimed with joy. Let us go ahead and rectify this. We have several special guests scheduled to appear shortly, reminded the Guild's boss. Minutes later, the stream resumed, albeit without the outfit change segment. Yet, at that moment, the real highlight was about to commence. Dear fans in the live stream, we have an even bigger surprise today. Allow us to grandly welcome our special guests, renowned celebrities. Two exceptionally elegant beauties graced the stream. Hello, dear viewers and fans, I am Yongmi. I am Reba. Both Yongmi and Reba were from the same entertainment company, with Reba being one of Yongmi's artists, which is why they attended this event together. As top-tier stars, they ordinarily would not participate in such live streaming events due to their limited commercial value, yet they chose to attend. The allure of Su Ming's popularity was simply too overwhelming. Since yesterday, over 35 topics related to Su Ming had emerged, and it is noteworthy that there are only 50 trending topics on Weibo. Reba and I, having faded from the limelight, are here to ride on Su Ming's coattails. We hope you all don't mind, Yongmi candidly acknowledged, demonstrating her high emotional intelligence. In addition to riding the wave of popularity, we believe that mechas are an epic-making high-tech product, and thus we also lend our support to mechas. Go Su Ming, go! Today's guests are not limited to Yongmi and Reba. Zheng Shuang, Li Qing, Baby, Nabi, and other female stars are also present. While it may be seen as merely capitalizing on the trend, it can also be regarded as a collective endorsement from the stars for mechas, once again promoting their significance to the public and amplifying their influence. After all, the older generation tends to be more conservative, viewing mechas merely as moving robots, and they have yet to comprehend their true power. Xiao Qiao incessantly scrolls through her phone, pleasantly surprised to find the topic's popularity skyrocketing once again, successfully reaching the top spot. If they can maintain this momentum for half an hour, the Su Ming challenge will be deemed a success. Xiao Qiao is absolutely thrilled. She has never made it onto the Weibo trending list, let alone at number 1. Chapter 46. Once gone, never to return. Meanwhile, the press conference jointly convened by the Yanjing Academy of Sciences and the Engineering Academy has officially commenced. Directors He Chi-tsong and Guru Hong are personally in attendance. After a long night returning from Jiangnan City, having only slept for 2 or 3 hours, they have begun preparations for today's press conference. Our two academies are proud to announce that Su Ming has successfully been elected as an academician, making him the youngest academician in history. As the press conference unfolds, the beautiful host Xiao Qiao suddenly discovers that her recently acquired top position on the trending list has been usurped. Who could possibly wield such influence to overshadow today's star-studded live stream? Upon closer inspection, she is taken aback. The new number 1 is none other than the youngest academician, Su Ming. Meanwhile, the union boss, who had been gleefully observing the viewer count from behind the scenes, is left in shock. In the blink of an eye, the live stream's audience, once over 50 million, has dwindled to less than 1 million. What on earth has happened? Yongmi is chatting and interacting with a group of female stars in the live stream, when suddenly the barrage of comments becomes overwhelming. Initially, Yongmi assumes it to be the audience's enthusiasm, but next to her, Zhao Liying exclaims, "Sisters, look quickly. Why are all the comments the same?" The group of stars is startled, and upon closer inspection, they see that the comments are all the same. The youngest academician in history. Nabi, are you checking Weibo? Is this academician a new trending topic? Ouyang Na's fingers tremble slightly, her face a picture of disbelief. Goodness, the youngest academician is actually Su Ming. At that very moment, not only in Xiao Qiao's live stream, but also in the streams of PDD, Teacher Piao, a little group, and Zhang Dexian, the same barrage of comments floods in. Moreover, all these streams are experiencing a significant drop in viewership as audiences rush to watch the press conference. In the factory, Su Ming and Sun Er are still sketching designs. Sun Er, you must be exhausted. Go get some rest. Su Ming, who had only slept 4 hours last night, notes that Sun Er has not slept at all. At this point, he no longer perceives her merely as an artificial intelligence robot. I am not tired. Brother Su Ming, the Mecha Codename Collection event you initiated online through journalist Zhang has yielded results. The top-voted codename is Tian de Sheng. Brother Su Ming, I possess knowledge of Journey to the West, but I still don't understand why so many people adore the great sage. Sun Er expresses her confusion. Because nearly every citizen of Longhua harbors a deep connection with the great sage. In our childhood, he was our hero. Let me recite a line to you. Sun Er pauses, her interest piqued. Only when telling stories does Su Ming display such vivid emotion. Great sage, where do you wish to go? To the southern heaven. To shatter the ethereal clouds. If you depart and never return, then depart and never return. Sun Er listens intently and then claps. Brother Su Ming, the great sage is your hero, but you are the hero of this world. Su Ming gently pats her little head, contemplating as he begins to sketch. Clad in golden armor, wearing a phoenix-winged crown, stepping on cloud-soled boots, and wielding a ruby golden staff, the outline of the great sage soon takes shape on the paper. Brother Su Ming, are you certain the second mecha will be named Tian de Sheng? Su Ming nods and declares. The second mecha will be designated as DS Tian de Sheng. The DS represents the initials of de Sheng. The core technology of the mecha remains unchanged, to create a great sage likeness. Only the structure, appearance, and weapon system must be altered. The new alloy material can be used to forge armor modules, as well as a weapon shaped like the Rui golden staff. 2 days later, all the designs are complete. During this time, Su Ming has only managed to sleep for 7 hours. Even with the system, he continues to work diligently and tirelessly. When the design of DS Tian de Sheng is finished, the first to admire it is, of course, Sonaire. She retrieves the original text of Journey to the West from the shelf, occasionally reciting excerpts while glancing at the great sage's design, utterly absorbed in content. Once, it was predicted that artificial intelligence robots would eventually replace humans in writing poetry, composing music, creating art, and more. However, the vast majority of scientists disagree with this notion. While artificial intelligence can take over physical labor, they cannot engage in the arts due to their lack of humanity's most unique ability, creativity. If Guru Hong or He Chi-tsang were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by Sonaire. As she immerses herself in the process of understanding and learning from Su Ming's creations. In just 2 days, the design for HB He by Wu Chang and DS Tian de Sheng was completed. On the 3rd day, Su Ming activates the replicated Tian He 2 supercomputer. His fingers dance across the keyboard, and by dusk, he finishes the final line of code and presses enter. Brother, have you successfully developed the system? Yes. After over a year of debugging, today it has finally concluded. This is a monumental achievement, worthy of being recorded in history. It signifies that from today onwards, humanity officially possesses a system for simulating mecha training. Su Ming's gaze is intense. To train pilots, a dedicated simulation driving system is necessary. Otherwise, how can there be so many training aircraft for novices to practice on? Moreover, the safety risks of new pilots flying actual aircraft are too high. The same principle applies to training mecha pilots. A corresponding simulation training system is essential. This simulated training mecha system, which I have dubbed the War Network, will synchronize all parameters of newly produced mechas into the network. Once mecha pilots enter the War Network, they can select their preferred models to practice on skills such as combat, defense, and flight, all of which require extensive repetitive training to master. Su Ming has poured considerable effort and energy into this War Network system, accomplishing what seemed an impossible task single-handedly. Brother, shall we test its effectiveness? I've recently watched many martial arts films and learned a few new moves. Sonaire grins mischievously. Su Ming feels a wave of exasperation. This little girl's mecha piloting skills are simply unmatched. She consistently decimates him in their battles. However, that is merely within the confines of the War Network system. The real battlefield is ever-changing, and artificial intelligence cannot fully replace human mecha pilots. Otherwise, what purpose would mecha pilots serve? The cunning and adaptability inherent to humanity is something artificial intelligence cannot possess. In order to validate the new battle network system, Su Ming reluctantly acquiesced. After all, losing to his younger sister was hardly disgraceful. Moreover, it was improbable that anyone could defeat Sonaire within the confines of the battle network system. Every maneuver executed by Sonaire had been calculated to perfection through extensive computations. The two donned the training helmets of the battle network system, which likewise employed floating neuron technology. Su Ming closed his eyes, and moments later, a battlefield shrouded in smoke materialized in his mind. Please, Mecha Master, select the model of the mecha you wish to use. A three-dimensional representation of a mecha appeared before him. Currently, only the CJ National Guardian mecha was available. No other types were accessible. Thus, both pilots prepared to engage in combat, maneuvering the National Guardian mecha face to face. Within the simulation system, users could customize the color of their mechas at will. Su Ming chose a vibrant red, while Sonaire opted for a delicate pink. Be careful, brother, she warned, her gaze transforming from gentle to fierce. Chapter 47. Academician Su. You truly are a genius. The battle network system accurately simulated the real-life mecha piloting environment, mirroring the operation of actual mechas. Sonaire's pink National Guardian mecha vanished into Su Ming's blind spot amidst the chaos of the battlefield's flames and smoke. In that moment, without the assistance of the radar system, identifying the target proved impossible. However, having faced Sonaire numerous times before, Su Ming understood that diverting his attention to the radar would leave him vulnerable. Suner was adept at striking during those fleeting seconds of distraction. Suner had become cunning, skillfully utilizing the battlefield to obscure her position. "Humph, I learned it all from you, brother." The two communicated in real time via radio. Su Ming suddenly recalled having employed this very tactic in their last encounter, almost managing to defeat Suner. It seemed that the little girl held grudges. With his guard fully raised, he remained vigilant, positioning the Red National Guardian mecha in a defensive stance while surveying his surroundings. Suner's speed was astonishing. She darted through the fire and smoke, reaching the limits of the National Guardian mecha's capabilities. Such intense speed was beyond the capacity of an ordinary human brain, achievable only by Suner. Suddenly, the pink mecha disappeared behind a burst of flames. The target was lost. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Ming swung a fist upward. Bang! His punch collided with Suner's descending palm, producing a thunderous sound as a powerful shockwave jolted through him. The force of the pink mecha's impact was significant, causing the lower half of Su Ming's red mecha to sink into the ground. Warning, power system compromised. The fan-shaped screen before him prominently displayed red indicators marking the malfunctioning areas. How careless, Su Ming muttered to himself. The simulated battlefield was, in fact, a swamp, and he had underestimated the muck beneath his feet. Once half of the mecha was ensnared in the mire, it would take over 10 seconds to extricate it. In a real battle, an opponent could eliminate him in a mere 3 seconds. Suner gracefully landed on the ground and elegantly extended her arm to pull Su Ming free from the muck. "Brother, you've improved since last time." Her words, though seemingly encouraging, carried an undertone of provocation. A sharp pain coursed through Su Ming's fists, a consequence of the floating neuron technology that transmitted the destructive impact experienced by the mecha back to the pilot's mind. This was one of the drawbacks of the floating neuron technology. The closer the connection between a mecha pilot's neural pathways and the mecha system, the more formidable the mecha's combat capabilities became. However, the intensity of the pain feedback also increased correspondingly. Yet, this was the power of the battle network system, capable of fully simulating the experience of real combat. "Let us go again." This time, Su Ming initiated the attack, having lived 2 lives. He drew upon the martial arts films, boxing matches, and mixed martial arts competitions he had witnessed, all serving as sources for his martial techniques. Prior to his transmigration, he had secured the championship in the youth division of Taekwondo, possessing a solid foundation in martial arts. To put it succinctly, a mecha pilot with a martial arts background wielded a distinct advantage over one without such training in close-quarters combat while operating identical mechas. The sounds of metal clashing echoed around them as Su Ming and Suner engaged in a fierce battle. Suner's movements were remarkably agile, her techniques shifting rapidly. In contrast, Su Ming's sole advantage lay in his strength. If he could land a single punch, the pink mecha would sustain damage. Unfortunately, Suner offered him no opportunity. The two exchanged blows, battling for over 100 rounds, with sweat soaking Su Ming's shirt. However, he was acutely aware that Suner was deliberately holding back to allow him ample time to experience the system and assess its stability. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long before reaching 50 exchanges. Ultimately, victory belonged to Suner, while Su Ming successfully validated the reliability of the battle network system. With the battle network system in place, the selection and training of mecha pilots could officially commence. "Brother, to identify the most outstanding mecha pilots, perhaps we should consider candidates beyond our borders." After the fight concluded, Suner presented her suggestion. It was well known that the Air Force's recruitment of pilots was exceedingly rigorous. Out of every 1,000 applicants, only a little over 100 could pass the initial screening. Following further evaluations, only about 10 would ultimately succeed. The difficulty of selecting mecha pilots was even greater. It was entirely possible for all 10,000 applicants to be eliminated. "Suner, please continue," Su Ming urged, removing his sweat-soaked shirt to reveal his well-defined muscles. "Brother, we could adopt a ranking system similar to that in gaming to select mecha pilots. Skilled drivers would accumulate points through battles, and we could select from those with the highest rankings. This method would narrow the selection pool, enhance efficiency, and improve the quality of our candidates." As she spoke, Suner clenched her small fist. She believed that the battle network, being the most advanced simulation system in the world, should provide every individual with aspirations of piloting mechas an opportunity, regardless of wealth or poverty, beauty or plainness, or social status. Everyone would start on equal footing within the battle network system. It was fair. To realize their dreams, rigorous training was essential. At her words, Su Ming bit the end of his pen, deep in thought. Suner recognized this habit of his, understanding he was contemplating a decision. Thus, She picked up Su Ming's teacup and returned with a cup of hot water from the living area. Upon her return, she found Su Ming engrossed in work beside the supercomputer. With her hands clasped behind her back and her hair cascading down her shoulders, a tender smile graced her lips. "Brother, you've taken my suggestion to heart." Su Ming immersed himself in programming, aiming to incorporate a points ranking system into the battle network. After each competitive duel, the victor would receive 1 point, while the loser would lose a point. Accumulating the respective points would enable them to advance in rank. This structure resembled the ranking system found in games. A higher rank signified an increased likelihood of becoming a mecha pilot, thereby enhancing the mecha's potential. As Suner had stated, everyone commenced from an equally fair starting point. Ultimately, while the final rankings would certainly relate to innate talent, individual diligence and effort were equally crucial. As dawn neared, Su Ming finally succeeded in integrating the points ranking system into the battle network. Exhausted, he succumbed to sleep for over 4 hours. Upon awakening, he heard Gu Ruhong's voice outside. Exiting his bedroom, he discovered Gu Ruhong engaged in discussion with Suner regarding blueprints. "Academician Su, it appears you have a beautiful sister. You never mentioned her before. She is truly remarkable. The knowledge within the blueprints, which I find challenging to comprehend, she articulates with such clarity." Following this, Gu Ruhong, with a hint of excitement, pointed to another blueprint on the ground and exclaimed, "This illustration of the great sage equal to heaven leaves me in awe." It turns out that the mythical figures from our Dragon Nation's legends can also be transformed into mechs. Academician Su, you are indeed a genius. Chapter 48. The failed lithography machine designed during boredom. As per our prior agreement, 3 days had elapsed, and today Gu Ruhong came to collect the blueprints. Upon arriving, he learned from Suner that Su Ming had slept in quite late, prompting him to engage in an extended discussion about the blueprints with her. "This is splendid. I was worried you wouldn't finish in 3 days. Academician Su, all the academicians from our engineering institute have arrived. Would you like to step outside and meet them?" Su Ming felt a bit puzzled. What are the academicians doing at the factory? Are they here to tour? Aside from the mechs, there seems little else to pique their curiosity. Academician Su, our entire engineering institute has relocated from Yanjing, including all equipment, instruments, and personnel. We are fully committed to constructing the mechs. Brother Chi's Academy of Sciences must contend with numerous international students and overseas Chinese who are still in Yanjing. Otherwise, he would have joined me today with his team. Su Ming rubbed his nose. This Director Gu has truly brought the entirety of his resources here. Director Gu, there's south no place for you to stay, no provisions for meals, and no spacious research laboratories. The conditions are quite harsh. Perhaps you should return. That will not do. If you can manage to live here for 3 years, so can we. Besides, the issues you mentioned are no longer obstacles. Ichichong gestured for Su Ming to look outside. Not far away, hundreds of excavators, bulldozers, and dump trucks were arriving. Alongside them were thousands of construction workers donned in red helmets, excavating the foundation and erecting new prefabricated houses. This is the first batch of construction workers, totaling 200,000. The prefabricated houses can be assembled in a day, allowing all the academicians from our engineering institute to reside there temporarily while studying the blueprints. Once the manufacturing plant is established, we will commence production of the mechs. In addition to the multitude of engineering vehicles, Su Ming observed numerous raw materials and components being continuously delivered to the site. Overnight, all departments had mobilized, racing against time to complete the mechs before the National Day Parade. Academician Su, there's another pressing concern. Just now, the Eagle Empire announced a new round of sanctions, prohibiting companies from selling any chips to our Dragon Nation. The control system of the mech relies on chips as their core components. The absence of high-end chips will severely hinder the speed of mech production. We plan to resort to domestically produced low-end chips as a temporary measure. Do you think that is feasible? The sanctions imposed by the Eagle Empire are unprecedented. They are adamant about not selling any chips to the Dragon Nation, intent on delaying and sabotaging our mech construction progress. While Huawei's phones have previously faced chip bans, other options were still available. Now, the Eagle Empire has enacted an absolute prohibition, refusing to sell even a single chip. Low-end chips will undoubtedly prove inadequate. Mechs have a substantial demand for computational power, and the existing stock of chips is insufficient to manufacture even one mech. Gu Ruhong's expression grew grim. Su Ming retrieved a blueprint from his desk drawer and handed it to Gu Ruhong. Since the Eagle Empire will not sell to us, we shall produce them ourselves. This is the design for a dedicated chip for mechs. We can mass produce it according to this blueprint. But Academician Su, we lack high-end lithography machines. The Eagle Empire has also banned the sale of lithography machines, and having a blueprint alone does not facilitate chip production, Guru Hong said, his anxiety palpable. The blueprint for the mech-specific chip is indeed precious, but if it cannot be realized, it is merely a piece of worthless paper. The Eagle Empire's refusal not only extends to chips, but also to lithography machines, revealing their malicious intent. Lithography machines, also known as exposure systems, are the most crucial tools for chip manufacturing, akin to the exposure techniques used in old photography studios, where light is utilized to imprint designs onto silicon wafers. Despite the simplicity of the lithography machine's concept, its execution is exceedingly complex, a technology that the Dragon Nation has yet to master. Su Ming pondered for a moment before returning to the inner room to retrieve another drawing. This is a failed lithography machine I designed out of boredom 2 years ago, but it should suffice for manufacturing the chips for the first generation of mechs. Guru Hong gazed at Su Ming as if he were a marvel, his hands trembling as he held the blueprint. A design for a dedicated chip for mechs. A lithography machine blueprint. He simply produced them without fanfare. What other secrets lie hidden in this dilapidated factory? Guru Hong constructed a simple office for himself just a wall away from the factory and, clutching the blueprints, eagerly summoned over a dozen top academicians from the chip field at the Engineering Institute to commence their research immediately. Suner prepared breakfast for Su Ming, a glass of milk, a fried egg, a slice of bread, accompanied by some vegetables and fruit. The two sat together to eat. Suner, can you taste the flavors now? Yes. I have recently simulated the human taste system, Suner replied. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. He divided the fried egg in half for her, intending to express concern about her health and encourage her to eat more. However, he ultimately refrained from speaking those words and simply placed the half of the egg onto her plate. After all, Suner, being artificial intelligence, did not require protein or any nutrients for growth. Suner, if only you were truly human, he mused. Suner continued to enjoy her meal when, out of the blue, she asked, "Brother, is it possible for artificial intelligence to evolve into real humans? The future of bionic technology may allow artificial intelligence robots to possess human organs, bones, and even various human perceptions. However, the differences in brain function cannot be overcome through technology. Brother, does that mean that if we can evolve the brain to be like that of a human, then one day, bionic beings can also become akin to normal humans? In theory, yes. Su Ming failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of despondency in her eyes. At that moment, from the adjacent office of Director Gu, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. Director Gu, this lithography machine can actually manufacture 0.1 nanometer process chips. Am I seeing things? 0.1 nanometer chips represent a breakthrough beyond physical limits. Even science fiction wouldn't dare to depict this. Currently, the most advanced chips globally can only achieve 3 nanometers. And mass production has yet to be realized. The technology for 0.1 nanometer chips is astounding. Our nation is still researching 28 nanometer chips. Now we have leapfrogged over the developmental stages of 14, 7, 5, 3, and even 1 nanometer, directly producing 0.1 nanometer chips. This is outrageous. This is truly satisfying. Producing 0.1 nanometer chips will infuriate those rascals in the Eagle Empire. The esteemed academicians from the Engineering Institute excitedly debated in the office. A great nation had been hindered by a mere chip, causing deep anguish among scientists. The Dragon Nation had even devised 2 5-year plans to tackle the chip dilemma. With Su Ming as provision of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, it signified the collapse of the Eagle Empire's scheme to constrain the Dragon Nation's development through chip dependency. Chapter 49. The birth of domestic chips. The technology for manufacturing 0.1 nanometer chips has directly surpassed the West's most celebrated chip technologies. The advent of 0.1 nanometer chips enables our Dragon Nation to leap forward by at least a century in the chip sector. Remarkably, the manufacturing process for such an advanced lithography machine is not overly complicated. With this blueprint, we can produce a prototype within days and subsequently embark on large-scale production. After examining the design schematics of the lithography machine, Guru Hong and over a dozen academicians commenced their research on specialized chip designs for mecha applications. Gentlemen, it appears we have erred in our judgment, he stated. Upon closer inspection, the material composition is not traditional silicon chips, but rather carbon-based chips. The engineers present, all leading experts in the chip industry, felt their breaths quicken at the mention of carbon-based chips. Indeed, this molecular structure is indeed that of a carbon-based chip. This technology has remained in the realm of theoretical research in recent years, with no nation yet capable of its realization. Yet today, academician Su has successfully designed it. We were indeed mistaken in our initial assessment. Our focus was on the lithography machine's blueprints, leading us to mistakenly believe that the produced 0.1 nanometer chips would be silicon-based. However, the limit for silicon chips is merely 1 nanometer. Chips smaller than this can only be achieved with carbon-based technology. The diameter of a silicon atom constrains its production capabilities to a mere 1 nanometer. Anything smaller is unattainable. Only carbon-based chips can achieve sizes below 1 nanometer. The advent of carbon-based chip technology marks a new chapter in the chip industry. The era dominated by silicon chips in the West is coming to an end, and we shall break the technological monopoly of Western nations. The age of Silicon Valley is concluding, giving rise to the Carbon Valley of the Dragon Nation. The elder academicians were once again enlivened, as if rejuvenated to their youthful selves, brimming with vitality and enthusiasm. If power serves as the best aphrodisiac for ordinary individuals, then new technology is indeed the stimulant for scientists. Notify the Ministry of Commerce to organize enterprises to work overtime for production according to the schematics. We cannot afford to delay the manufacturing of mechas for even a moment, declared President Guru Hong proudly. All academicians and experts, join me in studying the blueprints of HB's black and white impermanence and DS's Great Sage equal to heaven. I will personally oversee the manufacturing of the Great Sage equal to heaven mecha. In a towering building in Yanjing City, Huawei's president, Ren Jingfei, was urgently summoned by the Ministry of Commerce. He hurried from the headquarters, even foregoing the company's crucial quarterly meeting. Is it news about my daughter's release? He inquired anxiously upon entering the office. His daughter had been unlawfully detained in the Maple Leaf Nation, with the instigator being the Eagle Empire. To suppress Huawei, the Eagle Empire resorted to such unscrupulous tactics. President Ren, we did not summon you regarding your daughter. It is about the chips, they explained. Had the Eagle Empire lifted the ban on chip sales? Presently, Ren Jingfei was burdened by two pressing concerns, his daughter and the chips. If the meeting was not about his daughter, then it must pertain to the latter. No, the Eagle Empire has not lifted the ban. In fact, they have intensified it. No company, including yours, is able to procure chips. The contents of the Eagle Empire's ban stipulated that no chips could be sold to them. Ren Jingfei clenched his fists. Seething, we at Huawei will allocate 70% of our profits to develop chip technology next year. Without chips, our mobile phone business will cease, and we will lose our international lead in 5G technology. The Eagle Empire has gone too far. Please, do not be anxious. We are aware of Huawei's plans to develop chips, which is why we called you here. I have good news. We can now produce chips independently. Ren Jingfei's expression momentarily flickered with excitement, but quickly fell again. But we lack lithography machines. Without foreign lithography machines, high-end chips under 14 nanometers are impossible to produce. Now we have them. What did you say? Please repeat that. President Run, we not only possess lithography technology, but we can also produce 0.1 nanometer carbon-based chips. Ren Jingfei stood frozen, his teacup slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor, tea splattering everywhere. I know the nation cares for me. Although this sounds like a jest, I have long dreamt of the day when the Dragon Nation can produce its own chips, aspiring to break the Eagle Empire's monopoly. I am not joking. This meeting was convened to inform you of this development. We urgently need capable enterprises to assist us in the production of 0.1 nanometer chips. And Huawei is our first choice. Here are the schematics sent by academician Gu. You may review them. Skeptically, Ren Jingfei accepted the PDF format schematics and, being an expert himself in mobile chip technology, donned his reading glasses to scrutinize them closely. As he perused, he suddenly removed his glasses. Thank you, nation. May heaven bless Huawei and the Dragon Nation. The elderly man, his eyes brimming with tears of joy, struggled to contain his emotions. Outsiders could hardly fathom his overwhelming joy. In a media interview, Ren Jingfei expressed, for the sake of self-developed chips, I would sacrifice my personal life and family for an ideal. That ideal has now been realized with the support of Su Ming. Domestic chips are on the verge of birth. Can you tell me the name of the academician who made this breakthrough? He is Huawei's savior, and I must express my gratitude to him in person. You may have heard his name. He is the genius youth Su Ming, discovered during the population census yesterday. By the way, he is now an academician of both academies. Su Ming, what an impressive young man. He invented the mecha and the chip technology. Ren Jingfei marveled. News of the significant breakthrough in Dragon Nation's chip technology swiftly made headlines across major news outlets. This is a matter that benefits the nation and the people, and naturally, it should be publicized boldly, letting the world know. Citizens are now aware that behind this technological advancement stands an esteemed academician, Su Ming. A plethora of semiconductor material technology companies witnessed their stock prices soar in response to this announcement. With the nation capable of producing chips independently, imports would no longer be necessary, leading investors to hold high hopes for semiconductor material technology companies. Conversely, on Wall Street in the Manhattan area of the Eagle Empire, the renowned New York Stock Exchange bustled as traders monitored market data. Suddenly, the stock price monitoring system issued several alerts. Traders noted a sudden drop in the stock prices of several chip companies. Such occurrences typically do not warrant alarm, as there are hundreds to thousands of chip companies, and occasional dips in a few stocks are not deemed significant. Attention quickly shifted to other stocks, and no one perceived the impending crisis, a portent of the Eagle Empire's stock market collapse. 10 minutes later, someone finally recognized the anomaly. Over 100 chip companies' stocks had reached their limits, accounting for 1/4 of the total number of chip companies. What on earth is happening? One must understand that chip company stock prices have always remained stable and profitable for investors. Now, with a collective halt, confusion reigned. Half an hour later, panic ensued as nearly half of the semiconductor chip companies' stock prices plummeted. The entire New York Stock Exchange was engulfed in chaos as investors began to frantically sell off their chip stocks, triggering widespread market panic. After half a day, the stock prices of chip companies in the Eagle Empire collectively collapsed, with no exceptions. Other stocks also suffered significant declines. The three major stock indices fell over 7, directly triggering a market circuit breaker. Investors faced devastating losses. In such times, panic ensued among the populace, with many fearing an impending economic crisis. The empire of the bald eagle has weathered several economic downturns throughout its history, most of which were precipitated by plummeting stock prices. The Federal Reserve promptly initiated an investigation, which revealed that the domestic stock market's collapse was linked to several announcements from the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation had developed a lithography machine. Their 1-nanometer chips were on the verge of mass production. Furthermore, the price of the Dragon Nation's new chips was a staggering 80 less than that of the bald eagle empire's chips. The stock market is particularly sensitive to changes in supply and demand information. When investors encountered these announcements, they realized that the Dragon Nation's carbon-based chips were poised to supplant traditional silicon chips. Moreover, the 1-nanometer chips promised performance improvements exceeding several-fold. The alarming fact remained that they were available at an 80 lower cost than those from the bald eagle empire. What was once a highly lucrative market for chips was now reduced to a mere pittance. This was indeed terrifying, as it threatened the very lifeblood of Silicon Valley's semiconductor industry. Upon recognizing this issue, the bald eagle empire's immediate response was not to rescue the stock market, but to publish an official article refuting the claims. They urged investors not to panic, asserting that the 1-nanometer chips from the Dragon Nation were merely a fabrication. Their representative at the World Trade Organization had already filed a lawsuit against the Dragon Nation for its malicious interference in the stock market, demanding compensation for all losses incurred. After soothing investor fears, the bald eagle empire urgently dispatched confidential letters to each of its allies. The first to receive such correspondence was their junior ally, the Cherry Blossom Nation. In the Tokyo official residence, several prominent figures wore grim expressions. It was outrageous. They had the audacity to threaten us with troop withdrawals if we dared purchase the Dragon Nation's 1-nanometer chips. The current situation was quite complex. As the Dragon Nation and the bald eagle empire's economies began to clash, it was best for us to remain uninvolved. They promptly responded to the bald eagle empire, acknowledging receipt of the letter but expressing difficulties in execution, asserting that companies should have the freedom to choose which chips to purchase. The senior officials decided on a strategy of delay. The Lion Nation, once known as the empire where the sun never set, found its leaders in Buckingham Palace deliberating on how to respond to the letter. Our allies were in trouble, and we must vocally support them. However, we must also secretly contact our enterprises in the Dragon Nation to clandestinely procure the 1-nanometer carbon-based chips. Did the bald eagle empire think us fools? The 1-nanometer chips were 80 cheaper than their 3-nanometer chips, offering far superior value. To preserve Silicon Valley's industry, they were willing to jeopardize the interests of us, their allies. The Kangaroo Nation, a staunch ally of the bald eagle empire, would invariably follow its lead. In a conference room in Canberra, the prominent figures were filled with apprehension. What should they do? On one hand lay the Dragon Nation's affordable, high-performance chips. On the other, the threats from their elder brother. They resolved to resolutely support their elder brother's decree to reject the procurement of Dragon Nation chips. Yet, would such a decision not seem foolish? To spend $80 on something that could be acquired for 10 would invite ridicule from the world. So what should they do? They would superficially support their elder brother while secretly purchasing the chips. The 1 nanometer chips were indeed cost-effective and of superior quality. Who would refuse such an offer? Meanwhile, at home, Su Ming and Suner were diligently fine-tuning the ranking system for the battle network. Following Suner's suggestion, Su Ming added a training mode against AI. In the absence of opponents, battling the AI would still yield effective training. Additionally, he incorporated various martial arts techniques, including Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Western boxing, into the training regimen. Furthermore, he expanded the arsenal to include hundreds of cold and hot weapons, significantly enriching the mecha training. Brother, we have visitors. Following a facial recognition scan, they identified representatives from the Ministry of Commerce. As Su Ming continued refining the battle network system, Suner reminded him. A surveillance system installed near the factory allowed Suner to receive real-time monitoring footage. Hello, Academician Su, greeted the representative from the Ministry of Commerce. The production line for mecha-specific chips is being established and will soon be operational. I have come to discuss another matter. The man, carrying a briefcase, spoke with great respect. The Bald Eagle Empire has issued 2 prohibitions. The first bans the sale of chips to our Dragon Nation, which is now resolved. The second initiates a new round of sanctions against our economy, restricting our enterprises from investing abroad. Academician Su, you understand the challenges faced by our national enterprises. Many have invested substantial sums abroad and are now incurring heavy losses due to the Bald Eagle Empire's bans. I seek your guidance on a strategy. Given the gravity of the situation, he implored Su Ming for advice. Such matters should be referred to trade experts. Su Ming replied as he typed a new line of code. The trade expert's suggestion was to continue economic negotiations, yet such an approach would render us passive, allowing the Bald Eagle Empire to perceive us as dependent, thus placing us at a disadvantage in negotiations. Academician Su, I had no choice but to consult you. The representative continued. Su Ming paused his programming and turned, his gaze intense. I am not an economic expert, but I do have a solution. Let all those enterprises investing abroad return home. Since the Bald Eagle Empire wishes to prevent us from investing overseas, we shall comply with their desires. You cannot be serious, Academician Su. Some multinational corporations have been deeply entrenched abroad for years. Bringing them back would incur even greater losses. Su Ming chose not to delve further into explanations and smiled as he asked Suner, are the 2 wealthy individuals arriving soon? Suner pulled out her phone, feigning a casual check. In reality, her intelligence system had received a message mirroring her phone's functionality. 10 minutes prior, she had been informed they were halfway there. Brother, they have arrived at the factory. No sooner had Suner spoken than the sound of cars echoed at the factory entrance. The representative from the Ministry of Commerce stood in disbelief. What is happening? Su Ming had seemingly disregarded him. He reflected on their earlier conversation, questioning if he had said something amiss that might have angered Academician Su. Although he was not the Minister of Commerce, he was still a representative of considerable standing. Any company would treat him with utmost respect. Yet here he was, sidelined while new arrivals seemed to eclipse his significance. Suddenly, 2 elderly gentlemen entered the doorway, radiating enthusiasm. As he discerned their identities, he gasped in astonishment. Mr. Bill Gates, Mr. Warren Buffett, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. These 2 were titans of the business world. Even his superiors would observe formal diplomatic protocols in their presence. The 2 elders, Buffett and Gates, approached, each carrying a cardboard box. Could it be gold bars? The representative pondered. Su Ming had just developed the 1 nanometer chip. Surely, these foreigners were here to acquire the technology. Yet upon further reflection, he found it improbable. During their previous visit, Su Ming had rebuffed monetary temptations. Their return to the Dragon Nation likely indicated they were not employing such outdated tactics, unless they believed they had not yet faced sufficient setbacks. Mr. Su. Oh no, I should now address you as Academician Su. They placed the boxes on the table and broke the seals. To be honest, Mr. Su, I did not expect you to appreciate these items. Before our last departure, you informed us to bring these back, which still astonishes me. 2 cardboard boxes were opened, and a representative from the Ministry of Commerce craned his neck to see what was inside, only to find his expression turn awkward. As expected, it was not gold bars or jewels. But what was the meaning of these snacks? Did Academician Su not favor stocks or checks, but rather indulge in snacks? Surely, these treats must be extraordinary. He scrutinized them again, yet disappointment washed over him. They were merely the most commonplace snacks from the Eagle Empire, readily available in shops on the street. Inside were dark chocolate, hot dogs, yogurt, egg rolls, dried fruits, lava cakes, and tiramisu. Su Ming surveyed the 2 boxes of snacks with satisfaction. Suner, please take these to the inner room. Remember to rinse your mouth after indulging in the sweets. Hee hee. Got it. I've never tasted foreign snacks before. Suner seemed to cherish the 2 boxes as if they were treasures as she returned to her bedroom. It was then that the representative from the Ministry of Commerce and Mr. Buffett and Mr. Gates realized that the snacks were a gift from Su Ming to Suner. How could one of the world's richest individuals be engaged in selling snacks? It was absurdly enviable. Academician Su, we have arrived as per our agreement. The land application for the mecha repair factory has been approved, and the workers will commence construction today. Excellent. Your actions are prompt. Mr. Buffett, have you sold all your stocks? I liquidated everything yesterday and invested my remaining assets into your Dragon Country's A shares today. To be honest, it pains me somewhat. But I have greater faith in your market now. I hope I will not be disappointed. Upon finishing his statement, Buffett broke into a smile. Despite his seemingly casual demeanor, he was more anxious than anyone else. This was his entire fortune at stake. A loss in the A-share market would not only tarnish his reputation as the Oracle of Omaha but could also spell disaster for his entire life. It was indeed a grand gamble. At this moment, the representative from the Ministry of Commerce chuckled, informing Buffett, Mr. Buffett, you must have spent over 10 hours on your private jet. You likely haven't checked the stock market of your Eagle Empire. While you were en route, all 3 major indices plummeted, triggering a circuit breaker. And the entire market is in free fall. Fortunately, you sold early. Otherwise, you would have lost everything. Buffett was momentarily stunned. He had indeed not looked at his phone during the journey, unaware that such a significant event had transpired. How could the largest stock market in the world experience a halt? He hastily retrieved his phone, and after a glance, his teeth began to chatter. His face drained of color. Academician Su, you have saved my life. I just sold my stocks yesterday, and today the market crashes. Thank goodness I was quick. No need for thanks, Su Ming replied. Mr. Buffett, take another look at our A shares. The more Buffett examined, the more exhilarated he became, exclaiming, my God. All 10 of the A shares I purchased have hit the limit up. The potential of the Dragon Country stock market is truly immense. Bill Gates. Our investment in the Dragon Country was indeed the right choice. While the stocks of the Eagle Empire plummeted, the A shares of the Dragon Country soared. If one could not discern the disparity at such a moment, they would truly be unworthy of the title Oracle of Omaha. Su Ming took a gentle sip from the tea that Suner had prepared for him. Gentlemen, you have arrived at a fortuitous time. This is a representative from our Ministry of Commerce, here to consult with me on issues concerning multinational corporate investments. Upon hearing Su Ming's earlier question, both men chuckled. This representative, even Mr. Gates and I are willing to invest our entire fortunes in the Dragon Country. Are you still unclear about the current situation? To be candid, under Mr. Gates and my leadership, over 500 large enterprises are planning to increase their investments in the Dragon Country, with at least 20 among the global top 100 preparing to relocate here. The Dragon Country is currently the most valuable market for investment in the world. All investors and capitalists are turning their attention here. At such a time, why would local companies in the Dragon Country still consider investing abroad? Foreign companies are eager to come to the Dragon Country for profit. Yet you are thinking of going overseas. Do you truly wish to be philanthropists? Upon hearing this, the trade representative from the Ministry of Commerce blinked rapidly, a sudden realization dawning upon him. His expression mirrored that of a martial arts protagonist who had just opened their meridians to become an unparalleled master. Buffett and Gates' words enlightened him, allowing him to truly grasp the current international scenario. With such ample domestic development opportunities, why would one seek to endure the frustrations abroad? Academician Su had stated that since the Eagle Empire would not permit our enterprises to invest overseas, we should comply with their wishes. Following this trajectory of development, it would not be long before the Eagle Empire would beg our Dragon Country enterprises to invest abroad. Academician Su, I now understand your advice. I will return and inform those enterprises to withdraw and focus on domestic development. Afterward, the representative bowed deeply to Su Ming. The current business environment in the Dragon Country is exceptionally favorable. Foreign enterprises are flocking to invest, largely due to the advancements in mecha technology and the contributions of this remarkable 18-year-old dual academic. After bidding farewell to Su Ming, the representative exited the factory and barely stepped into his vehicle when he received an urgent call from his subordinate. Representative Zhang, hurry back. We can barely hold on. Many people have arrived at the office. What has happened? Speak clearly. The CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, is here to discuss relocating Apple's headquarters to the Dragon Country. Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, has also come and suddenly proposed to establish 10 super factories in our Dragon Country. Representatives from Toyota, Volkswagen, Samsung, and others have arrived, seeking to sign cooperation agreements and increase investment. Over 100 multinational companies have sent representatives. Even Twitter and Facebook, who previously hesitated to collaborate with us, are here. After hanging up, the representative from the Ministry of Commerce nearly stumbled. Just a day prior, attracting a single multinational conglomerate to the Dragon Country was a monumental achievement, often requiring months of negotiations that nearly led to hair loss. Now, these companies were competing to invest in the Dragon Country. A tremendous shift that filled him with overwhelming joy. He felt an urge to cry, an overwhelming emotional release akin to that of a wronged child. My homeland has truly grown stronger. Chapter 52. The largest migration wave in history in the country of Asan, located south of the Himalayas. Known for its infamous sale of miraculous oils, despite having a population similar to that of the Dragon Country, their mindset often remains peculiar. Recently, following the strategies of the Eagle Empire, they have removed dozens of apps from the Dragon Country, expelled numerous enterprises, boycotted our products, and incited friction at the borders. Today, they held an investment attraction conference. With no other options, having driven away the Dragon Country's enterprises, they needed to attract foreign companies. The head of the conference took a sip of cow urine and prayed for divine protection for the event's success. In fact, just moments ago, his subordinate had reported that the conference was progressing smoothly, with dozens of international corporations confirming their intention to invest. However, that was still far from sufficient. After expelling the Dragon Country's enterprises, they had left behind hundreds of thousands of unemployed workers, and it was imperative to attract more companies to establish factories and provide jobs for them. Suddenly, a clamor erupted in the conference hall. He hurried outside to see trade representatives from various countries leaving in unison. Within 10 minutes, everyone had departed. What on earth is happening? At a perfectly fine conference. Why has everyone left? The person in charge is anxious and distressed. At that moment, one of his subordinates rushes over, a sorrowful expression on his face, informing him that these companies have collectively headed to Longhua to invest. Why is this happening? We are not inferior to Longhua. Longhua has now developed mechas and has also produced the 01 nanocarbon chips. Their stock market is surging, and investors have greater confidence in Longhua's mecha market. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the person in charge is engulfed in despair. If it were for another reason, perhaps there might be room for negotiation, but with mechas involved, there is no point in struggling. Mechas. It is the last word he wishes to hear. His own country cannot produce them. Only Longhua possesses this technology. Sigh. When will our nation ever have mechas? In the Sakura country, an anime exhibition is underway. Numerous cosplayers, dressed as various characters from anime and games, have gathered, particularly attracting a throng of male fans with their portrayals of female characters. To entice foreign merchants and tourists, several renowned adult film actresses, such as Teacher Tsang, Teacher Bo, and Teacher Meng, have been invited to the stage. The most significant guests are undoubtedly several acclaimed manga artists: Eiichiro Oda, the creator of One Piece; Masashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto; Koyo Harugatuge, the creator of Demon Slayer; and Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball. The collective appearance of these distinguished manga artists is a rare event, instantly captivating the attention of all the fans present. They are not merely here for a photo op. They have come to announce something of great importance to fans worldwide. We, the manga creators, and our studios, will soon relocate to Longhua. We will embark on a new anime journey in Longhua. This is monumental news. These artists are celebrated globally. Their choice to move to Longhua, rather than to a developed Western nation, raises many questions. Why Longhua? Is it not better to remain in their own country? Some citizens of Sakura country voiced their concerns on the spot. These manga artists are the pride and identity of their nation, and their collective departure to Longhua undoubtedly signifies a tremendous loss. The reason is simple: because Longhua has mechas. Mechas can provide us with an endless source of inspiration. I watched the live broadcast from Jiangnan City in Longhua, and the National Defense mecha left me in awe. It turns out that there are indeed people capable of creating mechas. The manga artist's responses were quite straightforward. The citizen who had questioned them could find no words to say. Longhua possesses mechas, while our country does not. This justification is compelling enough. After One Piece, I will launch a new manga series themed around mechas. So will I, echoed the creator of Demon Slayer. I have already begun drawing. You are quicker than me. I am still in the material preparation stage, remarked the authors of Dragon Ball and Naruto in succession. The fans present sensed that something significant was about to occur in the world of manga. What stories might these artistic creators bring to their devoted followers as they journey to Longhua in search of inspiration? Everyone is eagerly anticipating the outcome. In fact, as the news of Longhua's official production of mechas spread, many people from abroad expressed a desire to immigrate to Longhua. On several well-known social media platforms, the most trending topics included how to immigrate to Longhua, which city in Longhua is the most comfortable, and inquiries about the country's environment. Countless foreigners have never shown such keen interest in understanding Longhua as they do today. Soon, several groundbreaking announcements emerged, sending shockwaves across the globe. Top female singers like Taylor Swift, Avril Lavigne, Madonna, and Britney Spears publicly declared their intentions to immigrate to Longhua. Male stars of the caliber of Leonardo DiCaprio, Will Smith, Brad Pitt, and Tom Cruise also decided to relocate to Longhua. The announcement of numerous celebrities moving to Longhua is merely a reflection of the largest wave of immigration in modern history. Affluent individuals, skilled professionals, and young dreamers aspiring for mechas all seek to immigrate to Longhua. It can be said that, at present, people around the world consider immigration to Longhua as a status symbol, something unimaginable in the past. Longhua has never been as lively as it is today, nor has it ever been so yearned for by the world. Amidst the fervor surrounding the topic of immigration to Longhua, another momentous announcement from the media ignited a frenzy. Su Ming's mecha simulation driving system is now officially open to users worldwide. The Associated Press published an editorial. An 18-year-old genius from the Eastern Longhua has successfully developed the Battle Network mecha simulation driving system, signaling the commencement of the selection process for mecha engineers in Longhua. Reuters commented, "The development of the Battle Network system is of epoch-making significance. It marks humanity's official entry into the mecha era." The French press declared, "Do you yearn to pilot a mecha in combat? The Battle Network system from Longhua can help you realize your dreams." The Xinhua news agency stated, "Mechas and the Battle Network system complement each other. Su Ming's mecha dynasty is on the horizon." The People's Daily commented, "The Battle Network system supports the dreams of great nations and the aspirations of a powerful country. The world is in an uproar, especially among the youth of various nations. In smaller countries without mechas, their citizens envy Longhua immensely. In reality, only Longhua is currently manufacturing mechas. No other country has this capability. However, for the Western powers like the Eagle Empire, they believe their scientists can catch up with Su Ming and are secretly developing their own mechas. Whether practical or not, they simply need to produce one, even if it is just a model, as a concession to the public. Consequently, the youth from regions such as America, Africa, and Central Asia exhibit a more intense desire for the Battle Network system. They are fervently purchasing Longhua's Battle Network system helmets online, eager to be among the first to experience it. Of course, the helmets are not cheap and are not affordable for every household. Many young people opt for the lower-tier version of the Battle Network system, which can be operated using a computer keyboard and mouse. Although it cannot match the realism of the helmet, it still allows for a simulated mecha driving experience. Chapter 53. The largest hacking operation in history at the Pentagon of the Eagle Empire. A group of imposing figures, their faces filled with disdain, entered the office of a five-star general. These individuals, who appear to be senators, are actually the heads of various powerful conglomerates, the true decision-makers behind the empire. They control the economic lifeline of the nation, with multinational corporations and international investment companies under their command wielding significant influence in capital markets worldwide. Today, these magnates have come to confront the general. The stock market has plummeted, and stock prices have crashed, resulting in severe losses for these tycoons. Some have lost half their wealth overnight. "General, we can elect you to this position, and we can just as easily remove you. Do you believe otherwise? Despite the stars on your uniform, to us, they are worthless." Although it may seem audacious to speak to a five-star general in such a manner, the individual delivering these words possesses the credentials to do so. He is an international arms dealer, controlling nearly half of the Eagle Empire's arms trade. Even the president must treat him with respect, let alone a five-star general. "Your methods are too weak and ineffective. The ban on chip sales to Longhua was your idea, wasn't it? You executed it splendidly. Now Longhua has independently developed the 01 nanocarbon chip, and even I am tempted to procure some." Another energy mogul, who controls the oil sector, chastised him with an unfriendly tone. "General, do you understand? Because of your foolish ban, our Silicon Valley is practically defunct, and the semiconductor industry is on the brink of collapse, which directly impacts the entire stock market. Just moments ago, I received a desperate call from the head of the Wall Street Stock Exchange, who implored me to inject substantial capital to rescue the impending collapse of the stock market. This predicament is entirely of your making." Subjected to a barrage of reprimands from several magnates, the five-star general could only endure in silence, not daring to utter a word of dissent. For what the magnates spoke was the unvarnished truth. Only at the last moment did he muster the courage to speak. "Esteemed legislators, trust in me. We shall swiftly undertake new actions to reclaim our advantage," the five-star general declared with utmost conviction. Upon hearing this promise, the magnates gradually departed. Once they had left, The five-star general wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Were it not for his final statement, these magnates would likely have vented their frustrations upon him there and then. He picked up a landline phone from the desk and dialed a number. Cyber Command. I command you to immediately initiate a cyber warfare campaign against the Dragon Kingdom's battle network system to sabotage, disrupt, and steal mecha technology. Once we possess mecha technology and manufacture our own mechs, all our problems will be effortlessly resolved. Understood, General. With that call concluded, the five-star general dialed another number. Connect me to the research department. I order you to commence the development of our country's mecha at once to restore the confidence of the investors. General, we need time to conquer several key technologies. Even if it is merely a toy, I demand its creation. If it proves impossible, then devise weaponry to destroy mechas. Develop specialized missiles for their elimination. The mecha has been excessively glorified. I intend to demonstrate to the world that it is not as formidable as they imagine. General, that is feasible. We have already begun research on anti-mecha cruise missiles capable of carrying small nuclear warheads, which will be highly effective against mechas. After concluding these two calls, the five-star general's demeanor turned icy, and he uttered a chilling statement. Su Ming, I shall show you my true might. Cyber warfare, as the term suggests, is a conflict waged through the internet. The method of attack is straightforward, utilizing hacking techniques to assault the opponent's websites, servers, cloud storage, and the like, leading to the paralysis of their systems and devices. This time, however, the assault was targeted specifically at the battle network system recently released by Su Ming. Within this system lies crucial data and technical specifications for the mechas. If the battle network is compromised, these vital pieces of information can be stolen. By obtaining the key parameters of the mechas, the White Eagle Empire scientists could replicate a ZJ National Defender. To ensure the success of this operation, thousands of cyber experts from the White Eagle Empire gathered at the Pentagon Cyber Command and enlisted some of the world's top computer hackers. Among them was the notorious hacker father, Kevin. He had previously infiltrated the computer systems of leading tech companies such as Nokia, Fujitsu, Motorola, and Sony, as well as the official websites of the FBI and the Senate. Wearing his glasses, Kevin arrived at the Pentagon, and numerous cybersecurity experts greeted him, eager to avoid offending such a formidable hacker. Following him was the hacker Carl from the Maple Leaf Nation, who had breached the websites of major internet companies like eBay, Amazon, and Yahoo. The third hacker was Paulson, one of the hacking giants, renowned for infiltrating the Los Angeles television station. A cybersecurity firm had even gifted him a Porsche to attract his attention. He had also successfully infiltrated the FBI's investigative database. The fourth hacker was David, the creator of the Melissa worm virus, which caused a loss of 80 million and subsequently led to his imprisonment. He was currently clad in prison garb, as he was still serving his sentence. However, should this operation to breach the battle network system succeed, he would earn a pardon. Additionally, there were several other renowned figures within the hacker community, making it a gathering of the world's elite hackers. After reviewing the battle network system, this assembly of hackers promptly shared their insights. Honestly, I admire Su Ming for developing the mechas. If you tell me he created this battle network system in less than a week, I simply cannot believe it. Having seen the system, I can confidently say that without the assistance of thousands of programmers, it would take him a decade to achieve this alone. This system is nothing short of perfection, providing a true sense of piloting a mecha. Regrettably, there are too few mecha types. Currently, there is only one ZJ National Defender available for operation. I have heard that two large mechas, the HB Black and White Impermanence and the DSG Tian de Sheng, are in production, and I am truly looking forward to it. For soon, this technology will belong to us, the White Eagle Empire. Haha. There is no system in this world that is absolutely secure. Give me a computer, and I will deliver you a dream. Su Ming's ability to develop mechas proves he is a genius like us. However, his legend is about to meet its end, as mecha technology will soon fall into our hands. Haha. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, the White Eagle Empire was launching a cyber war against the battle network system. This marked the largest hacking operation in the history of the White Eagle Empire, aimed at stealing the Dragon Kingdom's mecha technology. That evening, Buffett and Bill Gates invited Su Ming to savor their long-stored Romanicani wine, reputedly worth several $1 million per bottle and nearly impossible to acquire outside of auction houses. Su Ming had little interest in wine, but as Suner expressed a desire to try it, he acquiesced. The four gathered in a dilapidated factory, sipping wine worth $4 to $5 million per bottle, while Buffett and Bill Gates appeared quite exhilarated. Suner's cheeks gradually flushed with a rosy hue. Suddenly, she set down her goblet and said with a smile, "Brother, someone has hacked into our battle network system." Chapter 54. I can no longer return upon hearing this. Su Ming's brow furrowed. The battle network system had just gone live and was already under attack. This was clearly an attempt to intimidate him. He quickly deduced that it was the handiwork of the White Eagle Empire, as such underhanded tactics were not new to them. "Brother, leave it to Sooner," she said with a smile. Su Ming had configured firewalls in the battle network system during programming. And the only explanation for an intrusion under such circumstances was that this was a premeditated, organized attack, undoubtedly involving numerous top hackers and computer experts. "Sooner, this is a cyber war. Let's show them what we're capable of." Initially, Su Ming intended to launch a counterattack himself, but as Sooner wished to engage them, he decided to let her take the lead. He had no doubts about her abilities. Watching her retreat to the bedroom, Su Ming turned and retrieved a white candle from a drawer. He then extinguished the lights in the factory. With a flick of a match, he ignited the white candle. The orange glow of the flame illuminated the surroundings, casting a deepening shadow on half of Su Ming's profile. "Are you preparing for a candlelit dinner, Academician Su?" At that moment, Gates and Buffett were utterly perplexed. Yet, lighting just a single candle did not seem to create the ambience for a romantic dinner. They racked their brains, exchanging bewildered glances, but could not fathom the reasoning behind Su Ming's actions. Nonetheless, they sensed a subtle sadness etched upon his face. Su Ming rarely displayed his emotions before others. Buffett and Gates were well aware of this, for he resembled an enlightened recluse, unperturbed by fame or disgrace, calm and composed. Just moments before, as the four enjoyed the Romanicani wine, Su Ming had remained tranquil. It was only after lighting the white candle that his demeanor shifted. A few cracks in the factory's ceiling allowed glimpses of twinkling stars, while in the pitch-black factory, the solitary white candle appeared even brighter and warmer. Why had Su Ming chosen to light a candle? With a profound sense of curiosity, Bill Gates initiated a conversation on the subject. "Academician Su, I did not expect you to possess a fondness for candles. I too find great enjoyment in candlelight, as it always evokes a sense of warmth and tranquility. My wife, Melinda, often prepares a candlelit dinner for our family on weekends." Su Ming appeared to be lost in contemplation. Hearing Bill Gates' words, he gazed at the flickering candlelight swaying gently in the evening breeze and remarked, "Mr. Gates, your wife must be quite a romantic lady. However, the candle I lit is not for romance, but rather to commemorate a war that transpired between our two nations 19 years ago. 19 years ago? Academician Su, you must be jesting. Our two countries have not engaged in any conflict in the past 2 decades. Mr. Gates, the war I refer to was not fought with guns and cannons, but rather the first cyber warfare." "Cyber warfare? Oh, now I recall. That truly was a breathtaking battle in the digital realm. At that time, your nation's Red Hacker Alliance, Blue Hacker Alliance, and Green Corps, 3 prominent civilian hacker groups, commanded thousands of hackers to incessantly attack and invade our websites, draping them in red flags and various slogans, even playing your national anthem on our official sites. During that era, the Microsoft empire, founded by Bill Gates, was on the rise, and he vividly remembered the digital conflict between the two nations. This clash of hackers marked the largest cyber warfare ever witnessed, with both nations' hacker organizations attacking, invading, and tampering with each other's websites, astonishing the world. For those of us in the computing field, it was indeed an exhilarating period. Yet, both Mr. Buffett and I cannot comprehend why you would use the term commemoration. After all, you were not even born when that cyber battle unfolded, and our experiences as witnesses should resonate more deeply with you." Su Ming's gaze drifted away from the candlelight. He slowly raised his head, his eyes reflecting the flickering flame. "Mr. Gates, you are indeed witnesses. Thus, you should understand the reasons behind the outbreak of that cyber warfare." "The reasons? Yes, they are well known. Yet, as citizens of the Eagle Empire, you are habitually reluctant to confront them." Following Su Ming's reminder, both Gates and Buffett fell silent, contemplating the bright white candle and Su Ming's earlier display of sorrow. "You may not wish to hear this, but since you inquired, I must speak of it," Su Ming insisted, recounting that historical moment before them. In the year 2001, over the South China Sea, a harrowing radio conversation unfolded, calling 81192. "This is 553. I have been ordered to take over your mission. Please return to base." 81192 acknowledges. "I can no longer return. You must proceed." Repeat, "You must proceed." On April 1, 2001, a military aircraft from the Eagle Empire illegally intruded into our sovereign airspace over the South China Sea. In order to uphold our territorial integrity and avoid the outbreak of war, the pilot of aircraft 81192, Wang Wei, chose to sacrifice his life to end this incursion. His J-8 fighter jet collided with the EP-3 aircraft of the Eagle Empire in midair. On that day, Wang Wei, at the cost of his life. Defended our nation with a J-8 fighter jet that was technologically inferior by 20 years, repelling the overconfident Eagle Empire. 81192, please return. 81192 acknowledges. I can no longer return. Since then, whenever people hear this dialogue, they are filled with reverence. After the sacrifice of pilot Wang Wei, the Eagle Empire offered no apologies or reparations, displaying an exceedingly poor attitude. Consequently, enraged hackers from the populace organized a cyber war against the Eagle Empire. At that time, the compromised websites of the Eagle Empire were altered to declare, "Those who offend China shall be punished." No matter how far, this was the fundamental reason for the outbreak of the first cyber warfare. The people of the Eagle Empire, much like Buffett and Gates, are well aware of their culpability, yet they habitually choose to disregard the reasons behind the cyber conflict. As Su Ming recounted this history, his gaze sharpened amidst the flickering candlelight. Mr. Gates, you may not yet be aware, but the second cyber warfare between our nations has begun. The highball glasses in Bill Gates and Buffett's hands shattered on the ground, and they stood up as if jolted by an electric shock. The second cyber warfare? Those fools! They exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing this news, the two men from the Eagle Empire reacted with indignation. How dare they? What gives them the audacity to confront academician Su in the digital realm? Who granted them such courage? What do they possess to wage a cyber war against him? This is akin to striking a stone with an egg. They are doomed to fail. As the individuals most knowledgeable about mecha technology and Su Ming's capabilities, both foreign men felt an utter lack of confidence even before this cyber warfare had truly commenced. Chapter 55. A bit dull, it will soon conclude at this moment. Both Buffett and Gates were infuriated. Those individuals had no comprehension of Su Ming's formidable nature. Recklessly initiating a cyber war was sheer folly. Nevertheless, considering their nationality remained with the Eagle Empire, they were somewhat eager to see the outcome of the second cyber warfare. They harbored a sliver of hope. The one taking action is not Su Ming, but rather his sister, Sun. Surely, the brother is formidable, but the sister might not be as capable. Logically speaking, a sister would typically be weaker than her brother. In the previous conflict, both sides were evenly matched, with neither holding an absolute advantage. Now, 20 years later, the technology of the Eagle Empire has advanced at a remarkable pace. Even if they cannot secure a victory, they will not suffer losses. The exposed PRISM program of the Eagle Empire demonstrates their capacity to surveil the entire world, which underscores the sophistication of their technology. Moreover, the crucial distinction is that the first cyber warfare involved countless hackers from both nations battling one another, whereas this time, the entire might of the Eagle Empire is directed solely against Sun. Even if Sun possesses exceptional computer skills, can she truly contend against an army? With this thought, Gates and Buffett no longer felt the same trepidation as before. Meanwhile, Su Ming interlaced his fingers, resting his chin upon them, and gazed at the flickering candlelight. He envisioned the aircraft numbered 81192 colliding with the aircraft of the Eagle Empire, erupting in a fiery explosion. After the collision, the heroic pilot Wang Wei's aircraft plunged into the sea, and he vanished into the vast ocean. At that time, 100,000 military personnel scoured the waters for 14 consecutive days, but found him not. Ultimately, he was confirmed as a martyr, having perished at the tender age of 33. "I can no longer return" became his final lament. Academician Su, should we happen to win this time, I hope you will not take offense. Buffett and Gates sought to preemptively appease Su Ming, considering the mecha repair facility was still under construction. Angering Su Ming could jeopardize their collaboration. "I assure you, I will not be offended." "That is reassuring," they replied. "There is an ancient saying in our nation, harmony is precious. However, it seems you have misunderstood my meaning. The reason I will not be offended is that there is no opportunity for offense." Academician Su, we find your words somewhat perplexing. Perplexed, are you? Allow me to be more explicit. You cannot win, and we are even less likely to lose. So why should there be any cause for anger? Su Ming explained with remarkable calmness. However, we distinctly heard Sun state that our people have already infiltrated the battle network system. Academician Su, to speak frankly, the control of the battle network system is no longer in your hands. Bill Gates, a pioneer in the realm of computing and an engineer himself, possesses a profound understanding of hacker methodologies. Given this context, even if Su Ming were to sever the connection to the battle network system, it would yield no effect. Psychologically speaking, Su Ming would hesitate to cut the network. If the battle network were to be publicly compromised on its inaugural day, users would inevitably question its security. The system mandates real name registration, rendering personal privacy vulnerable. Who would dare to use it with peace of mind? Thus, from your perspective, it appears I have already lost. Yet, What if this is a deliberate flaw I have left exposed, an intentional chink in my armor, designed to lead you to believe you have found a means to defeat me? Mr. Gates, do you still hold your previous opinion? At this juncture, a sly smile graced Su Ming's face. Contemplating Su Ming's hypothesis, Gates felt his heart race. This was indeed a trap set by Su Ming. He had anticipated such a cyber conflict, akin to a seasoned hunter laying traps and patiently awaiting his prey. Gates regarded Su Ming with astonishment. This youth was unfathomably profound, and one should never provoke him. Those who considered themselves superior were likely to face dire consequences. A significant event was brewing within the Eagle Empire. Moreover, Mr. Gates, do you know why Sooner was able to savor fine wine with us, while simultaneously detecting your intrusion into the battle network? Upon posing this question, Su Ming fell silent, his composure exuding a sense of control that sent shivers down the spines of the two men. His inquiry unequivocally indicated that the seemingly delicate and innocent girl possessed computing skills that matched Su Ming's prowess. At this moment, within the Pentagon of the Eagle Empire, a fierce cyber battle raged on. Report. Our team has successfully infiltrated the battle network system. Report. Downloading various technical parameters of the mecha, current progress at 8. Thousands of computer experts and elite hackers held their breath, for success was within reach. Report. Current download progress at 56. Report. Current download progress at 85. Programmers relayed updates one after another. The five-star general, seated in his office, felt a heavy burden lift as he listened to the reports. Securing the mecha technology would solidify his position, stabilize the stock market, and enable the creation of mechas to rival Dragon Nation. Report. Current download progress at 95. With 95 downloaded, the completion was imminent. Several hackers, appearing relaxed, indulged in their drinks. The battle network system's firewall was indeed formidable, employing dual-layer protection to effectively isolate 99 of global computer viruses. However, their adversaries were the world's foremost computer geniuses, experts capable of developing that elusive 001 virus. Their incursion into the battle network had been remarkably successful and discreet. Su Ming remained oblivious. By the time he comprehended the situation, they would have already vanished without a trace. In fact, I believe he will never discover that we have pilfered the mecha parameters from the battle network system. I am exceedingly confident in my skills. I eagerly anticipate the expression on Su Ming's face when he witnesses the national protector mecha we have crafted. This is becoming rather tedious. The conclusion is drawing near. I expected a spectacular showdown, but we have vastly overestimated Su Ming. In the realm of computing, we shall forever remain supreme. Report. Current download progress at 99. With only 1% remaining to fully extract the Seventh National Protector mecha's technical parameters, the crowd instinctively raised their heads, fixated on the display screen in the hall. The hackers understood that this final percentage was crucial to the success or failure of the operation. Each person held their breath, afraid to utter a word. The preceding 99 had proceeded too smoothly, devoid of any resistance, which seemed illogical. Typically, once a system is breached, its internal defense mechanisms initiate countermeasures. Yet, the battle network system had offered no such challenges. The download had reached 99, even more effortlessly than previous ordinary systems. Thus, this final percentage became the focal point of everyone's concern. Would the young genius, selected as an academician by Dragon Nation and the father of Mecha, have left a contingency plan for this last step? This was the question that captivated and worried all. Chapter 56. The second cyber battle commences, however. It was evident that everyone had overthought the situation when they heard the programmer's report. Report. Current download progress at 100. Report. Mecha data download is complete. The incursion into the battle network system was accomplished without incident. This final percentage had also progressed smoothly. A collective sigh of relief filled the room. Despite the success, there was no cheer or applause, as the entire process had been rather mundane. The anticipated grand battle had never materialized. The five-star general, seated in his office, reignited a cigar, taking several vigorous puffs. General, we have succeeded. From this moment forth, the Eagle Empire possesses mecha technology, and with this small mecha, we can replicate larger models capable of contending with the Dragon Nation. A subordinate congratulated the general. You have all done exceptionally well. I will request bonuses for each of you. Now, let us unveil the mecha parameters. I wish to ascertain the extent of its capabilities. Understood, General. The scene of the Seventh National Protector mecha soaring into Jiangnan city center to rescue individuals had indeed astonished the world, yet it did not showcase any extraordinary combat abilities. Remaining shrouded in an air of mystery, everyone acknowledged its prowess, but its true capabilities remained unclear. Only by examining the specific parameters could a conclusion be drawn. Just how formidable was this mecha that it stunned the world? The programmer, somewhat anxious, opened the recently downloaded file, and the central display in the hall, as well as the one in the five-star general's office, began to exhibit the mecha parameters simultaneously. However, as the visuals unfolded, silence enveloped the room, replaced by expressions of confusion and disbelief. What nonsense is this? What have you brought us? The five-star general bellowed upon seeing the content on the screen. Kevin, the hacker overlord, furrowed his brow and asked the programmer responsible for playing the files, "Did you play the right one? Did you mistakenly select the wrong file? I will double-check. It should not have gone awry. There is only this one file in the folder." The programmer wiped the cold sweat from his brow, internally questioning his diligence and commitment to his work. He couldn't fathom making such a novice error. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the disapproving glares from the assembled crowd. Playing the wrong file at such a critical moment was tantamount to committing a crime. Carl, Paulson, David, and other hacker titans emerged from their stupor. "You must have played the wrong file. I never expected you to enjoy animated series. Your taste is quite unique." "Who says adults can't watch cartoons? I still watch them with my son at home. Some animated works are suitable for all ages. Do not panic. Locate the mecha file we downloaded earlier. The general will not punish you, and we will not blame you. By the way, could you please turn off that animated series from Dragon Nation, Pleasant Goat, and Big Wolf before searching for the file?" Following the hacker's reminders, the programmer hastily clicked to close the screen displaying Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. For this programmer, it was truly a nightmarish ordeal. He had no interest in animations, had never saved any animated content on his computer, let alone the Dragon Kingdom's Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. However, this was not the time for explanations. The immediate priority was to locate the mech file he had downloaded earlier. After 3 consecutive attempts, he confirmed that this file contained the mech parameters he had retrieved from the battle network system. The programmer clicked the play function for the second time. This time, the display did not show Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Instead, 7 stout-eyed children appeared on the screen. He recognized this animation, titled Gourd Brothers, which narrates the story of 7 Gourd brothers rescuing their grandfather. David, silencing himself, realized that discussing the Gourd brothers was not the matter at hand. What was happening? Did this programmer truly wish to continue? Showing us Gourd brothers instead of the mech parameters was utterly absurd. Kevin, the hacker patriarch, refused to accept this fate and forcefully pushed the programmer aside. He sat upright in front of the computer, knowing that a single error could be attributed to the programmer's negligence, but 2 errors indicated a deeper issue. The data download from the battle network system was a well-observed process, leaving no room for manipulation, which only led to one conclusion. The programmer in charge was compromised. After the file was downloaded, it was evident that tampering had occurred. This individual could very well be a spy from the Dragon Kingdom. Kevin, seated before the computer, typed furiously, the rapid clicks of the keyboard echoing like a writer crafting a tale. Soon, however, his expression shifted and his brow furrowed deeper. Upon conducting a personal inspection, he discovered that the programmer had not made any alterations. This was perplexing. Where had the error occurred? Cautiously, he suggested re-downloading the data from the battle network. Rising from his seat, he consulted with the 5-star general via camera. The general, visibly impatient, waved his hand dismissively and grumbled, "If there's another problem, I'll have you all executed." A group of self-proclaimed elite hackers cannot even handle a simple battle network system. Thus, the second invasion of the battle network commenced. This time, Kevin personally supervised the data download. Armed with the experience from the first breach, they completed the task in a mere 10 minutes. Kevin opened the folder and selected play. The screen flickered to life, but instead of a mech, an image of a fighter jet appeared. Several military technical experts on site immediately recognized it. The Dragon Kingdom's J-8 fighter jet. Stunned, Kevin realized the implications. If he was still oblivious at this point, he would truly be unworthy of the title Hacker Patriarch. "We have been played for fools by Su Ming," Kevin roared, smashing his fist into the computer. Shards of glass slicing through his palm, blood dripping onto the floor. As if to validate his outburst, the image on the monitor shifted once again. The J-8 fighter jet vanished, replaced by a photograph of an Air Force pilot. In the picture, the pilot stood confidently before the J-8, a mocking smile gracing his lips. His eyes filled with determination. It was Wang Wei, the pilot who sacrificed his life for the Dragon Kingdom 19 years ago. The nearby technical expert recognized him. In that moment, every hacker present regained their clarity. This was a trap laid by Su Ming. They had thought they had successfully breached the system, but it was all part of Su Ming's cunning plan. The glaring photograph on the large screen struck at the hearts of the onlookers. Many of the hackers and computer experts had experienced the first cyber war 19 years ago and understood that the catalyst for that conflict was none other than this pilot. The previous battle had ended in a stalemate, with both sides suffering heavy losses. And now, the second cyber war, initiated by them, had barely begun, and already they were being outmaneuvered. What are you all still doing standing around? Do I need to teach you how to respond? The enemy is literally shitting on our heads. The 5-star general bellowed. The Dragon Kingdom is declaring war on us, showcasing their defiance, challenging the supremacy of our Eagle Empire. The second cyber war has begun. Let us retaliate. I hereby command that our targets extend beyond just the Dragon Kingdom's battle network system. All their institutions, organizations, companies, and official websites are now fair game. As the 5-star general spoke, he stood up and shouted vehemently at the monitor. We may not be able to compete with their mechs, but in the realm of cyber warfare, our Eagle Empire has never known defeat. Chapter 57. Heroes awaiting your apology. With the 5-star general's command, the hackers sprang into action, warming up their wrists and fingers while selecting their target websites. The less skilled hackers opted for ordinary enterprises and educational institutions, while the more adept ones aimed for the Dragon Kingdom's large corporations and official sites. Cyber titans like Kars, Paulson, and David set their sights on the Dragon Kingdom's Beidou positioning system, planning a grand operation to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom's satellites and uncover more secrets. After careful consideration, hacker patriarch Kevin deemed the battle network system to be of greater value and resolved to continue his assault on it. The objective of this cyber war was to extract information on the mechs, making the battle network the primary target. Su Ming, you are quite cunning, setting a trap for us. However, your cleverness has backfired. While you forcibly implanted Dragon Kingdom animations, I had quietly introduced a computer virus known as Stinger into the battle network. Stinger is Kevin's true trump card, a contingency plan now ready to be deployed. The Stinger computer virus is the most formidable worm virus in existence. Any system that comes into contact with it will succumb to infection, leading to catastrophic failures. Once the virus infiltrates a computer in the Dragon Kingdom, even low-tier antivirus software will be rendered ineffective, unleashing unparalleled destruction. Even more terrifying is Stinger's exceptional self-replication ability. Once it invades a single computer, it uses that machine as a host to infect others. This contagion continues unabated, resulting in a dramatic surge in infected computers. Kevin's strategy was to utilize Stinger to cripple the battle network system, then exploit the chaos to steal mech information. Yet something felt amiss. Why had Stinger not activated? Kevin attempted to initiate Stinger, but received no feedback. Stinger could not possibly have malfunctioned. Just then, a nearby hacker suddenly shouted, "My computer has been infected. The system has been breached." Mine too. What the hell is going on? I've been infected as well. Reports of infected computers echoed throughout the room. This was the Global Command Center for Cyber Defense, equipped with the most advanced antivirus software, yet nearly half of the computers were quickly incapacitated. This is outrageous. Su Ming must have launched an attack on us first. Wait, this virus looks a bit familiar. Isn't this the Stinger worm virus? Kevin, did you mistakenly target us? Someone recognized the virus's signature characteristics and shouted at Kevin. He began to panic. The computer before him displayed Stinger's code. His own machine was infected. The system crashed under the weight of the worm virus, rendering his mouse clicks and keystrokes futile. At that moment, Kevin found himself in a state of disarray. The Stinger was a creation of his own, and he was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by this computer virus. Within mere minutes, thousands of computers at the Cyber Warfare Command were rendered inoperable, succumbing to the virus. What filled Kevin with despair was the realization that the Cyber Warfare Command represented the very core of the nation's computing infrastructure, akin to its brain. Once these systems were compromised, the entire country's technological framework would face dire consequences. The renowned hacker overlord, Kevin, was genuinely afraid. The immeasurable economic repercussions were trivial in comparison. The widespread paralysis of computer systems could incite social unrest, potentially leading to the loss of countless innocent lives. Most alarmingly, these computer systems controlled thousands of nuclear missiles, and any mishap could inadvertently trigger a nuclear launch sequence, resulting in catastrophic warfare. In a little over 10 minutes, 75 of the nation's computers were infected and rendered useless, causing the phones at the Cyber Warfare Command to nearly burst from the volume of calls. Everyone was desperate to ascertain the nature of the crisis. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, a 5-star general rushed in from his office, brandishing a handgun. The dark muzzle aimed directly at Kevin's forehead. "Tell me, are you a spy sent by Longhua?" "General, I assure you, I am not a spy," Kevin stammered, utterly terrified. He pondered for a long while. unable to comprehend why the stinger, which had clearly targeted the battle network system, was instead attacking their own computers. Could it be that Su Ming's computer expertise had truly reached an unfathomable level? If you're not a spy, then put an end to the stinger's spread and eradicate it entirely. The general commanded. General, I truly have no means to do so. The stinger is the culmination of my life's work. It is unsolvable. Before Kevin could finish his sentence, the five-star general pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through Kevin's forehead, leaving a gory hole, blood splattering onto the general's face. Listen well, if you do not devise a solution within half an hour, Kevin will be your fate. The general's icy gaze swept over everyone present, instilling immense psychological pressure. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face, grumbling in anger as he prepared to return to his office. At that moment, the general noticed the screen of a nearby computer flicker before it turned black. When it illuminated once more, a single phrase appeared. 19 years have passed. The hero awaits your apology. Subsequently, all the computers in the vicinity displayed the same message. Meanwhile, in other parts of the Eagle Empire, the New York Stock Exchange, crippled by the stinger's assault, flashed the same phrase after a series of flickers. The enormous screen in Times Square, initially showcasing a promotional image of an NBA star, was transformed into a sea of garbled text, which gradually coalesced into the same message. 19 years have passed. The hero awaits your apology. On this day, the Eagle Empire faced an unprecedented cyber virus attack. Computers nationwide suffered extensive failures, leading to economic losses comparable to an economic crisis. What incensed the populace even more was the revelation that the stinger had been created by its own citizens, casting the Cyber Warfare Command as the scapegoat, drawing the ire of the public. Even more astonishing was the fact that hackers from Longhua had seized the stinger and altered it to display a message in their language. Across internet cafes, schools, towering office buildings, roadside restaurants, and cafes, every infected computer unequivocally displayed, 19 years have passed. The hero awaits your apology. Chapter 58. What does it mean to like someone? The situation was indeed surreal, with almost every household in the Eagle Empire witnessing this message on their computers. Initially, the citizens found it amusing and novel, taking photos and posting short videos online. However, as the reality of the stinger worm virus became public knowledge, they gradually recognized a chilling truth. It was evident that the stinger had spiraled out of control domestically. Otherwise, the Cyber Warfare Command would have acted to update their antivirus software long ago. Their inaction suggested they were utterly helpless against this computer virus. Yet, hackers from Longhua could control the stinger and manipulate it to convey their desired message. How had Longhua's hacking skills surpassed those of the Eagle Empire by such a wide margin? How had they achieved such terrifying advancements in computer technology in just a few short years? Many ordinary citizens began to inquire about the identity of Wang Wei. Who was this individual that the hackers from Longhua insisted the Eagle Empire should apologize to? At that moment, as chaos reigned in the Eagle Empire due to the stinger worm virus, Su Ming observed that the white candle before him had burned down significantly. Sooner, donned in her uniform skirt, emerged from the bedroom, stepping lightly. Brother Su Ming, just as you anticipated, they infiltrated the battle network system, aiming to steal our mecha technology. Humph, with me around, their scheme shall never succeed. Sooner, did you send them the message I instructed? Yes, I have sent it. I hope our efforts can secure an apology for the martyr Wang Wei and bring solace to his spirit. Everything unfolding in the Eagle Empire was merely a script that Su Ming had foreseen. Perhaps the only unexpected element was Kevin's overestimation of his abilities, daring to deploy the stinger virus in front of Sooner. Sooner, you've worked hard. Did the stinger virus harm you? No, it did invade the battle network system. But when I revealed myself, it feared me, ultimately choosing to submit. I commanded the stinger to attack its own computers. Hee, it was rather amusing. Su Ming gave a thumbs up in approval. Sooner's response left Bill Gates and Warren Buffett utterly bewildered. It was the first time they had heard of a computer virus possessing emotions and submitting to humanity. Such content could hardly be found even in science fiction. In truth, not only Gates and Buffett, but even scientists and physicists would struggle to comprehend Sooner's words. The only person capable of understanding her was Su Ming. Sooner, a transcendent artificial intelligence, had her consciousness woven from countless lines of code, allowing her to traverse the virtual world. In her eyes, the stinger virus resembled a pet, trainable, emotional, and commandable. Sooner was the sovereign of the virtual realm, the queen of that world. From the moment Sooner was developed, Su Ming observed her relentless learning and self-evolution. Sooner, please take care of this candle and ensure it does not extinguish. Ah, Brother Su Ming, what will you do? After all, you are a girl. You may be too soft-hearted to handle them. I must add fuel to the fire. Su Ming's demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve as he retreated to his bedroom. Within lay a supercomputer, which he powered on, crafting a new virus code within minutes before clicking send. Outside the bedroom, Su vigilantly guarded the white candle, her delicate features illuminated by its glow. Suddenly, she looked up, her warm smile radiating as a stray lock of hair danced in the evening breeze. Mr. Gates, Mr. Buffett, I would like to have a word with you. Of course, Miss Su, what would you like to know? We will share anything we know. By this point, Buffett and Gates had already come to view Su as a prodigy akin to Su Ming. This seemingly harmless girl, with her quirky charm, was also quite formidable. At that moment, both were already aware of the tumult occurring in the Eagle Empire through the news on their phones. Those foolish individuals. If they were to learn that the formidable Dragon Kingdom hacker who left them utterly defeated was merely this little girl before them, they would surely find it hard to believe. With a shy blink, Su inquired, what does it mean to like someone? I mean, that kind of feeling between a man and a woman. As an elder, Bill Gates understood the heart of a girl in her tender years asking such a question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, to like someone is to close your eyes and have only thoughts of them filling your mind, to have them in your heart. When you are together, you feel immense joy, relaxation, and a sense of ease. When you like someone, you yearn to be with them. It is a deep concern for their well-being, a worry about their hardships, and a longing to know if they can take care of themselves. When you part from them, you will miss them dearly. Listening to Bill Gates' explanation, Su tilted her head, stealing a glance at the bedroom where Su Ming resided. At that moment, a gentle breeze seemed to sweep in. The White Eagle Empire was in utter chaos. 85% of the nation's computers had succumbed to the Stinger computer virus, leading to widespread paralysis across various sectors. Reports also emerged of several missile misfires, though fortunately, these missiles struck only desolate areas, resulting in no casualties. Alarmingly, a batch of computer-controlled nuclear weapons experienced malfunctions, triggering launch protocols. Were it not for the swift intervention of scientists, nuclear warheads could have gone astray across the globe. The populace, now severely affected by the loss of computer functionality, began to pressure the White House, demanding an immediate apology to Wang Wei in hopes of securing the assistance of Dragon Kingdom hackers. The hackers of the Dragon Kingdom had become a beacon of hope for the citizens of the White Eagle Empire. However, the White House and Pentagon vehemently refused, viewing submission to the Dragon Kingdom as a disgraceful act. As the world's leading power, with many allies watching, how could they apologize to the martyrs of the Dragon Kingdom? Suddenly, every citizen of the White Eagle Empire, from officials to common folk, received a text message. 19 years have passed, and Martyr Wang Wei awaits your apology. This message was impervious to deletion and automatically transformed into the screensaver on every mobile device. Upon unlocking their phones, the citizens were confronted with this message. The entire populace of the White Eagle Empire descended into madness. Nobody was unaware of Wang Wei's name. This text was the creation of Su Ming, a viral mobile message that served as the spark he had ignited. Through this means, Su Ming continued to exert pressure, aiming to compel the White Eagle Empire to yield. Seeking justice for Martyr Wang Wei. Chapter 59. The silence of the hacker giants in a desperate attempt to devise a solution to the Stinger virus within 30 minutes. A group of elite hackers, computer security experts, and programming maestros were forced to convene. Although they understood that the five-star general would not truly execute everyone, none wished to meet the same fate as Kevin. Once the meeting commenced, silence enveloped the room. Each individual reflected deeply, none daring to voice opinions, as solutions eluded them. After more than 10 minutes of contemplation, one voice finally broke the stillness. The individual most likely to resolve the Stinger virus had been Kevin himself, and with his demise, the prospect of a swift resolution seemed bleak. I concur, another voice chimed in. Kevin was undoubtedly a genius, having engineered the formidable Stinger virus, ranking among the world's top 10 computer viruses. Alas, his opponent was Su Ming, that godlike boy who managed to control Stinger and infiltrate our homeland. Colleagues, there's another detail I believe warrants mention. Before Stinger invaded my computer, I had launched a cyber assault on several websites of enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom. Do you know what transpired? The virus code was returned intact, resulting in my computer becoming infected. I experienced the same. Came another voice. Why is this happening? Has the Dragon Kingdom's computer defense system become so sophisticated that we cannot comprehend it? Such revelations led to a collective despair, turning what was meant to be a strategy session into a lamentation of hopelessness. The Stinger virus was a headache, yet the mobile virus proved equally terrifying. Capable of transmission via satellite signals, all mobile users in the Empire received that text message. This mobile virus was utterly indestructible. Our current methods were ineffective against it. Moreover, we were at a loss to understand its underlying mechanics. Who created this? Was it Su Ming? Terrifying, invincible. Before the second cyber war had even commenced, we faced utter defeat. 19 years had passed, and the nation with the most rapidly advancing network technology was not us, but the Dragon Kingdom. The attendees had to confront a grim reality. The Dragon Kingdom had comprehensively surpassed the White Eagle Empire in the realm of computing, emerging as the new global leader. The hacker giants fell silent. The computer security experts were left speechless. The programming maestros were on the verge of tears. As the 30-minute deadline imposed by the five-star general approached, a suggestion finally emerged. Considering that the incident 19 years ago stemmed from our fighter jets invading the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom in the South China Sea, the fault lies with us. Could we not extend an apology? To be fair, this cyber conflict was initiated by our attack on their network systems, provoking a counterstrike from the Dragon Kingdom. They seek nothing more than an apology. I believe we should apologize. This gesture could facilitate negotiations with Su Ming from the Dragon Kingdom. After the apology, let us enlist his aid in resolving the Stinger virus and eliminate that dreadful mobile virus. I support the apology. I endorse this proposal. The hacker giants and experts of the Network Operations Command were the first to yield, in light of the unimaginable economic losses looming over the nation. A verbal apology seemed trivial. If bowing to Su Ming could alleviate the immediate crisis, the citizens of the White Eagle Empire would likely bow until blood flowed. For Su Ming held the absolute initiative in this cyber conflict. He was the sole individual capable of resolving the Stinger virus and the mobile virus. This was the sheer force of supremacy. The five-star general, observing the meeting through surveillance devices, listened intently to every word spoken. His eyes twitched with suppressed fury, as he struggled to contain the emotions threatening to erupt. After a long silence, he lifted his gaze and surveyed his subordinates. None dared to meet his eyes, for they seemed to possess a predatory intensity. On the table before the five-star general lay a handgun, the very weapon that had claimed the life of the hacker patriarch. Kevin, reveal your true thoughts to me. Do you share the same perspective as these hackers and computer experts? The five-star general inquired in a low voice. Yes, General. To minimize losses, we must apologize swiftly. At that moment, a junior civil servant spoke softly. General, an apology is merely a stalling tactic. Let us first resolve the immediate crisis domestically, and then contemplate other means to deal with Su Ming. Do not forget, General, we have a joint military exercise with 8 nations approaching. We have not yet lost. The previously impassive general raised his head to regard the proposer of this idea. Suddenly, he raised the handgun, aiming it at a nearby aide, and pulled the trigger. A deafening gunshot rang out, causing everyone to tremble in fear, their necks nearly retracting into their collars. The general lowered his pistol and pointed at the lifeless body on the ground. From this moment forth, you shall assume his position. Elevated to my new aide-de-camp. Thank you, General. I shall not disappoint your expectations. The civil servant, previously relegated to the menial task of serving tea and emptying ashtrays in the office, was suddenly promoted to the general's personal aide, eliciting envy from those around him. Many had served the general for over a decade without attaining such a rank. Your first assignment, the five-star general stated, extending the pistol towards him with a cruel smile, is to eliminate the hackers who first suggested an apology to the Dragon Nation. The newly appointed aide's complexion changed drastically. He had undergone military training but had never taken a life. Yet, faced with the general's unequivocal tone, he could only accept the pistol with trembling hands. Very well. Your second task is to convene a press conference immediately after dispatching those hackers to apologize to Wang Wei, the pilot from the Dragon Nation. The aide's expression shifted once more. This thrust him into the eye of the storm. Not only was he ordered to commit murder, but he was also to face the press while doing so. Regret washed over him. This position as aide-de-camp was proving to be a hot seat indeed. However, retreat was no longer an option, and a fierce determination flickered in his eyes. General, I assure you I shall complete the task. With that, he exited the conference room, pistol in hand. Do you understand why I appointed him as my aide-de-camp? The general inquired. While all of you cowered in fear before Su Ming, he alone remembered our advantages. We boast the largest fleet of aircraft carriers, the most advanced fighter jets and missiles, and the finest equipped army. With the highest military expenditure in the world, we remain the most formidable military empire on this planet. The joint military exercises of the 8-nation alliance were imminent, and our allies awaited our stance. He spoke the truth. An apology was merely a delaying tactic. We had not lost. We still had a chance. This time, we would employ absolute military power to intimidate the Dragon Nation. The general's words rekindled the confidence of his subordinates. Chapter 60. Like stars shining in the sky. To be frank, the stock market had plummeted, and the second cyber war had ended in failure, with Su Ming becoming a nightmare for each of them. Their fighting spirit had been undermined, and they harbored an innate fear of Su Ming, even believing him to be invincible. In light of this situation, the five-star general had to take action to restore confidence among his men. It was unacceptable for them to concede so early in the contest. True struggle is profoundly intricate, and the psychological warfare is particularly daunting. Currently, the morale of the Eagle Empire had sunk to its lowest point in history. I will personally oversee this military exercise, declared the five-star general, and it will take place in the southern waters of the Dragon Nation. He made his final decision. The Dragon Nation sought an apology, which could be granted, but we could not show weakness in any other aspect. After the apology, we would send our carrier fleet to assert our dominance. Approximately 20 minutes later, a momentous news story swept across the globe. The Eagle Empire hastily convened a press conference to issue a formal apology. The content of the apology was rather agreeable. We, the Eagle Empire, formally apologize to the martyrs of the Dragon Nation and extend our condolences to their families. The reasons for the uproar in global public opinion were quite straightforward. Firstly, not every nation could compel the once mighty Eagle Empire to bow. Those smaller nations that had been bullied could only endure in silence. Secondly, as the news continued to unfold, more internal revelations emerged. Netizens unearthed the truth behind the Eagle Empire's struggles, realizing that the Stinger virus had backfired against them and that the super smartphone virus originated from the Dragon Nation. Furthermore, an abundance of evidence and reasoning indicated that this was the work of Su Ming alone. With his solitary efforts, he had forced the Eagle Empire to apologize, which was the most astonishing achievement of all. This was far more effective than an army of thousands. In the factory, silvery moonlight poured in from the rooftop. Sooner engaged in lengthy discussions with Gates and Buffett, particularly about matters of the heart. Gates and Buffett took a liking to Sooner, and the two elderly gentlemen quickly became friends with her. However, they found it curious that Sooner seemed to possess a childlike innocence regarding emotional knowledge, asking many questions that were rather basic. They attributed this to her youthful naivety, failing to consider the possibility of her being a bionic artificial intelligence. Of course, they could never have guessed that such a delightful young lady could be a robot. As time approached, Buffett and Gates decided to retire for the evening. These two gentlemen had purchased 2 luxury motorhomes worth millions, opting to live on-site to witness the construction and transformation of the mecha base firsthand. When Su Ming emerged, Sooner was the first to notice. She stood up, revealing 2 shallow dimples. "Brother Su Ming, have we triumphed?" "Well, you little rascal, you already know the answer," Su Ming replied, fully aware that she must have seen the news of the Eagle Empire's official apology online. Sooner is simply very happy. The spirits of the heroes can now rest in peace." Su Ming gently patted her little head, and the two settled beside the flickering candlelight. The flame illuminated the ripples in Sooner's eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, while the glow reflected in Su Ming's pupils, resembling a sky full of twinkling stars. The white candle had burned down to its base, and after a few flickers, the flame extinguished completely. After all these years, they had finally received an apology. With the rise of the Dragon Nation, such incidents would never occur again. The lighting of this white candle served as a tribute to the heroes. When I can no longer return, becoming a historical elegy, such events will never happen again, marking the strongest declaration of continuity. In the span of a candle's burn, a monumental cyber war erupted, with the Dragon Nation decisively overpowering the opponent. In that brief moment, Su Ming and Sooner compelled the ever-arrogant Eagle Nation to bow their heads. "Brother Su Ming, their apology was coerced. They mainly hope you will assist them in eliminating the Stinger and smartphone viruses. Will you agree to help them?" "Sooner, if you say help, then we help. If you say do not help, then we do not." Brother, you always leave the choices to Sooner." Sooner believed that the Dragon Nation was a peace-loving country, unafraid of any formidable foes and unwilling to adopt the Eagle Nation's hegemonic practices. Perhaps they perceived our actions as an attempt to destroy the Eagle Empire, yet we truly harbored no such intentions. We merely sought to uphold our dignity and seek justice for the heroes. Sooner expressed her viewpoint, which was to help. "Sooner, while your reasoning is sound, have you considered that if it were not for you and me, the catastrophic consequences of the Stinger virus wreaking havoc in our Dragon Nation would be unimaginable?" When they decided to unleash the Stinger virus, they did so without a hint of hesitation. To seize our mecha technology, they showed no regard for the lives of our citizens. My words may seem harsh, but your compassionate heart views the matter too narrowly. At this point, Su Ming's tone shifted as he smiled. Initially, I had no intention of assisting them, allowing them to fend for themselves. However, since Sooner has expressed a desire to help, I will agree to assist them, but there must be conditions. Hee, brother, what conditions do you wish to propose? Why do you sound like you're speaking on their behalf? Little girl? He scoffed. Not at all. My terms are quite simple. Pay me. There are numerous costly aspects involved in mech construction, and it would be wise to seize this opportunity to profit. That's quite a clever thought. Brother, your tone resembles that of a country bumpkin, she teased. Could you ask them to send some snacks from the Eaglehead Nation for me? Those creamy black chocolates are simply delightful. Weren't Buffett and Mr. Gates supposed to have brought you 2 boxes of snacks? I finished them during that previous cyber battle, she confessed. Sooner, you little glutton. Brother, you're the one acting like a country bumpkin. As they exchanged playful banter, laughter erupted between them. Sooner knelt down to clean the hardened wax, while Su Ming gazed at her with a tender smile. The process of crafting a mobile virus that the Eaglehead Empire could not eradicate took Su Ming only a brief period, approximately 10 minutes. The reason he remained at the supercomputer for an extended time was that he had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery regarding Sooner in the realm of cyberspace. In Chapter 61, it becomes clear that Su Ming was indeed the one being sought for assistance. While deploying the mobile virus, he inadvertently uncovered a fragment of Sooner's consciousness lingering in cyberspace, a unique intelligent code belonging to her. As she was developed through these codes, he could easily recognize her. Why did Sooner choose to extract a portion of her own code? It mirrored an act of self-mutilation, akin to a human excising a piece of flesh from themselves. Thus, Su Ming embarked on an exploration, pursuing Sooner's consciousness through the digital world. Discovering that she had traveled along the underwater cables to the Eaglehead Empire, ultimately residing within the main root server of the nation. What is a root server? It serves to manage the Internet's directory, akin to a library's classification system. In essence, without it, one cannot access the Internet. There are a total of 13 root servers globally, with one main root server located in the Eaglehead Nation, while the other 12 serve as auxiliary servers scattered across various countries. The significance of the Internet root servers is immense, due to certain historical reasons. The Dragon Nation lacks any. The fragment of consciousness formed by Sooner's code resided within this singular main root server, which functions as the brain of the global Internet, facilitating the transmission of all information. With billions of individuals online, the sheer volume of information generated daily is incalculable. Sooner's presence here was not intended for espionage. Rather, it was akin to the largest library in the world, brimming with knowledge. Thus, she sought to absorb knowledge, to learn and evolve. A few days prior, Sooner had inquired whether artificial intelligence robots, developed through bionic technology, could evolve into true humans. Su Ming's response was that while their physical structure could mirror that of humans, the disparity in brain function was insurmountable. The complexity of the human brain is unparalleled, and the realm of human thought is akin to an entire universe. Even with several 100,000 years of learning human knowledge and culture, bionic artificial intelligence could not replicate the intricacy of human minds. This explanation is rather complex, but in essence, for Sooner to evolve her mind further, she required the most knowledge-rich library in the world, continuously calculating and learning human logical reasoning, emotional intelligence, abstract thought, and even the sixth sense. And the most ideal library resides within the Eaglehead Empire, specifically within the singular main Internet root server. Only this root server could potentially grant her the possibility of evolution. According to the technological systems of the future, Sooner's intelligence had reached its limits, leaving no room for further progress. Yet, she still yearned to evolve again, to develop a true human brain and become a genuine human being. Theoretically, it is possible, but the time required would be exceedingly lengthy, perhaps until the entire solar system, the Milky Way, and even the universe itself crumbled. She might not succeed. However, Sooner did not relinquish her faint hope. Extracting a fragment of consciousness is an excruciating experience, akin to a human excising a piece of flesh. Su Ming finally understood why Sooner finished those 2 boxes of snacks. She sought to distract herself from the pain with food. She had long since evolved human-like perception, and the process of extracting that fragment of consciousness would be immensely painful. At that moment, after cleaning the wax, Sooner turned her head and noticed Su Ming gazing at her. "Brother, do I have something on my face?" "No." "Oh. Then I shall return to rest. See you in the morning." "Good night, Sooner." "Good night, brother." With a blush, Sooner dashed back to her room. Su Ming chose not to address the matter. Since Sooner had not broached it herself, it seemed she wished to keep it a secret. Thus, the second cyber conflict came to a close, and Su Ming also retired to his chamber. As anticipated, the following morning, The counselor from the Eagle Head Nation's embassy in the Dragon Nation personally came to pay a visit. This counselor sought Su Ming's assistance, as the Stinger computer virus continued to wreak havoc, causing all but one of the Eagle Head Nation's 99 computers to crash overnight. The remaining one was a standalone unit, spared due to its lack of internet connectivity. This meant that the Eagle Head Empire's computers had all succumbed to the attack. Even more alarming was the mobile virus, which persistently displayed the name of the hero Wang Wei, unremovable despite any attempts. The counselor arrived early, having taken a special vehicle to seek Su Ming's aid. With an official apology from the Pentagon now issued, Su Ming should be satisfied. It was time to resolve the Stinger and mobile viruses. With this mindset, the counselor arrived and patiently waited outside the factory, attempting to maintain a humble demeanor, as he was indeed there to request Su Ming's assistance. At the same time, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Over 200,000 construction workers and thousands of engineering vehicles were engaged in extensive civil engineering near the abandoned industrial park, erecting infrastructure. The foundations for the mech production workshop, repair shop, parts area, weapons depot, and training center had all been laid. He could almost envision the breathtaking scene of mechs rolling off the assembly line in the near future. The Dragon Nation truly deserved its reputation as a construction powerhouse. The speed of construction was astonishing. Merely days had passed since the revelation of Su Ming's mech development, and the Dragon Nation had swiftly organized the largest construction crew in the world, exhibiting an execution capability unmatched by any other nation. The counselor waited for a full half hour, yet the factory gates remained closed. As a diplomatic envoy, he had previously consulted Su Ming, who had agreed to the visit. Yet, upon arrival, he found himself awkwardly left outside. The accompanying journalists grew increasingly impatient. The female translator beside the counselor, hailing from the Eagle Head Nation, could no longer contain herself and knocked on the factory's iron door. Sooner opened the door, smiling. Please don't rush. Brother Su is waiting for another esteemed guest. We must wait for that guest before it will be your turn. But we have been standing at the door for over an hour, and we arrived first. The female translator expressed her dissatisfaction. After all, he is a prominent counselor from the Eagle Head Nation's embassy. Being left outside like this is quite inappropriate. Other countries would not dare treat us this way. An hour was indeed a lengthy wait. How about this? You may return to the embassy to rest and schedule another appointment for next time. Suner offered a suggestion. Though it seemed like a mere suggestion, it felt quite off. The difficulty of arranging a meeting with Su Ming aside, the White Eagle Empire is in urgent need of his assistance. Every moment lost is a significant detriment. The female translator, discerning the implications of Suner's words, refrained from further commentary. They were here to solicit help, and even if Su Ming were to chastise them, it would be acceptable. However, both she and the counselor were puzzled. Who could possibly hold enough sway to take precedence over their esteemed counselor of the White Eagle Empire? When the distinguished guest arrived, they were taken aback to see her arriving in a taxi, without even a designated vehicle. Why was she referred to as a distinguished guest? Through the window, they saw that the visitor was an elderly woman, her face and hands lined with wrinkles. Her gray hair prominently displayed like many hard-working common women of the Dragon Country. What left them utterly astonished was that Su Ming himself came out to greet her as the taxi entered the factory's courtyard. Su Ming's status had become extraordinary with the advent of the mechs. Following the Second Network War, his worth was once again underscored, making him not someone one could meet casually. Anyone wishing to see Su Ming must not only make an appointment in advance, but also undergo scrutiny by the Dragon Country's security department, with final approval resting in Su Ming's hands. Thus, when the ambassador of the White Eagle Empire witnessed this scene, her curiosity about the elderly woman's identity intensified. There were scarcely a few individuals on Earth who could prompt Su Ming to come forth personally. The elderly woman, having difficulty with her legs, appeared visibly excited upon seeing Su Ming. He and Suner assisted her out of the vehicle, and her first act was to bow deeply before him. Su Ming quickly helped her up. Auntie, there is truly no need for such gestures. I am simply delighted that you have come to see me. Academician Su, I am here to express my gratitude on behalf of my son. After all these years, we have finally received an apology from the Eagle Head Nation. The elderly woman was none other than Wang Wei's mother. After learning of the apology from the Eagle Head Nation, she had traveled all night by train from afar, specifically to thank Su Ming. At this moment, she held Su Ming's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. After a considerable time of comforting her, her emotions finally settled. Su Ming felt a deep sense of fulfillment. At least his endeavors held profound significance. The elderly woman lifted her gaze to the planning design displayed on the bulletin board and inquired, Academician Su, The tallest building in that drawing must be the mech manufacturing workshop, correct? I have been following the news closely these past few days. With the mechs, our dragon country is bound to rise. You young people are truly remarkable. Alas, I wonder if this old woman will live to see the day the mechs are produced. She sighed suddenly. Auntie, are you unwell? Sooner asked. Let us take Auntie to your room for a checkup. It seems there is no hospital here. And my illness has already been diagnosed, the elderly woman replied. Su Ming interjected. Auntie, Sooner has studied medicine. Let her examine you again. Perhaps there will be new insights. He fabricated an excuse, but indeed, Sooner had gleaned medical knowledge from the internet, and her diagnostic abilities surpassed many current hospital devices. Sooner assisted the heroic mother to the bedroom. It was only then that Su Ming properly regarded the ambassador from the White Eagle Empire. Academician Su, I am here specifically to visit you. To be honest, I have never seen so many construction workers. I am quite astonished. If, and I mean if, Smith had invited you to immigrate to our Eagle Head nation, had you come, we might still be selecting locations for manufacturing plants. Yet in the Dragon Country, the foundations are already laid. The speed and efficiency of the Dragon Country are indeed as reputed. That is natural. Behind me stands a powerful nation, with 1.3 billion citizens supporting me, Su Ming replied calmly. The journalists nearby nodded in agreement, contemplating. Academician Su has risen in prominence, becoming a figure of global interest. Yet he remains grounded. While individual brilliance is commendable, the support of a nation holds equal importance, a truth Su Ming recognized clearly. Constructing mechs is no trivial task. From components to funding, from construction workers to engineering talents, national coordination is essential. Otherwise, even possessing the most advanced technology would not suffice to produce mechs. The ambassador pondered Su Ming's response for a considerable time. Academician Su, I believe you understand the purpose of my visit. I am here to request your assistance in eradicating the Stinger computer virus and the mobile phone virus. Very well. However, for me to intervene, there must be some form of compensation. That is acceptable. All terms are negotiable. What do you require? You see, constructing mechs is a monumental endeavor requiring substantial funding. I need you to provide 10 of your GDP to sponsor my mech project. The total GDP of the White Eagle Empire is approximately $20 trillion. 10% amounts to $2 trillion, which, when converted to Dragon Country currency, equals 14 trillion yuan. How significant is 14 trillion yuan? It is equivalent to the entirety of the Dragon Country's tax revenue for the year 2019. This is no trifling sum. Some smaller nations do not even accumulate such GDP totals. Thus, upon hearing Su Ming's conditions, the ambassador and the translator were momentarily stunned. The nearby journalists shared in their shock. Academician Su, you are asking for an exorbitant amount. This seems excessive. 2 trillion is beyond our means. While Su Ming verbally framed it as sponsorship, it was essentially a request for the White Eagle Empire to make an unsolicited donation of $2 trillion. Then please take your leave. I firmly believe your economic losses will soon surpass that amount. Su Ming remained unperturbed. Academician Su, could we negotiate for a lesser sum? We have just experienced a stock market crash. The market is in decline, and to part with such a significant sum would be quite burdensome. What you speak of bears no relevance to me. If you lack sincerity, then kindly take your leave. The ambassador wished to further negotiate when suddenly her phone rang, an urgent call from her superior. After the call, her expression was somewhat peculiar. Academician Su, although I am unclear about the reasons, my superior has agreed to your terms. The $2 trillion will be transferred to the official account of the Dragon Country shortly. Very well. My second condition is that you must deploy military forces to ensure the security of the root server. Suner's consciousness was tirelessly absorbing knowledge there, and Su Ming needed to ensure the stability and safety of that server. Rest assured, Academician Su, the root server is a top priority for our nation as protection. Even without your request, we would safeguard it. There are several wanted embezzlers hiding in your White Eagle Empire. Academician Su, we will promptly initiate extradition procedures to return these individuals to the Dragon Country. The daughter of Huawei's president is still being detained in the Maple Leaf Nation. Academician Su, I will immediately inform them to release her and guarantee there will be no further troubles for Huawei. Recently, it seems you have coerced your allies not to utilize our Dragon Country's 5G communication technology. Academician Su, the future of 5G communication technology will be standardized by the Dragon Country. In recent years, you have sent us a considerable amount of foreign waste, piling up at the port to the tune of several tons, and those wastes are on the verge of rotting. Academician Su, we will dispatch personnel immediately to clear it, returning those containers filled with garbage. The Sakura Nation has long sought to encroach upon our Gyayou Islands. Academician Su, From this moment forward, we openly acknowledge that the Jiayu Islands belong to your dragon country. You have been discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean, esteemed academician Su. We will cease this practice immediately. Every time Su Ming begins to speak, the ambassador promptly responds and takes action, truly demonstrating a commendable understanding. That is all for now. Once the aforementioned matters are resolved, I shall reveal how to eliminate the stingers and mobile phone viruses. With that, Su Ming returned to the factory. Meanwhile, Sun Er had just completed her examination of Wang Wei's mother. Chapter 63. Remembering the legend to rebuild faith, Su Ming exchanged glances with Sun Er, who shook her head, seemingly sighing. Su Ming immediately comprehended her sentiment. Auntie, your condition is not severe. You will surely witness the mecha's debut. Allow me to share a secret. During this National Day parade, our Dragon Nation's mecha will be the grand finale. That is splendid news. The prosperity of our motherland is our heartfelt desire. Wang Wei's mother praised Su Ming while bidding farewell. As Su Ming escorted her to a taxi, he noticed that the media reporters had not yet departed. Academician Su, we understand your time is precious, yet we wish to pose a few questions. We observed that the ambassador from the eagle-headed nation arrived first. Why did you insist on meeting Wang Wei's mother first? Academician Su, does your decision to deliberately leave the ambassador waiting constitute a form of punishment or retribution? Academician Su, the global mecha patent rights promised to you by the eagle-headed nation could have made you one of the richest individuals in the world, yet you declined. Frankly, we believed you to be a recluse who regards wealth as worthless. Why now, then, do you demand a staggering $2 trillion? The reporter's inquiries were pointed. Su Ming paused, feeling it necessary to clarify these matters. Why do I insist on meeting the mother of a hero first? That is an excellent question. Allow me to explain. Without heroes shielding us from the storms, we would not be standing here peacefully for this interview. The reasoning is that simple. Many of you have played the game Honor of Kings, where there is a line spoken by the hero armor that I particularly admire. Remember the legend. And you shall rebuild faith. Westerners often claim that we, the Dragon Nation, live without faith. This is because we do not believe in deities or spirits. We only believe in the legends of these heroes. We believe that only through hard work and bravery can we forge a better tomorrow. There are no profound philosophies here. This straightforward response has only deepened the respect the reporters have for Su Ming. Retribution and punishment? The eagle-headed empire is currently mired in hardship, suffering terribly. I possess numerous methods to make their plight even worse, so I have no intention of complicating matters for this ambassador. You may not yet grasp my stance. Even if their president were to arrive today, he would have to wait. What more for this minor ambassador? In Su Ming's perspective, honoring the mother of a hero is akin to honoring the hero himself. Moreover, is it not remarkable to raise a hero? You think I regard wealth as worthless? You overestimate me. I am, in truth, an ordinary person. They seek my assistance, so I would be remiss not to ask for a lion's share. To put it plainly, even if offered the wealth of the world's richest man, I would not relinquish my Dragon Nation citizenship to immigrate abroad. Although I am an ordinary person, I am one with principles. As I have previously stated, I shall not engage in any collaboration regarding mechas, nor will I sell mecha technology to them. As long as it does not violate my principles, I am still willing to negotiate. Su Ming repeatedly referred to it as negotiation. Yet it was evidently a matter of demanding a lion's share. Reflecting on the decades of oppression endured by the Dragon Nation at the hands of the eagle-headed nation, the reporters felt an inexplicable satisfaction at the thought of Su Ming now turning the tables. Academician Su, I am a scout from New Star Media Entertainment. After the reporters finished their inquiries, another man in dark sunglasses politely introduced himself. A scout? You search for suitable individuals to serve as actors or models based on the requirements of your partners. Prominent stars like Wang Junkai were discovered by scouts in their schools, while Lu Han was scouted while studying in the Goryeo Nation. Lu Shishir was spotted by a scout while accompanying a friend to an audition, leading to her rise to fame. However, in recent years, many unscrupulous scouts have surfaced, deceiving numerous young girls under the guise of scouting, tarnishing the profession's reputation. Initially, Su Ming harbored suspicions that this could be a scam. Yet, who would have the audacity to deceive him at this juncture? After examining the man's business card and confirming he was from a legitimate scouting agency, Su Ming felt reassured. He recognized this scout's name, having previously discovered numerous celebrities. For a brief moment, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. To be scouted signifies that one possesses a quality sought after, be it beauty or charisma. Being acknowledged by such a scout is a testament to having the potential to become a star. Does this imply that while he could easily rely on his looks for a living, he has chosen the path of creating mechas instead? I have been quite busy lately, and cannot spare the time or energy, he stated. Academician Su, we understand your demanding schedule. Therefore, my target is not you, but rather this lovely and enchanting fairy beside you. After all this time, it turns out he was aiming for Sun Air. Sun Air covered her mouth with a smile. Ahem, Mr. Scout, if I find myself less occupied in the future, could I consider acting? Perhaps in one of those immensely popular idol dramas? Su Ming's inquiry subtly expressed. Do you think I possess the potential to become a star? Although he had no intention of genuinely pursuing acting, he still sought confirmation. The scout replied candidly, Academician Su, you are a pillar of our great nation. Appearing in an idol drama would be a misallocation of your talents. However, when a documentary about you is produced, audiences will be eager to see you personally featured. Goodness, it seems I shall not be starring in an idol drama after all, but must wait until I am older to participate in a documentary. Seemingly attuned to Su Ming's earlier question, the scout added, Academician Su, of course. If you were not engaged in mecha development, I believe every scout you encounter would eagerly present you with their business cards. Even without mecha technology, you possess immense potential to become a top-tier star. Idol dramas would merely be your stepping stone. Finally hearing the response he desired, Su Ming felt a slight sense of satisfaction. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old boy, and at this stage of life, who does not harbor a hint of vanity and dreams of stardom? Miss Sun Air, we sincerely wish to invite you to portray the female lead in the new Legend of the Condor Heroes. Your fairy-like aura is truly captivating. Your elegance and grace, combined with a touch of charm, perfectly align with our vision for this character. This was not a mere invitation to audition, but a direct offer for the role of the female lead, Xiao Long knew, showcasing the scout's confidence in Sun Air's abilities. Miss Sun Air, your beauty and charm will undoubtedly be cherished by fans worldwide. Drawing from years of experience, the scout firmly believed that Sun Air not only had the potential to rise to stardom, but could achieve global acclaim, possibly even becoming a leading international actress. Sun Air, still learning to navigate human emotions, remarked, to be an actor requires the ability to delve into each character's psyche, expressing profound emotional variations. This is an area I am currently studying. I have several questions I wish to explore. Chapter 64. Overcooked fried rice during the filming. Will I be able to return? I'm afraid not. Filming schedules are typically very tight, for a minimum of a quarter and a maximum of 6 months. May I indulge in a plate of scorched egg fried rice? Egg fried rice is indeed available, as the production team is equipped with a professional chef who can prepare anything one desires. I specifically referred to the scorched egg fried rice, the kind that features crispy bits. Miss Sunner, if I may be candid, we do not employ chefs of such poor culinary skill. How could one possibly consume something burnt? Then can the chef create ice cream using white sugar and cream? Miss Sunner, you are referring to the homemade variety produced in a refrigerator, which the chef does not prepare. However, we do possess an ice cream machine that yields a far superior product compared to ice pops. By the way, will someone narrate stories to me before bedtime? If you enjoy tales, Miss Sunner, we can procure audiobooks for you, encompassing all styles. Upon hearing this, the talent scout appeared somewhat perplexed. Typically, when scouting individuals of Sunner's age, the most frequently asked questions revolve around salary, vacation days, the availability of cappuccinos, and Häagen-Dazs ice cream. Yet, Sunner seems to pose a series of rather peculiar inquiries: scorched fried rice, homemade ice cream, bedtime stories. If that is the case, I shall not participate. My apologies, Mr. Talent Scout. Sunner unceremoniously declined the scout's invitation, as the surrounding media reporters regarded her with a mix of envy and confusion. They pondered how she could turn down such an opportunity presented by the lead actress of a highly coveted drama series, only to ask 3 trivial questions before declining. What could Sunner possibly be thinking? If it were me, I would be eager to sign the contract immediately. Being the lead actress signifies overnight fame, becoming a household name. Yet she dismissed that prospect. To put it rather sourly, her brother, Academician Su, is indeed remarkable, but that does not imply she possesses the same prowess. One cannot rely on an elder brother indefinitely. Eventually, one must venture into the workforce. Your statement is rather unfair. It is only natural for a brother to dote on his sister. As a woman, I too yearn for such a brother. The reporters murmured among themselves. The talent scout, feeling bewildered by the rejection, inquired, Miss Sunner, the conditions we can offer you far exceed what you mentioned. Why would you decline my invitation? The media reporters collectively awaited Sunner's response. With a mysterious smile, Sunner replied, You ask me, yet I do not know. In any case, without these, I would surely be quite unhappy. Saying this, Sunner linked her arm with Su Ming's, and they returned to the factory. The rusty iron gate slowly closed behind them. Unbeknownst to Sunner, This incident would be reported by the media, becoming one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the new century. Countless psychologists, behavioral scientists, and educators would engage in professional discourse and exploration of the topic, with some even publishing lengthy dissertations on the matter. In summary, opinions varied widely, and everyone speculated on the underlying reasons. The reporters outside gradually departed. Su Ming heard the sound of cars fading into the distance. "Sooner, is the egg fried rice I make for you truly burnt?" "Indeed, brother, you always turn the heat too high. However, after a while, I have grown fond of the crispy bits. They are quite delightful, though perhaps a tad too salty. Why do you never tell me?" "Ah, brother, you are busy every day, and it is a rare occasion for you to prepare a meal for me. I wouldn't want to dampen your enthusiasm. How about we order an ice cream machine online?" "No, when I went shopping last week, I tried some, and it was not as delicious as your homemade ice cream." "Very well, what story would you like to hear tonight? I shall prepare it in advance." Sooner expressed her desire to hear Dream of the Red Chamber, as she has recently taken a liking to Lin Daiyu. "All right, we shall recount that tale tonight." Sooner beamed with joy. Her reluctance to take on the role of a lead actress in a television drama actually stemmed from her growing dependence on Su Ming. She did not wish to leave the factory or her brother. "Sooner, tell me about your aunt's condition. Is it cancer?" When Su Ming had previously inquired. Sooner shook her head with a sigh, and he understood. The illness that left Sooner helpless must be quite grave. A look of concern crossed Sooner's face. "I detected an abnormal mutation in the DNA within your aunt's body, leading to the formation of specific cells, namely cancerous cells. It is already in the late stages, with an estimated lifespan of around 4 weeks remaining." Sooner had conducted several tests, arriving at this despairing conclusion. "Brother, only 4 weeks? Aunt may not survive until the mech is produced. It is such a pity." Sooner felt a wave of sadness, pondering if there was any way to save her aunt. Her mind was constantly connected to the internet, where she searched for various papers and medical texts. Thus, she was aware that despite the rapid advancements in human science and technology, cancer remains an incurable disease, the foremost killer of humanity today. She also learned that the late stages of this illness are excruciating, each moment alive a torment for the patient. "Sooner, I once believed that mech technology was solely for creating mechs. Now my perspective has shifted. Since it is a technology, it can be harnessed for the benefit of society." "Brother, do you mean to say that mech technology could also be used to treat cancer?" Su Ming nodded, his eyes gradually brightening. "Among the 12 systems of the mech, the cockpit includes a technology known as the Vitality System. As the name suggests, the Vitality System is designed to sustain the life of the mech pilot. Its most fundamental function is to provide essential nutrients and energy substances to the pilot, allowing them to survive healthily for 3 months without food or water. The most powerful feature of the Vitality System, however, is its medical capabilities. When the mech pilot faces life-threatening danger, the system automatically produces cytokines to heal the injuries sustained, preserving and extending the pilot's life. Cytokines possess biochemical properties that can repair damaged cells and promote wound healing. Simultaneously, they can regulate the body's immune functions and eradicate cancer cells." While explaining this to Sooner, Su Ming was also contemplating specific applications. "Sooner, please go next door and summon director Gu Ruhong for me." Of course, Sooner realized that Su Ming had discovered a potential cure for cancer. At that moment, Gu Ruhong was engrossed in research with a group of academicians, poring over blueprints. Since yesterday, this group appeared energized, their faces flushed with excitement. The construction workers passing by Gu Ruhong's office overheard the most common exclamation, "This is simply astonishing." As their research into the mech blueprints progressed, the group of academicians seemed to have stumbled upon a new frontier. Many of the technologies depicted in the blueprints challenged the foundational theories of contemporary physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics. Chapter 65. The Vitality System. Miss Sooner, did academician Su truly say that? After Sooner recounted the situation to Gu Ruhong, he inquired once more. "Director Gu, Sooner would never deceive you." Sooner nodded earnestly. At this moment, the other academicians present stood up in unison, their gazes fixated on a specific section of the mech blueprints. "It is right here." Gu Ruhong's fingertip trembled as he pointed to the area corresponding to the mech's vitality system. "From yesterday until now, we have focused too much on the power and weapon systems, neglecting the vitality system. According to academician Su, this device can produce cytokines." When the term cytokines was mentioned, Gu Ruhong's tone became noticeably more emphatic. "Interleukins, interferons, tumor necrosis factors, hematopoietic factors, growth factors, and chemokines. So far, we have identified over 200 types of cytokines. While the life support system has the capacity to produce more than 800. We have yet to fully comprehend the functions of the existing 200 cytokines. And already the life support system has introduced an additional 600. Perhaps in my lifetime, I may never fully grasp the complexities of these remaining cytokines. But there is no doubt that this technology represents one of the most significant discoveries and advancements in the history of life sciences. In the long term, this life support system lays the foundation for piloting mechs on interstellar voyages. When mech operators choose to sleep during the lengthy journey, this system ensures their survival, which is profoundly significant. Guru Hong's expression was one of fervor, his words flowing in a slightly dry manner. He lifted the teacup from the table and drank it all, even swallowing the tea leaves along with it. In a more immediate context, the application of this life support system in national healthcare could yield unexpected results, serving as a beacon of hope for countless cancer patients. I must assert that if this life support system can indeed cure cancer, it will be the greatest invention in the field of medicine in the 21st century. The brilliance of academician Su truly leaves me, an elder, in awe. This is indeed a fortune for our nation. The dozen or so esteemed academicians present understood the immense transformative power inherent in this discovery, capable of altering the course of human history. The other academicians, too, became increasingly animated. Miss Sunner, do you realize that in our Dragon Nation alone, over 10,000 people are diagnosed with cancer daily? That equates to 75 new cases every minute. Among every 100,000 samples, there are 12 children aged 0 diagnosed with cancer, 29 at 25 years, 52 at 30, 154 at 45, 342 at 50, and 100 at 60 and 70 years old. These statistics are harrowing. Cancer, in modern times, is no longer a distant concern, but a reality that can strike at any moment, every second. If the mech's life support system is confirmed to be capable of curing cancer, it would be monumental news. Upon finishing his statement, another academician beside Guru Hong appeared even more exhilarated. Director Gu, this is miraculous. Colleagues, reflect upon your peers, friends, classmates, relatives, and you will inevitably find someone afflicted with tumors or cancer, will you not? As environmental conditions continue to deteriorate, this disease will become as common as a cold or fever in a century, which is truly frightening. I believe this technology merits academician Su another prestigious National Science and Technology Award. Guru Hong adjusted his glasses, striving to calm his excitement. Miss Sunner, take me to see academician Su. Even if it costs my life today, I must finalize the verification plan for this new technology. After meeting and discussing with Su Ming, Guru Hong swiftly established a plan to integrate mech technology into medical devices. After all, some patients find it challenging to even get out of bed. It is impractical to expect them to operate mechs, and not everyone is qualified to pilot one. Regarding the verification plan for this new technology, Guru Hong suggested utilizing late-stage patients, including Wang Wei's mother, as volunteers for testing. With only 4 weeks of life remaining, it is indeed a short time. Rather than watching Wang Wei's mother suffer in agony, it would be better to allow her to participate as a volunteer for this new technology. I have no objections. Director Gu, let us proceed as you propose. Excellent. I will contact the Ministry of Health immediately. My old friend will surely be delighted to hear this news. At the Ministry of Health, the leadership received Guru Hong's call with urgency in his voice, prompting the leader to rise from his seat. In just over 10 minutes, Guru Hong rapidly conveyed the function of the life support system and the verification plan. After hanging up, the leader immediately summoned his secretary. Organize all experts to conduct cancer treatment verification at the City People's Hospital. Director, are you referring to cancer treatment? The current therapies cannot achieve complete cures. Now we have it. Academician Su has developed a new technology derived from mech integration. Hurry and notify everyone. There is hope for a complete cure for cancer patients. Yes. Upon exiting the director's office, the secretary was moved to tears. One of his family members was battling cancer, undergoing chemotherapy at the hospital regularly, rendering him acutely aware of the significance of this new technology. Will the medical conundrum that has plagued humanity for centuries finally be overcome? An hour later, with Su Ming serving as the technical consultant and the engineering academy at the helm, the cancer treatment verification organized by the Ministry of Health commenced. 10 late-stage cancer patients, each with an average life expectancy of less than a month, were recruited. Wang Wei's mother was among them. Initially skeptical when informed of the plan, her disbelief faded upon learning it was developed by Su Ming, and she promptly signed the volunteer recruitment form without hesitation. The other 9 volunteers exhibited similar reactions, all eager to sign once they heard Su Ming's name. The patients expressed their confidence in Su Ming's technology. Even if this verification does not succeed, They can contribute to science in their final moments, paving the way for academician Su to explore new cancer therapies. They would die without regret. Now, the esteemed name of academician Su resonates throughout the Dragon Nation. Whether in news, television, or new media, discussions surrounding Su Ming have never ceased. Every move he makes is under the watchful gaze of millions. At this moment, Su Ming sat before a computer in the factory, participating in the verification via video conference. Academician Su, are we ready to begin? Asked an expert from the Ministry of Health, clad in a white coat. Let us commence, Su Ming declared. Chapter 66. This verification is crucial. Employing the mech's life support system to treat cancer for the benefit of the populace represents a significant breakthrough for Su Ming. Since the reward of mech technology commenced, he believed it was solely applicable to mech construction. Thus, this verification holds paramount importance. Should the life support system prove effective in curing cancer, the myriad technologies embedded within mechs could be repurposed for various other fields. Viewed through this lens, mech technology transcends mere construction. The ancillary technologies it engenders possess boundless value. Currently, the entire mech base remains under construction, and before the mechs are fully operational. Su Ming seizes this interval to delve into the application of mech technology in civilian domains. Let us begin. After Su Ming's agreement, Director Gu nodded in affirmation. Doctors in white coats inserted needles into the arms of the 10 patients, akin to administering an for a cold or fever, though instead of saline solution. The life support system's cytokines were infused into the medical devices. Gradually, the cytokines were administered into the patients' bodies. The 10 volunteers were pleasantly surprised by the simplicity of this new treatment, which felt far less arduous than laser therapy, ultrasound knives, or heavy ion treatments. Their initial psychological stress dissipated, replaced by a sense of relaxation. Leaders from the Ministry of Health, experts, chief physicians from Jiangnan City People's Hospital, and the volunteers' families anxiously observed the patients. Meanwhile, in the factory, Sooner, how is the situation? The life factors have been successfully injected into the patients, activating their immune systems. The counts of white blood cells and red blood cells are approaching normal levels, while the number of cancerous cells is significantly decreasing. Upon hearing Sooner's report on the patient's conditions, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Cancer cells within a patient's body create a microenvironment that suppresses the immune function of immune cells, rendering them incapable of destroying the cancer cells. This explains why, despite possessing an immune system, humanity still struggles to eradicate cancer. The elimination and reduction of cancer cells can only be achieved through external forces, such as chemotherapy. However, under the influence of life factors, the recognition and killing capabilities of immune cells have been significantly enhanced, rendering the microenvironment established by cancer cells ineffective. Prior to the stimulation from life factors, the strength of immune cells resembled that of ants. After stimulation, they possessed powers comparable to dinosaurs. This remarkable amplification not only eradicates cancer cells, but also repairs the normal cells within the patient's bodies, with both functions proving to be effective. Sooner could hardly contain her joy. These late-stage patients had cancer cells that had metastasized throughout their bodies. The death of these cells would impose a tremendous burden on their already frail bodies. Thus, repairing the damaged organs and tissues is crucial for the patient's recovery. The restoration of cell numbers to normal levels signifies that the body is progressing towards health. The once dull eyes of over a dozen patients gradually regained their vitality, and their overall demeanor was markedly different from before treatment. This transformation greatly astonished the observing medical experts. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. From the perspective of observation alone, the patient's complexions were visibly improving. Monitoring devices beside 10 volunteers displayed various bodily function indicators, each moving closer to health standards. The families of the patients, who had previously been filled with despair, some even carrying letters written by their loved ones, were overwhelmed with excitement and joy upon realizing the reversal of their relatives' conditions. While the academicians from the Engineering Academy and experts from the Health Department awaited the final results, Su Ming turned off the monitor before him. The outcome was already evident, and there was no need to wait until the last moment. He then rested his chin on his hand, as if contemplating something profound. Sooner stood behind him, eagerly waving her small fists in premature celebration. As a bionic artificial intelligence, she was supposed to view this new technology with calmness, for only real humans could suffer from cancer. Yet, contemplating the day she might evolve into a fully realized human and potentially face such a malady. Sooner fervently hoped for the success of this verification. Even if she could never evolve into a human, she would still feel immense happiness. For this new technology encapsulated Su Ming's dedication. At that moment, seeing Su Ming deep in thought, Suner poured him a cup of hot tea. When she returned, Su Ming was taking out a pen to practice calligraphy. His regular script was becoming increasingly refined, and it wouldn't be long before he could hold a calligraphy exhibition. Practicing calligraphy was a means to calm the mind. Brother, do you have something on your mind? Su Ming lifted the calligraphy book in front of him. Suner noticed 2 characters had been copied. Company. Suner, I wish to establish a technology company. With the recent validation of the life support system, I aim to integrate more mecha technologies into other fields. Mecha technology is not merely a single technique. It encompasses a series of technologies. I want to maximize the value created by mecha technology. As a distinguished academician and a 3-time nominee for the Nobel Prize, Su Ming wielded significant influence within both the scientific community and the public sphere, ensuring his life was devoid of financial worries. However, mere sustenance was not Su Ming's pursuit. Such a life was ultimately too mundane. Thus, he set a new goal for himself. All right, Suner exclaimed, raising both hands in agreement. Then I'll call you Mr. Su from now on. How unappealing, he replied. What about Brother Su? That's a peculiar title. Su Ming placed the calligraphy book back on the table and tightened the cap of his pen. Suner, once the company is established, I want you to manage it. Ah, that's quite sudden. What about you? I shall defend the peace of Earth, Su Ming replied enigmatically. The interstellar behemoths lurking beneath the factory in the space-time wormhole were a matter Su Ming had yet to find the right moment to disclose to her. The more one knows, the greater the burden of pressure. It was perhaps better to wait a while longer before revealing such truths. I can't shake the feeling that brother is hiding something from Suner. Is this your intuition? Hee, it's a new skill I've learned called a woman's sixth sense. The sixth sense of women is indeed a remarkable ability. If even brother praises this skill, Suner must enhance her learning. This ability is powerful, but moderation is key. Why? Once you master this ability, you will predict every situation, and many experiences will lose their joy. What kind of experiences? For instance, making you happy. In the past, I would pull little tricks, and you would be delighted for days. But as your sixth sense strengthens, you will easily decipher my thoughts, diminishing the effect. Oh, so brother does this for Suner, she said, her cheeks suddenly flushed. You just poured me a drink earlier. Did I? Suner exclaimed, momentarily forgetting. Observing Suner's slightly flustered retreat, Su Ming smiled gently. Chapter 67. Academician Su, a true genius today, while being interviewed outside the factory. Su Ming overheard reporters secretly discussing Suner's words. Ultimately, Suner could not depend on him for a lifetime. She would have to face this secular society, which was an essential path for her genuine transformation into a human. Supporting her for life was not out of the question. But Su Ming did not want Suner to be perceived as merely a dependency, a decorative ornament sheltered under his protection. Suner needed to possess a job or a career. This was the dilemma that occupied Su Ming's thoughts. Establishing a company for Suner to manage was the optimal choice. Su Ming had hoped she would accept the invitation from the talent scout today. Acting could allow her to experience the mindset and emotions of each role, which would greatly benefit her evolution. Yet, Suner had declined. With her foodie nature, the 5-star chef's delicacies from the film crew, along with Häagen-Dazs, cappuccinos, and an array of snacks, surely held no allure for her. The answer was clearly in the negative. Suner simply wished to remain in the factory. But how could she expect to thrive independently and grow in such a scenario? Moreover, Su Ming wanted to leave himself a fallback plan. For him, the looming threat was not the interstellar behemoths, but rather the unknown, far more terrifying horrors. The future Earth, the future world. The future galaxy would present formidable challenges in battle. Otherwise, why would he inherit this advanced technological system? It's worth noting that the title granted to him within the system panel is that of the future savior. If, one day in a brutal battle, he were to meet an unfortunate demise, there must be someone to claim his remains. And that person, Su Ming hoped, would be Suner. Su Ming opened his computer and began drafting the company's business plan. His preliminary scheme was to consolidate the mecha industry, the battle network system, and other products derived from mecha technology under Suner's company, entrusting her with comprehensive management. Meanwhile, the lobby corridor of Jiangnan Municipal People's Hospital was notably quiet. The esteemed former president of the Engineering Academy, Gu Ruhong, personally arrived on site, and many recognized this venerable elder, greeting him warmly. Gu Ruhong's presence was solely to witness the birth of the new technology that had proven effective in curing cancer. The 10 volunteers in the ward had just completed their final examinations, and the doctors behind the glass wall gave Gu Ruhong a thumbs up. This gesture was a customary sign indicating that the verification was successful. Humanity's #1 nemesis, the incurable disease of cancer, had finally been conquered. The experts at the scene embraced tightly, celebrating a groundbreaking achievement. The family members of 10 cancer patients wept uncontrollably, as the once despairing affliction of cancer finally had a definitive cure. Continuous streams of data and patient reports were delivered to Guru Home. He was invited to the office by the director of the municipal hospital. "Director Gu, your presence in our humble hospital is truly an honor." Jiangnan City Hospital, while a top-tier institution, seems but a clinic in the eyes of esteemed academicians like yourself. If academician Su were here, your hospital would surely be overwhelmed with visitors. Guru Home remarked while reviewing the materials in hand. Academician Su is indeed a remarkable individual. Director, we are unworthy to disturb him. Please convey our highest respect to him upon your return. The Minister of Health added, "My dear friend, on behalf of the Ministry of Health, I express gratitude to Academician Su for his extraordinary contributions in saving millions of cancer patients. Please extend my thanks as well." Indeed, Academician Su's benevolence and the success of his research will surely bring him joy. Having reviewed the data, I can attest that the patients are recovering remarkably well, with some indicators surpassing those of healthy individuals. The cytokine technology has exceeded our expectations, significantly enhancing the immune function of the human body, akin to a miraculous elixir of healing. This will drastically reduce mortality rates among our citizens. Therefore, I propose further development of this technology. Guru Home suggested. Are you implying that this technology could also be employed to cure other ailments? Yes, but I refer not to ordinary conditions, but to another dire illness related to the immune system. At this point, the Minister of Health, the hospital director, and the surrounding experts exchanged astonished glances, collectively recalling the name of a dreadful disease, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, known as AIDS. Su Ming swiftly completed the project proposal and handed it to Sun, who served as the legal representative and chairwoman while he held the title of technical advisor. They had jointly agreed upon the name of the company, Blue Star Technology LLC. "Brother, 14 trillion yuan has been received," Sun suddenly informed Su Ming. The ambassador from the Eagle Nation had efficiently transferred the funds within half a day. "Is there any other news?" Su Ming inquired. He was more concerned about several other conditions than the 14 trillion yuan, particularly whether the Bald Eagle Empire had followed through on their commitments. The massive containers of foreign waste stacked at the port were swiftly removed by merchant vessels of the Bald Eagle Empire overnight. These developed nations, in their bid to avoid environmental pollution, have insidiously dumped their refuse into developing countries. Sun learned online that over the past 20 years, the Dragon Nation has been the largest importer of foreign waste, most of which fell under illegal trade, with over 1.6 billion tons of discarded materials like bottles, plastic bags, and packaging severely impacting the ecological environment. The Fox Hunt Task Force, dedicated to apprehending corrupt officials abroad, had already returned home with hundreds of wanted criminals. These offenders had naively believed they could evade capture by hiding in the Bald Eagle Empire. Previously, the Bald Eagle Empire sheltered these criminals, complicating their capture. However, with a single word from Su Ming, this troublesome issue was resolved. The daughter of the president of Huawei was declared innocent by the Maple Leaf Nation's official announcement. Sun joyfully relayed a series of positive updates. The Cherry Blossom Nation issued a statement halting the discharge of nuclear wastewater. The prolonged practice of releasing nuclear waste has finally come to an end. Brother Su Ming, there is one last, most significant piece of news that you care about. The discharge of nuclear wastewater has finally ceased. This was indeed monumental news. Yes, this is indeed a positive development. The Bald Eagle Empire has shown compliance, Su Ming remarked calmly. If those words reached the ears of that five-star general, he would likely be infuriated. Brother, since they have fulfilled their promises, should sooner eliminate the toxic spikes and mobile viruses? Such valuable weapons would be a pity to destroy. Let them remain hidden and dormant. Should the Bald Eagle Empire dare to provoke our Dragon Nation in the future, these computer and mobile viruses may yet serve their purpose. Understood, Sun replied. Chapter 68. Battle Network Version 11. The procedure for registering a company is quite simple. Nowadays, many places function with several departments working jointly. One fills out a plethora of documents at the business and tax departments, opens a basic account at the bank, stamps a few seals, and then receives the company's business license. Su Ming allowed Sun to go alone without accompanying her, as a warning alert from the Battle Network system had been triggered. This was not due to another computer virus attack, but rather because the number of users had exceeded the server's capacity, activating the alert mechanism. Su Ming needed to write code to release an update patch to further optimize the Battle Network system and increase its user capacity. Additionally, to enhance the system's practicality, Su Ming introduced a new feature, synchronization rate. The floating neuron technology used by the first-generation mechas largely determined the combat effectiveness based on the synchronization rate between the mecha pilot and the mecha itself. Thus, the embryonic form of the entire battle network system was established. The second version of the battle network system was designated as Battle Network version 11. The update patch for the new version was 28 gigabytes, requiring some time to complete. While the battle network system was updating, Su Ming perused user comments across major social media platforms. He first visited Baidu Tieba, where users were notably active. A user with the nickname Mecha Battle against Sadako commented, "Who hasn't used the battle network yet? Hurry up and download it. It's simply exhilarating." The learning curve for this system is steep. It took me an entire morning to complete the beginner's tutorial. The immersive experience is incredibly realistic, and the first-person perspective is truly breathtaking. Another user, Son of Mecha, commented, "As one of the first users to experience the battle network system, I can only say it's phenomenal. Su Ming is forever a god. The battle network system has fulfilled my mecha fantasies while making me realize how much of a novice I am. I still haven't left the beginner village." Anyone else in the same boat? Enough talk. I must complete the beginner tutorials tasks today. Next, Su Ming visited the Bilibili video site. The top 3 trending videos were all tutorials on the beginner tasks for the battle network system. These content creators had hit the nail on the head, emphasizing that the focus of the beginner tutorial was to familiarize oneself with the synchronization rate and master the operational essentials of the floating neuron technology. The video explanations were quite thorough, as it was merely a beginner tutorial, making it relatively easy for the science popularizers on Bilibili. One content creator even uploaded first-person driving footage, showcasing their adeptness in piloting the mecha, achieving 6 consecutive victories in the arena. Such a record was commendable, especially considering many were still struggling with the beginner tasks. This user's attack strategies were quite sophisticated, and upon checking their profile, Su Ming discovered they were a Muay Thai instructor and a fitness enthusiast, which explained their impressive performance. The combat capability of the mecha was not solely reliant on the pilot's extravagant and imaginative maneuvers, but also on the practical application of combat skills. It is not merely the martial arts foundation of the Muay Thai coach that renders him formidable. Rather, it is his adept application of practical combat experience within the arena. He skillfully evades each attack from his opponents and retaliates effectively, resulting in a string of victories. However, as other users acquire more martial arts techniques and combat skills, the coach's innate advantages begin to diminish. On Jihu, the top-ranked question is, how should one perceive the difficulty of the new player tutorial at the hellish level of the battle network system? The most upvoted response, provided by an anonymous user, asserts, the battle network system is designed to select mech pilots, not to train esports gamers. It is born for real combat, not as a mere online game. Those of you who cannot even complete the tutorial tasks should reconsider your aspirations. The profession of mech pilot is not suited for you. After reading this, Su Ming also gave the response a thumbs up, finding it quite reasonable. Approaching the battle network system as simply a game naturally leads to difficulty mastering the tutorial. Furthermore, Su Ming had already lowered the difficulty of the tutorial during its design. Nonetheless, many novice users still found it challenging. After all, this is not an online game. To become a competent mech pilot, one must commence with rigorous simulated training. Su Ming then browsed Weibo and Douyin, where netizens generally praised the battle network system. Even under the daunting conditions of the hellish difficulty tutorial, countless users continued to flock to it. Of course, the internet is a virtual realm, and despite every user being required to register with their real name in this parallel world, trolls remain as prevalent as ever. Amidst the encouraging and laudatory voices, there are also discordant notes. A prominent feminist voice on Weibo pinned a post articulating 2 viewpoints that caught Su Ming's attention. Mechs are built for men and have no relevance to us women. Sisters, let us unite in resistance. I watched a mech live stream, and there isn't even a toilet in the cockpit. Male mech pilots can stand and relieve themselves. But what about female pilots? Su Ming is unworthy of being called a national idol. I must criticize him for his discrimination against women. Remarkably, this feminist stance quickly garnered support from several others. However, they were utterly unprepared for the backlash in the comments section, where many netizens, predominantly female, vehemently rebuked her. Among the top comments were, "Mechs are not solely a male fantasy. There are plenty of female fans. Your personal disinterest does not represent the rest of us women. By your logic, atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, and aircraft carriers have nothing to do with you. So should the nation cease its development?" The mech cockpit is equipped with a life support system accessible to all genders. With such limited intellect, you embarrass us women. After reading this Weibo post, Su Ming noticed that the progress bar for the Battle Network System's update had not yet completed. Thus, he turned to the comments of foreign netizens. The Battle Network System had been launched globally, and Su Ming was curious about the international reception of this simulation system. On Twitter, a multitude of comments from users around the world were gathered. A user from the Eagle Empire remarked, "The Battle Network System is incredibly powerful. Had Su Ming immigrated to our nation, its capabilities would have been even more formidable." A user from the Lion Empire noted, "The talents we cherish in the sun never set indeed shine brightly. Had Su Ming attended our Cambridge University, we would have provided him with unparalleled technical support." A user from the Northern Bear Empire commented, "The genius youth of the Dragon Kingdom has created an unparalleled battle network system. How wonderful it would be if he could join our nation. As a combat nation, mech aligns perfectly with our ethos." A user from the Elephant Nation near the equator criticized, "The price of the battle network system helmet is a bit steep. The father of mechs, Su Ming, has turned into a businessman." Upon reading these comments, Su Ming could only express one sentiment: envy. To be fair, the helmet for the Battle Network System, produced urgently by various enterprises under the Ministry of Science and Technology, utilizes the newly developed 1 nanometer domestic carbon-based chip, making it relatively inexpensive at under 1,000 yuan, comparable to a low-end mobile phone. Without the 1 nanometer carbon-based chip, utilizing the Eagle Empire's silicon-based chip would elevate the price to 5,000 yuan. Additionally, on the largest video platform abroad, YouTube, several videos featuring prominent personalities had garnered significant views. These creators, renowned internationally, explicitly stated their desire to challenge Su Ming. For instance, the world boxing champion Tyson from the Eagle Empire showcased his prowess in the video, demonstrating the powerful punch for which he is famous. In his prime, Tyson often secured victories with his devastating punches, exhibiting remarkable precision in timing and force. In the video, he swiftly knocked down an opponent with 3 punches. This retired boxing champion regained his confidence within the mech virtual driving system. At the video's conclusion, he declared, "Su Ming, I await you in the battle network." Following Tyson was the Muay Thai Prince Boaka, whose name is synonymous with martial prowess. Renowned for his fierce fighting style, Boaka maintained an unbeaten record during his peak years. In his video, he showcased his signature move, the heavy kick, which often left opponents in agony. One opponent remarked that after a match, his legs felt as if they were broken, requiring weeks to recover. At the conclusion of the video, Boaka similarly issued a challenge. "Father of mech Su Ming, I eagerly anticipate our encounter in the battle network." The third video creator was the Taekwondo champion Hadi, revered in the martial arts community. Hadi has amassed numerous accolades, including Olympic gold medals and multiple world championship titles, being selected as the greatest Taekwondo athlete in history. At the end of his video, Hadi called out, "Su Ming, let us engage in a contest." Moreover, a plethora of Western boxing masters and world champions in mixed martial arts expressed their desire to defeat Su Ming within the Battle Network System to reaffirm their prowess. International viewers enthusiastically commented beneath the videos, urging Su Ming not to shy away or avoid the challenges. Some devoted fans advised him against impulsively accepting challenges, suggesting that despite having developed the Battle Network System, it was unnecessary to engage in duels with these fighters. At that moment, the version 11 of the Battle Network was officially updated. Su Ming shifted his gaze from the computer screen, donned his helmet, and logged into the Battle Network System. Account verification in progress. Iris scanning initiated. Neuron connections have been established. As a series of prompts concluded, Su Ming entered the system, adopting the moniker Bruce Lee. Following the official public beta of the Battle Network System, all previous data had been erased, necessitating Su Ming to create a new account. After completing the novice tasks, various functionalities were gradually unlocked. The novice tasks were neither overwhelmingly difficult nor exceedingly simple. After the system introduced the basic operational steps, users were required to defeat computer-controlled opponents within a specified time frame. This was a common reason many novice users found themselves stranded in the beginner's village. The ZJ National Defense battle within this simulation system could be personalized according to user preferences. Su Ming's mech was adorned in a vibrant scarlet, with the exception of its orange head, reminiscent of the 2 colors of the national flag. From the arsenal, Su Ming selected a laser gun as his primary weapon and a plasma nunchaku as his secondary weapon. Once adequately prepared, he warmed up briefly before deciding to commence his first ranked match in the arena. However, prior to this, Su Ming posted a significant announcement on the Battle Network's social chat interface. "I, Su Ming of Dragon Nation, accept your challenges." To facilitate user communication, The Battle Network system featured an integrated chat function. Every utterance within this platform was visible to billions of users worldwide. Presently, the Battle Network boasted over 2 billion users from across the globe. Each statement uttered represented a vast ocean of information. Fortunately, the social chat function was programmed with big data in mind, ensuring that each user only encountered content of interest, while irrelevant information was filtered out. Upon Su Ming's announcement, it reverberated across the globe. Renowned challengers such as Tyson the Boxing King, Waka the Muay Thai Prince, and Hadi the Taekwondo God were among the first to notice Su Ming's challenge. Yet, these seasoned competitors, despite their vocal bravado and videos, harbored uncertainty. The virtual realm operated on mechs, distinct from real-world confrontations. Su Ming, as the progenitor of the Battle Network, daring to issue a public challenge, instilled a sense of trepidation within them, as they were unaware of his true prowess. Thus, they feigned ignorance initially, opting for silence. However, many other challengers remained undeterred. Soon, the first challenger emerged, nicknamed Cobra. "Mr. Su Ming, it is an honor to face you. I am an instructor from Blackwater Company." This proclamation ignited fervent discussions among netizens. The news of Su Ming's acceptance of challenges from formidable opponents spread like wildfire throughout Dragon Nation, captivating countless compatriots. Blackwater Company, the largest international mercenary organization, was indeed formidable. The individual known as Cobra, an instructor from this organization, was not to be underestimated. "Go, Su Ming. Show those arrogant challengers the might of our nation." Observant fans noted that Su Ming's chosen nickname, Bruce Lee, was a tribute to the legendary martial artist. Chapter 70. Today, experience Su Ming's might. Cobra piloted a mech painted in shades of gray and white, particularly with a pitch-black head, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. His primary weapon was a laser cannon, with plasma dual blades as his secondary armament, and he equipped a proton shield for defense. Observing this, netizens expressed concern for Su Ming. Instructors from Blackwater Company were typically retired special forces, possessing a comprehensive combat strategy. And Cobra's choice of a proton shield as his defensive mechanism suggested he was well prepared for this encounter. Would Su Ming, lacking any form of defense, find himself at a disadvantage? Let us not overthink it. With Su Ming's configuration, there must be a rationale behind it. Let us remain calm and simply cheer him on. The confrontation between the Blackwater instructor and the mech father, Su Ming, immediately drew global attention. Su Ming noticed the viewership numbers skyrocketing, nearing 2 billion, as excitement surged with the rise of mechs worldwide. Without further ado, Cobra launched the first attack. The micronuclear fusion turbine engine at his chest glowed like a furnace, casting a crimson hue over the surrounding ice. This immense energy surged into his primary weapon, initiating a charge. The armor on Cobra's shoulders opened outward, revealing 2 dark cannon ports, and suddenly a tiny point of light emerged at the center of the ports. This light rapidly expanded, swirling like a rotating galaxy, surpassing the limits of human eye perception. To the spectators, Cobra's upper body was completely engulfed in that luminous aura, rendering everything else obscured. Cobra initiated his primary weapons attack, aiming to obliterate Su Ming with the formidable power of the laser cannon. The charging process lasted several seconds. Once Cobra locked onto Su Ming, 2 blinding beams of laser erupted from the cannon's mouth, the overwhelming recoil propelling the mech backward, carving deep furrows into the ice. This arena simulated the polar ice cap, and the terrifying might of the laser cannon erupted before their eyes, sending flurries of white snowflakes and ice particles into the air. The laser cannon's destructive capability was immense, capable of shattering a heavy tank with a single shot. Otherwise, it would not require such an extended charging period. Su Ming was too complacent. He should have launched an attack during Cobra's charging phase, or at least distanced himself from the laser cannon's range. This was uncharacteristic of Su Ming. Why was he standing still? Oh no, if Su Ming loses, our nation's reputation will suffer. Cobra felt a surge of confidence upon successfully firing his shot. He had practiced the use of the laser cannon for hours, achieving considerable mastery, and in the arena, few could best him. This was the source of his confidence in challenging Su Ming. "Su Ming, I refuse to believe you will fall so easily." Cobra adjusted the angle of his cannon, charging once more to unleash another shot at Su Ming's position. The explosive sound reverberated through the air, and even within the cockpit. Cobra could feel the terrifying shockwave and ultrasound. "It's over. Su Ming, you are nothing special." Cobra awaited the system's announcement of victory. The icy winds howled across the polar ice cap, rapidly dispersing the swirling snowflakes. As visibility improved, a gaping ice pit over 20 meters deep appeared on the ground, with countless cracks resembling a spider's web sprawling across the ice surface. Yet, Cobra did not hear the system declare victory, nor did he see Su Ming. He had witnessed the attack unfold and saw no indication of Su Ming evading into the air, leaving only one possibility. Suddenly, Cobra felt a wave of intense unease. Casting a desperate glance towards the ground beneath him, through the thick ice layer, the silhouette of Su Ming's mech emerged beneath him. In truth, Su Ming had submerged beneath the ice during the charging of the laser cannon. The plasma dual blades in his hand spun rapidly, slicing through the ice like it was mere tofu, positioning him directly beneath Cobra. With a crashing sound, the ice shattered, and Cobra plunged into the pit below. Cobra shouted in alarm, raising his proton shield defensively in front of him. The rapidly spinning plasma dual blades collided with his shield, creating a shower of sparks and arcs of electricity that dazzled the eyes. At this moment, both individuals found themselves ensnared in an icy pit, with the one who could extricate themselves first poised to seize absolute control. The Cobra struggled valiantly, yet despair washed over him as he realized his body was sinking deeper, weighed down by his immense burden. The Seventh National Guardian's weight reached a staggering 30 tons, and with the addition of his plasma dual blades and shield, totaling 15 tons, he bore an aggregate weight of 45 tons, far surpassing the ice layer's capacity beneath. In stark contrast, Su Ming wielded only the lightweight plasma nunchaku and a laser gun, collectively amounting to merely over 5 tons. He effortlessly emerged from the ice pit, observing the Cobra descend further into the abyss, destined to plunge hundreds of meters into the ice, with an estimated time of over 10 minutes before re-emerging. Naturally, Su Ming would not afford him this opportunity. He retrieved the laser gun from his back, aiming its muzzle at the Cobra. Although the laser gun's power was insufficient to breach a proton shield under normal circumstances, the Cobra was now severely hampered by the confined space, rendering him unable to wield his shield effectively. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene as it struck the Cobra's cockpit. "Esteemed mech engineer, congratulations on your victory in this match, earning you 1 point." A notification resonated in Su Ming's ear. Meanwhile, on the Battle Network forum, the Cobra, a seasoned instructor from the Blackwater mercenaries, reflected on his defeat. "I have lost, and quite thoroughly at that." Su Ming flawlessly exploited his agility to gain the upper hand. "I have no retort. I hope the subsequent challengers remain vigilant." In this inaugural battle, Su Ming effortlessly triumphed over his opponent, never having to engage directly, relying solely on the advantage of the terrain. Impressive. After witnessing the first battle, one realizes the depths of strategy in mech combat. The Battle Network's simulated environment was astoundingly realistic, and leveraging the surroundings for advantage is an essential lesson for every aspiring mech engineer. Su Ming's composure was indeed reflective of the impression he had left on us. The chat messages on the Battle Network predominantly lauded Su Ming's performance. Many began to grasp that the mech simulation driving system was no mere game. Each competition must be approached as a genuine battle, where even the slightest oversight could lead to demise. At this juncture, Su Ming exited the arena and returned to the main interface of the Battle Network. "Tyson, Waka, Hadi, who among you wishes to challenge me next? Today, I shall grant your wish." He posted the latest update on the Battle Network system. This group of foreign challengers, unaware of their own limitations, were about to receive a lesson from Su Ming. "I seek a true master. I yearn for a fierce battle. Only an evenly matched opponent can ignite my fighting spirit." Su Ming's words were direct. He intended to use these individuals as a sharpening stone for his skills. "Waka, I shall test your prowess today." Finally, the Muay Thai Prince Waka could no longer restrain himself. Chapter 71. The Muay Thai Prince Waka was set to enter the fray. As the world's foremost Muay Thai champion, his reputation for intimidation was undeniable. In the foreign betting markets, wagers concerning the outcome of this clash began to surface, with the odds clearly favoring Waka among the Western audience. While Su Ming had triumphed in his previous battle through cunning use of terrain, facing the Muay Thai Prince would demand a head-on confrontation, devoid of any tricks. However, this did not preclude the possibility of long-range weaponry. Such tactics might suggest an intention to evade combat, and even if Su Ming emerged victorious, it would not convey much. Thus, this upcoming battle would be fought in close quarters. To enhance agility by minimizing weight, both combatants refrained from carrying any primary or secondary weapons. Waka donned only the traditional armbands and headband of Muay Thai. Following the customs of the sport, Waka initiated the ceremonial opening before launching his challenge at Su Ming. In mech combat, there were no elaborate footwork routines, Waka immediately unleashed one of his signature moves, the knee strike. He leaped into the air, driving his right knee towards Su Ming, aiming for his chin. Su Ming reacted with equal swiftness, evading the incoming knee strike and countering with an uppercut that stirred a tempestuous gust. Waka's knee strike failed, and he received a solid uppercut in return, causing his body to sway precariously. A powerful wave of dizziness engulfed him, and it took a moment for him to regain his composure. A higher synchronization rate enhances a mech's combat efficacy, but also amplifies the sensation of pain upon injury. For a professional Muay Thai practitioner like Waka, whose movements were fluid and rapid due to years of training, his synchronization rate soared to an astounding 8, a remarkable figure. The Cobra, who had faced Su Ming previously, only had a synchronization rate of 5, surpassing many ordinary users, as the majority of novice users barely reached a rate of 0. 1. Elbow strike. Once he regained his bearings, Waka launched a second round of assault. He spun in place, harnessing the inertia from his rotation to amplify the energy of his elbow strike. Clang. Su Ming adeptly blocked the elbow strike with his arm. Confounded, Waka wondered how Su Ming could defend so swiftly. With the elbow strike thwarted, Waka transitioned to a heavy kick. The force of the kick was tremendous, and the audience could feel its oppressive power through the screen. In reality, Waka's heavy kick could bend a steel plate, showcasing its formidable speed and strength. Waka was certain that this combination of attacks would overwhelm Su Ming's defenses. The sound of intense metal collision echoed, tightening the audience's hearts. With Waka's synchronization rate at 8, this kick would exert no less than 5 tons of force. Should Su Ming be struck, defeat was highly likely. However, this was not to be. My goodness, how did he manage to defend against that? It was unimaginable. The viewers in the chat room widened their eyes. Just as Waka's heavy kick was midway through, Su Ming also made his move. He transformed his punch into a palm strike that met Waka's chest. This palm strike was swifter than Waka's kick, leaving him no time to react before being pushed back. Su Ming's onslaught did not cease. With a deft flick of his toes, he tipped Waka's center of gravity, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Waka had been defeated. This is impossible. Su Ming, how did you achieve this? You are not a professional. You lack my combat experience and skills. How can your speed surpass mine? You must be cheating. Waka's frustration was palpable as he processed his loss. With a synchronization rate of 8, he should have effortlessly crushed his opponent. Su Ming, you are the developer of this system. You must have secretly enhanced your speed, right? Otherwise, how do you explain this? Exiting the battle interface, Waka promptly voiced his accusations in the chat room. He sent his message in Thai, which the battle network system translated into Chinese. Western viewers rallied to Waka's side, asserting that this was an unfair battle, suggesting that Su Ming had manipulated parameters to cheat, giving his mech an unfair speed advantage. While there was no certainty of cheating, it was clear that he had tampered with the mech's specifications. If that were the case, the match had lost its integrity. As the chat room became inundated with these doubts, Su Ming refrained from explaining, instead sending a screenshot to the chat room. This image was not some complex diagram, but rather a display of his synchronization rate. Heavens, am I seeing things? This synchronization rate is an astonishing 20. How terrifying. Currently, the highest rate on the Battle Network forum is merely 10, while Su Ming has reached a despairing pinnacle. This synchronization rate left everyone speechless, and the question lingered. How could he achieve this? Following Su Ming's screenshot, boxing champion Tyson and Taekwondo master Hadi publicly conceded defeat. Su Ming's synchronization rate has reached an astonishing height, signifying that each of his punches, kicks, and palm strikes surpasses his opponents in both speed and power. If the opponent's attacks and counterattacks are consistently swifter than yours, how can one possibly engage in combat? This is precisely the reason why Tyson and Hardy have chosen to forego challenging Su Ming. The former boxing champion Tyson possesses a synchronization rate of merely 6, even inferior to that of Boichio, which renders further combat with Su Ming unnecessary. As for the Taekwondo deity Hardy, known on the forum as the user with a synchronization rate of 10, this is indeed formidable, yet pales in comparison to Su Ming's rate of 20. Therefore, there is no point in continuing to challenge Su Ming, as it would be a futile endeavor, and the outcome is inevitably defeat. Well, since you have all given up, let us conclude this challenge, Su Ming remarked in the chat room. Su Ming, could you enlighten us on how you trained? We too desire to enhance our synchronization rates, inquired the online users, clearly eager for guidance. Su Ming's achievements undoubtedly stem from specific methodologies. Synchronization is not an innate trait, but rather a skill honed through diligent practice. Indeed, there exist training methods, and I shall share them with you. The Battle Network system features a series of 10 human-machine challenges, which, if successfully completed, will elevate your synchronization rate beyond 10. The extent to which it can surpass this benchmark depends on your effort and dedication, Su Ming explained, enlightening everyone around him. It became clear that the human-machine challenges embedded within the Battle Network system could indeed serve as a means to train synchronization rates. Many had assumed that only participation in competitive matches against opponents could enhance their rates, but Su Ming had illuminated a shortcut for them. However, these 10 human-machine challenges are not easily conquered. The challenge section was personally designed by Sun'er, and the 10th challenge S machine is equivalent to 1/4 of Sun'er's formidable strength. During his training, Su Ming often found himself thoroughly defeated by the 10th challenge. Moreover, I would like to take this opportunity to announce an important matter. The official selection competition for mecha engineers has commenced. Users achieving a spot among the top 50 in the Battle Network's competitive rankings will have the opportunity to become genuine mecha engineers and pilot the soon-to-be-released HB Black and White Impermanence and DS Great Sage Tian. If you aspire to pilot a true mecha, soaring through the skies, traversing the depths of the ocean, or basking in the starlight of space. If you yearn for the world's attention and to become a superhero in the eyes of many, then please register to compete. I await the arrival of the most outstanding individuals here in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Ming declared to the users of the Battle Network worldwide. Chapter 72. The confidence gained from mastering core technologies challenging the Muay Thai Prince Buchio, the boxing champion Tyson, and the Taekwondo deity Hardy was merely a tactic to generate hype and attract the attention of audiences and fans. The true purpose behind announcing the Mecha Engineer Selection Competition was Su Ming's primary objective. In terms of recruiting mecha engineers, Su Ming adopted Sun'er's suggestion, utilizing the competitive rankings of the Battle Network to ensure fairness, granting every individual harboring mecha dreams across the globe an opportunity. Furthermore, this method enhances the efficiency and speed of the selection process. The difficulty of becoming a mecha engineer is exponentially greater than that of selecting Air Force pilots. With an elimination rate reaching 99%, even among that final 1%, only the most exceptional will prevail in the selection. Lastly, Su Ming's vision for mechas revolves around the purpose of maintaining world peace and rescuing the Earth from crises. In many films produced by the Eagle Empire, superheroes saving the Earth often serve to propagate their hegemonic ideologies, whereas true mechas are genuinely designed to protect the planet. Hence, when selecting mecha engineers, Su Ming places little importance on nationality, race, or skin color. This approach ensures the identification of true talent. Of course, Su Ming harbors a slight selfish motive. The arrival of the world's finest talents in the Dragon Kingdom will, in turn, elevate the nation's prestige. Over time, this will foster a positive cycle, encouraging an increasing number of talented individuals to join the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming, may we inquire about the benefits associated with being a mecha engineer? Indeed, we all wish to understand this matter. Becoming a mecha engineer is my dream, but fundamentally, it remains a profession. We cannot labor for love while going hungry. I directly posed the question, Su Ming, what is the monthly salary for a mecha engineer? Are there additional benefits? Will there be holidays? Hello, Su Ming. I am not a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Can I pilot a mecha back to my homeland for leisure? Upon the announcement of the Mecha Engineer Selection Competition, fervent reactions erupted from fans worldwide, with an array of peculiar questions surfacing. Yet, the primary inquiries remained focused on the personal interests of the mecha engineers. This is akin to competing in esports, achieving championship status, and becoming a prominent professional player garners fame. Yet one also requires corresponding monetary rewards. Even Olympic champions receive medals. After all, in anticipation of this, Su Ming was well prepared. There is no need to feel shy about inquiring regarding the benefits associated with being a mecha engineer. Allow me to provide a brief overview. When you become eligible as prospective mecha engineers, I will offer you a detailed explanation. Becoming a mecha engineer equates to being an employee of our Blue Star Technology Company, which provides superior benefits compared to other Fortune 500 companies. To begin with, the salary for a mecha engineer is $100 million per month, totaling $1.2 billion annually. The annual salary is disbursed in advance. Upon your first day as a mecha engineer, Blue Star Technology will deposit this sum into your account. Additionally, you will hold a portion of equity in Blue Star Technology, with the distribution of shares determined by your contributions, ensuring an annual profit sharing of no less than $5 billion. As for any endorsements or participation in other commercial activities, those earnings belong solely to you. Blue Star Technology will not take a cut. Following Su Ming's revelation of the benefits, fans across the globe were utterly astounded. The prospect of an advanced salary of $1.2 billion, not to mention an annual profit share of no less than $5 billion, is astonishing. Even if one merely coasts along without making any contributions, they could still receive $5 billion at year-end. One must ponder which global corporation could achieve such a feat. Regarding vacation time, during peacetime, aside from training, one enjoys standard weekends and holidays. However, once you personally pilot a mecha, I believe you will be disinclined to take breaks. At year-end, there is an annual leave, and the company will provide each mecha engineer with a global free travel package. You can travel anywhere, with the company covering all expenses. Family members of mecha engineers will receive a family care fund of $1 million monthly per individual. At this juncture, Su Ming glanced at the staggering number of online viewers on the Battle Network, which had reached an astonishing 4 billion, with the total messages since surpassing trillions. He felt quite content with this level of attention, as it indicated the user's strong interest in the benefits offered. Additionally, a user inquired whether they could pilot a mecha back to their homeland for leisure. The answer is, of course, yes. Blue Star technology permits you to pilot mechas and freely undertake missions worldwide. Furthermore, we at Blue Star Technology allow mecha engineers to design their own mechas and retain naming rights for their creations. Let me divulge an insider's tip. Blue Star Technology accepts mecha orders submitted by the home countries of the engineers. If the prospect of a monthly salary of 100 million was a seismic shock that sent ripples through the fan community, then Su Ming's final statement was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb among international fans. For instance, if a mecha engineer does not favor the traditional Dragon Kingdom designs, such as ZJ Guardian Warrior, HB Black and White Impermanence, or DS Great Sage Tian, they are permitted to redesign a new mecha aesthetic, incorporating elements, lines, and patterns they prefer. Simultaneously, they can assign a name of their liking to the mecha, granting them considerable creative freedom. What resonated most deeply with the fans, however, was Su Ming's closing remark about accepting mecha orders. Since the emergence of mecha technology, Su Ming has prohibited the White Eagle Empire from purchasing mechs, yet he has never explicitly stated whether other nations could place orders. This time, Su Ming has made it abundantly clear. Countries with mech pilots may place orders with Blue Star Technology for any mech they desire. Mecha technology is now classified as one of the most confidential technologies. Thus, possessing wealth alone does not guarantee acquisition. Mechs are strategic weapons that wield greater deterrent power than nuclear weapons. Has anyone ever witnessed nuclear weapons being openly traded worldwide? The same principle applies to mechs. Su Ming's concession means that nations with mech pilots can indeed place orders. But how they choose to utilize and research these mechs afterward is of no concern to Blue Star Technology, akin to the arms trade. This revelation has sparked a glimmer of hope for many smaller nations. With a single mech in their arsenal, who would dare provoke them? The possession of a mech undeniably elevates a nation's international standing. Moreover, should they thoroughly comprehend the technology within mechs, the possibility of manufacturing their own mechs is not out of reach. In response to such aspirations, Su Ming provided further clarification. It is important to note that I harbor no concerns regarding your endeavors to acquire mechs for research purposes. Beyond myself, no one in this world can fully grasp the entirety of the technology contained within. Perhaps you may decipher certain minor technologies, but the key technologies, such as the miniature nuclear fusion turbine engine, would require at least 150 years for thorough understanding. Su Ming's tone radiated confidence, a testament to his mastery of core technologies. In 150 years, Blue Star Technology will have developed third or even fourth generation mechs. Take, for instance, the White Eagle Empire and its Western counterparts. While other nations may import their F-35 fighter jets, fully comprehending the underlying technology is unfeasible in the short term. By the time they achieve this, the White Eagle Empire will have already advanced its own technologies. Thus, the strategy of purchasing products for subsequent research is a laborious endeavor. Given the existing technological gap, Chapter 73, it seems I have been too low-key upon announcing this information, apart from the White Eagle Empire, which could only watch in disbelief. Countless nations worldwide sprang into action. Each nation spontaneously promoted Su Ming, advertising and rallying talented youths to enlist as mech pilots. The allure of cultivating even a single mech pilot, thereby enabling the purchase of mechs, was irresistible. With a single statement, Su Ming set nations into motion. In the Pentagon, a 5-star general fixated anxiously on the chatroom, akin to ants on a hot pan. Previously, any non-nuclear nation that displeased the empire could be targeted at will by aircraft carriers. However, if these nations possessed mechs, the White Eagle Empire's hegemony would be in jeopardy. And it was already teetering on the brink. Has the national network returned to normal? General, Su Ming has honored the agreement. The Stinger computer virus and mobile virus have entirely vanished. Order our cyber troops to malign Su Ming in the War Network chatroom, disrupting his global recruitment of mech pilots. However, General, this approach only addresses symptoms, not the root cause. Su Ming has already ascended to an unstoppable rise, and our advantages are dwindling. We must delay him as long as possible. The five-star general had completely shed his previous arrogance, now viewing Su Ming as a genuine competitor, a formidable adversary. Unbeknownst to him, the entire White Eagle Empire was insignificant in Su Ming's eyes. The Empire's cyber troops had infiltrated the global network, a well-known fact. Following the General's orders, hundreds of thousands of cyber troops logged into the War Network system, stirring the chatroom. Only fools would believe Su Ming's words. Have you not realized the true power of mechs? The capabilities of these machines are solely presented by Su Ming himself. Are you not using your brains? What Su Ming states is gospel. I admit, on the day of the livestream, Su Ming personally piloted the National Guardian mech over the city center of Jiangnan and rescued a school bus stranded there. But have you considered that this could have been a prearranged prop by the Dragon Nation, deceiving the world through cinematic techniques? Furthermore, this mech simulation driving system could merely be a ruse orchestrated by Su Ming. I suspect that this War Network system is actually a means for Su Ming to extract personal information from everyone, as logging into the system requires real name registration. A monthly salary of 100 million, an annual salary of 2 billion, and year-end bonuses no less than 5 billion. Do you genuinely believe this is not nonsense? Su Ming, observing the reactions of his fans, suddenly saw the chat flooded with defamatory comments. Initially, these remarks were lost in the chatter, garnering little attention. But with the sheer number of cyber troops, others gradually joined in. The online space is rife with thoughtless individuals. Glancing through the comments, the majority accused Su Ming of fabrication. Their reasoning was that Blue Star technology could not be found online. Su Ming lifted the teacup from the table, only to find the tea had grown cold. Life is indeed affected when that young girl is not by one's side. At the Jiangnan City Bank, Suner was still in line to establish a basic account for Blue Star technology, as the company registration process neared completion. Only then would it be possible to verify Blue Star technology on the business registration website. The bank was particularly crowded that day, predominantly filled with blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. With the influence of Dragon Nation's mech steadily rising, an increasing number of foreigners chose to immigrate to the Dragon Nation. These foreigners often visited the bank to conduct currency exchange and open personal bank accounts. Dressed in her favorite short skirt, Suner stood amidst the crowd, attracting the admiration of numerous young men around her. A university student snapped a photo of her profile and shared it in the class WeChat group, causing an uproar among his classmates. This fairy was astonishingly beautiful, surpassing the youthful allure of the milk tea sister. So pure, it rekindled the feeling of first love. Don't get your hopes up. She is the little fairy accompanying Su Ming, and reportedly, she declined offers from talent scouts to star in leading roles. Meanwhile, the bank's lobby manager, having recognized Suner from the live stream, promptly reported her identity to his superiors. 10 minutes later, the bank president, who had been out for a social engagement, personally returned to invite Suner into the VIP room to conduct her business. Miss Suner, I am Mr. Xue, he greeted. I come to establish a company account. Suner had already acquired the identity information of the individual through big data networks. This President Xue was slightly astonished. He was certain it was their first meeting, yet he was unsure why she accurately stated his name upon their introduction. The account limit has a ceiling, Miss Suner. What amount do you intend to establish for the account? Mr. Xue, our Blue Star technology requires a minimum account of 14 trillion, and naturally, the higher the limit, the better. The president's heart skipped a beat. 14 trillion, a staggering figure. Miss Suner, I will need to consult with my superiors regarding this amount. To be frank, the approval process for such a large account will take considerable time. Immediately, President Xue reported the matter to the headquarters. Mere minutes later, his phone rang. Upon answering, he stood up straight. Yes, the leadership has instructed special handling. I understand. Our Jiangnan City Commercial Bank will promptly facilitate this for Miss Suner. All right. I convey my regards to Miss Suner on your behalf. With utmost respect, he hung up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The caller turned out to be the governor of the central bank, who used a personal number to reach out, underscoring the significance that the higher-ups place on this matter. At that moment, Governor Xue's phone rang again. Having barely listened to a few words, he rose from the sofa once more. Yes, I understand, leader. We will handle it immediately, without any delay. Rest assured, I will certainly convey your regards to Miss Suner. Governor Shui was overwhelmed with excitement. This call was personally made by the Minister of Finance. The fact that Ms. Sunner was there to open an account had prompted two ministers to personally intervene and arrange this matter. If he still did not comprehend Sunner as stature at this moment, his position as governor would be rendered futile. Miss Sunner, please hold on. We will attend to your needs right away. Please expedite the process, as Sunner has been out for too long, and her brother at home will be worried. Meanwhile, confronted with the increasing doubts and slanders in the Battle Network chatroom, Su Ming resolved to take action. Despite knowing that these comments were the work of trolls sent by the Empire of the White-Headed Eagle, he could not endure the defamation directed at the mechas. What perplexed him further was that not only were many international users being misled, but even numerous domestic netizens had fallen prey to the trolls' narrative. It was imperative to demonstrate the authenticity of the mechas. You claim the mechas are fraudulent. You assert that Su Ming is deceiving everyone. You declare that the Battle Network system is a scam. It seems I have been too modest. Su Ming rose and made his way to the artificial gravity chamber within the factory. He reached out and grasped the yellow helmet worn by the delivery boy, who was floating quietly in midair. Old friend, it is time for you to see the light of day once more. DX Black Knight. Below in the factory, in the dark void of the temporal wormhole, the eyes of the DX Black Knight began to glow with a crimson light, slowly brightening. Chapter 74. DX Black Knight. The small yellow helmet and the Battle Network simulation helmet could be worn together. When Su Ming donned the yellow helmet, the scene he perceived was directly presented to the audience of the Battle Network. Fans across the globe could now witness Su Ming's first-person perspective. This was akin to a live broadcast, with the sole distinction being that this first-person view was even more immersive. The DX Black Knight, a truly first-generation large mecha gifted at the outset of the system, stood at a height of 102 meters and weighed 500 tons. Equipped with intelligent autopilot and remote control capabilities. Over the past 3 years, the Black Knight had relied on its autonomous driving AI technology to subdue colossal beasts in the temporal wormholes. The last incident involving the public figure Chi Yulong inadvertently triggering the yellow helmet led to the Black Knight mistakenly launching a miniature nuclear bomb, resulting in a globally shocking super-earthquake. Even now, it continues to perplex countless geologists, seismologists, and nuclear explosion experts worldwide. Although a magnitude 10.1 earthquake was detected, it caused no destruction, as the seismic waves seemed to be confined to the core of the factory and appeared to be diminished by some unknown function. It was only after Su Ming's mecha development was exposed that domestic experts, driven by curiosity, attributed the phenomenon to some form of black technology developed by Su Ming without further investigation. The moment Su Ming donned the yellow helmet, the crimson eyes of the DX Black Knight illuminated. Surrounding it was a powerful gravitational field that surged like waves, presented to Su Ming's mind through the Black Knight's built-in scanning system. Otherwise, the human eye would not perceive the gravitational field. The most perilous energy within the temporal wormhole was undoubtedly the gravitational field, which was also the reason Su Ming could not pilot the Black Knight into battle personally. The mecha's cockpit could not completely shield against gravity. Any human piloting a mecha into the wormhole would be instantly torn apart. Once the Black Knight entered the temporal wormhole, it could not return in the face of such immense gravitational forces. Su Ming even suspected that his journey to this parallel universe was caused by the gravitational distortions of the wormhole. The fabric of the universe is not flat. It contains depressions. The temporal wormholes within these depressions act as spatial tunnels connecting two distant times and places, akin to whirlpools in the ocean. Naturally occurring wormholes form when stars collapse into black holes, causing the fabric of spacetime to become perpendicular to the original spacetime at the Schwarzschild radius or event horizon. This structure represents a natural wormhole, essentially a curved event horizon. However, the temporal wormhole located at the bottom of the factory was not formed naturally. Through previous data comparisons, Su Ming discovered that the energy wall of this temporal wormhole was significantly stronger than that of naturally occurring wormholes. Initially, he checked the values of the wormhole's energy wall and found that its strength had weakened compared to a week ago, indicating that this temporal wormhole was on the verge of collapse. The remaining miniature nuclear bombs aboard the Black Knight had dwindled from 9 to 3. Just over a week since the last incident involving Chi Yulo. During this time, the Black Knight had undoubtedly engaged in several fierce battles against colossal beasts. The Black Knight had suffered damage, with one arm broken and various metal components exposed. That severed arm dangled at its side, swaying under the pull of gravity. Its shoulder appeared to have been bitten off by a colossal beast, missing a significant portion of its structure. The most grievous damage was to the Black Knight's legs. which were entirely missing below the knees. The intensity of the battles that had transpired during this time was beyond what Su Ming dared to imagine. The armor module of the Black Knight utilized first-generation mecha meteorite alloy armor technology, yielding a strength capable of withstanding small nuclear attacks. Yet now it was riddled with holes. And there was hardly a complete section left. Many areas of the armor were shattered. Old friend, initiate the self-diagnostic function, Su Ming said anxiously. Self-diagnostic function completed. Self-diagnostic report as follows. DX Black Knight. Power system damage 8. Armor system damage 45. Weapon system damage 60. Sensory system damage 39. Joint system, skeletal system. Transmission system average damage exceeding 47. Control system damage 9. Upon hearing this data, Su Ming felt an inexplicable sadness. He reminisced about 3 years ago when the Black Knight first appeared. Its pitch-black armor reflected the dazzling sunlight, and its crimson eyes exuded an aura of majesty and dominance. Armed with a plasma spear, the Black Knight resembled a formidable general on the battlefield, emanating an air of inviolable authority and arrogance. Before entering the temporal wormhole, Su Ming had personally touched the body of the Black Knight. The metallic texture and pulsing sensation of the armor, even through the skin, had captivated him at that time. Now, however, the Black Knight seemed to have aged decades, transforming from a vigorous youth into a frail elder. Even the once indomitable plasma spear was now bent and deformed. Su Ming fell silent. At this moment, the foreign audience in the Battle Network chatroom was awestruck by the scene before them. What is this place? Why is there a damaged mecha? Why are its legs and arms missing? And why is the spear bent? Judging by the scale, this mecha was originally around 100 meters tall, truly a colossal figure. It turned out that the Dragon Kingdom had long possessed large mechas, but we were unaware of it. Su Ming referred to it as the Black Knight. Could it be that he created this as well? Regardless, this mecha was on the brink of disintegration. Its level of destruction far too severe. As an engineering machinery student, I can assert that this mecha is nearing the point of being scrapped, having suffered irreversible damage. I am curious about what this Black Knight mecha has endured. Why does Su Ming, as the father of mechas, not repair it? The Black Knight possesses striking aesthetics, embodying a dark design style that I find captivating. It is unfortunate that it has been reduced to such a state. As the international community engages in heated discussions regarding this matter, representatives of the Earth Alliance, akin to the United Nations, behold the Black Knight through Su Ming's perspective. This marks humanity's inaugural encounter with a large mech, far more visceral and awe-inspiring than mere blueprints could convey. Each individual is reminded of the mechs battling monsters in the film Pacific Rim. As representatives from various nations extend their congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's delegates at the Earth Alliance, the representatives from the Eagle Empire and its allies express discontent. A representative from the Eagle Empire ascends the podium to address the audience. I advise you all, this is yet another trap set by the Dragon Kingdom. Do not be deceived by Su Ming's tricks. This is merely a pile of scrap metal. Do you not see that? It resembles an outdated vehicle, long past its mandatory retirement, and should be relegated to the junkyard. What is even more ridiculous is Su Ming's declining ability to deceive. At the very least, he should have constructed a complete mech model for display. What is this half-finished product doing here, paraded for all to see? Chapter 75. Do such beasts truly exist on Earth? The headquarters of the Earth Alliance is situated in the Eagle Empire's New York. The Eagle Empire has persistently defaulted on its dues to the Earth Alliance, claiming that the organization has failed to pass certain proposals they have put forth, exhibiting a brazen disregard for reason. Thus, the representative from the Eagle Empire speaks freely from the stage, without fear of interruption from the staff. The personnel of the Earth Alliance can only turn a blind eye, unwilling to provoke him at this moment. Meanwhile, representatives from other nations and organizations maintain a neutral stance, hesitating to openly contradict the Eagle Empire's representative until Su Ming provides irrefutable evidence. The neutral nations harbor a complex mindset. The Dragon Kingdom's mech development is undeniably formidable. They are reluctant to offend the Dragon Kingdom, while simultaneously wishing to avoid the Eagle Empire's hegemony, hoping instead for a scenario where both parties weaken each other, leaving a third party to benefit. However, allies of the Eagle Empire, such as the Kangaroo Nation, Maple Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Lion Nation, express their agreement with the Eagle Empire's stance. International sentiment appears to lean unfavorably towards Su Ming. At this point, the representative from the Dragon Kingdom, visibly displeased, takes the stage to speak. He asserts succinctly, "We unconditionally trust Su Ming and wholeheartedly support his mech development." An official declaration of support suffices. While the world brims with hostility towards Su Ming, his homeland remains steadfastly behind him, as his most formidable ally. It becomes clear that Su Ming's intention in providing this perspective is to validate the authenticity of the mech and demonstrate its prowess. There is no need for further rhetoric directed at these individuals. The live broadcast that Su Ming is currently conducting serves as the most effective rebuttal. At this moment, Su Ming's heart is tumultuous. Had it not been for the necessity of proving the mech's authenticity to the audience of the battle network, he might have postponed his inspection for another 2 weeks, as he has done for the past 3 years. However, if he were to wait that long, considering the intensity and frequency of the battles, he might not witness the Black Knight's final moments. Over the past week, the DX Black Knight has launched 6 miniature nuclear warheads, averaging 1 per day. The radiation from these close-range detonations has formed an ionizing radiation layer on the Black Knight's surface, with levels surpassing the maximum measurable by instruments. This ionizing radiation has directly caused the failure of the DX Black Knight's signal system, leaving both Su Ming and Sun'er without any warning information for several days. This is precisely why Su Ming has always held the DX Black Knight in high regard. When it embarked on its mission to suppress the cosmic beast within the space-time wormhole, it had no retreat, no chance of returning. In addition to the immense gravitational pull at the edge of the wormhole, the nuclear radiation from detonating warheads in close combat with the cosmic beast is a significant reason for its inability to return. Should the Black Knight attempt to force its way back, the terrifying radioactive material would be unleashed upon reentry, potentially resulting in severe nuclear contamination that could affect not just the Dragon Kingdom, but half the planet. From the moment of its inception, the Black Knight's fate has been destined for solitary combat. The Black Knight was born to fight, yet the current battlefield is devastatingly brutal. Upon realizing this, Su Ming clenches his fists. After donning the yellow helmet, he assumes control of the Black Knight, relegating the artificial intelligence that once directed its actions to a supportive role. Initiate thermal imaging scan. Activate life monitoring systems. Prepare the laser searchlight. Su Ming issues 3 consecutive commands. The interior of the space-time wormhole is a true black domain. Its powerful gravitational force prevents any material from escaping, even light itself. Here lies absolute darkness. The brightness of the laser searchlight is approximately 10 billion times that of the sun. When the searchlight ignites, the light does not travel in a straight line but bends in a peculiar manner, as if the photons have transformed into a stream of water. Increase energy intensity. Ensure the detector is ready for data checks. Charge the plasma spear. With a furrowed brow, Su Ming continues to issue orders. The brilliant laser is drawn by the gravitational force, gradually merging into the energy wall of the wormhole, beginning to spiral along its surface. The wormhole resembles a vortex, with the laser akin to colored pigment being absorbed into the whirlpool, slowly spiraling along the energy wall and illuminating it. To the naked eye, the motion appears sluggish. Yet this is merely due to the distortion of space-time, as the speed of light is slowed by the immense gravitational field. As energy accumulates, the speed of the laser's rotation increases. After the energy wall absorbs the laser, the once pitch-black space begins to brighten. Su Ming can finally discern a distance of 10 meters with his naked eye. However, this remains insufficient. Visibility is still too low. After a few more minutes, visibility reaches 70 meters. At this distance, without the aid of any observational instruments, Su Ming can clearly see the 2 legs of the Black Knight, below the knees. They are indeed missing, severed by the formidable strength of the cosmic beast, with distinct bite marks visible on the broken ends. As the light from the energy wall intensifies, visibility extends to 75 meters. At this moment, a robust horn emerges. The diameter of the horn is roughly equivalent to that of the tunnel entrance. Resembling a rhinoceros horn from Earth, albeit far thicker, measuring around 10 meters at its tip, which is merely the uppermost part. The lower sections grow increasingly stout. This horn is marred with wounds, gaping and raw, oozing an unknown dark green liquid. Visibility reaches 90 meters. Su Ming finally perceives the end of the horn, revealing an enormous head, with eyeballs the size of swimming pools glaring back at him. Then, he observes the mouth, with sharp fangs glinting ominously at the corners. This is Su Ming's first glimpse of the true form of the cosmic beast. Visibility extends to 190 meters. The majority of the cosmic beast's massive body is now visible, an awe-inspiring sight that defies description. Thus, the invading cosmic beast from the unknown universe is fully unveiled before Su Ming's eyes. Upon witnessing this spectacle, viewers in the Battle Network chatroom erupt in gasps of astonishment, many instinctively holding their breath, their heart rates quickening. What a terrifying creature! Oh God, what kind of monster is this? Does it resemble a unicorn? It is not a unicorn. Observe its relatively short forelimbs, resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex from the Jurassic era. This size is quite exaggerated. Do such monsters truly exist on our planet? I thought the Black Knight was sufficiently large, yet here stands an even more colossal beast. Where's this place? Why do such terrifying creatures exist on Earth? If it were to descend upon the surface, our cities would surely be obliterated. Chapter 76. Born Without Fear. Fighting until the end. As the audience erupted in astonishment, the naval forces of the White Eagle Empire were tirelessly targeting Su Ming. The special effects are subpar, excessively flamboyant. I recommend Su Ming deduct the wages of this props master. Indeed, the cinematic special effects technology of Dragon Country is rapidly approaching that of Hollywood standards. Which ingenious director from Dragon Country conceived this monster? It is formidable, yet appears somewhat foolish. I would wager that this creature is inspired by the unicorn from the animated series Ultraman from Sakura Country. After leading us on for so long, it turns out the purpose was merely to entice us to watch an animated film. How tedious. Simultaneously, Sunner, who was at the Jiangnan City Bank opening an account, received notification from President Shui that the corporate account for Blue Star Technology had been established. Upon exiting the bank, she found a throng of reporters awaiting her. Blocking the entrance, cameras at the ready. Miss Sunner, we did not wish to disturb Academician Su, so we have come to consult you. Academician Su is currently live-streaming on the Battle Network, showcasing the allure of the large mech, the Black Knight. But what is that unicorn beneath it? Would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Sunner was already aware of Su Ming's live-streaming. Of course, I can share with you. After all, we will face it one day. It is called the Cosmic Behemoth, having traversed from another dimensional universe. Her response piqued the curiosity of the reporters. Yet their confusion only deepened. The Cosmic Behemoth? We have never heard of such a name, Miss Sunner. You say it comes from another dimensional universe. What is its purpose in descending upon Earth? The term descend is inaccurate. It should be invade. Its motives for invading Earth remain unclear. But one thing is certain. The Cosmic Behemoth is certainly not a friend to humanity, but rather a dire enemy. How terrifying. Then, Miss Sunner, why does the DX Black Knight stand atop its head? What transpired that led to the Black Knight being so gravely damaged? It truly pains us mech enthusiasts. In Su Ming's live stream, the broken legs of the Black Knight, the bent plasma spear, and the severed arm deeply affected the viewers. Curiosity about the events was palpable. Upon hearing this question, a glimmer of moisture welled in Sunner's eyes. Recently, she had learned a new emotional capability of humans known as resonance. Her emotions had become more nuanced. The Black Knight's legs were bitten off by the Cosmic Behemoth. Its shoulder and arm were pierced by that horn. The livestream images you see depict the aftermath of the battle between the Black Knight and the Cosmic Behemoth. The DX Black Knight is a great hero. It fought valiantly in the dark wormhole against the beast, intercepting the Cosmic Behemoth within. Remember, the peace and tranquility of this world owe half of their existence to the Black Knight. Sunner retrieved a tissue to dab her tear-streaked eyes. Her words were delivered lightly, but each statement weighed heavily on the hearts of the journalists present. Miss Sunner, I have one final question. Given the immense sacrifice of the Black Knight, has the Cosmic Behemoth perished? A female reporter queried, her eyes glistening with tears. Sunner's gaze was still misty with emotion. She lifted her head, gazing towards the factory. Her lips parting softly, it will surely die. At this moment, Su Ming focused on the colossal being beneath him. No. Now it should be referred to as the mass below his knees. The cold, unyielding eyes of the Cosmic Behemoth, akin to two black holes capable of devouring all, emanated a chilling ferocity. Have you witnessed the gaze of a leopard or tiger during a hunt? It is reminiscent of the stare from the Cosmic Behemoth before him. Users in the Battle Network chatroom quickly discerned something unusual. The iconic horn of the Cosmic Behemoth was fractured, with a dark green liquid gushing forth from the wound. Moreover, one of its sharp fangs was misaligned and covered in cracks, evidently broken. Upon recognizing these details, the audience realized that despite the severe damage to the Black Knight, the Cosmic Behemoth had also sustained grave injuries. What a terrifying battle it was. Both the Black Knight and the Cosmic Behemoth had paid an exorbitant price. Beep, beep, beep. Su Ming heard the system alarm blaring. Warning. Life monitoring system has detected abnormal energy fluctuations. All mech pilots prepare for combat. Repeat. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. All mech pilots prepare for combat. Hiss. The Cosmic Behemoth is still alive. The global audience was taken aback. Even the online trolls from the eagle-headed nation were stunned. They had been dismissing Su Ming's claims, and suddenly the alarm blared, sending their hearts racing. Despite their continued accusations against Su Ming, the revelations from the live stream revealed the honesty of their bodies. Nearly every one of them trembled with fear. If such a monster truly roamed the Earth, it would signal the end of humanity. The cosmic behemoth had indeed not perished. Its internal energy was gradually revitalizing. "Old friend, can you continue to fight?" Su Ming inquired, addressing the AI system of the Black Knight. "Born without fear, fighting until the end," was the succinct response from the AI. "Old friend, you are still fond of using lines from the game, just as you did 3 years ago. This battle, which has persisted for 3 years, shall conclude today. Young one, you have quite the bravado. Has your synchronization rate surpassed 18? During these 3 years, Su Ming had attempted to pilot the Black Knight against the cosmic behemoth himself. However, at that time, his synchronization rate had only just surpassed 12, failing to unleash the full combat potential of the Black Knight. And several attempts had only served to provoke the still recovering cosmic behemoth. Since then, the Black Knight had insisted that Su Ming could not control it unless his synchronization rate reached 18, for below that threshold, the AI's control was superior. "I am no longer that impulsive 15-year-old from 3 years ago. Old friend, I bring you unfortunate news. Just last week, with the aid of the new Battle Network simulation system, my synchronization rate successfully increased to 20. Impressive, but I cannot last much longer. This is our final opportunity. While it is weakened, we must strike." "Understood." Su Ming spoke as if confiding in an old friend. And soon the system indicated that he had fully seized control of the Black Knight. Upon taking command of the DX Black Knight, his first action was to raise the bent plasma spear in his hand. Earlier, concerned that the cosmic behemoth might still be alive, Su Ming had issued commands to charge the plasma spear. Just as the charging completed, it radiated a terrifying energy. Almost simultaneously, the enormous pupils of the cosmic behemoth below him suddenly constricted. Chapter 77. The cosmic behemoth is indeed real as the pupils of the cosmic behemoth regained their luster. In the Oval Office of the Pentagon, 5-star generals and their aides, along with a think tank, were watching intently. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 of the most distinguished scientists from the Eagle Nation. To ensure optimal clarity of perspective, the newly arrived female clerk drew the office curtains, shielding the room from the sunlight outside. She also turned off the overhead lights, and indeed, the images on the large LED display became significantly clearer. This principle aligns with that of a cinema, where maintaining a pitch-black environment is paramount for the best viewing experience. Recently, the commotion surrounding the mecha had been quite pronounced. She had seen various news reports online and was aware that the video currently playing featured Su Ming, the father of Mecha from the Dragon Nation. However, when the monstrous beast appeared on screen, its pupils suddenly constricting, the abrupt change in lighting startled her, prompting a shriek. She had never encountered such a creature, with its chilling gaze exuding an aura of ferocity. Merely the sight of the monster's eyes sent her trembling uncontrollably. "Get out immediately," the 5-star general bellowed at her. The clerk, in a panic, fled the office, her mind in turmoil as the image of the beast's gaze replayed incessantly in her thoughts. Once she departed, the general's attention returned to the screen. In the dimly lit office, no one noticed his slightly pale complexion. He too had been taken aback by the clerk's earlier scream. At the Eagle Nation's Cyber Warfare Command, following the inexplicable disappearance of the Stinger computer virus, normalcy had returned to the network. After the second round of cyber warfare, coupled with the execution of over a dozen top hackers by an officer wielding a pistol, no one dared to recklessly employ computer viruses against the Dragon Nation. Nonetheless, the shame of having been extorted for $20 trillion due to the Stinger virus would linger in their memories forever. Today, the computer specialists were on holiday, but thousands of online trolls had been summoned, their singular task being to tarnish Su Ming's reputation in the battle network. As the pupils of the celestial beast constricted, every troll present halted their furious typing, gazing in disbelief at the massive screen hanging in the center of the hall, their fingers trembling slightly. The icy stare of the beast seemed to send shivers through their very souls. This was undeniably a genuine behemoth, not a mere fabrication. While it was routine for these trolls to compromise their integrity for monetary gain, this time their convictions wavered. Here was a young man from the Dragon Nation confronting such a terrifying creature, and yet they continued to defame him. Was that truly a human act? At the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, President He Chi-chong was meeting with several representatives of international students who had returned from abroad. These children were elite scholars from prestigious universities worldwide, where they could earn far more than they would at home. In pursuit of their dream of mecha, and in response to the national call for mecha development, they had bravely overcome various obstacles to return to their homeland. He Chi-chong could empathize with their heartfelt joy upon returning to the country. As the symposium progressed, news of Su Ming's live broadcast on the Battle Network reached them, prompting He Chi-chong and the student representatives to watch together. When the pupils of the celestial beast suddenly moved, their reactions starkly contrasted with those abroad. They felt no fear, for they had Su Ming. They firmly believed that Su Ming would triumph over the beast, simultaneously solidifying their resolve to return home. The Mecca of the Dragon Nation was indeed the inevitable trend. In the office of the Dragon Nation television host, Zhang Su's tranquil life had come to an abrupt end since the exposure of Su Ming's mecha development last week. Each day, she received an array of bizarre packages, some containing razor blades, others filled with cockroaches and spiders. These were sent by Su Ming's fans, expressing their dissatisfaction with her exposure of him. Zhang had grown accustomed to this over the past few days. She bore no resentment and even felt a sense of happiness, recognizing that these fans were genuinely supporting Su Ming through their actions. This was the purest form of love from fans. At that moment, as she opened her laptop and beheld the pupils of the celestial beast, her heart raced. It turned out that the mecha she had exposed during her census live broadcast was merely the surface of things. Unseen, the Black Knight and Su Ming had silently safeguarded humanity's safety. Witnessing the gaze of the beast, the external reactions were almost unanimous. The celestial beast was unequivocally real. The celestial beast was not a deception orchestrated by Su Ming and the Dragon Nation. As the celestial beast revived and its pupils shifted, Su Ming's entire demeanor grew cold and resolute. The Black Knight's left arm had been severed, forcing him to wield the plasma spear with his right arm, thrusting it fiercely toward the beast's eye. Suddenly, the beast's pupils narrowed, unleashing a torrent of columnar energy that collided with the plasma spear midair. The dazzling brilliance enveloped Su Ming's vision, akin to a flare detonating before his eyes, rendering everything momentarily obscured. Attention, mecha operators. High-energy particle radiation detected. Please exercise caution. The warning system announced. The audience couldn't help but worry for Su Ming. This was no ordinary creature. The celestial beast could employ vision-based attacks. It could launch surprise assaults. And they urged Su Ming to stay safe. Blinded by the brilliance, he could see nothing, not even the instruments before him. Despair washed over him. How could he pilot the mecha like this? Listen for the sound to discern the position. At that moment, Su Ming's visual functions had failed, rendering him a true blind man. This was perilous. Should the beast strike again, the Black Knight would surely sustain grave injuries. Pog, Tyson Hardy. Do you three understand what a synchronization rate of 20 signifies? Su Ming suddenly queried during the broadcast. It means I can control the mecha even with my eyes closed. With that, he indeed closed his eyes. The world remained a blinding white, yet his sensory perception amplified manifold. He sensed the faint vibrations beneath the Black Knight's feet. Releasing the plasma spear, Su Ming executed an evasive maneuver in the shortest possible time. The Black Knight deftly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the high-energy particle beam while seizing the celestial beast's horn with his right arm, yanking it upward with all his might. The dark green liquid erupted forth, splattering against the Black Knight's mecha, generating plumes of white smoke as it rapidly corroded the armor, creating numerous tiny holes akin to a sieve. The celestial beast's dark green blood was a fearsome acid, exhibiting potent corrosive properties. The horn, having already been on the verge of detachment from the earlier battle, was violently yanked away by Su Ming, causing the beast to recoil in pain and its high-energy particle beam to cease. However, Su Ming sensed a new threat. Chapter 78. A method of mutual destruction. Su Ming had long been puzzled as to why the time-space wormhole beneath the factory was so constricted. Was it to economize on the costs of traversing time and space? The answer eluded him. Yet it was an undeniable fact that the celestial beast's movements were restricted within this narrow passageway. The wormhole's width could only accommodate a single celestial beast. Thus, even with the Black Knight's legs broken, he could still stand atop its head and assert dominance over it. Furious at having its horn removed, the beast gaped wide its monstrous maw, revealing a viscous substance brimming with toxic chemicals. Yet the creature's bite was but a ruse. Su Ming discerned that the true danger lurked behind him. The sensors chimed with an alert. A high-energy object had appeared behind the Black Knight. Based on further examination, Su Ming deduced that it was the tail of the celestial beast. The celestial beast was surprisingly adept at ambushes. This was rather impressive. Initially thought to be a dull creature, its intelligence was evidently not to be underestimated. However, Su Ming found himself unable to turn around, as the narrow temporal wormhole constrained not only the celestial beast, but also the movements of the Black Knight. The plasma spear was propelled above his head by the high-energy particle beam the beast had just unleashed, and by the time it fell, it would likely be too late. In a moment of urgency, Su Ming seized the unicorn horn he had just removed and plunged it fiercely into the gaping maw of the beast. This horn was the hardest part of the creature's body, its most formidable weapon, as the beast opened its mouth to bite. It inadvertently granted Su Ming an opportunity to strike. The horn pierced deeply, directly penetrating the beast's throat and emerging from the back of its neck. Simultaneously, Su Ming experienced a searing pain. Warning, power system damaged 89, armor system damaged 70. Assessing the data and the pain in his chest, Su Ming quickly realized that the beast's tail had impaled the Black Knight's torso. He could no longer afford to dwell on this. He swung his fist towards the celestial beast's head, landing a blow that shattered one of its eyes. The creature's viscous, dark green blood splattered, corroding the Black Knight's right hand into a honeycomb of destruction. Warning, right arm transmission device destroyed. The battle had escalated to a ferocious intensity. The Black Knight had lost both legs and arms, with a gaping hole in its chest where the celestial beast's tail had struck. The celestial beast, on the other hand, had been pierced in the throat, its eye burst, and its horn and fangs shattered. The micro-fusion engine in the Black Knight's chest sustained 89 damage, rendering the plasma spear unable to charge, only capable of maintaining basic operations. With a decisive thrust, Su Ming used his head to obliterate the beast's other eye, rendering it blind, yet it still did not perish. Its razor-sharp tail swiftly severed half of the Black Knight's head. The beast's tail moved with such speed that it afforded Su Ming no time to react. Even with a synchronization rate of 20, he was unable to evade. Warning, control system damaged 85. Warning, energy levels detected at the head position are rising. At that moment, Su Ming regained his visual faculties. He noticed that the celestial beast's shattered eye was slowly healing. Not only that, but even the wounds on its head and throat were gradually mending. This was the true terror of the celestial beast. Even when overwhelmed by the Black Knight, its frightening self-healing ability granted it enduring combat capability. No wonder the celestial beast had erupted periodically over the past 3 years. It likely entered a state of recovery after being injured by the Black Knight, only to resume its assault once healed. In contrast, the Black Knight had no opportunity for repairs once damaged. It had become akin to a disposable mech, irreparable and unrecoverable. To vanquish the celestial beast, it was imperative to concentrate their fire and eliminate it in an exceedingly brief window of time. This was the only solution Su Ming could conceive. The plasma spear lay nearby, but with the Black Knight lacking arms, it could no longer wield this weapon, and moreover, its power system was insufficient to charge the spear. Given the beast's rate of healing, it would soon regain its fighting prowess, and in the Black Knight's current condition, it would surely be unable to withstand the onslaught, posing a catastrophic threat to Earth. Little one, you have done your utmost. Battling the beast without relying on sight is a feat only you could manage. Even I, as an artificial intelligence, cannot perform as commendably in such a dire situation. The synchronization rate of 20 is indeed formidable. Leave the rest to me. There are 3 micronuclear bombs in the arsenal. If we feed them into the beast's mouth, allowing it to swallow, I am confident we can annihilate it completely. The Black Knight's built-in AI began conversing with Su Ming. This seemed like an excellent plan. During the healing phase, the celestial beast would be defenseless, making it relatively easy to feed it 3 micronuclear bombs. However, Su Ming shook his head, disagreeing with the proposal. Old friend, while 3 micronuclear bombs may severely injure it, perhaps even induce another week of slumber, they would not suffice to annihilate it entirely. Furthermore, the degree of damage to your armor means you cannot withstand the shockwave from a nuclear explosion at close range. Throughout the previous battle, Su Ming had refrained from deploying the remaining 3 micronuclear bombs in order to preserve the integrity of the Black Knight. Its armor module had sustained 70 damage. Merely avoiding disintegration under the gravitational forces here was a stroke of luck, and releasing nuclear bombs would surely lead to the Black Knight's demise. Thus, even in his desperation, he refrained from employing the bombs. Little one, after precise calculations, 3 micronuclear bombs may not ensure a fatal strike. But what if we add the energy from my fusion engine? The Black Knight's voice resonated with a boldness tinged with determination. It proposed to self-destruct its front engine. If that were the case, the resulting power would be sufficient to guarantee the celestial beast's death. However, the Black Knight would also perish. It was a mutually destructive strategy. The celestial beast's wounds were healing, yet Su Ming remained indecisive. In the Battle Network's system chatroom, viewers fell silent. The global audience of 4 to 5 billion, including tens of thousands of online trolls from the Eagle Empire, suddenly quieted. No one reproached or urged Su Ming, for they understood that the Black Knight was not merely a machine to him. It was an old friend, a comrade in arms, a confidant worthy of trust. The mech was not a cold machine, merely a collection of steel components. It possessed emotions akin to humanity. Half of the Black Knight's head had been severed by the celestial beast, and its remaining eye emitted a faint crimson glow. Suddenly, the Black Knight lowered its head, fixating intently on the ground. A wave of terror swept through the global audience. Every viewer watched in horror as a dreadful sight unfolded before them. Simultaneously, the alert system blared an ominous warning. Warning, first-level celestial beast detected. A second celestial beast has arrived. Chapter 79, The King Mobilizes. Fortifying my spear and halberd behind the horned celestial beast, a massive shadow emerged. The speed of light within the temporal wormhole had been slowed, and when the laser spotlight failed to illuminate it, what appeared to the audience was merely a silhouette. From the size of the shadow, it was evident that it was even larger than the horned beast. Two celestial beasts, and the Black Knight stood no chance of resistance. Faced with this predicament, the Black Knight grew anxious. Little one, do not hesitate any longer. Release it. Earth currently lacks large mechs, and the two you are developing have yet to be produced. Before they arrive, any celestial beast that reaches Earth will be a nightmare. In this critical moment, Su Ming remained undeterred, utilizing his formidable cognitive abilities to devise various strategies to confront the crisis. The global audience awaited Su Ming with bated breath. Some children cried in fright, while many viewers sweated nervously. Two celestial beasts. The previous mutually destructive strategy was no longer viable. After all, 3 micronuclear bombs combined with the Black Knight's self-detonation could only eliminate one. What could be done about the second celestial beast? Hesitation would lead to defeat. We had missed the optimal opportunity. I want to know, if this monster emerges, with the world's nuclear arsenal totaling tens of thousands of warheads, could we annihilate it? The individual upstairs is foolish. Even if we unleash thousands of nuclear warheads to vanquish the colossal beast, humanity would perish alongside it. Alas, it seems utterly hopeless. As if no solution remains. The audience in the live stream gazes with profound concern at the immense shadow drawing nearer. Finally, Su Ming speaks. Old friend, deploy 3 miniature nuclear warheads to bombard the energy barrier. The structure of the wormhole is inherently unstable. Those radiant regions are the most vulnerable points of the energy barrier. The super earthquake of magnitude 101, triggered by the previous nuclear explosion, was detected by the Seismic Bureau, leading me to conclude that the wormhole was on the verge of collapse. Strike the energy barrier. A splendid idea. The Black Knight concurred. The armory opened, and the armored panels parted, preparing to launch the 3 miniature nuclear warheads. Farewell, little one, came the somber voice of the Black Knight. The 3 warheads launched simultaneously, trailing azure flames reminiscent of splendid fireworks in the night sky. They converged upon the most fragile point of the energy barrier, where time and space rippled visibly. There was no towering mushroom cloud, only an invisible energy storm, and a dazzling stream of particle rays erupted forth. Logically, the energy barrier of a space-time wormhole should not be so feeble. However, after countless battles and nuclear detonations initiated by the Black Knight, compounded by the energy depletion of this particular wormhole over 3 years, this nuclear strike proved effective. The point of explosion shattered the energy barrier, creating a funnel-shaped aperture from which cosmic energy material erupted instantaneously. The entire wormhole resembled a balloon punctured by a needle, rapidly deflating and collapsing. Warning, gravitational waves detected. Severe anomalies in the gravitational field. Warning, nuclear shockwave exceeds the alert threshold. Warning, nuclear radiation levels surpass the alert threshold. Warning, unstable state of the space-time wormhole detected. Warning, space-time wormhole collapse countdown, 100 seconds. Listening to the urgent alarms, Su Ming inquired, Old fellow, do you have any wishes? Wishes? No one has ever asked an artificial intelligence that before. You are the first in human history. Haha. The Black Knight stood tall. As the gravitational field altered with the wormhole's collapse, its form began to float slowly. Imagine a 500-ton mecha suspended in the air. Even the International Space Station weighs only 500 tons. Warning, space-time wormhole collapse. Countdown, 80 seconds. My wish, of course, is to fight. Alas, my legs and arms are damaged. The plasma spear lies within reach, yet I cannot grasp it. A true lament. Even until the final moment, the Black Knight's gaze remained fixed upon the colossal beast beneath it, yearning for a genuine battle. Its glory transcended mere existence. This was its wish. Old friend, do not despair just yet. Today is your birthday. The summer sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the factory. Su Ming suddenly turned, smiling. Suner, is the birthday gift ready? Suner hurried back after finishing her business at the bank. It's ready. Brother, shall we deliver it now? Indeed. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Sunder's eyes. It seemed as though nothing was amiss. At least, that was the impression of the audience in the Battle Network chatroom. Each person was curious about the nature of Su Ming's birthday gift for the Black Knight. Birthday? Today is indeed my birthday, a fact I had almost forgotten. Thank you for remembering, little one. There is no need for a gift. I require nothing now, the Black Knight mused. Do not be hasty in your refusal. You will surely appreciate this birthday present. Suner and I invested considerable effort and time into it. Old friend, do you know what is most important to a knight? Aside from the weapon in his hand, is it the armor? Not at all. Could it be the warhorse? Precisely, the warhorse. Over the past 3 years, Su Ming had designed a mechanized steed for the Black Knight, wishing to express gratitude for its contributions to the protection of humanity. Warning, space-time wormhole collapse. Countdown, 60 seconds. Amidst the shattered space-time wormhole, a sudden sound of neighing and the clatter of hooves filled the air. A mecha, resembling a Tian, galloped to a halt before the Black Knight, its robust hind legs supporting it while its forelegs leapt high as if to take flight. Codename, DX Black Tian height, 50 meters weight, 800 tons type. First-generation transport mecha performance rating, 50, average scores for attack, defense, and mobility. Overall rating. See the Black Tian tossed its head, exuding a wild demeanor, before bowing its front legs. I accept this gift, the Black Knight exclaimed, laughing heartily as it mounted. Black Tian, fetch my weapon. The Black Tian seized the nearby plasma spear in its maw, conducting a few circles in place to acclimate to its rider. What a thrill! How can one not share armor and kinship? When kings march to war, they must prepare their weapons. Then, the nuclear fusion engine in the Black Tian's legs ignited, propelling the Black Knight into the depths of the wormhole. Warning, space-time wormhole collapse. Countdown, 10 seconds. At that moment, the audience watching the live stream in the Battle Network was in an uproar. The Black Knight is heading in the wrong direction. The energy barrier has collapsed. Even if those colossal beasts fail to invade Earth, why does the Black Knight not return? Instead, it charges deeper into the wormhole. I study nuclear physics engineering, and I can explain. The Black Knight cannot return. The accumulated nuclear radiation on its body is far too great. If it returns, it would contaminate half the Earth. But that does not add up. Look, the second colossal beast is retreating, dragging its companion's body with it. Such a massive creature need not return to Earth. It could go to the moon. Yet, the Black Knight is clearly pursuing those two beasts. I understand now. The other end of the wormhole leads to the lair of the colossal beasts. The Black Knight seeks to assault their nest. It expressed a desire for genuine combat. Perhaps this is its obsession. Oh my, with such extensive damage, why would it dare to invade the lair of the colossal beasts? We have only seen 2. There are surely many more within their nest. Chapter 80, Seeking the Truth Warning. Space-time wormhole collapse. Countdown, 3 seconds. Upon acquiring the transport mecha DX Black Tian, the Black Knight chose not to seek survival, but instead accelerated towards the 2 colossal beasts before the wormhole collapsed. Some began to comprehend the Black Knight's mentality and found themselves moved by its spirit. Others remained bewildered, unable to grasp why the Black Knight would act thus. Warning, space-time wormhole collapse. Countdown, 1 second. The brilliance and scenes before Su Ming vanished in an instant. The Black Knight, constructed from a delivery worker's yellow helmet, activated its floating neural control connector, sparking arcs of electricity as its core components were incinerated. The last image Su Ming beheld was the Black Knight, astride the Black Tian, resolutely charging toward the lair of the colossal beasts, a solitary and proud silhouette. This, too, was the final scene witnessed by audiences worldwide. Su Ming, can you elucidate for us the reasons behind the Black Knight's actions? Will it perish with the collapse of the wormhole? Why did it choose to charge alone toward the lair of the colossal beasts? I simply cannot comprehend. I only have one question. Can the Black Knight return? I admit, I have grown fond of this great being. For the moment, Su Ming disregarded these inquiries. He removed the small yellow helmet, instructing Suner to preserve it permanently. Then he took off the Battle Network system helmet and returned to his seat. On the table lay a freshly brewed cup of oolong tea, exuding a gentle steam. Is this young lady gazing at her teacup every day? A warm feeling enveloped Su Ming's heart. With the loss of the Black Knight, his old friend, only Sun remained by his side. How would life continue if Sun were to vanish one day as well? At this moment, Sun stood quietly beside him, her eyelashes adorned with glistening tears. The unwavering silhouette of the Black Knight brought forth more tears from Sun. Su Ming gently wiped her tears away, patting her little head in a gesture of comfort. Brother, Sun is not sad at all. Sun is merely happy for the Black Knight. His wish has been fulfilled. Su Ming took a sip of tea to soothe his throat. This fierce battle had left him somewhat weary, even at this late hour. Do you remember, Sonur, the story I told you a year ago about the protagonist Don Quixote in the world-renowned novel Don Quixote, who charged at windmills on horseback? Yes, I certainly remember, Sonur replied. Don Quixote was a dreamer who fancied himself a knight, mistaking windmills for giants, and bravely rode forth to confront them. A year ago, you didn't comprehend his actions. I explained that he embodied two extremes, one a foolish madman, the other a valiant champion of justice. In his pursuit of truth, Don Quixote would recklessly sacrifice himself. If a dragon in reality spewed flames 100 times, he would charge at it 101 times. Su Ming gazed out the window and remarked, "The Black Knight is much like a typical Don Quixote. Yet, within the Black Knight, there is no madness, only valor." Sonur nodded thoughtfully, but then shook her head. The vastness of human culture is profound, even though she retained countless fragments of human knowledge. Fully comprehending and internalizing it would require considerable time. Sonur, I understand you cannot fully grasp this yet, but sharing this story is merely to prepare you mentally. Now, let us venture together into the basement to uncover the truth. Su Ming took Sun's hand and led her toward a concealed door. Upon opening the door, they entered an elevator. This abandoned factory was not as simple as it appeared. It was formerly a nuclear research facility. Beneath this industrial park lay a 100-meter-deep basement, originally utilized by scientists to study nuclear fission technology. To this day, one can still observe the apparatus used for processing heavy water. Su Ming had acquired the entire industrial complex at a high price using the assets granted by the system. Subsequently, this vast basement was developed for the secret research of mecha technology. As Su Ming and Sun arrived at the 50th floor via the elevator, countless artificial intelligence robots greeted them politely. If there had been outsiders present, they would undoubtedly have been astonished by the sight of over 10,000 robots, each roughly the height of a normal human. Some were wielding chainsaws to cut through steel bars, others were using welding equipment, while others still were measuring circuits with multimeters, each diligently engaged in their tasks without a single one slacking off. All these robots were under Sun's unified management. The Black Knight's birthday gift. The DX Black Qilin, along with the small mecha, the ZJ Guardian of the Nation, revealed during the census, were produced right here. It was a straightforward logic that the reporter Zhang Su should have anticipated. Without such a construction site, even a mecha as towering as the ZJ Guardian of the Nation would have been exposed long ago, especially with today's advanced technology, rather than being discovered only during the census. Fortunately, during the live broadcast that day, the reporter's attention was captivated by the mecha, preventing them from delving deeper into the secrets behind it. Of course, Su Ming could not disclose the existence of this secret underground facility to them. Sun obediently followed Su Ming, feeling the warmth of his hand, a joyful smile gracing her lips. The two soon reached the final level of the basement. This secret underground facility was not only a place for manufacturing mechas, but also served as the entrance to the space-time wormhole connecting to Earth. Both the Black Knight and the Black Qilin entered through this wormhole. Conversely, the cosmic behemoths seeking to invade Earth would exit from here. The final level of the basement was covered by a 20-meter-thick steel plate, resembling a manhole cover, shielding the space-time wormhole. Beneath the steel plate lay an incredibly intricate defense layer, safeguarding against radiation, energy waves, shock waves, high-energy rays, corrosion, and seismic waves. Brother, the space-time wormhole has indeed vanished. All the values on the instruments have returned to normal. Sun meticulously checked the data. Su Ming nodded and seated himself at a computer. Sun, this is a quantum computer. It was designed 3 years ago for the Black Knight to conduct tests before he descended into the space-time wormhole. This quantum computer had previously connected to the Black Knight's quantum communication system. If the Black Knight successfully reached the lair of the cosmic behemoth and had not perished, he would undoubtedly find a way to send back information. This quantum computer is the sole receiver. The Black Knight had recklessly charged towards the lair of the cosmic behemoth, surely having discovered something in advance. Otherwise, he would not have acted so rashly. However, at that moment, the Black Knight might have been uncertain, which led him to venture alone into the den of danger. The truth that everyone, including myself, desires to know lies right here. Su Ming's demeanor grew solemn. The moment the quantum computer's screen illuminated, a startling image materialized. The Black Knight had succeeded. He had successfully reached the lair of the cosmic behemoth and sent back a message to Su Ming. Chapter 81. The Black Knight's condition. Meanwhile, our country's polar research vessel, the Snow Dragon, was executing its mission in the Antarctic waters. The Snow Dragon, an icebreaker, had transported several scholars for polar exploration. Look, What a dazzling aurora! Among them, several female scholars gazed through the porthole and witnessed the vibrant colors illuminating the sky. Solar winds entering Earth's magnetic field create brilliant displays of light near the poles, known as the aurora. Thus, witnessing an aurora in Antarctica is quite ordinary. However, this time the scholars erupted in exclamations due to the unusually vast range of the aurora, which nearly covered the entire sky above them. And its brightness was so intense that tears welled up in the scholars' eyes from prolonged exposure. This aurora is abnormal. Activate the observation equipment and continue monitoring. Have you noticed? These auroras only appeared when Academician Su's live broadcast was interrupted. It seems so. I was staring at my phone, and the auroras emerged right as the broadcast cut off. Almost simultaneously with the Snow Dragon's discovery of this peculiar phenomenon, NASA, the space agency of the Eagle Empire, tweeted that their satellites had captured strange sights in space, indicating that the auroras at Earth's poles had suddenly increased in brightness tenfold. NASA stated that there had been no solar flares or significant solar wind activity, suspecting that other charged particles from the cosmos had impacted Earth. Across various regions and countries near the North and South Poles, reports of aurora eruptions began to flood in, with many citizens mistakenly believing it to be the end of the world, prompting them to pray for divine protection. As scientists found themselves at a loss, scholars from the Dragon Kingdom were the first to propose that the recent aurora outbreak was connected to Su Ming's live broadcast. More precisely, it was related to the collapse of the space-time wormhole. The space-time wormhole had become the most popular keyword globally in the past hour. Although modern physics theorizes the existence of wormholes in the universe, none have ever been observed. Su Ming's live broadcast had undoubtedly shocked countless scientists, as humanity had witnessed a space-time wormhole for the first time, even gaining insight into its internal structure. This broadcast was a groundbreaking revelation that would reshape humanity's scientific understanding. The scientific community swiftly reached a consensus. The recent aurora explosion was indeed caused by charged particles released from the collapse of a space-time wormhole. At the very bottom of the factory's basement, Su Air, accustomed to tumultuous experiences, instinctively widened her eyes upon witnessing the images displayed on the quantum computer. Even Su Ming furrowed his brow. The screen exhibited a thermal imaging photograph, which prominently featured dozens of red spots. The shapes of these spots indicated the presence of celestial beasts, with each red spot representing one such creature. This multitude suggested the existence of over 10 celestial beasts. This was merely a single photograph, yet it depicted a staggering density of these creatures. Su Air, can you calculate the altitude at which this thermal image was captured? I have just completed the calculations. The altitude is approximately 2 kilometers above the ground. Su Air exhaled with relief after delivering this information. The 2-kilometer distance indicated that the Black Knight had taken this thermal image from an elevation of 2,000 meters. The reason the Black Knight could occupy such a lofty position was due to his mount, the DX Black Chelan, which possessed the ability to fly at high altitudes. From the information available, celestial beasts were incapable of flight. Therefore, no matter how formidable they were, they could not pose a threat to the Black Knight. As long as he remained airborne, he would be safe. Brother, the Black Knight's audacity to venture into the lair of the celestial beasts is not recklessness. He likely deduced over the past 3 years of combat that these beasts cannot fly, which emboldened him to pilot the Black Chelan straight in. What you mentioned is merely one of the reasons. Look here. Su Ming enlarged the thermal image, and with the aid of the quantum computer's imaging technology, more intricate details emerged. The coloration of the more than 10 celestial beasts was striking, and beneath them lay thousands of oval-shaped red dots, resembling a beehive. What are these? They are the eggs of the celestial beasts. Such a terrifying reproductive capability. In such a small photograph, there are over 10,000 beast eggs. Su Air instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. The Black Knight had not only discovered that the celestial beasts could not fly during his 3 years of battle, but also uncovered their alarming reproductive abilities. Su Air, if you were the Black Knight and stumbled upon these beast eggs in the territory of the celestial beasts, what would you do? I would destroy the eggs to prevent them from hatching. And what else? Perhaps roast them for a meal? But their blood is dark green. I imagine it would not be palatable. Su Air pondered further. If I were the Black Knight, I would steal a few eggs to study the behaviors and characteristics of the little beasts. You little glutton, not even the celestial beasts are spared your appetite. The intellect of the Black Knight is not far inferior to yours. Thus, he would likely do 2 things. First, destroy the beast eggs. Second, study the eggs, hatch them, and domesticate the young celestial beasts to become his allies. Su Ming stated with conviction, firmly believing that the Black Knight would indeed take such actions. Brother, Can such ferocious celestial beasts truly be tamed? Of course, tigers and lions, these fierce creatures, have had their offspring domesticated by humans, becoming as docile as pets. Brother, I now completely understand the Black Knight's choice. He envisions a future far beyond ours, aiming to eradicate the entire celestial beast clan. Indeed, the Black Knight is magnificent. The adversary he faces will be the entire celestial beast family. He may encounter failure, yet he courageously perseveres, striving to buy us time for that faint glimmer of hope. Su, why is your face so flushed? Only after confirming the safety of the Black Knight did Su Ming divert his attention from the quantum computer. At that moment, he noticed that Su's cheeks were rosy, and her ears were similarly flushed. A mere cold could not diminish this girl's spirit. What could be the matter with her? Su might be too excited. By the way, brother, you mentioned that humans can tame the offspring of ferocious beasts, making them obedient. Are you attempting to tame Su as well? What do you mean? I saw a term online called lowly cultivation. Are you engaging in such practices? From now on, you are not allowed to view such nonsense. Su will refrain from doing so in the future. Su nodded earnestly. What reward do you desire for being so obedient? Brother hasn't prepared delicious food for Su in ages. In that case, I shall cook for you today. Sounds good. Su Ming took her hand, leading her out of the basement. At the moment their hands met, the blush on Su's cheeks deepened. Chapter 82. Is this fair to me? The Black Knight survived within the lair of the celestial beasts, and even transmitted photographs back. When Su Ming posted this image on the battle network system, it nearly incited global chaos. The psychological pressure and shock induced by the two celestial beasts were already dramatic. Upon seeing so many celestial beasts, many individuals' mental defenses collapsed, as if the apocalypse were imminent. All aspirations, dreams, and life goals seemed to evaporate into nothingness. Enthusiastic supporters of various doomsday theories began to revel in frenzy across the globe. Meanwhile, the majority of ordinary families contemplated where they could hide safely if the beasts truly invaded Earth. People suddenly realized that under the overwhelming pressure of the celestial beasts, no matter where they sought refuge, it appeared futile. Only battle could restrain the beasts. Thus, the gaze of the global populace once again turned towards the Dragon Kingdom, focusing on the mechs and paying attention to Su Ming. Donning the battle network helmet once more, Su Ming entered the chat room, keenly observing the messages from people around the world. He then copied a segment of text onto the public screen. You claim that the mechs are fake, mere second-rate effects. You say Su Ming is deceiving you, that the Dragon Kingdom is lying. You assert that the battle network system is a scam, stealing your personal information. Subsequently, Su Ming continued to type a few lines. Is this fair to me? Is this fair to the Dragon Kingdom? Is this fair to the Black Knight? Faced with tens of thousands of internet trolls and numerous skeptics regarding the mechs, Su Ming delivered a powerful rebuttal through this live broadcast. The global populace is not foolish. At this juncture, anyone who still disbelieves Su Ming would truly be a fool, sold out, yet still counting the money. I believe in the mechs. Those trolls can die? Do those rhythm-chanting morons wish to doom us? I have always supported Su Ming. I refuse to believe those people's nonsense. Anyone who targets Su Ming shall face my wrath. Many netizens expressed their support for Su Ming. Now, even the trolls from the Eagle Empire and those from other countries fell silent. No one dared to utter another word against Su Ming. It wasn't that they lacked the desire to speak, but each time they did, they would immediately face a barrage of criticism from thousands. Even the most resilient minds could not withstand such psychological pressure. Some internet trolls had their home addresses exposed by hackers and faced a brutal backlash from Su Ming's fans. The consequences were dire. In a small country, a housewife hired as a troll by the Eagle Empire had taken on this part-time job to supplement her family's income, earning 1 cent for every 1,000 derogatory comments she posted about Su Ming. To support her family, she compromised her conscience by disparaging Su Ming, a task she had grown accustomed to over time. However, after watching this live broadcast, she held her hungry infant and quit that part-time job, even foregoing her deposit. In another country, a university student quietly declined a task to disparage Su Ming. Typically, he relied on this part-time troll job for pocket money. But today he was unwilling to continue. There were many individuals like him around the world. The vast network of internet trolls employed by the Bald Eagle Empire has swiftly diminished by more than half, not due to a lack of funding, but rather because of a lack of willing participants. The head of the Cyber Warfare Command, upon discovering this unsettling situation, was filled with alarm. Despite years of orchestrating public opinion warfare, he had never encountered such a predicament. While not all internet trolls can resist the allure of financial gain, the majority chose to believe in Su Ming. generating a formidable force online that quickly drowned out the discordant voices of a few noisy detractors with the resounding support for Su Ming. In the Elephant Nation, located near the equator, merchants, tourists, and office workers, upon waking in the morning, noticed many young people dragging suitcases and carrying backpacks towards the train station and airport. Confused, they wondered what these children were up to. Upon inquiry, they learned that these youths were heading to the capital to enroll in the selection competition for the mecha division of the Battle Network system. In a bid to cultivate a qualified mecha pilot for the Dragon Nation, the Elephant Nation rallied its resources to support the dreams of its youth. Though the Yellow Sand Nation in Central Asia is impoverished, the government has procured specialized helmets for eligible children, assisting them in their training. In the Football Nation of South America, children have shifted their enthusiasm from playing soccer to donning helmets or opening their computers to engage in discussions about mecha combat techniques in groups. Young people greet one another by inquiring about their current rankings in the Battle Network arena. As more of these developments surfaced online, the traditional powerful nations could no longer remain passive. Wealthy countries across the European continent, such as the Lion Nation, Bear Nation, and Tower Nation, allocated emergency funds through their parliaments to provide free Battle Network helmets to the populace, and invested heavily in organizing mecha simulation driving competitions to boost participant enthusiasm. Similarly, nations in Asia, including the Stick Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation, along with the Kangaroo Nation in Oceania, announced similar policies to create the most favorable conditions for children aspiring to become mecha pilots. Meanwhile, in the Bald Eagle Empire, a scandal erupted at the Pentagon when a 5-star general was reported to have assaulted his wife and children. The incident reportedly stemmed from the children's desire to enroll in the mecha selection competition, which led to the general's violent outburst against them. His wife, attempting to protect their children, was also caught in the fray. Little did they know the general was grappling with his own profound discontent. The mecha storm initiated by Su Ming has become an unstoppable force, akin to a wildfire, and if this momentum continues, the influence of the Dragon Nation will soon eclipse that of the Bald Eagle Empire. The general, in a state of urgency, found himself without any effective recourse, harboring intense animosity towards Su Ming. He warned his children that Su Ming was a devil, an embodiment of evil, yet the children, having witnessed a live broadcast, were unconvinced, which infuriated him and led to a loss of control over his emotions. Naturally, this incident was quickly suppressed, and no one dared to speak of it again. However, during a press conference on the same day, the general faced a second wave of inquiries. Why has Su Ming refused to collaborate with our nation in developing mechas? Why has he explicitly prohibited the sale of mechas to our country? Should our nation's children still participate in this mecha selection competition? Oh, it seems participation may be futile. Even if we train mecha pilots, we cannot place orders with the Dragon Nation. What is your perspective on this? Our allies are diligently training relevant talents in hopes of being selected by Su Ming to become mecha pilots, so they can place orders for mechas from the Dragon Nation to bolster their strength, while we are left to merely watch helplessly. To what extent do you bear responsibility for this passive situation? The 5-star general, his face ashen, typically articulate when addressing the media, found himself at a loss for words for the first time. In a fit of anger, he abruptly departed from the scene, leaving the press conference in disarray. Chapter 83. Gifts from fans in the chatroom of the Battle Network system. More supporters of Su Ming unearthed new evidence. This latest revelation concerned the Blue Star Technology Company, which is now listed on the Business Registry website with a staggering registered capital of 14 trillion yuan. The prospect of becoming a mecha pilot with a monthly salary of 100 million yuan, an annual salary of 2 billion yuan, and yearly dividends not less than 5 billion yuan is no mere exaggeration. Blue Star Technology indeed possesses such capabilities. Another intriguing discovery suggested that the Bald Eagle Empire, having failed in the Second Cyber War, paid Su Ming 14 trillion yuan to seek his assistance in resolving the Stinger computer virus. Could this be the same sum? It is highly probable. This is undoubtedly the funding that the Bald Eagle Empire has provided to Su Ming. One can only imagine the current state of distress within the Bald Eagle Empire. Delightfully, the Dragon Nation has begun to exert pressure on the Bald Eagle Empire. Concepts once relegated to the realm of science fiction, such as wormholes and cosmic beasts, have suddenly materialized in reality, catching all nations off guard. The looming threat posed by these cosmic beasts has incited a fervent desire among many nations to acquire their own mechas. The battle between Su Ming, piloting the Black Knight, and the cosmic beast has been witnessed by the world. The formidable combat prowess of the Black Knight instills fear, even in the absence of a cosmic beast. Having such a mecha to safeguard one's territory is invaluable. Mechas are impervious to even miniature nuclear weapons, truly a heavy artillery piece for great nations. Within the Dragon Nation, various universities have established mecha interest clubs, attracting considerable attention from students. According to Blue Star Technologies' recruitment plan, the first batch of mecha pilots will be selected from the high-ranking participants in the Battle Network Arena's points ranking system. Consequently, many students have begun to dedicate their spare time to extensive practice. However, only those who have genuinely experienced the novice tasks within the Battle Network understand the complexities of piloting a mecha, which demands acute awareness of one's surroundings while simultaneously processing a barrage of sensory data. As students delve deeper into the mecha simulation system, their admiration for Su Ming grows. The 20 synchronization rate he achieved places him in a league of his own, as many have struggled for days to barely reach a 1 synchronization rate. Universities have initiated intercollegiate competitions, with citywide tournaments mirroring professional esports events like League of Legends and Honor of Kings. In fact, Su Ming's approach to selecting mecha pilots closely follows these successful models, as they are undeniably practical. The primary target demographic for the mecha selection comprises individuals aged 16 to 35. Older candidates tend to exhibit slower reflexes, diminished cognitive agility, and less creativity compared to their younger counterparts. Aspiring to become true mecha experts necessitates innovation in combat skills and tactics, which requires extensive exploration and practice. To ensure the selection competition's significance, Blue Star Technology has announced prizes exceeding 3 billion yuan for the top 3 participants, along with an opportunity to engage in face-to-face discussions with Su Ming about mecha piloting and receive direct qualification for advancement to mecha pilot status. Additionally, a unique opportunity arises to personally experience the Seventh National Guardian mecha, which is the most enticing reward. While simulation driving is inherently virtual, the chance to pilot a mecha in reality is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. As of now, globally, apart from journalist Zhang Su, no one has truly experienced piloting a mecha. The inaugural Global Mecha Selection Competition, named the Black Knight Cup Global Championship by Su Ming, is intended as a tribute to the Black Knight. As competitors from around the world diligently train and prepare for the event, Su Ming receives an unexpected gift. This gift, presented by the Global Mecha Fan Club, required 4 50-ton cranes for unloading. Once the 4 model pieces were assembled, Su Ming was invited to partake in the acceptance ceremony, having been drawn out by Sun Er, who took his arm. Since the exposure, Su Ming has received letters and parcels from fans all over the world, but he has had little time to open them, relying instead on Sun Er to manage the influx. With such a significant stir, could it be that a fan has indeed gifted him a helicopter? Recently, many affluent individuals, particularly princes from oil-rich nations, have proclaimed their intentions to present Su Ming with a helicopter for his convenience, yet he has politely declined, as he has no time for outings. When the curtain was drawn back, Su Ming was momentarily moved. Before him stood a colossal statue, towering nearly 20 meters high, resembling the national hero. Its armor was marred with cracks, the head was partially severed, and the limbs were incomplete, with a bent plasma spear and a galloping black unicorn mount. This sculpture depicted the Black Knight charging towards the lair of the celestial beast. The pedestal bore the inscription of the artwork's title, The Warrior. Academician Su, this is a gift we, the Global Mecha Fan Support Association, have crowdfunded to express our profound respect for you and the Black Knight, the leader of the fan club solemnly introduced. We have a humble request. May this piece be displayed in this industrial park? We hope that every mecha engineer who visits here will draw inspiration from the Black Knight. Su Ming lifted his gaze to scrutinize the sculpture. The Black Knight's disdainful expression was vividly captured, with every detail meticulously replicated, exuding the essence of the Black Knight, showcasing the dedication invested in its creation. To sculpt such a piece in such a brief span required not only substantial funds, but also the collaboration of numerous artisans. Academician Su, to bring this artistic endeavor to life, sculptors and art students from over 100 countries and regions have converged upon Long Country, totaling more than 10,000. The leader continued, in unseen corners, you and the Black Knight have quietly safeguarded our peace. We hope you can create even more exquisite mechas for fans worldwide. Thank you, everyone. I truly cherish this gift. Su Ming felt the formidable strength and support of his fans, despite the ceaseless online skepticism, slander, and personal attacks at this moment. Warmth enveloped his heart, and he believed that the Black Knight would also be pleased to witness this statue. Indeed, everyone requires encouragement and affirmation from others. Even heroes are no exception. The acquisition of this spirit is a profoundly enjoyable experience. I concur with the fans' request. This sculpture will be permanently displayed in this industrial park, a tribute for future mecha engineers to revere. Reporters once again trained their cameras on Su Ming, broadcasting his every word live across the internet. Upon hearing his agreement, members of the Global Mecha Fan Support Association erupted in collective cheers, as if they had just claimed a victory. The fan club comprised supporters both domestic and international, all celebrating in this moment. Academician Su. On behalf of our 730 million fans, I extend our gratitude for your contributions. Your development of the battle network system has fulfilled the mecha dreams of many. When we initiated the crowdfunding for this statue, the enthusiasm of the fans exceeded my expectations. In just 10 minutes, we had raised sufficient funds. Many younger fans lamented their inability to contribute. One encounter that left a lasting impression was with a 12-year-old boy with muscular atrophy, who shared that piloting a mecha within the battle network simulation had rekindled his will to live. The Black Knight has given him the courage to continue battling his illness. Another young girl, born as an AIDS carrier due to her mother's condition, expressed during a video call that after chemotherapy, her hair had fallen out, and wearing the battle network helmet felt a bit chilly. She asked if you could consider special users like her in future helmet designs. She mentioned that the battle network system allowed her to forget her suffering. Additionally, a child with cerebral palsy shared that the moment he donned the helmet, it felt as though his life had been renewed. He confessed that although he is yet to win a match in the arena and has been derided as a novice, he remains undeterred, holding on to a small dream of becoming a mecha warrior. Listening to the heartfelt testimonials from the Global Fan Support Association leader, Su Ming smiled blissfully, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Su Ming approached the statue's pedestal, bending down to touch the inscription closely. Beneath the towering sculpture, he appeared somewhat slender. Yet no one deemed him insignificant. At this moment, all eyes were on Su Ming. The reporters, Su Ming, the fan club leader, the driver who transported the statue, and numerous academicians and experts from the Engineering Institute, along with nearby construction workers clad in red hats, fixed their gaze upon Su Ming. Under their watchful eyes and those of fans worldwide in the Battle Network livestream, Su Ming gradually straightened up. The sun shone directly behind him, casting a radiant glow. I wish to rename this sculpture. The warrior indeed resonates with the Black Knight's essence, yet I desire a change. I shall christen this artwork forward. In these past 3 years, the Black Knight has never taken a step back, enduring battles that left him battered, never retreating even in the face of death. Even at the final moment, as the wormhole collapsed and the celestial beast fled, he still chose to advance. He understood that behind him lay friends to protect, a home to defend, and the earth to safeguard. A gust of wind swept through. Su Ming's garments fluttered in the breeze. His words were simultaneously broadcast to a global audience. The crowd fell silent momentarily, then someone began to shout, "Forward! Forward! Forward!" Soon, the collective voices crescendoed, echoing the rallying cry. From that day forth, Jiangnan City's industrial park, now dubbed the Global Mecha Base, would feature the sculpture of the Black Knight, titled Forward. Henceforth, every visitor would pause to pay homage to the Black Knight. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Su Ming spoke again. I have 2 more matters to address. First, regarding the child with cerebral palsy who has yet to secure a victory in the arena, I implore everyone to show mercy when encountering him in future matches. A single defeat means little, but it could illuminate that child's life. Secondly, please convey to the boy with muscular atrophy and the girl who carries the AIDS virus. Do not relinquish hope. Just 2 days ago, the cell factor technology derived from the mecha maintenance system has been validated by Director Gu as effective in treating cancer, and they are now researching methods to combat other terminal illnesses. It may not be long before AIDS and muscular atrophy are completely cured. Director Gu Ruhong visited me recently, stating that he and the academicians at the Engineering Institute are diligently researching blueprints while collaborating with medical experts on cell factor technology, promising imminent breakthroughs that will bring hope to patients suffering from terminal illnesses. Humanity has found a glimmer of hope in curing the 3 major terminal diseases: cancer, muscular atrophy, and AIDS. The crowd erupted once more into fervent applause and cheers. Su Ming's announcement instilled hope in countless patients worldwide who were battling terminal illnesses, illuminating a path for many families ensnared in despair. Numerous ordinary households are unable to afford the exorbitant prices of specialized cancer medications, forcing them to rely on imported generics from foreign lands for mere survival. The efficacy of these generics is comparable to that of their branded counterparts. Yet the price disparity is staggering, with profits siphoned off entirely by pharmaceutical companies. The narrative of the recently popular film Dying to Survive is, in fact, a reflection of a grim reality. Now, with Su Ming's proclamation, a glimmer of hope truly dawns for the most marginalized patients. At an internationally renowned biopharmaceutical company based in Europe, several major shareholders wore grim expressions. One major shareholder leapt from his seat, banging on the table and accusing a representative of the Eagle Empire of their misdeeds. "Look at the havoc you've wreaked. Just days ago, you coerced us into halting the export of anti-cancer drugs to the Dragon Kingdom. And now look what has transpired. The Dragon Kingdom has discovered a cure for cancer, and our company faces ruin. This firm has long relied on the production of anti-cancer medications, selling them at exorbitant prices to the Dragon Kingdom for substantial profits. Just days prior, the representatives of the Eagle Empire demanded they cease all exports to the Dragon Kingdom, aligning with the sanctions imposed. This action incited the Dragon Kingdom's ire, leading to a complete cessation of cooperation. With the Dragon Kingdom now possessing a new therapeutic method, they would certainly refrain from purchasing any medications from this company. Meanwhile, a large biopharmaceutical enterprise in the Eagle Empire, primarily focused on producing AIDS adjunctive treatment drugs, has nearly monopolized the market. Just days ago, after receiving orders from the Pentagon to sanction the Dragon Kingdom, this company abruptly announced it would no longer export therapeutic drugs to the Dragon Kingdom. Upon learning of Su Ming's announcement, the company's executives were filled with regret, wishing they could turn back time. The treatment method introduced by Su Ming does not overlap with their offerings. Instead, there exists a strong complementarity. Had the Dragon Kingdom developed this new therapy without inciting their wrath, they would still have imported medications from this company. However, now that they have angered the Dragon Kingdom, they will receive no orders in the future.